Question 25. Of the object of charity, 12 articles. We must now consider the object of charity, which consideration will be twofold: 1. The things we ought to love out of charity; 2. The order in which they ought to be loved. Under the first head there are 12 points of inquiry. 1. Whether we should love God alone, out of charity, or should we love our neighbor also. 2. Whether charity should be loved out of charity. 3. Whether irrational creatures ought to be loved out of charity. 4. Whether one may love oneself out of charity. 5. Whether one's own body. 6. Whether sinners should be loved out of charity. 7. Whether sinners love themselves. 8. Whether we should love our enemies out of charity. 9. Whether we are bound to show them tokens of friendship. 10. Whether we ought to love the angels out of charity. 11. Whether we ought to love the demons. 12. How to enumerate the things we are bound to love out of charity. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 25 quetzales, art. 1. Whether the love of charity stops at God, or extends to our neighbor. Objection 1. It would seem that the love of charity stops at God and does not extend to our neighbor. For as we owe God love, so do we owe him fear, according Dut. 10:12, And now Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but that thou fear, and love him? Now the fear with which we fear man, and which is called human fear, is distinct from the fear with which we fear God, and which is either servile or filial, as is evident from what has been stated above, 10 quetzales, 2. Therefore also the love with which we love God, is distinct from the love with which we love our neighbor. Obj. 2. Further, the philosopher says, Ethic. 8:8, that to be loved is to be honored. Now the honor due to God, which is known as latria, is distinct from the honor due to a creature, and known as dulia. Therefore again the love wherewith we love God, is distinct from that with which we love our neighbor. Obj. 3. Further, hope begets charity, as a gloss states on Matt. 1:2. Now hope is so due to God that it is reprehensible to hope in man. According to Jeremiah 17 verse 5, Cursed be the man that trusteth in man. Therefore charity is so due to God, as not to extend to our neighbor. On the contrary, it is written, 1 John 4 verse 21, This commandment we have from God, that he, who loveth God, love also his brother. I answer that, as stated above, 17 quetzales, a. 6. 19 quetzales, 3, 1-2, 54 quetzales, 3, habits are not differentiated except their acts be of different species. For every act of the one species belongs to the same habit. Now since the species of an act is derived from its object, considered under its formal aspect, it follows of necessity that it is specifically the same act that tends to an aspect of the object. And that tends to the object under that aspect, thus it is specifically the same visual act whereby we see the light, and whereby we see the color under the aspect of light. Now the aspect under which our neighbor is to be loved, is God, since what we ought to love in our neighbor is that he may be in God. Hence it is clear that it is specifically the same act whereby we love God, and whereby we love our neighbor. Consequently the habit of charity extends not only to the love of God, but also to the love of our neighbor. Reply Obj. 1. We may fear our neighbor, even as we may love him, in two ways. First, on account of something that is proper to him, as when a man fears a tyrant on account of his cruelty, or loves him by reason of his own desire to get something from him. Such like human fear is distinct from the fear of God, and the same applies to love. Secondly, we fear a man, or love him on account of what he has of God. As when we fear the secular power by reason of its exercising the ministry of God for the punishment of evildoers, and love it for its justice, such like fear of man is not distinct from fear of God, as neither is such like love. Reply Obj. 2. Love regards good in general, whereas honor regards the honored person's own good, for it is given to a person in recognition of his own virtue. Hence love is not differentiated specifically on account of the various degrees of goodness in various persons, so long as it is referred to one good common to all, whereas honor is distinguished according to the good belonging to individuals. Consequently we love all our neighbors with the same love of charity, in so far as they are referred to one good common to them all, which is God. Whereas we give various honors to various people, according to each one's own virtue, and likewise to God we give the singular honor of latria on account of his singular virtue. Reply Obj. 3. It is wrong to hope in man as though he were the principal author of salvation, but not, to hope in man as helping us ministerially under God. In like manner it would be wrong if a man loved his neighbor as though he were his last end, but not, if he loved him for God's sake, and this is what charity does. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 25 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether we should love charity out of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that charity need not be loved out of charity. For the things to be loved out of charity are contained in the two precepts of charity, Matt. 22:37-39, and neither of them includes charity, since charity is neither God nor our neighbor. Therefore charity need not be loved out of charity. Obj. 2. Further, charity is founded on the fellowship of happiness, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1. But charity cannot participate in happiness. Therefore charity need not be loved out of charity. Obj. 3. Further, charity is a kind of friendship, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1. But no man can have friendship for charity or for an accident, since such things cannot return love for love, which is essential to friendship, as stated in Ethic. 8. Therefore charity need not be loved out of charity. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Trin. 8:8, he that loves his neighbor, must, in consequence, love itself. But we love our neighbor out of charity. Therefore it follows that charity also is loved out of charity. I answer that, charity is love. Now love, by reason of the nature of the power whose act it is capable of reflecting on itself. For since the object of the will is the universal good, whatever has the aspect of good, can be the object of an act of the will, and since to will is itself a good, man can will himself to will. Even so the intellect, whose object is the true, understands that it understands, because this again is something true. Love, however, even by reason of its own species, is capable of reflecting on itself, because it is a spontaneous movement of the lover towards the beloved, wherefore from the moment a man loves, he loves himself to love. Yet charity is not love simply, but has the nature of friendship, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1. Now by friendship a thing is loved in two ways, first, as the friend for whom we have friendship, and to whom we wish good things, secondly, as the good which we wish to a friend. It is in the latter and not in the former way that charity is loved out of charity, because charity is the good which we desire for all those whom we love out of charity. The same applies to happiness, and to the other virtues. Reply Obj. 1. God and our neighbor are those with whom we are friends, but love of them includes the loving of charity, since we love both God and our neighbor, in so far as we love ourselves and our neighbor to love God, and this is to love charity. Reply Obj. 2. Charity is itself the fellowship of the spiritual life, whereby we arrive at happiness, hence it is loved as the good which we desire for all whom we love out of charity. Reply Obj. 3. This argument considers friendship as referred to those with whom we are friends. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 25 quetzales, art. 3. Whether irrational creatures also ought to be loved out of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that irrational creatures also ought to be loved out of charity. For it is chiefly by charity that we are conformed to God. Now God loves irrational creatures out of charity, for he loves all things that are wis. 11:25, and whatever he loves by himself who is charity. Therefore we also should love irrational creatures out of charity. Obj. 2. Further, charity is referred to God principally, and extends to other things as referable to God. Now just as the rational creature is referable to God, inasmuch as it bears the resemblance of image, so too are the irrational creatures, inasmuch as they bear the resemblance of a trace, cf. 45 quetzales, 7. Therefore charity extends also to irrational creatures. Obj. 3. Further, just as the object of charity is God, so is the object of faith. Now faith extends to irrational creatures, since we believe that heaven and earth were created by God, that the fishes and birds were brought forth out of the waters, and animals that walk, and plants, out of the earth. Therefore charity extends also to irrational creatures. On the contrary, the love of charity extends to none but God and our neighbor. But the word neighbor cannot be extended to irrational creatures, since they have no fellowship with man in the rational life. Therefore charity does not extend to irrational creatures. I answer that, according to what has been stated above, Q. 13:1, charity is a kind of friendship. Now the love of friendship is twofold. First, there is the love for the friend to whom our friendship is given. Secondly, the love for those good things which we desire for our friend. With regard to the first, no irrational creature can be loved out of charity, and for 3 reasons. 2 of these reasons refer in a general way to friendship, which cannot have an irrational creature for its object. First, because friendship is towards one to whom we wish good things, while, properly speaking, we cannot wish good things to an irrational creature, because it is not competent, properly speaking, to possess good, this being proper to the rational creature which, through its free will, is the master of its disposal of the good it possesses. Hence the philosopher says, Phys. 2:6, that we do not speak of good or evil befalling such like things, except metaphorically. Secondly, because all friendship is based on some fellowship in life. Since nothing is so proper to friendship as to live together, as the philosopher proves, Ethic. 8:5. Now irrational creatures can have no fellowship in human life which is regulated by reason. Hence friendship with irrational creatures is impossible, except metaphorically speaking. The third reason is proper to charity, for charity is based on the fellowship of everlasting happiness, to which the irrational creature cannot attain. Therefore we cannot have the friendship of charity towards an irrational creature. Nevertheless we can love irrational creatures out of charity, if we regard them as the good things that we desire for others, in so far, to wit, as we wish for their preservation, to God's honor and man's use. Thus too does God love them out of charity. Wherefore the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply Obj. 2. The likeness by way of trace does not confer the capacity for everlasting life, whereas the likeness of image does, and so the comparison fails. Reply Obj. 3. Faith can extend to all that is in any way true, whereas the friendship of charity extends only to such things as have a natural capacity for everlasting life, wherefore the comparison fails. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, Q. 25, Art. 4. Whether a man ought to love himself out of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is not bound to love himself out of charity. For Gregory says in a homily, in Evang. 17, that there can be no charity between less than 2. Therefore no man has charity towards himself. Obj. 2. Further, friendship, by its very nature, implies mutual love and equality, ethic. 8, 2, 7, which cannot be of one man towards himself. But charity is a kind of friendship, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a 1. Therefore a man cannot have charity towards himself. Obj. 3. Further, anything relating to charity cannot be blameworthy, since charity dealeth not perversely, 1 Corinthians 23 verse 4. Now a man deserves to be blamed for loving himself, since it is written, 2 Tim. 3:1, 2, In the last days shall come dangerous times, men shall be lovers of themselves. Therefore a man cannot love himself out of charity. On the contrary, it is written, Leviticus 19 verse 18, Thou shalt love thy friend as thyself. Now we love our friends out of charity. Therefore we should love ourselves too out of charity. I answer that, since charity is a kind of friendship, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a 1, we may consider charity from two standpoints. First, under the general notion of friendship, and in this way we must hold that, properly speaking, a man is not a friend to himself, but something more than a friend. Since friendship implies union, for Dionysius says, div. Nom 4, that love is a unitive force, whereas a man is one with himself, which is more than being united to another. Hence, just as unity is the principle of union, so the love with which a man loves himself is the form and root of friendship. For if we have friendship with others it is because we do unto them as we do unto ourselves, hence we read in Ethic. 9, 4, 8, that, the origin of friendly relations with others lies in our relations to ourselves. Thus too with regard to principles we have something greater than science, namely understanding. Secondly, we may speak of charity in respect of its specific nature, namely as denoting man's friendship with God in the first place, and, consequently, with the things of God, among which things is man himself who has charity. Hence, among these other things which he loves out of charity because they pertain to God, he loves also himself out of charity. Reply Obj. 1. Gregory speaks there of charity under the general notion of friendship, and the second objection is to be taken in the same sense. Reply Obj. 3. Those who love themselves are to be blamed, in so far as they love themselves as regards their sensitive nature, which they humor. This is not to love oneself truly according to one's rational nature, so as to desire for oneself the good things which pertain to the perfection of reason, and in this way chiefly it is through charity that a man loves himself. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2 25 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether a man ought to love his body out of charity. Objection 1, it would seem that a man ought not to love his body out of charity. For we do not love one with whom we are unwilling to associate. But those who have charity shun the society of the body, according to Romans 7 verse 24, who shall deliver me from the body of this death, and Phil. 1:23, having a desire to be dissolved and to be with Christ. Therefore our bodies are not to be loved out of charity. Obj. 2. Further, the friendship of charity is based on fellowship in the enjoyment of God. But the body can have no share in that enjoyment. Therefore the body is not to be loved out of charity. Obj. 3. Further, since charity is a kind of friendship it is towards those who are capable of loving in return. But our body cannot love us out of charity. Therefore it should not be loved out of charity. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Doctr. Christ. I, 23:26, that there are 4 things that we should love out of charity, and among them he reckons our own body. I answer that, our bodies can be considered in 2 ways, first, in respect of their nature, secondly, in respect of the corruption of sin and its punishment. Now the nature of our body was created, not by an evil principle, as the Manichaeans pretend, but by God. Hence we can use it for God's service, according to Romans 6 verse 13, present, your members as instruments of justice unto God. Consequently, out of the love of charity with which we love God, we ought to love our bodies also, but we ought not to love the evil effects of sin and the corruption of punishment. We ought rather, by the desire of charity, to long for the removal of such things. Reply Obj. 1. The Apostle did not shrink from the society of his body, as regards the nature of the body. In fact, in this respect he was loath to be deprived thereof, according to 2 Corinthians 5 verse 4, we would not be unclothed, but clothed over. He did, however, wish to escape from the taint of concupiscence, which remains in the body, and from the corruption of the body which weighs down the soul, so as to hinder it from seeing God. Hence he says expressly, from the body of this death. Reply Obj. 2. Although our bodies are unable to enjoy God by knowing and loving Him, yet by the works which we do through the body, we are able to attain to the perfect knowledge of God. Hence from the enjoyment in the soul there overflows a certain happiness into the body, viz., the flush of health and incorruption, as Augustine states, ep ad Dioskar. Xvi. Hence, since the body has, in a fashion, a share of happiness, it can be loved with the love of charity. Reply Obj. 3. Mutual love is found in the friendship which is for another, but not in that which a man has for himself, either in respect of his soul, or in respect of his body. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 25 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether we ought to love sinners out of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that we ought not to love sinners out of charity. For it is written, Psalms 118 verse 113, I have hated the unjust. But David had perfect charity. Therefore sinners should be hated rather than loved, out of charity. Obj. 2. Further, love is proved by deeds, as Gregory says in a homily for Pentecost, in Evang, XXX. But good men do no works of the unjust, on the contrary, they do such as would appear to be works of hate, according to Psalms 100 verse 8, in the morning I put to death all the wicked of the land, and God commanded, X. 22:18, Wizards thou shalt not suffer to live. Therefore sinners should not be loved out of charity. Obj. 3. Further, it is part of friendship that one should desire and wish good things for one's friends. Now the saints, out of charity, desire evil things for the wicked, according to Psalms 9 verse 18, may the wicked be turned into hell, v, the wicked shall be, etc. See reply to this objection. Therefore sinners should not be loved out of charity. Obj. 4. Further, it is proper to friends to rejoice in, and will the same things. Now charity does not make us will what sinners will, nor to rejoice in what gives them joy, but rather the contrary. Therefore sinners should not be loved out of charity. Obj. 5. Further, it is proper to friends to associate together, according to Ethic. 8. But we ought not to associate with sinners, according to 2 Corinthians 6 verse 17, Go ye out from among them. Therefore we should not love sinners out of charity. On the contrary, Augustine says, the Doctrine. Christ. I. 30, that, when it is said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, it is evident that we ought to look upon every man as our neighbor. Now sinners do not cease to be men, for sin does not destroy nature. Therefore we ought to love sinners out of charity. I answer that, two things may be considered in the sinner, his nature and his guilt. According to his nature, which he has from God, he has a capacity for happiness, on the fellowship of which charity is based, as stated above. 3:23 Quetzales, AA 1:5, wherefore we ought to love sinners, out of charity, in respect of their nature. On the other hand their guilt is opposed to God, and is an obstacle to happiness. Wherefore, in respect of their guilt whereby they are opposed to God, all sinners are to be hated, even one's father or mother or kindred, according to Luke 12 verse 26. For it is our duty to hate, in the sinner, his being a sinner, and to love in him, his being a man capable of bliss, and this is to love him truly, out of charity, for God's sake. Reply Obj. 1. The prophet hated the unjust, as such, and the object of his hate was their injustice, which was their evil. Such hatred is perfect, of which he himself says, Psalms 138 verse 22, I have hated them with a perfect hatred. Now hatred of a person's evil is equivalent to love of his good. Hence also this perfect hatred belongs to charity. Reply Obj. 2. As the philosopher observes, Ethic. 9:3, when our friends fall into sin, we ought not to deny them the amenities of friendship, so long as there is hope of their mending their ways, and we ought to help them more readily to regain virtue than to recover money, had they lost it. For as much as virtue is more akin than money to friendship. When, however, they fall into very great wickedness, and become incurable, we ought no longer to show them friendliness. It is for this reason that both divine and human laws command such like sinners to be put to death, because there is greater likelihood of their harming others than of their mending their ways. Nevertheless the judge puts this into effect, not out of hatred for the sinners, but out of the love of charity, by reason of which he prefers the public good to the life of the individual. Moreover the death inflicted by the judge profits the sinner, if he be converted, unto the expiation of his crime. And, if he be not converted, it profits so as to put an end to the sin, because the sinner is thus deprived of the power to sin any more. Reply Obj. 3. Such like imprecations which we come across in Holy Writ, may be understood in three ways. First, by way of prediction, not by way of wish, so that the sense is, may the wicked be, that is, the wicked shall be, turned into hell. Secondly, by way of wish, yet so that the desire of the wisher is not referred to the man's punishment, but to the justice of the punisher, according to Psalms 57 verse 11, the just shall rejoice when he shall see the revenge, since, according to Wis. 1:13, not even God hath pleasure in the destruction of the wicked, vulgar, living, when he punishes them, but he rejoices in his justice, according to Psalms 10 verse 8, the Lord is just and hath loved justice. Thirdly, so that this desire is referred to the removal of the sin, and not to the punishment itself, to the effect, namely, that the sin be destroyed, but that the man may live. Reply Obj. 4. We love sinners out of charity, not so as to will what they will, or to rejoice in what gives them joy, but so as to make them will what we will, and rejoice in what rejoices us. Hence it is written, Jer. 15:19, they shall be turned to thee, and thou shalt not to be turned to them. Reply Obj. 5. The weak should avoid associating with sinners, on account of the danger in which they stand of being perverted by them. But it is commendable for the perfect, of whose perversion there is no fear, to associate with sinners that they may convert them. For thus did our Lord eat and drink with sinners as related by Matt 9:11-13. Yet all should avoid the society of sinners, as regards fellowship in sin. In this sense it is written, 2 Corinthians 6 verse 17, Go out from among them and touch not the unclean thing, i.e. by consenting to sin. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 25 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether sinners love themselves. Objection 1, it would seem that sinners love themselves. For that which is the principle of sin, is most of all in the sinner. Now love of self is the principle of sin, since Augustine says, De Civ. Day 14, 28, that it builds up the city of Babylon. Therefore sinners most of all love themselves. Obj. 2. Further, sin does not destroy nature. Now it is in keeping with nature that every man should love himself, wherefore even irrational creatures naturally desire their own good, for instance, the preservation of their being, and so forth. Therefore sinners love themselves. Obj. 3. Further, good is beloved by all, as Dionysius states, Div. Nom. 4. Now many sinners reckon themselves to be good. Therefore many sinners love themselves. On the contrary, it is written, P.S. 10:6, He that loveth iniquity, hateth his own soul. I answer that, love of self is common to all, in one way, in another way it is proper to the good, in a third way, it is proper to the wicked. For it is common to all for each one to love what he thinks himself to be. Now a man is said to be a thing, in two ways: first, in respect of his substance and nature, and, this way all think themselves to be what they are, that is, composed of a soul and body. In this way too, all men, both good and wicked, love themselves, in so far as they love their own preservation. Secondly, a man is said to be something in respect of some predominance, as the sovereign of a state is spoken of as being the state, and so, what the sovereign does, the state is said to do. In this way, all do not think themselves to be what they are. For the reasoning mind is the predominant part of man, while the sensitive and corporeal nature takes the second place, the former of which the apostle calls the inward man, and the latter, the outward man, 2 Corinthians 4 verse 16. Now the good look upon their rational nature or the inward man as being the chief thing in them, wherefore in this way they think themselves to be what they are. On the other hand, the wicked reckon their sensitive and corporeal nature, or the outward man, to hold the first place. Wherefore, since they know not themselves aright, they do not love themselves aright, but love what they think themselves to be. But the good know themselves truly, and therefore truly love themselves. The philosopher proves this from 5 things that are proper to friendship. For in the first place, every friend wishes his friend to be and to live. Secondly, he desires good things for him. Thirdly, he does good things to him. Fourthly, he takes pleasure in his company. Fifthly, he is of one mind with him, rejoicing and sorrowing in almost the same things. In this way the good love themselves, as to the inward man, because they wish the preservation thereof in its integrity, they desire good things for him, namely spiritual goods, indeed they do their best to obtain them. And they take pleasure in entering into their own hearts, because they find their good thoughts in the present, the memory of past good, and the hope of future good, all of which are sources of pleasure. Likewise they experience no clashing of wills, since their whole soul tends to one thing. On the other hand, the wicked have no wish to be preserved in the integrity of the inward man, nor do they desire spiritual goods for him, nor do they work for that end. Nor do they take pleasure in their own company by entering into their own hearts, because whatever they find there, present, past and future, is evil and horrible. Nor do they agree with themselves, on account of the gnawings of conscience, according to Psalms 49 verse 21, I will reprove thee and set before thy face. In the same manner it may be shown that the wicked love themselves, as regards the corruption of the outward man, whereas the good do not love themselves thus. Reply Obj. 1. The love of self which is the principle of sin is that which is proper to the wicked, and reaches to the contempt of God, as stated in the passage quoted, because the wicked so desire external goods as to despise spiritual goods. Reply Obj. 2. Although natural love is not altogether forfeited by wicked men, yet it is perverted in them, as explained above. Reply Obj. 3. The wicked have some share of self-love, in so far as they think themselves good. Yet such love of self is not true but apparent, and even this is not possible in those who are very wicked. Underscore 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 underscore. 8th article, 2-2, 25 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether charity requires that we should love our enemies? Objection 1. It would seem that charity does not require us to love our enemies. For Augustine says, Enchiridion 73, that this great good, namely, the love of our enemies, is not so universal in its application, as the object of our petition when we say, Forgive us our trespasses. Now no one is forgiven sin without he have charity, because, according to Proverbs 10 verse 12, charity covereth all sins. Therefore charity does not require that we should love our enemies. Obj. 2. Further, charity does not do away with nature. Now everything, even an irrational being, naturally hates its contrary, as a lamb hates a wolf, and water fire. Therefore charity does not make us love our enemies. Obj. 3. Further, charity doth nothing perversely, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 4. Now it seems perverse to love one's enemies, as it would be to hate one's friends, hence Joab upbraided David by saying, 2 Kings 19 verse 6, Thou lovest them that hate thee, and thou hatest them that love thee. Therefore charity does not make us love our enemies. On the contrary, our Lord said, Matt. 4:44, Love your enemies. I answer that, love of one's enemies may be understood in three ways. First, as though we were to love our enemies as such, this is perverse, and contrary to charity, since it implies love of that which is evil in another. Secondly, love of one's enemies may mean that we love them as to their nature, but in general, and in this sense charity requires that we should love our enemies, namely, that in loving God and our neighbor. We should not exclude our enemies from the love given to our neighbor in general. Thirdly, love of one's enemies may be considered as specially directed to them, namely, that we should have a special movement of love towards our enemies. Charity does not require this absolutely, because it does not require that we should have a special movement of love to every individual man, since this would be impossible. Nevertheless, charity does require this, in respect of our being prepared in mind, namely, that we should be ready to love our enemies individually, if the necessity were to occur. That man should actually do so, and love his enemy for God's sake, without it being necessary for him to do so, belongs to the perfection of charity. For since man loves his neighbor, out of charity, for God's sake, the more he loves God, the more does he put enmities aside and show love towards his neighbor. Thus if we loved a certain man very much, we would love his children though they were unfriendly towards us. This is the sense in which Augustine speaks in the passage quoted in the first objection, the reply to which is therefore evident. Reply Obj. 2. Everything naturally hates its contrary as such. Now our enemies are contrary to us, as enemies, wherefore this itself should be hateful to us, for their enmity should displease us. They are not, however, contrary to us, as men and capable of happiness, and it is as such that we are bound to love them. Reply Obj. 3. It is wrong to love one's enemies as such, charity does not do this, as stated above. Underscore 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 underscore. Ninth article, 2-2, 25 Quetzales, Art. 9. Whether it is necessary for salvation that we should show our enemies the signs and effects of love. Objection 1. It would seem that charity demands of a man to show his enemy the signs or effects of love. For it is written, 1 John 3 verse 18, Let us not love in word nor in tongue, but in deed and in truth. Now a man loves indeed by showing the one he loves signs and effects of love. Therefore charity requires that a man show his enemies such signs and effects of love. Obj. 2. Further, our Lord said in the same breath, Matt. 5:44, Love your enemies, and do good to them that hate you. Now charity demands that we love our enemies. Therefore it demands also that we should do good to them. Obj. 3. Further, not only God but also our neighbor is the object of charity. Now Gregory says in a homily for Pentecost, in Evang. XXX, that love of God cannot be idle, for wherever it is it does great things, and if it ceases to work, it is no longer love. Hence charity towards our neighbor cannot be without producing works. But charity requires us to love our neighbor without exception, though he be an enemy. Therefore charity requires us to show the signs and effects of love towards our enemies. On the contrary, a gloss on Matt. 5:44, Do good to them that hate you, says, to do good to one's enemies is the height of perfection, Augustine, Enchiridion 73. Now charity does not require us to do that which belongs to its perfection. Therefore charity does not require us to show the signs and effects of love to our enemies. I answer that, the effects and signs of charity are the result of inward love, and are in proportion with it. Now it is absolutely necessary, for the fulfillment of the precept, that we should inwardly love our enemies in general, but not individually, except as regards the mind being prepared to do so, as explained above, A. 8. We must accordingly apply this to the showing of the effects and signs of love. For some of the signs and favors of love are shown to our neighbors in general, as when we pray for all the faithful, or for a whole people. Or when anyone bestows a favor on a whole community, and the fulfillment of the precept requires that we should show such like favors or signs of love towards our enemies. For if we did not so, it would be a proof of vengeful spite, and contrary to what is written, Leviticus 19 verse 18, Seek not revenge, nor be mindful of the injury of thy citizens. But there are other favors or signs of love, which one shows to certain persons in particular, and it is not necessary for salvation that we show our enemies such like favors and signs of love, except as regards being ready in our minds. For instance, to come to their assistance in a case of urgency, according to Prov. 25:21, If thy enemy be hungry, give him to eat, if he thirst, give him drink. Outside cases of urgency, to show such like favors to an enemy belongs to the perfection of charity, whereby we not only beware, as in duty bound, of being overcome by evil, but also wish to overcome evil by good, Rom. 12:21, which belongs to perfection, for then we not only beware of being drawn into hatred on account of the hurt done to us, but purpose to induce our enemy to love us on account of our kindliness. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. 10th article, 2-2, 25 Quetzales, Art. 10. Whether we ought to love the angels out of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that we are not bound to love the angels out of charity. For, as Augustine says, the doctrine Christ charity is a twofold love, the love of God and of our neighbor. Now love of the angels is not contained in the love of God, since they are created substances. Nor is it, seemingly, contained in the love of our neighbor, since they do not belong with us to a common species. Therefore we are not bound to love them out of charity. Obj. 2. Further, dumb animals have more in common with us than the angels have, since they belong to the same proximate genus as we do. But we have not charity towards dumb animals, as stated above, A. 3. Neither, therefore, have we towards the angels. Obj. 3. Further, nothing is so proper to friends as companionship with one another. Ethic. 8. 5. But the angels are not our companions, we cannot even see them. Therefore we are unable to give them the friendship of charity. On the contrary, Augustine says, the doctrine Christ 30. If the name of neighbor is given either to those whom we pity, or to those who pity us, it is evident that the precept binding us to love our neighbor includes also the holy angels from whom we receive many merciful favors. I answer that, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, A. 1, the friendship of charity is founded upon the fellowship of everlasting happiness, in which men share in common with the angels. For it is written, Matt. 22:30, that, in the resurrection, men shall be as the angels of God in heaven. It is therefore evident that the friendship of charity extends also to the angels. Reply Obj. 1. Our neighbor is not only one who is united to us in a common species, but also one who is united to us by sharing in the blessings pertaining to everlasting life, and it is on the latter fellowship that the friendship of charity is founded. Reply Obj. 2. Dumb animals are united to us in the proximate genus, by reason of their sensitive nature. Whereas we are partakers of everlasting happiness, by reason not of our sensitive nature but of our rational mind wherein we associate with the angels. Reply Obj. 3. The companionship of the angels does not consist in outward fellowship, which we have in respect of our sensitive nature, it consists in a fellowship of the mind, imperfect indeed in this life, but perfect in heaven, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1, add 1. Underscore 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 underscore. 11th article, 2 to 2, 25 Quetzales, art. 11. Whether we are bound to love the demons out of charity. Objection 1, it would seem that we ought to love the demons out of charity. For the angels are our neighbors by reason of their fellowship with us in a rational mind. But the demons also share in our fellowship thus, since natural gifts, such as life and understanding, remain in them unimpaired, as Dionysius states, div. Nom 4. Therefore we ought to love the demons out of charity. Obj. 2. Further, the demons differ from the blessed angels in the matter of sin, even as sinners from just men. Now the just man loves the sinner out of charity. Therefore he ought to love the demons also out of charity. Obj. 3. Further, we ought, out of charity, to love, as being our neighbors, those from whom we receive favors, as appears from the passage of Augustine quoted above, a. 9. Now the demons are useful to us in many things, for, by tempting us they work crowns for us, as Augustine says, De Civ. Day 11, 17. Therefore we ought to love the demons out of charity. On the contrary, it is written, Isa. 28:18, Your league with death shall be abolished, and your covenant with hell shall not stand. Now the perfection of a peace and covenant is through charity. Therefore we ought not to have charity for the demons who live in hell and compass death. I answer that, as stated above, 6, in the sinner, we are bound, out of charity, to love his nature, but to hate his sin. But the name of demon is given to designate a nature deformed by sin, wherefore demons should not be loved out of charity. Without however laying stress on the word, the question as to whether the spirits called demons ought to be loved out of charity, must be answered in accordance with the statement made above, a. 2, 3, that a thing may be loved out of charity in two ways. First, a thing may be loved as the person who is the object of friendship, and thus we cannot have the friendship of charity towards the demons. For it is an essential part of friendship that one should be a well-wisher towards one's friend. And it is impossible for us, out of charity, to desire the good of everlasting life, to which charity is referred, for those spirits whom God has condemned eternally. Since this would be in opposition to our charity towards God whereby we approve of his justice. Secondly, we love a thing as being that which we desire to be enduring as another's good. In this way we love irrational creatures out of charity, inasmuch as we wish them to endure, to give glory to God and be useful to man, as stated above, a. 3. And in this way too we can love the nature of the demons even out of charity, inasmuch as we desire those spirits to endure, as to their natural gifts, unto God's glory. Reply Obj. 1. The possession of everlasting happiness is not impossible for the angelic mind as it is for the mind of a demon. Consequently the friendship of charity which is based on the fellowship of everlasting life, rather than on the fellowship of nature, is possible towards the angels, but not towards the demons. Reply Obj. 2. In this life, men who are in sin retain the possibility of obtaining everlasting happiness, not so those who are lost in hell, who, in this respect, are in the same case as the demons. Reply Obj. 3. That the demons are useful to us is due not to their intention but to the ordering of divine providence, hence this leads us to be friends, not with them, but with God, who turns their perverse intention to our profit. underscore 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 underscore. 12th article, 2 to 2, 25 Quetzales, art. 12. Whether four things are rightly reckoned as to be loved out of charity, viz. God, our neighbor, our body and ourselves. Objection 1. It would seem that these four things are not rightly reckoned as to be loved out of charity, to wit, God, our neighbor, our body and ourselves. For, as Augustine states, Tract. Super Joan. 83, he that loveth not God, loveth not himself. Hence love of oneself is included in the love of God. Therefore love of oneself is not distinct from the love of God. Obj. 2. Further, a part ought not to be condivided with the whole. But our body is part of ourselves. Therefore it ought not to be condivided with ourselves as a distinct object of love. Obj. 3. Further, just as a man has a body, so has his neighbor. Since then the love with which a man loves his neighbor, is distinct from the love with which a man loves himself, so the love with which a man loves his neighbor's body, ought to be distinct from the love with which he loves his own body. Therefore these four things are not rightly distinguished as objects to be loved out of charity. On the contrary, Augustine says, the Doctrine. Christ. I. 23, there are four things to be loved. One which is above us, namely God, another, which is ourselves, a third which is nigh to us, namely our neighbor, and a fourth which is beneath us, namely our own body. I answer that, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, A.A. 1. 5. The friendship of charity is based on the fellowship of happiness. Now, in this fellowship, one thing is considered as the principle from which happiness flows, namely God. A second is that which directly partakes of happiness, namely men and angels. A third is a thing to which happiness comes by a kind of overflow, namely the human body. Now the source from which happiness flows is lovable by reason of its being the cause of happiness. That which is a partaker of happiness, can be an object of love for two reasons, either through being identified with ourselves, or through being associated with us in partaking of happiness, and in this respect, there are two things to be loved out of charity, inasmuch as man loves both himself and his neighbor. Reply Obj. 1. The different relations between a lover and the various things loved make a different kind of lovableness. Accordingly, since the relation between the human lover and God is different from his relation to himself, these two are reckoned as distinct objects of love, for the love of the one is the cause of the love of the other. So that the former love being removed the latter is taken away. Reply Obj. 2. The subject of charity is the rational mind that can be capable of obtaining happiness, to which the body does not reach directly, but only by a kind of overflow. Hence, by his reasonable mind which holds the first place in him, man, out of charity, loves himself in one way, and his own body in another. Reply Obj. 3. Man loves his neighbor, both as to his soul and as to his body, by reason of a certain fellowship in happiness. Wherefore, on the part of his neighbor, there is only one reason for loving him. And our neighbor's body is not reckoned as a special object of love. Question 26. Of the order of charity, in 13 articles. We must now consider the order of charity, under which head there are 13 points of inquiry. 1. Whether there is an order in charity. 2. Whether man ought to love God more than his neighbor. 3. Whether more than himself. 4. Whether he ought to love himself more than his neighbor. 5. Whether man ought to love his neighbor more than his own body. 6. Whether he ought to love one neighbor more than another. 7. Whether he ought to love more, a neighbor who is better, or one who is more closely united to him. 8. Whether he ought to love more, one who is akin to him by blood, or one who is united to him by other ties. 9. Whether, out of charity, a man ought to love his son more than his father. 10. Whether he ought to love his mother more than his father. 11. whether he ought to love his wife more than his father or mother. 12. Whether we ought to love those who are kind to us more than those whom we are kind to. 13. Whether the order of charity endures in heaven. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether there is order in charity. Objection 1, it would seem that there is no order in charity. For charity is a virtue. But no order is assigned to the other virtues. Neither, therefore, should any order be assigned to charity. Obj. 2. Further, just as the object of faith is the first truth, so is the object of charity the sovereign good. Now no order is appointed for faith, but all things are believed equally. Neither, therefore, ought there to be any order in charity. Obj. 3. Further, charity is in the will, whereas ordering belongs, not to the will, but to the reason. Therefore no order should be ascribed to charity. On the contrary, it is written, Cant 2:4, He brought me into the cellar of wine, He set in order charity in me. I answer that, as the philosopher says, Metaph. v. Text. 16. The terms, before, and, after, are used in reference to some principle. Now order implies that certain things are, in some way, before or after. Hence wherever there is a principle, there must needs be also order of some kind. But it has been said above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1, 25 Quetzales, a. 12, that the love of charity tends to God as to the principle of happiness, on the fellowship of which the friendship of charity is based. Consequently there must needs be some order in things loved out of charity, which order is in reference to the first principle of that love, which is God. Reply Obj. 1. Charity tends towards the last end considered as last end, and this does not apply to any other virtue, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, 6. Now the end has the character of principle in matters of appetite and action, as was shown above, 23 Quetzales, a. 7, add 2, 1-2, a. 1, add 1. Wherefore charity, above all, implies relation to the first principle, and consequently, in charity above all, we find an order in reference to the first principle. Reply Obj. 2. Faith pertains to the cognitive power, whose operation depends on the thing known being in the knower. On the other hand, charity is in an appetitive power, whose operation consists in the soul tending to things themselves. Now order is to be found in things themselves, and flows from them into our knowledge. Hence order is more appropriate to charity than to faith. And yet there is a certain order in faith, in so far as it is chiefly about God, and secondarily about things referred to God. Reply Obj. 3. Order belongs to reason as the faculty that orders, and to the appetitive power as to the faculty which is ordered. It is in this way that order is stated to be in charity. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether God ought to be loved more than our neighbor. Objection 1. It would seem that God ought not to be loved more than our neighbor. For it is written, 1 John 4 verse 20, He that loveth not his brother whom he seeth, how can he love God, whom he seeth not? Whence it seems to follow that the more a thing is visible the more lovable it is, since loving begins with seeing, according to Ethic. 9, 5, 12. Now God is less visible than our neighbor. Therefore he is less lovable, out of charity, than our neighbor. Obj. 2. Further, likeness causes love, according to Eccles. 13:19, Every beast loveth its like. Now man bears more likeness to his neighbor than to God. Therefore man loves his neighbor, out of charity, more than he loves God. Obj. 3. Further, what charity loves in a neighbor, is God, according to Augustine, De Doctr. Christ. I. 22:27. Now God is not greater in himself than he is in our neighbor. Therefore he is not more to be loved in himself than in our neighbor. Therefore we ought not to love God more than our neighbor. On the contrary, a thing ought to be loved more, if others ought to be hated on its account. Now we ought to hate our neighbor for God's sake, if, to wit, he leads us astray from God, according to Luke 14 verse 26, if any man come to me and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, he cannot be my disciple. Therefore we ought to love God, out of charity, more than our neighbor. I answer that, each kind of friendship regards chiefly the subject in which we chiefly find the good on the fellowship of which that friendship is based, thus civil friendship regards chiefly the ruler of the state, on whom the entire common good of the state depends. Hence to him before all, the citizens owe fidelity and obedience. Now the friendship of charity is based on the fellowship of happiness, which consists essentially in God, as the first principle, whence it flows to all who are capable of happiness. Therefore God ought to be loved chiefly and before all out of charity, for he is loved as the cause of happiness, whereas our neighbor is loved as receiving together with us a share of happiness from him. Reply Obj. 1. A thing is a cause of love in two ways. First, as being the reason for loving. In this way good is the cause of love, since each thing is loved according to its measure of goodness. Secondly, a thing causes love, as being a way to acquire love. It is in this way that seeing is the cause of loving, not as though a thing were lovable according as it is visible, but because by seeing a thing we are led to love it. Hence it does not follow that what is more visible is more lovable, but that as an object of love we meet with it before others, and that is the sense of the Apostle's argument. For, since our neighbor is more visible to us, he is the first lovable object we meet with, because, the soul learns, from those things it knows, to love what it knows not, as Gregory says in a homily, in Evang. 11. Hence it can be argued that, if any man loves not his neighbor, neither does he love God, not because his neighbor is more lovable, but because he is the first thing to demand our love, and God is more lovable by reason of his greater goodness. Reply Obj. 2. The likeness we have to God precedes and causes the likeness we have to our neighbor, because from the very fact that we share along with our neighbor in something received from God, we become like to our neighbor. Hence by reason of this likeness we ought to love God more than we love our neighbor. Reply Obj. 3. Considered in his substance, God is equally in all, in whomsoever he may be, for he is not lessened by being in anything. And yet our neighbor does not possess God's goodness equally with God, for God has it essentially, and our neighbor by participation. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether out of charity, man is bound to love God more than himself. Objection 1. It would seem that man is not bound, out of charity, to love God more than himself. For the philosopher says, Ethic. 9:8, that, a man's friendly relations with others arise from his friendly relations with himself. Now the cause is stronger than its effect. Therefore man's friendship towards himself is greater than his friendship for anyone else. Therefore he ought to love himself more than God. Obj. 2. Further, one loves a thing in so far as it is one's own good. Now the reason for loving a thing is more loved than the thing itself which is loved for that reason, even as the principles which are the reason for knowing a thing are more known. Therefore man loves himself more than any other good loved by him. Therefore he does not love God more than himself. Obj. 3. Further, a man loves God as much as he loves to enjoy God. But a man loves himself as much as he loves to enjoy God, since this is the highest good a man can wish for himself. Therefore man is not bound, out of charity, to love God more than himself. On the contrary, Augustine says, the doctor Christ. I. 22, if thou oughtest to love thyself, not for thy own sake, but for the sake of him in whom is the rightest end of thy love, let no other man take offence if him also thou lovest for God's sake. Now, the cause of a thing being such is yet more so. Therefore man ought to love God more than himself. I answer that, the good we receive from God is twofold, the good of nature, and the good of grace. Now the fellowship of natural goods bestowed on us by God is the foundation of natural love, in virtue of which not only man, so long as his nature remains unimpaired, loves God above all things and more than himself, but also every single creature. Each in its own way, i.e. either by an intellectual, or by a rational, or by an animal, or at least by a natural love, as stones do, for instance, and other things bereft of knowledge. Because each part naturally loves the common good of the whole more than its own particular good. This is evidenced by its operation, since the principal inclination of each part is towards common action conducive to the good of the whole. It may also be seen in civic virtues whereby sometimes the citizens suffer damage even to their own property and persons for the sake of the common good. Wherefore much more is this realized with regard to the friendship of charity which is based on the fellowship of the gifts of grace. Therefore man ought, out of charity, to love God, who is the common good of all, more than himself, since happiness is in God as in the universal and fountain principle of all who are able to have a share of that happiness. Reply Obj. 1. The philosopher is speaking of friendly relations towards another person in whom the good, which is the object of friendship, resides in some restricted way. And not of friendly relations with another in whom the aforesaid good resides in totality. Reply Obj. 2. The part does indeed love the good of the whole, as becomes a part, not however so as to refer the good of the whole to itself, but rather itself to the good of the whole. Reply Obj. 3. That a man wishes to enjoy God pertains to that love of God which is love of concupiscence. Now we love God with the love of friendship more than with the love of concupiscence, because the divine good is greater in itself, than our share of good in enjoying him. Hence, out of charity, man simply loves God more than himself. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether out of charity, man ought to love himself more than his neighbor. Objection 1, it would seem that a man ought not, out of charity, to love himself more than his neighbor. For the principal object of charity is God, as stated above, 2:25 Quetzales, AA 1:12. Now sometimes our neighbor is more closely united to God than we are ourselves. Therefore we ought to love such a one more than ourselves. Obj. 2. Further, the more we love a person, the more we avoid injuring him. Now a man, out of charity, submits to injury for his neighbor's sake, according to Proverbs 12 verse 26, he that neglecteth a loss for the sake of a friend, is just. Therefore a man ought, out of charity, to love his neighbor more than himself. Obj. 3. Further, it is written, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 5, charity seeketh not its own. Now the thing we love most is the one whose good we seek most. Therefore a man does not, out of charity, love himself more than his neighbor. On the contrary, it is written, Leviticus 19 verse 18, Matt. 22:39, thou shalt love thy neighbor, Leviticus 19 verse 18, friend, as thyself. Whence it seems to follow that man's love for himself is the model of his love for another. But the model exceeds the copy. Therefore, out of charity, a man ought to love himself more than his neighbor. I answer that, there are two things in man, his spiritual nature and his corporeal nature. And a man is said to love himself by reason of his loving himself with regard to his spiritual nature, as stated above, 25 Quetzales, a. 7. So that accordingly, a man ought, out of charity, to love himself more than he loves any other person. This is evident from the very reason for loving, since, as stated above, 25 Quetzales, AA. 1:12, God is loved as the principle of good, on which the love of charity is founded. While man, out of charity, loves himself by reason of his being a partaker of the aforesaid good, and loves his neighbor by reason of his fellowship in that good. Now fellowship is a reason for love according to a certain union in relation to God. Wherefore just as unity surpasses union, the fact that man himself has a share of the divine good, is a more potent reason for loving than that another should be a partner with him in that share. Therefore man, out of charity, ought to love himself more than his neighbor, in sign whereof, a man ought not to give way to any evil of sin, which counteracts his share of happiness, not even that he may free his neighbor from sin. Reply Obj. 1. The love of charity takes its quantity not only from its object which is God, but also from the lover, who is the man that has charity, even as the quantity of any action depends in some way on the subject. Wherefore, though a better neighbor is nearer to God, yet because he is not as near to the man who has charity, as this man is to himself, it does not follow that a man is bound to love his neighbor more than himself. Reply Obj. 2. A man ought to bear bodily injury for his friend's sake, and precisely in so doing he loves himself more as regards his spiritual mind, because it pertains to the perfection of virtue, which is a good of the mind. In spiritual matters, however, man ought not to suffer injury by sinning, in order to free his neighbor from sin, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3. As Augustine says in his rule, E.P. Xi, the saying, charity seeks not her own, means that it prefers the common to the private good. Now the common good is always more lovable to the individual than his private good, even as the good of the whole is more lovable to the part, than the latter's own partial good, as stated above. 3. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether a man ought to love his neighbor more than his own body. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is not bound to love his neighbor more than his own body. For his neighbor includes his neighbor's body. If therefore a man ought to love his neighbor more than his own body, it follows that he ought to love his neighbor's body more than his own. Obj. 2. Further, a man ought to love his own soul more than his neighbor's, as stated above, A. 4. Now a man's own body is nearer to his soul than his neighbor. Therefore we ought to love our body more than our neighbor. Obj. 3. Further, a man imperils that which he loves less for the sake of what he loves more. Now every man is not bound to imperil his own body for his neighbor's safety, this belongs to the perfect, according to John 15 verse 13, greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Therefore a man is not bound, out of charity, to love his neighbor more than his own body. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Doctr. Christ. I. 27, that we ought to love our neighbor more than our own body. I answer that, out of charity we ought to love more that which has more fully the reason for being loved out of charity, as stated above, A. 2, 25 Quetzales, A. 12. Now fellowship in the full participation of happiness which is the reason for loving one's neighbor, is a greater reason for loving, than the participation of happiness by way of overflow, which is the reason for loving one's own body. Therefore, as regards the welfare of the soul we ought to love our neighbor more than our own body. Reply Obj. 1. According to the philosopher, Ethic. 9, 8, a thing seems to be that which is predominant in it, so that when we say that we ought to love our neighbor more than our own body, this refers to his soul, which is his predominant part. Reply Obj. 2. Our body is nearer to our soul than our neighbor, as regards the constitution of our own nature, but as regards the participation of happiness, our neighbor's soul is more closely associated with our own soul, than even our own body is. Reply Obj. 3. Every man is immediately concerned with the care of his own body, but not with his neighbor's welfare, except perhaps in cases of urgency, wherefore charity does not necessarily require a man to imperil his own body for his neighbor's welfare. Except in a case where he is under obligation to do so. And if a man of his own accord offer himself for that purpose, this belongs to the perfection of charity. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2 to 2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether we ought to love one neighbor more than another. Objection 1. It would seem that we ought not to love one neighbor more than another. For Augustine says, the Doctrine. Christ. I. 28, one ought to love all men equally. Since, however, one cannot do good to all, we ought to consider those chiefly who by reason of place, time or any other circumstance, by a kind of chance, are more closely united to us. Therefore one neighbor ought not to be loved more than another. Obj. 2. Further, where there is one and the same reason for loving several, there should be no inequality of love. Now there is one and the same reason for loving all one's neighbors, which reason is God, as Augustine states, the Doctrine. Christ. I. 27. Therefore we ought to love all our neighbors equally. Obj. 3. Further, to love a man is to wish him good things, as the philosopher states, Rhet. 2, 4. Now to all our neighbors we wish an equal good, viz. everlasting life. Therefore we ought to love all our neighbors equally. On the contrary, one's obligation to love a person is proportionate to the gravity of the sin one commits in acting against that love. Now it is a more grievous sin to act against the love of certain neighbors, than against the love of others. Hence the commandment, Leviticus 10 verse 9, he that curseth his father or mother, dying let him die, which does not apply to those who cursed others than the above. Therefore we ought to love some neighbors more than others. I answer that, there have been two opinions on this question, for some have said that we ought, out of charity, to love all our neighbors equally, as regards our affection, but not as regards the outward effect. They held that the order of love is to be understood as applying to outward favors, which we ought to confer on those who are connected with us in preference to those who are unconnected, and not to the inward affection, which ought to be given equally to all including our enemies. But this is unreasonable. For the affection of charity, which is the inclination of grace, is not less orderly than the natural appetite, which is the inclination of nature, for both inclinations flow from divine wisdom. Now we observe in the physical order that the natural inclination in each thing is proportionate to the act or movement that is becoming to the nature of that thing, thus in earth the inclination of gravity is greater than in water. Because it is becoming to earth to be beneath water. Consequently the inclination also of grace which is the effect of charity, must needs be proportionate to those actions which have to be performed outwardly, so that, to wit, the affection of our charity be more intense towards those to whom we ought to behave with greater kindness. We must, therefore, say that, even as regards the affection we ought to love one neighbor more than another. The reason is that, since the principle of love is God, and the person who loves, it must needs be that the affection of love increases in proportion to the nearness to one or the other of those principles. For as we stated above, a. 1. Wherever we find a principle, order depends on relation to that principle. Reply obj. 1. Love can be unequal in two ways, first on the part of the good we wish our friend. In this respect we love all men equally out of charity, because we wish them all one same generic good, namely everlasting happiness. Secondly, love is said to be greater through its action being more intense, and in this way we ought not to love all equally. Or we may reply that we have unequal love for certain persons in two ways, first, through our loving some and not loving others. As regards beneficence we are bound to observe this inequality, because we cannot do good to all, but as regards benevolence, love ought not to be thus unequal. The other inequality arises from our loving some more than others, and Augustine does not mean to exclude the latter inequality, but the former, as is evident from what he says of beneficence. Reply Obj. 2. Our neighbors are not all equally related to God, some are nearer to him, by reason of their greater goodness, and those we ought, out of charity, to love more than those who are not so near to him. Reply Obj. 3. This argument considers the quantity of love on the part of the good which we wish our friends. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether we ought to love those who are better more than those who are more closely united us. Objection 1. It would seem that we ought to love those who are better more than those who are more closely united to us. For that which is in no way hateful seems more lovable than that which is hateful for some reason, just as a thing is all the whiter for having less black mixed with it. Now those who are connected with us are hateful for some reason, according to Luke 14 verse 26, if any man come to me, and hate not his father, etc. On the other hand, good men are not hateful for any reason. Therefore it seems that we ought to love those who are better more than those who are more closely connected with us. Obj. 2. Further, by charity above all, man is likened to God. But God loves more the better man. Therefore man also, out of charity, ought to love the better man more than one who is more closely united to him. Obj. 3. Further, in every friendship, that ought to be loved most which has most to do with the foundation of that friendship, for, by natural friendship we love most those who are connected with us by nature, our parents for instance, or our children. Now the friendship of charity is founded upon the fellowship of happiness, which has more to do with better men than with those who are more closely united to us. Therefore, out of charity, we ought to love better men more than those who are more closely connected with us. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Tim. 5:8, If any man have not care of his own and especially of those of his house, he hath denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel. Now the inward affection of charity ought to correspond to the outward effect. Therefore charity regards those who are nearer to us before those who are better. I answer that, every act should be proportionate both to its object and to the agent. But from its object it takes its species, while, from the power of the agent it takes the mode of its intensity, thus movement has its species from the term to which it tends. While the intensity of its speed arises from the disposition of the thing moved and the power of the mover. Accordingly love takes its species from its object, but its intensity is due to the lover. Now the object of charity's love is God, and man is the lover. Therefore the specific diversity of the love which is in accordance with charity, as regards the love of our neighbor, depends on his relation to God, so that, out of charity, we should wish a greater good to one who is nearer to God. For though the good which charity wishes to all, viz. everlasting happiness, is one in itself, yet it has various degrees according to various shares of happiness, and it belongs to charity to wish God's justice to be maintained, in accordance with which better men have a fuller share of happiness. And this regards the species of love, for there are different species of love according to the different goods that we wish for those whom we love. On the other hand, the intensity of love is measured with regard to the man who loves, and accordingly man loves those who are more closely united to him, with more intense affection as to the good he wishes for them. Then he loves those who are better as to the greater good he wishes for them. Again a further difference must be observed here, for some neighbors are connected with us by their natural origin, a connection which cannot be severed, since that origin makes them to be what they are. But the goodness of virtue, wherein some are close to God, can come and go, increase and decrease, as was shown above, 24 Quetzales, AA, 4, 10, 11. Hence it is possible for one, out of charity, to wish this man who is more closely united to one, to be better than another, and so reach a higher degree of happiness. Moreover there is yet another reason for which, out of charity, we love more those who are more nearly connected with us, since we love them in more ways. For, towards those who are not connected with us we have no other friendship than charity, whereas for those who are connected with us, we have certain other friendships, according to the way in which they are connected. Now since the good on which every other friendship of the virtuous is based, is directed, as to its end, to the good on which charity is based, it follows that charity commands each act of another friendship. Even as the art which is about the end commands the art which is about the means. Consequently this very act of loving someone because he is akin or connected with us, or because he is a fellow countryman or for any like reason that is referable to the end of charity, can be commanded by charity, so that out of charity both eliciting and commanding, we love in more ways those who are more nearly connected with us. Reply Obj. 1. We are commanded to hate, in our kindred, not their kinship, but only the fact of there being an obstacle between us and God. In this respect they are not akin but hostile to us, according to Micah 7 verse 6, a man's enemies are they of his own household. Reply Obj. 2. Charity conforms man to God proportionately, by making man comport himself towards what is his, as God does towards what is his. For we may, out of charity, will certain things as becoming to us which God does not will, because it becomes him not to will them, as stated above, 1-2, 19 Quetzales, 10, when we were treating of the goodness of the will. Reply Obj. 3. Charity elicits the act of love not only as regards the object, but also as regards the lover, as stated above. The result is that the man who is more nearly united to us is more loved. Underscore 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 underscore. Eighth article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether we ought to love more those who are connected with us by ties of blood. Objection 1. It would seem that we ought not to love more those who are more closely united to us by ties of blood. For it is written, Prov. 18:24, a man amiable in society, shall be more friendly than a brother. Again, Valerius Maximus says, Fact. Ed Dictionary Mimer. For 7, the ties of friendship are most strong and in no way yield to the ties of blood. Moreover it is quite certain and undeniable, that as to the latter, the lot of birth is fortuitous, whereas we contract the former by an untrammeled will, and a solid pledge. Therefore we ought not to love more than others those who are united to us by ties of blood. Obj. 2. Further, Ambrose says, De Officiis I, 7, I love not less you whom I have begotten in the gospel, than if I had begotten you in wedlock, for nature is no more eager to love than grace. Surely we ought to love those whom we expect to be with us forever more than those who will be with us only in this world. Therefore we should not love our kindred more than those who are otherwise connected with us. Obj. 3. Further, love is proved by deeds, as Gregory states, Hom. In Evang, XXX. Now we are bound to do acts of love to others than our kindred, thus in the army a man must obey his officer rather than his father. Therefore we are not bound to love our kindred most of all. On the contrary, the commandments of the Decalogue contain a special precept about the honor due to our parents, Exodus 20 verse 12. Therefore we ought to love more specially those who are united to us by ties of blood. I answer that, as stated above, a. 7, we ought out of charity to love those who are more closely united to us more, both because our love for them is more intense, and because there are more reasons for loving them. Now intensity of love arises from the union of lover and beloved, and therefore we should measure the love of different persons according to the different kinds of union. So that a man is more loved in matters touching that particular union in respect of which he is loved. And, again, in comparing love to love we should compare one union with another. Accordingly we must say that friendship among blood relations is based upon their connection by natural origin, the friendship of fellow citizens on their civic fellowship, and the friendship of those who are fighting side by side on the comradeship of battle. Wherefore in matters pertaining to nature we should love our kindred most, in matters concerning relations between citizens, we should prefer our fellow citizens, and on the battlefield our fellow soldiers. Hence the philosopher says, Ethic. 9:2, that it is our duty to render to each class of people such respect as is natural and appropriate. This is in fact the principle upon which we seem to act, for we invite our relations to a wedding. It would seem to be a special duty to afford our parents the means of living and to honor them. The same applies to other kinds of friendship. If however we compare union with union, it is evident that the union arising from natural origin is prior to, and more stable than, all others, because it is something affecting the very substance. Whereas other unions supervene and may cease altogether. Therefore the friendship of kindred is more stable, while other friendships may be stronger in respect of that which is proper to each of them. Reply Obj. 1. Inasmuch as the friendship of comrades originates through their own choice, love of this kind takes precedence of the love of kindred in matters where we are free to do as we choose, for instance in matters of action. Yet the friendship of kindred is more stable, since it is more natural, and preponderates over others in matters touching nature, consequently we are more beholden to them in the providing of necessaries. Reply Obj. 2. Ambrose is speaking of love with regard to favors respecting the fellowship of grace, namely, moral instruction. For in this matter, a man ought to provide for his spiritual children whom he has begotten spiritually, more than for the sons of his body, whom he is bound to support in bodily sustenance. Reply Obj. 3. The fact that in the battle a man obeys his officer rather than his father proves, that he loves his father less, not simply, but, relatively, i.e. as regards the love which is based on fellowship in battle. Underscore 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 underscore. Ninth article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 9. Whether a man ought, out of charity, to love his children more than his father. Objection 1. It seems that a man ought, out of charity, to love his children more than his father. For we ought to love those more to whom we are more bound to do good. Now we are more bound to do good to our children than to our parents, since the Apostle says, 2 Cor. 12:14, neither ought the children to lay up for the parents, but the parents for the children. Therefore a man ought to love his children more than his parents. Obj. 2. Further, grace perfects nature. But parents naturally love their children more than these love them, as the philosopher states, Ethic. 8:12. Therefore a man ought to love his children more than his parents. Obj. 3. Further, man's affections are conformed to God by charity. But God loves his children more than they love him. Therefore we also ought to love our children more than our parents. On the contrary, Ambrose, Origen, Hom. 2 in Cant. Says, we ought to love God first, then our parents, then our children, and lastly those of our household. I answer that, as stated above, for, ad 1, 7, the degrees of love may be measured from two standpoints. First, from that of the object. In this respect the better a thing is, and the more like to God, the more is it to be loved, and in this way a man ought to love his father more than his children, because, to wit, he loves his father as his principal. In which respect he is a more exalted good and more like God. Secondly, the degrees of love may be measured from the standpoint of the lover, and in this respect a man loves more that which is more closely connected with him, in which way a man's children are more lovable to him than his father. As the philosopher states, Ethic. 8, first, because parents love their children as being part of themselves, whereas the father is not part of his son, so that the love of a father for his children is more like a man's love for himself. Secondly, because parents know better that so and so is their child than vice versa. Thirdly, because children are nearer to their parents, as being part of them, than their parents are to them to whom they stand in the relation of a principle. Fourthly, because parents have loved longer, for the father begins to love his child at once, whereas the child begins to love his father after a lapse of time, and the longer love lasts, the stronger it is, according to Eccles. 9:14, Forsake not an old friend, for the new will not be like to him. Reply Obj. 1. The debt due to a principle is submission of respect and honor, whereas that due to the effect is one of influence and care. Hence the duty of children to their parents consists chiefly in honor, while that of parents to their children is especially one of care. Reply Obj. 2. It is natural for a man as father to love his children more, if we consider them as closely connected with him, but if we consider which is the more exalted good, the son naturally loves his father more. Reply Obj. 3. As Augustine says, De Doctr. Christ. I. 32, God loves us for our good and for his honor. Wherefore since our Father is related to us as principle, even as God is, it belongs properly to the father to receive honor from his children, and to the children to be provided by their parents with what is good for them. Nevertheless, in cases of necessity the child is bound out of the favors received to provide for his parents before all. Underscore 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 underscore. 10th article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 10. Whether a man ought to love his mother more than his father. Objection 1. It would seem that a man ought to love his mother more than his father. For, as the philosopher says, De Gener. Animal. I. 20, the female produces the body in generation. Now man receives his soul, not from his father, but from God by creation, as stated in the first part, 90 Quetzales, 2, 118 Quetzales. Therefore a man receives more from his mother than from his father, and consequently he ought to love her more than him. Obj. 2. Further, where greater love is given, greater love is due. Now a mother loves her child more than the father does, for the philosopher says, Ethic. 9, 7, that mothers have greater love for their children. For the mother labors more in childbearing, and she knows more surely than the father who are her children. Obj. 3. Further, love should be more fond towards those who have labored for us more, according to Rom. 16:6, Salute Mary, who hath labored much among you. Now the mother labors more than the father in giving birth and education to her child, wherefore it is written, Eccles. 7:29, Forget not the groanings of thy mother. Therefore a man ought to love his mother more than his father. On the contrary, Jerome says on Ezek 44:25 that man ought to love God the Father of all, and then his own father, and mentions the mother afterwards. I answer that, in making such comparisons as this, we must take the answer in the strict sense, so that the present question is whether the father as father ought to be loved more than the mother as mother. The reason is that virtue and vice may make such a difference in such like matters, that friendship may be diminished or destroyed, as the philosopher remarks, Ethic. 8, 7. Hence Ambrose, Origen, Hom. 2 in Kant. Says, good servants should be preferred to wicked children. Strictly speaking, however, the father should be loved more than the mother. For father and mother are loved as principles of our natural origin. Now the father is principle in a more excellent way than the mother, because he is the active principle, while the mother is a passive and material principle. Consequently, strictly speaking, the father is to be loved more. Reply Obj. 1. In the begetting of man, the mother supplies the formless matter of the body, and the latter receives its form through the formative power that is in the semen of the father. And though this power cannot create the rational soul, yet it disposes the matter of the body to receive that form. Reply Obj. 2. This applies to another kind of love. For the friendship between lover and lover differs specifically from the friendship between child and parent, while the friendship we are speaking of here, is that which a man owes his father and mother through being begotten of them. The reply to the third objection is evident. Underscore 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 underscore. 11th article, 2 to 2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 11. Whether a man ought to love his wife more than his father and mother. Objection 1. It would seem that a man ought to love his wife more than his father and mother. For no man leaves a thing for another unless he love the latter more. Now it is written, Gen. 2:24, that a man shall leave father and mother, on account of his wife. Therefore a man ought to love his wife more than his father and mother. Obj. 2. Further, the Apostle says, Ephesians 5 verse 33, that a husband should love his wife as himself. Now a man ought to love himself more than his parents. Therefore he ought to love his wife also more than his parents. Obj. 2. Further, love should be greater where there are more reasons for loving. Now there are more reasons for love in the friendship of a man towards his wife. For the philosopher says, Ethic. 8:12, that, in this friendship there are the motives of utility, pleasure, and also of virtue, if husband and wife are virtuous. Therefore a man's love for his wife ought to be greater than his love for his parents. On the contrary, according to Ephesians 5 verse 28, men ought to love their wives as their own bodies. Now a man ought to love his body less than his neighbor, as stated above, A5, and among his neighbors he should love his parents most. Therefore he ought to love his parents more than his wife. I answer that, as stated above, A9, the degrees of love may be taken from the good, which is loved, or from the union between those who love. On the part of the good which is the object loved, a man should love his parents more than his wife, because he loves them as his principles and considered as a more exalted good. But on the part of the union, the wife ought to be loved more, because she is united with her husband, as one flesh, according to Matt. 19:6, therefore now they are not two, but one flesh. Consequently a man loves his wife more intensely, but his parents with greater reverence. Reply Obj. 1. A man does not in all respects leave his father and mother for the sake of his wife, for in certain cases a man ought to succor his parents rather than his wife. He does however leave all his kinsfolk, and cleaves to his wife as regards the union of carnal connection and cohabitation. Reply Obj. 2. The words of the Apostle do not mean that a man ought to love his wife equally with himself, but that a man's love for himself is the reason for his love of his wife, since she is one with him. Reply Obj. 3. There are also several reasons for a man's love for his father, and these, in a certain respect, namely, as regards good, are more weighty than those for which a man loves his wife. Although the latter outweigh the former as regards the closeness of the union. As to the argument in the contrary sense, it must be observed that in the words quoted, the particle as denotes not equality of love but the motive of love. For the principal reason why a man loves his wife is her being united to him in the flesh. Underscore 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 underscore. 12th article, 2 to 2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 12. Whether a man ought to love more his benefactor than one he has benefited. Objection 1. It would seem that a man ought to love his benefactor more than one he has benefited. For Augustine says, De Catech. Rud. For, nothing will incite another more to love you than that you love him first, for he must have a hard heart indeed, who not only refuses to love, but declines to return love already given. Now a man's benefactor forestalls him in the kindly deeds of charity. Therefore we ought to love our benefactors above all. Obj. 2. Further, the more grievously we sin by ceasing to love a man or by working against him, the more ought we to love him. Now it is a more grievous sin to cease loving a benefactor or to work against him, than to cease loving one to whom one has hitherto done kindly actions. Therefore we ought to love our benefactors more than those to whom we are kind. Obj. 3. Further, of all things lovable, God is to be loved most, and then one's Father, as Jerome says, comment. In Ezekiel 44:25. Now these are our greatest benefactors. Therefore a benefactor should be loved above all others. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 9:7, that benefactors seem to love recipients of their benefactions, rather than vice versa. I answer that, as stated above, a. 9:11, a thing is loved more in two ways, first because it has the character of a more excellent good, secondly by reason of a closer connection. In the first way we ought to love our benefactor most, because, since he is a principle of good to the man he has benefited, he has the character of a more excellent good, as stated above with regard to one's father, a. 9. In the second way, however, we love those more who have received benefactions from us, as the philosopher proves, Ethic. 9:7, by 4 arguments. First, because the recipient of benefactions is the handiwork of the benefactor, so that we are wont to say of a man, he was made by so and so. Now it is natural to a man to love his own work, thus it is to be observed that poets love their own poems, and the reason is that we love to be and to live, and these are made manifest in our action. Secondly, because we all naturally love that in which we see our own good. Now it is true that the benefactor has some good of his in the recipient of his benefaction, and the recipient some good in the benefactor. But the benefactor sees his virtuous good in the recipient, while the recipient sees his useful good in the benefactor. Now it gives more pleasure to see one's virtuous good than one's useful good, both because it is more enduring, for usefulness quickly flits by. And the pleasure of calling a thing to mind is not like the pleasure of having it present, and because it is more pleasant to recall virtuous goods than the profit we have derived from others. Thirdly, because is it the lover's part to act, since he wills and works the good of the beloved, while the beloved takes a passive part in receiving good, so that to love surpasses being loved. For which reason the greater love is on the part of the benefactor. Fourthly, because it is more difficult to give than to receive favors, and we are most fond of things which have cost us most trouble, while we almost despise what comes easy to us. Reply Obj. 1. It is something in the benefactor that incites the recipient to love him, whereas the benefactor loves the recipient, not through being incited by him, but through being moved thereto of his own accord, and what we do of our own accord surpasses what we do through another. Reply Obj. 2. The love of the beneficiary for the benefactor is more of a duty, wherefore the contrary is the greater sin. On the other hand, the love of the benefactor for the beneficiary is more spontaneous, wherefore it is quicker to act. Reply Obj. 3. God also loves us more than we love him, and parents love their children more than these love them. Yet it does not follow that we love all who have received good from us, more than any of our benefactors. For we prefer such benefactors as God and our parents, from whom we have received the greatest favors, to those on whom we have bestowed lesser benefits. Underscore 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 underscore. 13th article, 2-2, 26 Quetzales, Art. 13. Whether the order of charity endures in heaven? Objection 1, it would seem that the order of charity does not endure in heaven. For Augustine says, De vera religion. 48, perfect charity consists in loving greater goods more, and lesser goods less. Now charity will be perfect in heaven. Therefore a man will love those who are better more than either himself or those who are connected with him. Obj. 2, further, we love more him to whom we wish a greater good. Now each one in heaven wishes a greater good for those who have more good, else his will would not be conformed in all things to God's will, and there to be better is to have more good. Therefore in heaven each one loves more those who are better, and consequently he loves others more than himself, and one who is not connected with him, more than one who is. Obj. 3, further, in heaven love will be entirely for God's sake, for then will be fulfilled the words of 1 Corinthians 15 verse 28, that God may be all in all. Therefore he who is nearer God will be loved more, so that a man will love a better man more than himself, and one who is not connected with him, more than one who is. On the contrary, nature is not done away, but perfected, by glory. Now the order of charity given above, aa. 2, 3, 4, is derived from nature, since all things naturally love themselves more than others. Therefore this order of charity will endure in heaven. I answer that, the order of charity must needs remain in heaven, as regards the love of God above all things. For this will be realized simply when man shall enjoy God perfectly. But, as regards the order between man himself and other men, a distinction would seem to be necessary, because, as we stated above, a. 7, 9, the degrees of love may be distinguished either in respect of the good which a man desires for another, or according to the intensity of love itself. In the first way a man will love better men more than himself, and those who are less good, less than himself, because, by reason of the perfect conformity of the human to the divine will, each of the blessed will desire everyone to have what is due to him according to divine justice. Nor will that be a time for advancing by means of merit to a yet greater reward, as happens now while it is possible for a man to desire both the virtue and the reward of a better man. Whereas then the will of each one will rest within the limits determined by God. But in the second way a man will love himself more than even his better neighbors, because the intensity of the act of love arises on the part of the person who loves, as stated above, aa. 7, 9. Moreover it is for this that the gift of charity is bestowed by God on each one, namely, that he may first of all direct his mind to God, and this pertains to a man's love for himself, and that, in the second place, he may wish other things to be directed to God, and even work for that end according to his capacity. As to the order to be observed among our neighbors, a man will simply love those who are better, according to the love of charity. Because the entire life of the blessed consists in directing their minds to God, wherefore the entire ordering of their love will be ruled with respect to God. So that each one will love more and reckon to be nearer to himself those who are nearer to God. For then one man will no longer succor another, as he needs to in the present life, wherein each man has to succor those who are closely connected with him rather than those who are not. No matter what be the nature of their distress, hence it is that in this life, a man, by the inclination of charity, loves more those who are more closely united to him, for he is under a greater obligation to bestow on them the effect of charity. It will however be possible in heaven for a man to love in several ways one who is connected with him, since the causes of virtuous love will not be banished from the mind of the blessed. Yet all these reasons are incomparably surpassed by that which is taken from nighness to God. Reply Obj. 1. This argument should be granted as to those who are connected together. But as regards man himself, he ought to love himself so much the more than others, as his charity is more perfect, since perfect entire reason of his love, for God is man's charity directs man to God perfectly, and this belongs to love of oneself. As stated above. Reply Obj. 2. This argument considers the order of charity in respect of the degree of good one wills the person one loves. Reply Obj. 3. God will be to each one the entire reason of his love, for God is man's entire good. For if we make the impossible supposition that God were not man's good, he would not be man's reason for loving. Hence it is that in the order of love man should love himself more than all else after God. Question 27. Of the principal act of charity, which is to love, in 8 articles. We must now consider the act of charity, and, 1. The principal act of charity, which is to love, 2. The other acts or effects which follow from that act. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Which is the more proper to charity, to love or to be loved? 2. Whether to love considered as an act of charity is the same as goodwill. 3. Whether God should be loved for his own sake. 4. Whether God can be loved immediately in this life. 5. Whether God can be loved wholly. 6. whether the love of God is according to measure. 7. Which is the better, to love one's friend, or one's enemy? 8. Which is the better, to love God, or one's neighbor? Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2 to 27 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether to be loved is more proper to charity than to love. Objection 1. It would seem that it is more proper to charity to be loved than to love. For the better charity is to be found in those who are themselves better. But those who are better should be more loved. Therefore to be loved is more proper to charity. Obj. 2. Further, that which is to be found in more subjects seems to be more in keeping with nature, and, for that reason, better. Now, as the philosopher says, Ethic. 8. Many would rather be loved than love, and lovers of flattery always abound. Therefore it is better to be loved than to love, and consequently it is more in keeping with charity. Obj. 3. Further, the cause of anything being such is yet more so. Now men love because they are loved, for Augustine says, De Catech. Rud. 4. That nothing incites another more to love you than that you love him first. Therefore charity consists in being loved rather than in loving. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 8. That friendship consists in loving rather than in being loved. Now charity is a kind of friendship. Therefore it consists in loving rather than in being loved. I answer that, to love belongs to charity as charity. For, since charity is a virtue, by its very essence it has an inclination to its proper act. Now to be loved is not the act of the charity of the person loved, for this act is to love, and to be loved is competent to him as coming under the common notion of good, in so far as another tends towards his good by an act of charity. Hence it is clear that to love is more proper to charity than to be loved, for that which befits a thing by reason of itself and its essence is more competent to it than that which is befitting to it by reason of something else. This can be exemplified in 2 ways. First, in the fact that friends are more commended for loving than for being loved, indeed, if they be loved and yet love not, they are blamed. Secondly, because a mother, whose love is the greatest, seeks rather to love than to be loved, for some women, as the philosopher observes, Ethic. 8. Entrust their children to a nurse. They do love them indeed, yet seek not to be loved in return, if they happen not to be loved. Reply Obj. 1. A better man, through being better, is more lovable, but through having more perfect charity, loves more. He loves more, however, in proportion to the person he loves. For a better man does not love that which is beneath him less than it ought to be loved, whereas he who is less good fails to love one who is better, as much as he ought to be loved. Reply Obj. 2. As the philosopher says, Ethic. 8. Men wish to be loved in as much as they wish to be honored. For just as honor is bestowed on a man in order to bear witness to the good which is in him, so by being loved a man is shown to have some good, since good alone is lovable. Accordingly men seek to be loved and to be honored, for the sake of something else, viz. to make known the good which is in the person loved. On the other hand, those who have charity seek to love for the sake of loving, as though this were itself the good of charity, even as the act of any virtue is that virtue's good. Hence it is more proper to charity to wish to love than to wish to be loved. Reply Obj. 3. Some love on account of being loved, not so that to be loved is the end of their loving, but because it is a kind of way leading a man to love. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2 to 27 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether to love considered as an act of charity is the same as goodwill. Objection 1. It would seem that to love, considered as an act of charity, is nothing else than goodwill. For the philosopher says, Ret. 2, 4, that to love is to wish a person well, and this is goodwill. Therefore the act of charity is nothing but goodwill. Obj. 2. Further, the act belongs to the same subject as the habit. Now the habit of charity is in the power of the will, as stated above, 24 Quetzales, a. 1. Therefore the act of charity is also an act of the will. But it tends to good only, and this is goodwill. Therefore the act of charity is nothing else than goodwill. Obj. 3. Further, the philosopher reckons 5 things pertaining to friendship, ethic. 9, 4, the first of which is that a man should wish his friend well. The second, that he should wish him to be and to live. The third, that he should take pleasure in his company. The fourth, that he should make choice of the same things. The fifth, that he should grieve and rejoice with him. Now the first 2 pertain to goodwill. Therefore goodwill is the first act of charity. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 9, 5, that goodwill is neither friendship nor love, but the beginning of friendship. Now charity is friendship, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1. Therefore goodwill is not the same as to love considered as an act of charity. I answer that, goodwill properly speaking is that act of the will whereby we wish well to another. Now this act of the will differs from actual love, considered not only as being in the sensitive appetite but also as being in the intellective appetite or will. For the love which is in the sensitive appetite is a passion. Now every passion seeks its object with a certain eagerness. And the passion of love is not aroused suddenly, but is born of an earnest consideration of the object loved. Wherefore the philosopher, showing the difference between goodwill and the love which is a passion, says, Ethic. 9, 5, that goodwill does not imply impetuosity or desire, that is to say, has not an eager inclination, because it is by the sole judgment of his reason that one man wishes another well. Again such like love arises from previous acquaintance, whereas goodwill sometimes arises suddenly, as happens to us if we look on at a boxing match, and we wish one of the boxers to win. But the love, which is in the intellective appetite, also differs from goodwill, because it denotes a certain union of affections between the lover and the beloved, inasmuch as the lover deems the beloved as somewhat united to him, or belonging to him, and so tends towards him. On the other hand, goodwill is a simple act of the will, whereby we wish a person well, even without presupposing the aforesaid union of the affections with him. Accordingly, to love, considered as an act of charity, includes goodwill, but such dilection or love adds union of affections, wherefore the philosopher says, Ethic. 9, 5, that goodwill is a beginning of friendship. Reply Obj. 1. The philosopher, by thus defining to love, does not describe it fully, but mentions only that part of its definition in which the act of love is chiefly manifested. Reply Obj. 2. To love is indeed an act of the will tending to the good, but it adds a certain union with the beloved, which union is not denoted by goodwill. Reply Obj. 3. These things mentioned by the philosopher belong to friendship because they arise from a man's love for himself, as he says in the same passage, in so far as a man does all these things in respect of his friend, even as he does them to himself, and this belongs to the aforesaid union of the affections. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 27 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether out of charity God ought to be loved for himself. Objection 1. It would seem that God is loved out of charity, not for himself but for the sake of something else. For Gregory says in a homily, in Evang. 11, the soul learns from the things it knows, to love those it knows not, where by things unknown he means the intelligible and the divine, and by things known he indicates the objects of the senses. Therefore God is to be loved for the sake of something else. Obj. 2. Further, love follows knowledge. But God is known through something else, according to Rom. 1:20, the invisible things of God are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. Therefore he is also loved on account of something else and not for himself. Obj. 3. Further, hope begets charity, as a gloss says on Matt. 1:1, and fear leads to charity, according to Augustine in his commentary on the first canonical epistle of John, in Prim. Canon. Joan. Tract. 9. Now hope looks forward to obtain something from God, while fear shuns something which can be inflicted by God. Therefore it seems that God is to be loved on account of some good we hope for, or some evil to be feared. Therefore he is not to be loved for himself. On the contrary, according to Augustine, de Doctr. Christ. To enjoy is to cleave to something for its own sake. Now, God is to be enjoyed, as he says in the same book. Therefore God is to be loved for himself. I answer that, the preposition for denotes a relation of causality. Now there are four kinds of cause, viz. Final, formal, efficient, and material, to which a material disposition also is to be reduced, though it is not a cause simply but relatively. According to these four different causes one thing is said to be loved for another. In respect of the final cause, we love medicine, for instance, for health. In respect of the formal cause, we love a man for his virtue, because, to wit, by his virtue he is formally good and therefore lovable. In respect of the efficient cause, we love certain men because, for instance, they are the sons of such and such a father. And in respect of the disposition which is reducible to the genus of a material cause, we speak of loving something for that which disposed us to love it, e.g. we love a man for the favors received from him, although after we have begun to love our friend, we no longer love him for his favors, but for his virtue. Accordingly, as regards the first three ways, we love God, not for anything else, but for himself. For he is not directed to anything else as to an end, but is himself the last end of all things. Nor does he require to receive any form in order to be good, for his very substance is his goodness, which is itself the exemplar of all other good things, nor again does goodness accrue to him from aught else, but from him to all other things. In the fourth way, however, he can be loved for something else, because we are disposed by certain things to advance in his love, for instance, by favors bestowed by him, by the rewards we hope to receive from him, or even by the punishments which we are minded to avoid through him. Reply Obj. 1. From the things it knows the soul learns to love what it knows not, not as though the things it knows were the reason for its loving things it knows not, through being the formal, final, or efficient cause of this love, but because this knowledge disposes man to love the unknown. Reply Obj. 2. Knowledge of God is indeed acquired through other things, but after he is known, he is no longer known through them, but through himself, according to John 4 verse 42, we now believe, not for thy saying, for we ourselves have heard him, and know that this is indeed the Saviour of the world. Reply Obj. 3. Hope and fear lead to charity by way of a certain disposition, as was shown above, 17 Quetzales, a. 8, 19 Quetzales, a. 4, 7, 10. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 27 Quetzales, art. 4. Whether God can be loved immediately in this life? Objection 1. It would seem that God cannot be loved immediately in this life. For the unknown cannot be loved, as Augustine says, De Trin. X. 1. Now we do not know God immediately in this life, since we see now through a glass, in a dark manner, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 12. Neither, therefore, do we love him immediately. Obj. 2. Further, he who cannot do what is less, cannot do what is more. Now it is more to love God than to know him, since he who is joined to God by love, is one spirit with him, 1 Corinthians 6 verse 17. But man cannot know God immediately. Therefore much less can he love him immediately. Obj. 3. Further, man is severed from God by sin, according to Isaiah 59 verse 2, your iniquities have divided between you and your God. Now sin is in the will rather than in the intellect. Therefore man is less able to love God immediately than to know him immediately. On the contrary, knowledge of God, through being mediate, is said to be enigmatic, and falls away in heaven, as stated in 1 Corinthians 13 verse 12. But charity does not fall away, as stated in the same passage, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 12. Therefore the charity of the way adheres to God immediately. I answer that, as stated above, I, 82 quetzales, a. 3, 84 quetzales, a. 7. The act of a cognitive power is completed by the thing known being in the knower, whereas the act of an appetitive power consists in the appetite being inclined towards the thing in itself. Hence it follows that the movement of the appetitive power is towards things in respect of their own condition, whereas the act of a cognitive power follows the mode of the knower. Now in itself the very order of things is such, that God is knowable and lovable for himself, since he is essentially truth and goodness itself, whereby other things are known and loved, but with regard to us. Since our knowledge is derived through the senses, those things are knowable first which are nearer to our senses, and the last term of knowledge is that which is most remote from our senses. Accordingly, we must assert that to love which is an act of the appetitive power, even in this state of life, tends to God first, and flows on from him to other things, and in this sense charity loves God immediately, and other things through God. On the other hand, with regard to knowledge, it is the reverse, since we know God through other things, either as a cause through its effects, or by way of preeminence or negation as Dionysius states, div naumai, cf. I, 12 quetzales, a. 12. Reply Obj. 1. Although the unknown cannot be loved, it does not follow that the order of knowledge is the same as the order of love, since love is the term of knowledge, and consequently, love can begin at once where knowledge ends. Namely in the thing itself which is known through another thing. Reply Obj. 2. Since to love God is something greater than to know him, especially in this state of life, it follows that love of God presupposes knowledge of God. And because this knowledge does not rest in creatures, but, through them, tends to something else, love begins there, and thence goes on to other things by a circular movement so to speak. For knowledge begins from creatures, tends to God, and love begins with God as the last end, and passes on to creatures. Reply Obj. 3. Aversion from God, which is brought about by sin, is removed by charity, but not by knowledge alone, hence charity, by loving God, unites the soul immediately to him with a chain of spiritual union. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 27 quetzales, art. 5. Whether God can be loved wholly. Cf 184 quetzales, a. 2. Objection 1. It would seem that God cannot be loved wholly. For love follows knowledge. Now God cannot be wholly known by us, since this would imply comprehension of him. Therefore he cannot be wholly loved by us. Obj. 2. Further, love is a kind of union, as Dionysius shows, div nam 4. But the heart of man cannot be wholly united to God, because God is greater than our heart, 1 John 3 verse 20. Therefore God cannot be loved wholly. Obj. 3. Further, God loves himself wholly. If therefore he be loved wholly by another, this one will love him as much as God loves himself. But this is unreasonable. Therefore God cannot be wholly loved by a creature. On the contrary, it is written, Dut. 6:5, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart. I answer that, since love may be considered as something between lover and beloved, when we ask whether God can be wholly loved, the question may be understood in three ways: first, so that the qualification, wholly, be referred to the thing loved. And thus God is to be loved wholly, since man should love all that pertains to God. Secondly, it may be understood as though wholly qualified the lover, and thus again God ought to be loved wholly, since man ought to love God with all his might and to refer all he has to the love of God, according to Dut. 6:5, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart. Thirdly, it may be understood by way of comparison of the lover to the thing loved, so that the mode of the lover equal the mode of the thing loved. This is impossible, for, since a thing is lovable in proportion to its goodness, God is infinitely lovable, since his goodness is infinite. Now no creature can love God infinitely, because all power of creatures, whether it be natural or infused, is finite. This suffices for the replies to the objections, because the first three objections consider the question in this third sense, while the last takes it in the second sense. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 27 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether in loving God we ought to observe any mode. Objection 1, it would seem that we ought to observe some mode in loving God. For the notion of good consists in mode, species and order, as Augustine states, De Nat Boni 3:4. Now the love of God is the best thing in man, according to Colossians 3 verse 14, above all things, have charity. Therefore there ought to be a mode of the love of God. Obj. 2, further, Augustine says, De Morib. Eccle. 8, Prithee, tell me which is the mode of love. For I fear lest I burn with the desire and love of my Lord, more or less than I ought. But it would be useless to seek the mode of the divine love, unless there were one. Therefore there is a mode of the love of God. Obj. 3, further, as Augustine says, Gen. ad lit. 4, 3, the measure which nature appoints to a thing, is its mode. Now the measure of the human will, as also of external action, is the reason. Therefore just as it is necessary for the reason to appoint a mode to the exterior effect of charity, according to Romans 12 verse 1, your reasonable service, so also the interior love of God requires a mode. On the contrary, Bernard says, De Dillig. Deum 1, that God is the cause of our loving God, the measure is to love him without measure. I answer that, as appears from the words of Augustine quoted above, Obj. 3, mode signifies a determination of measure. Which determination is to be found both in the measure and in the thing measured, but not in the same way. For it is found in the measure essentially, because a measure is of itself the determining and modifying rule of other things. Whereas in the things measured, it is found relatively, that is in so far as they attain to the measure. Hence there can be nothing unmodified in the measure, whereas the thing measured is unmodified if it fails to attain to the measure, whether by deficiency or by excess. Now in all matters of appetite and action the measure is the end, because the proper reason for all that we desire or do should be taken from the end, as the philosopher proves, Phys. 2:9. Therefore the end has a mode by itself, while the means take their mode from being proportionate to the end. Hence, according to the philosopher, Polit. I. 3, in every art, the desire for the end is endless and unlimited, whereas there is a limit to the means. Thus the physician does not put limits to health, but makes it as perfect as he possibly can. But he puts a limit to medicine, for he does not give as much medicine as he can, but according as health demands, so that if he give too much or too little, the medicine would be immoderate. Again, the end of all human actions and affections is the love of God, whereby principally we attain to our last end, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 6, wherefore the mode in the love of God, must not be taken as in a thing measured where we find too much or too little, but as in the measure itself, where there cannot be excess, and where the more the rule is attained the better it is. So that the more we love God the better our love is. Reply Obj. 1. That which is so by its essence takes precedence of that which is so through another, wherefore the goodness of the measure which has the mode essentially, takes precedence of the goodness of the thing measured, which has its mode through something else. And so too, charity, which has a mode as a measure has, stands before the other virtues, which have a mode through being measured. Reply Obj. 2. As Augustine adds in the same passage, the measure of our love for God is to love him with our whole heart, that is to love him as much as he can be loved, and this belongs to the mode which is proper to the measure. Reply Obj. 3. An affection, whose object is subject to reason's judgment, should be measured by reason. But the object of the divine love which is God surpasses the judgment of reason, wherefore it is not measured by reason but transcends it. Nor is there parity between the interior act and external acts of charity. For the interior act of charity has the character of an end, since man's ultimate good consists in his soul cleaving to God, according to Ps. 72:28, it is good for me to adhere to my God, whereas the exterior acts are as means to the end, and so have to be measured both according to charity and according to reason. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 27 quetzales, art. 7. Whether it is more meritorious to love an enemy than to love a friend? Objection 1. It would seem more meritorious to love an enemy than to love a friend. For it is written, Matt. 5:46, if you love them that love you, what reward shall you have? Therefore it is not deserving of reward to love one's friend, whereas, as the same passage proves, to love one's enemy is deserving of a reward. Therefore it is more meritorious to love one's enemy than to love one's friend. Obj. 2. Further, an act is the more meritorious through proceeding from a greater charity. But it belongs to the perfect children of God to love their enemies, whereas those also who have imperfect charity love their friends. Therefore it is more meritorious to love one's enemy than to love one's friend. Obj. 3. Further, where there is more effort for good, there seems to be more merit, since every man shall receive his own reward according to his own labor, 1 Corinthians 3 verse 8. Now a man has to make a greater effort to love his enemy than to love his friend, because it is more difficult. Therefore it seems more meritorious to love one's enemy than to love one's friend. On the contrary, the better an action is, the more meritorious it is. Now it is better to love one's friend, since it is better to love a better man, and the friend who loves you is better than the enemy who hates you. Therefore it is more meritorious to love one's friend than to love one's enemy. I answer that, God is the reason for our loving our neighbor out of charity, as stated above, 25 quetzales, 1. When therefore it is asked which is better or more meritorious, to love one's friend or one's enemy, these two loves may be compared in two ways, first, on the part of our neighbor whom we love, secondly, on the part of the reason for which we love him. In the first way, love of one's friend surpasses love of one's enemy, because a friend is both better and more closely united to us, so that he is a more suitable matter of love and consequently the act of love that passes over this matter is better, and therefore its opposite is worse, for it is worse to hate a friend than an enemy. In the second way, however, it is better to love one's enemy than one's friend, and this for two reasons. First, because it is possible to love one's friend for another reason than God, whereas God is the only reason for loving one's enemy. Secondly, because if we suppose that both are loved for God, our love for God is proved to be all the stronger through carrying a man's affections to things which are furthest from him, namely, to the love of his enemies. Even as the power of a furnace is proved to be the stronger, according as it throws its heat to more distant objects. Hence our love for God is proved to be so much the stronger, as the more difficult are the things we accomplish for its sake, just as the power of fire is so much the stronger, as it is able to set fire to a less inflammable matter. Yet just as the same fire acts with greater force on what is near than on what is distant, so too, charity loves with greater fervor those who are united to us than those who are far removed. And in this respect the love of friends, considered in itself, is more ardent and better than the love of one's enemy. Reply Obj. 1. The words of our Lord must be taken in their strict sense, because the love of one's friends is not meritorious in God's sight when we love them merely because they are our friends, and this would seem to be the case when we love our friends in such a way that we love not our enemies. On the other hand, the love of our friends is meritorious, if we love them for God's sake, and not merely because they are our friends. The reply to the other objections is evident from what has been said in the article, because the two arguments that follow consider the reason for loving, while the last considers the question on the part of those who are loved. Underscore 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 underscore. Eighth article, 2-2, 27 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether it is more meritorious to love one's neighbor than to love God. Objection 1. It would seem that it is more meritorious to love one's neighbor than to love God. For the more meritorious thing would seem to be what the Apostle preferred. Now the Apostle preferred the love of our neighbor to the love of God, according to Romans 9 verse 3, I wished myself to be an anathema from Christ for my brethren. Therefore it is more meritorious to love one's neighbor than to love God. Obj. 2. Further, in a certain sense it seems to be less meritorious to love one's friend, as stated above, a. 7. Now God is our chief friend, since he hath first loved us, 1 John 4 verse 10. Therefore it seems less meritorious to love God. Obj. 3. Further, whatever is more difficult seems to be more virtuous and meritorious, since virtue is about that which is difficult and good, ethic. 2, 3. Now it is easier to love God than to love one's neighbor, both because all things love God naturally, and because there is nothing unlovable in God, and this cannot be said of one's neighbor. Therefore it is more meritorious to love one's neighbor than to love God. On the contrary, that on account of which a thing is such, is yet more so. Now the love of one's neighbor is not meritorious, except by reason of his being loved for God's sake. Therefore the love of God is more meritorious than the love of our neighbor. I answer that, this comparison may be taken in two ways. First, by considering both loves separately, and then, without doubt, the love of God is the more meritorious, because a reward is due to it for its own sake, since the ultimate reward is the enjoyment of God. To whom the movement of the divine love tends, hence a reward is promised to him that loves God, John 14 verse 21, He that loveth me, shall be loved of my Father, and I will manifest myself to him. Secondly, the comparison may be understood to be between the love of God alone on the one side, and the love of one's neighbor for God's sake, on the other. In this way love of our neighbor includes love of God, while love of God does not include love of our neighbor. Hence the comparison will be between perfect love of God, extending also to our neighbor, and inadequate and imperfect love of God, for this commandment we have from God, that he, who loveth God, love also his brother, 1 John 4 verse 21. Reply Obj. 1. According to one gloss, the Apostle did not desire this, viz. to be severed from Christ for his brethren, when he was in a state of grace, but had formerly desired it when he was in a state of unbelief, so that we should not imitate him in this respect. We may also reply, with Chrysostom, de compunct. I, 8, Hom. 16 and EP ad Rom, that this does not prove the Apostle to have loved his neighbor more than God, but that he loved God more than himself. For he wished to be deprived for a time of the divine fruition which pertains to love of oneself, in order that God might be honored in his neighbor, which pertains to the love of God. Reply Obj. 2. A man's love for his friends is sometimes less meritorious in so far as he loves them for their sake, so as to fall short of the true reason for the friendship of charity, which is God. Hence that God be loved for his own sake does not diminish the merit, but is the entire reason for merit. Reply Obj. 3. The good has, more than the difficult, to do with the reason of merit and virtue. Therefore it does not follow that whatever is more difficult is more meritorious, but only what is more difficult, and at the same time better. Question 28. Of joy, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects which result from the principal act of charity, which is love, and, 1. The interior effects, 2. The exterior effects. As to the first, 3 things have to be considered: 1. Joy, 2. Peace, 3. Mercy. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether joy is an effect of charity. 2. Whether this kind of joy is compatible with sorrow. 3. Whether this joy can be full. 4. Whether it is a virtue. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 28 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether joy is effected in us by charity. Objection 1. It would seem that joy is not effected in us by charity. For the absence of what we love causes sorrow rather than joy. But God, whom we love by charity, is absent from us, so long as we are in this state of life, since, while we are in the body, we are absent from the Lord, 2 Corinthians 5 verse 6. Therefore charity causes sorrow in us rather than joy. Obj. 2. Further, it is chiefly through charity that we merit happiness. Now mourning, which pertains to sorrow, is reckoned among those things whereby we merit happiness, according to Matt. 5:5, Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Therefore sorrow, rather than joy, is an effect of charity. Obj. 3. Further, charity is a virtue distinct from hope, as shown above, 17 Quetzales, a. 6. Now joy is the effect of hope, according to Romans 12 verse 12, rejoicing in hope. Therefore it is not the effect of charity. On the contrary, it is written, Rom. 5:5, the charity of God is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, who is given to us. But joy is caused in us by the Holy Ghost according to Rom. 14:17, the kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but justice and peace, and joy in the Holy Ghost. Therefore charity is a cause of joy. I answer that, as stated above, 1-2, 25 Quetzales, a.a. 1, 2, 3, when we were treating of the passions, joy and sorrow proceed from love, but in contrary ways. For joy is caused by love, either through the presence of the thing loved, or because the proper good of the thing loved exists and endures in it. And the latter is the case chiefly in the love of benevolence, whereby a man rejoices in the well-being of his friend, though he be absent. On the other hand sorrow arises from love, either through the absence of the thing loved, or because the loved object to which we wish well, is deprived of its good or afflicted with some evil. Now charity is love of God, whose good is unchangeable, since he is his goodness, and from the very fact that he is loved, he is in those who love him by his most excellent effect, according to 1 John 4 verse 16, he that abideth in charity abideth in God, and God in him. Therefore spiritual joy, which is about God, is caused by charity. Reply Obj. 1. So long as we are in the body, we are said to be absent from the Lord, in comparison with that presence whereby he is present to some by the vision of sight. Wherefore the Apostle goes on to say, 2 Corinthians 5 verse 6, For we walk by faith and not by sight. Nevertheless, even in this life, he is present to those who love him, by the indwelling of his grace. Reply Obj. 2. The mourning that merits happiness, is about those things that are contrary to happiness. Wherefore it amounts to the same that charity causes this mourning, and this spiritual joy about God, since to rejoice in a certain good amounts to the same as to grieve for things that are contrary to it. Reply Obj. 3. There can be spiritual joy about God in two ways. First, when we rejoice in the divine good considered in itself, secondly, when we rejoice in the divine good as participated by us. The former joy is the better, and proceeds from charity chiefly, while the latter joy proceeds from hope also, whereby we look forward to enjoy the divine good, although this enjoyment itself, whether perfect or imperfect, is obtained according to the measure of one's charity. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 28 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether the spiritual joy, which results from charity, is compatible with an admixture of sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that the spiritual joy that results from charity is compatible with an admixture of sorrow. For it belongs to charity to rejoice in our neighbor's good, according to 1 Corinthians 13 verses 4 and 6, charity rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth with the truth. But this joy is compatible with an admixture of sorrow, according to Romans 12 verse 15, rejoice with them that rejoice, weep with them that weep. Therefore the spiritual joy of charity is compatible with an admixture of sorrow. Obj. 2. Further, according to Gregory, Hom. In Evang. 34, penance consists in deploring past sins, and in not committing again those we have deplored. But there is no true penance without charity. Therefore the joy of charity has an admixture of sorrow. Obj. 3. Further, it is through charity that man desires to be with Christ according to Phil. 1:23, having a desire to be dissolved and to be with Christ. Now this desire gives rise, in man, to a certain sadness, according to Psalms 119 verse 5, woe is me that my sojourning is prolonged. Therefore the joy of charity admits of a seasoning of sorrow. On the contrary, the joy of charity is joy about the divine wisdom. Now such like joy has no admixture of sorrow, according to Wisconsin 8:16, her conversation hath no bitterness. Therefore the joy of charity is incompatible with an admixture of sorrow. I answer that, as stated above, 1, add 3, a twofold joy in God arises from charity. 1, the more excellent, is proper to charity. And with this joy we rejoice in the divine good considered in itself. This joy of charity is incompatible with an admixture of sorrow, even as the good which is its object is incompatible with any admixture of evil, hence the Apostle says, Phil. 4:4, rejoice in the Lord always. The other is the joy of charity whereby we rejoice in the divine good as participated by us. This participation can be hindered by anything contrary to it, wherefore, in this respect, the joy of charity is compatible with an admixture of sorrow, in so far as a man grieves for that which hinders the participation of the divine good, either in us or in our neighbor, whom we love as ourselves. Reply Obj. 1. Our neighbor does not weep save on account of some evil. Now every evil implies lack of participation in the sovereign good, hence charity makes us weep with our neighbor in so far as he is hindered from participating in the divine good. Reply Obj. 2. Our sins divide between us and God, according to Isa. 59:2, wherefore this is the reason why we grieve for our past sins, or for those of others, in so far as they hinder us from participating in the divine good. Reply Obj. 3. Although in this unhappy abode we participate, after a fashion, in the divine good, by knowledge and love, yet the unhappiness of this life is an obstacle to a perfect participation in the divine good, hence this very sorrow, whereby a man grieves for the delay of glory, is connected with the hindrance to a participation of the divine good. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2 28 quetzales, art. 3. Whether the spiritual joy which proceeds from charity can be filled. Objection 1. It would seem that the spiritual joy which proceeds from charity cannot be filled. For the more we rejoice in God, the more is our joy in Him filled. But we can never rejoice in Him as much as it is meet that we should rejoice in God, since His goodness, which is infinite, surpasses the creature's joy which is finite. Therefore joy in God can never be filled. Obj. 2. Further, that which is filled cannot be increased. But the joy, even of the blessed, can be increased, since one's joy is greater than another's. Therefore joy in God cannot be filled in a creature. Obj. 3. Further, comprehension seems to be nothing else than the fullness of knowledge. Now, just as the cognitive power of a creature is finite, so is its appetitive power. Since therefore God cannot be comprehended by any creature, it seems that no creature's joy in God can be filled. On the contrary, our Lord said to His disciples, John 15 verse 11, that my joy may be in you, and your joy may be filled. I answer that, fullness of joy can be understood in two ways. First, on the part of the thing rejoiced in, so that one rejoice in it as much as it is meet that one should rejoice in it, and thus God's joy alone in Himself is filled, because it is infinite. And this is condignly due to the infinite goodness of God, but the joy of any creature must needs be finite. Secondly, fullness of joy may be understood on the part of the one who rejoices. Now joy is compared to desire, as rest to movement, as stated above, 1-2, 25 quetzales, aa. 1-2, when we were treating of the passions, and rest is full when there is no more movement. Hence joy is full, when there remains nothing to be desired. But as long as we are in this world, the movement of desire does not cease in us, because it still remains possible for us to approach nearer to God by grace, as was shown above, 24 quetzales, aa. 7. When once, however, perfect happiness has been attained, nothing will remain to be desired, because then there will be full enjoyment of God, wherein man will obtain whatever he had desired, even with regard to other goods, according to Ps. 102:5, who satisfieth thy desire with good things. Hence desire will be at rest, not only our desire for God, but all our desires, so that the joy of the blessed is full to perfection, indeed over full. Since they will obtain more than they were capable of desiring, for neither hath it entered into the heart of man, what things God hath prepared for them that love Him. 1 Cor. 2:9, this is what is meant by the words of Luke 6 verse 38, good measure and pressed down, and shaken together, and running over shall they give into your bosom. Yet, since no creature is capable of the joy condignly due to God, it follows that this perfectly full joy is not taken into man, but, on the contrary, man enters into it, according to Matt. 25:21, enter into the joy of thy Lord. Reply Obj. 1. This argument takes the fullness of joy in reference to the thing in which we rejoice. Reply Obj. 2. When each one attains to happiness he will reach the term appointed to him by divine predestination, and nothing further will remain to which he may tend, although by reaching that term, some will approach nearer to God than others. Hence each one's joy will be full with regard to himself, because his desire will be fully set at rest, yet one's joy will be greater than another's, on account of a fuller participation of the divine happiness. Reply Obj. 3. Comprehension denotes fullness of knowledge in respect of the thing known, so that it is known as much as it can be. There is however a fullness of knowledge in respect of the knower, just as we have said of joy. Wherefore the Apostle says, Colonel. 1:9, that you may be filled with the knowledge of His will, in all wisdom and spiritual understanding. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2 28 quetzales, art. 4. Whether joy is a virtue? Objection 1, it would seem that joy is a virtue. For vice is contrary to virtue. Now sorrow is set down as a vice, as in the case of sloth and envy. Therefore joy also should be accounted a virtue. Obj. 2. Further, as love and hope are passions, the object of which is good, so also is joy. Now love and hope are reckoned to be virtues. Therefore joy also should be reckoned a virtue. Obj. 3. Further, the precepts of the law are about acts of virtue. But we are commanded to rejoice in the Lord, according to Phil. 4:4. Rejoice in the Lord always. Therefore joy is a virtue. On the contrary, it is not numbered among the theological virtues, nor among the moral, nor among the intellectual virtues, as is evident from what has been said above, 1-2, QQ. 57, 60, 62. I answer that, as stated above, 1-2, 55 quetzales, AA, 2, 4, virtue is an operative habit, wherefore by its very nature it has an inclination to a certain act. Now it may happen that from the same habit there proceed several ordinate and homogeneous acts, each of which follows from another. And since the subsequent acts do not proceed from the virtuous habit except through the preceding act, hence it is that the virtue is defined and named in reference to that preceding act, although those other acts also proceed from the virtue. Now it is evident from what we have said about the passions, 1-2, 25 quetzales, AA, 2, 4, that love is the first affection of the appetitive power, and that desire and joy follow from it. Hence the same virtuous habit inclines us to love and desire the beloved good, and to rejoice in it. But inasmuch as love is the first of these acts, that virtue takes its name, not from joy, nor from desire, but from love, and is called charity. Hence joy is not a virtue distinct from charity, but an act, or effect, of charity, for which reason it is numbered among the fruits, Galatians 5 verse 22. Reply Obj. 1. The sorrow which is a vice is caused by inordinate self-love, and this is not a special vice, but a general source of the vices, as stated above, 1-2, 77 quetzales, 4. So that it was necessary to account certain particular sorrows as special vices, because they do not arise from a special, but from a general vice. On the other hand, love of God is accounted a special virtue, namely charity, to which joy must be referred, as its proper act, as stated above, here in the 2. Reply Obj. 2. Hope proceeds from love even as joy does, but hope adds, on the part of the object, a special character, viz. difficult and possible to obtain, for which reason it is accounted a special virtue. On the other hand, joy does not add to love any special aspect, that might cause a special virtue. Reply Obj. 3. The law prescribes joy, as being an act of charity, albeit not its first act. Question 29. Of peace, 4 articles. We must now consider peace, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether peace is the same as concord. 2. Whether all things desire peace. 3. Whether peace is an effect of charity. 4. Whether peace is a virtue. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 29 quetzales, art. 1. Whether peace is the same as concord. Objection 1, it would seem that peace is the same as concord. For Augustine says, De Civ. Day 19, 13, peace among men is well-ordered concord. Now we are speaking here of no other peace than that of men. Therefore peace is the same as concord. Obj. 2. Further, concord is union of wills. Now the nature of peace consists in such like union, for Dionysius says, Div Nam 11, that peace unites all, and makes them of one mind. Therefore peace is the same as concord. Obj. 3. Further, things whose opposites are identical are themselves identical. Now the one same thing is opposed to concord and peace, viz. dissension. Hence it is written, 1 Corinthians 16 verse 33, God is not the God of dissension but of peace. Therefore peace is the same as concord. On the contrary, there can be concord in evil between wicked men. But, there is no peace to the wicked, Isaiah 48 verse 22. Therefore peace is not the same as concord. I answer that, peace includes concord and adds something thereto. Hence wherever peace is, there is concord, but there is not peace, wherever there is concord, if we give peace its proper meaning. For concord, properly speaking, is between one man and another, in so far as the wills of various hearts agree together in consenting to the same thing. Now the heart of one man may happen to tend to diverse things, and this in two ways. First, in respect of the diverse appetitive powers, thus the sensitive appetite tends sometimes to that which is opposed to the rational appetite, according to Galatians 5 verse 17, the flesh lusteth against the spirit. Secondly, in so far as one and the same appetitive power tends to diverse objects of appetite, which it cannot obtain all at the same time, so that there must needs be a clashing of the movements of the appetite. Now the union of such movements is essential to peace, because man's heart is not at peace, so long as he has not what he wants, or if, having what he wants, there still remains something for him to want, and which he cannot have at the same time. On the other hand, this union is not essential to concord, wherefore concord denotes union of appetites among various persons, while peace denotes, in addition to this union, the union of the appetites even in one man. Reply Obj. 1. Augustine is speaking there of that peace which is between one man and another, and he says that this peace is concord, not indeed any kind of concord, but that which is well ordered. Through one man agreeing with another in respect of something befitting to both of them. For if one man concord with another, not of his own accord, but through being forced, as it were, by the fear of some evil that besets him, such concord is not really peace, because the order of each concordant is not observed, but is disturbed by some fear-inspiring cause. For this reason he premises that peace is tranquility of order, which tranquility consists in all the appetitive movements in one man being set at rest together. Reply Obj. 2. If one man consent to the same thing together with another man, his consent is nevertheless not perfectly united to himself, unless at the same time all his appetitive movements be in agreement. Reply Obj. 3. A twofold dissension is opposed to peace, namely dissension between a man and himself, and dissension between one man and another. The latter alone is opposed to concord. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 29 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether all things desire peace. Objection 1, it would seem that not all things desire peace. For, according to Dionysius, Div. Nom 11, peace unites consent. But there cannot be unity of consent in things which are devoid of knowledge. Therefore such things cannot desire peace. Obj. 2. Further, the appetite does not tend to opposite things at the same time. Now many desire war and dissension. Therefore all men do not desire peace. Obj. 3. Further, good alone is an object of appetite. But a certain peace is, seemingly, evil, else our Lord would not have said, Matt. 10:34, I came not to send peace. Therefore all things do not desire peace. Obj. 4. Further, that which all desire is, seemingly, the sovereign good which is the last end. But this is not true of peace, since it is attainable even by a wayfarer, else our Lord would vainly command, Mark 9 verse 49, have peace among you. Therefore all things do not desire peace. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Civ. Dei 19, 12, 14, that all things desire peace, and Dionysius says the same, Div. Nom 11. I answer that, from the very fact that a man desires a certain thing it follows that he desires to obtain what he desires, and, in consequence, to remove whatever may be an obstacle to his obtaining it. Now a man may be hindered from obtaining the good he desires, by a contrary desire either of his own or of some other, and both are removed by peace, as stated above. Hence it follows of necessity that whoever desires anything desires peace, in so far as he who desires anything, desires to attain, with tranquility and without hindrance, to that which he desires, and this is what is meant by peace which Augustine defines, de Civ. Day 19, 13, the tranquility of order. Reply Obj. 1. Peace denotes union not only of the intellective or rational appetite, or of the animal appetite, in both of which consent may be found, but also of the natural appetite. Hence Dionysius says that peace is the cause of consent and of connaturalness, where consent denotes the union of appetites proceeding from knowledge, and connaturalness, the union of natural appetites. Reply Obj. 2. Even those who seek war and dissension, desire nothing but peace, which they deem themselves not to have. For as we stated above, there is no peace when a man concords with another man counter to what he would prefer. Consequently men seek by means of war to break this concord, because it is a defective peace, in order that they may obtain peace, where nothing is contrary to their will. Hence all wars are waged that men may find a more perfect peace than that which they had heretofore. Reply Obj. 3. Peace gives calm and unity to the appetite. Now just as the appetite may tend to what is good simply, or to what is good apparently, so too, peace may be either true or apparent. There can be no true peace except where the appetite is directed to what is truly good, since every evil, though it may appear good in a way, so as to calm the appetite in some respect, has, nevertheless many defects, which cause the appetite to remain restless and disturbed. Hence true peace is only in good men and about good things. The peace of the wicked is not a true peace but a semblance thereof, wherefore it is written, Wis. 14:22, whereas they lived in a great war of ignorance, they call so many and so great evils peace. Reply Obj. 4. Since true peace is only about good things, as the true good is possessed in two ways, perfectly and imperfectly, so there is a twofold true peace. 1 is perfect peace. It consists in the perfect enjoyment of the sovereign good, and unites all one's desires by giving them rest in one object. This is the last end of the rational creature, according to Psalms 147 verse 3, who hath placed peace in thy borders. The other is imperfect peace, which may be had in this world, for though the chief movement of the soul finds rest in God, yet there are certain things within and without which disturb the peace. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, Q. 29, Art. 3. Whether peace is the proper effect of charity? Objection 1. It would seem that peace is not the proper effect of charity. For one cannot have charity without sanctifying grace. But some have peace who have not sanctifying grace, thus heathens sometimes have peace. Therefore peace is not the effect of charity. Obj. 2. Further, if a certain thing is caused by charity, its contrary is not compatible with charity. But dissension, which is contrary to peace, is compatible with charity, for we find that even holy doctors, such as Jerome and Augustine, dissented in some of their opinions. We also read that Paul and Barnabas dissented from one another, Acts 15. Therefore it seems that peace is not the effect of charity. Obj. 3. Further, the same thing is not the proper effect of different things. Now peace is the effect of justice, according to Isaiah 32 verse 17, and the work of justice shall be peace. Therefore it is not the effect of charity. On the contrary, it is written, Psalms 118 verse 165, Much peace have they that love thy law. I answer that, peace implies a twofold union, as stated above, a 1. The first is the result of one's own appetites being directed to one object, while the other results from one's own appetite being united with the appetite of another, and each of these unions is effected by charity. The first, in so far as man loves God with his whole heart, by referring all things to him, so that all his desires tend to one object; the second, in so far as we love our neighbor as ourselves. The result being that we wish to fulfill our neighbor's will as though it were ours, hence it is reckoned a sign of friendship if people make choice of the same things. Ethic 9:4, and Tully says, De Amicitia, that friends like and dislike the same things. Sallust, Catiline. Reply Obj. 1. Without sin no one falls from a state of sanctifying grace, for it turns man away from his due end by making him place his end in something undue, so that his appetite does not cleave chiefly to the true final good, but to some apparent good. Hence, without sanctifying grace, peace is not real but merely apparent. Reply Obj. 2, as the philosopher says, Ethic 9:6, friends need not agree in opinion, but only upon such goods as conduce to life, and especially upon such as are important, because dissension in small matters is scarcely accounted dissension. Hence nothing hinders those who have charity from holding different opinions. Nor is this an obstacle to peace, because opinions concern the intellect, which precedes the appetite that is united by peace. In like manner if there be concord as to goods of importance, dissension with regard to some that are of little account is not contrary to charity, for such a dissension proceeds from a difference of opinion. Because one man thinks that the particular good, which is the object of dissension, belongs to the good about which they agree, while the other thinks that it does not. Accordingly such like dissension about very slight matters and about opinions is inconsistent with a state of perfect peace, wherein the truth will be known fully, and every desire fulfilled. But it is not inconsistent with the imperfect peace of the wayfarer. Reply Obj. 3. Peace is the work of justice indirectly, in so far as justice removes the obstacles to peace, but it is the work of charity directly, since charity, according to its very nature, causes peace. For love is a unitive force, as Dionysius says, div nam 4, and peace is the union of the appetite's inclinations. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 29 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether peace is a virtue? Objection 1, it would seem that peace is a virtue. For nothing is a matter of precept, unless it be an act of virtue. But there are precepts about keeping peace, for example, have peace among you, Mark 9 verse 49. Therefore peace is a virtue. Obj. 2, further, we do not merit except by acts of virtue. Now it is meritorious to keep peace, according to Matt 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Therefore peace is a virtue. Obj. 3, further, vices are opposed to virtues. But dissensions, which are contrary to peace, are numbered among the vices, Galatians 5 verse 20. Therefore peace is a virtue. On the contrary, virtue is not the last end, but the way thereto. But peace is the last end, in a sense, as Augustine says, De Civ. Day 19, 11. Therefore peace is not a virtue. I answer that, as stated above, 28 Quetzales, a. 4. When a number of acts all proceeding uniformly from an agent, follow one from the other, they all arise from the same virtue, nor do they each have a virtue from which they proceed, as may be seen in corporeal things. For, though fire by heating, both liquefies and rarefies, there are not two powers in fire, one of liquefaction, the other of rarefaction, and fire produces all such actions by its own power of calefaction. Since then charity causes peace precisely because it is love of God and of our neighbor, as shown above. 3. There is no other virtue except charity whose proper act is peace, as we have also said in reference to joy, 28 Quetzales, 4. Reply Obj. 1. We are commanded to keep peace because it is an act of charity, and for this reason too it is a meritorious act. Hence it is placed among the Beatitudes, which are acts of perfect virtue, as stated above, 1-2, 69 Quetzales, AA, 1, 3. It is also numbered among the fruits, in so far as it is a final good, having spiritual sweetness. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3. Several vices are opposed to one virtue in respect of its various acts, so that not only is hatred opposed to charity, in respect of its act which is love, but also sloth and envy, in respect of joy, and dissension in respect of peace. Question 30. Of mercy, in 4 articles. The one Latin word, misericordia, signifies either pity or mercy. The distinction between these two is that pity may stand either for the act or for the virtue, whereas mercy stands only for the virtue. We must now go on to consider mercy, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether evil is the cause of mercy on the part of the person pitied. 2. To whom does it belong to pity? 3. Whether mercy is a virtue. 4. Whether it is the greatest of virtues. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 30 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether evil is properly the motive of mercy. Objection 1. It would seem that, properly speaking, evil is not the motive of mercy. For, as shown above, 19 Quetzales, 1, 1-2, 79 Quetzales, a 1, add 4, 48 Quetzales, a 6, fault is an evil rather than punishment. Now fault provokes indignation rather than mercy. Therefore evil does not excite mercy. Obj. 2. Further, cruelty and harshness seem to excel other evils. Now the philosopher says, Ret. 2, 8, that harshness does not call for pity but drives it away. Therefore evil, as such, is not the motive of mercy. Obj. 3. Further, signs of evils are not true evils. But signs of evils excite one to mercy, as the philosopher states, Ret. 2, 8. Therefore evil, properly speaking, is not an incentive to mercy. On the contrary, Damascene says, Defied Orth. 2, that mercy is a kind of sorrow. Now evil is the motive of sorrow. Therefore it is the motive of mercy. I answer that, as Augustine says, De Civ. Day 9, 5, mercy is heartfelt sympathy for another's distress, impelling us to succor him if we can. For mercy takes its name misericordia from denoting a man's compassionate heart, miserum silvar, for another's unhappiness. Now unhappiness is opposed to happiness, and it is essential to beatitude or happiness that one should obtain what one wishes, for, according to Augustine, De Trin. 13, 5, happy is he who has whatever he desires, and desires nothing amiss. Hence, on the other hand, it belongs to unhappiness that a man should suffer what he wishes not. Now a man wishes a thing in 3 ways, first, by his natural appetite. Thus all men naturally wish to be and to live. Secondly, a man wishes a thing from deliberate choice. Thirdly, a man wishes a thing, not in itself, but in its cause. Thus, if a man wishes to eat what is bad for him, we say that, in a way, he wishes to be ill. Accordingly the motive of mercy, being something pertaining to misery, is, in the first way, anything contrary to the will's natural appetite, namely corruptive or distressing evils, the contrary of which man desires naturally. Wherefore the philosopher says, Ret. 2, 8, that pity is sorrow for a visible evil, whether corruptive or distressing. Secondly, such like evils are yet more provocative of pity if they are contrary to deliberate choice, wherefore the philosopher says, Ret. 2, 8, that evil excites our pity, when it is the result of an accident, as when something turns out ill, whereas we hoped well of it. Thirdly, they cause yet greater pity, if they are entirely contrary to the will, as when evil befalls a man who has always striven to do well, wherefore the philosopher says, Ret. 2:8, that we pity most the distress of one who suffers undeservedly. Reply Obj. 1. It is essential to fault that it be voluntary, and in this respect it deserves punishment rather than mercy. Since, however, fault may be, in a way, a punishment, through having something connected with it that is against the sinner's will, it may, in this respect, call for mercy. It is in this sense that we pity and commiserate sinners. Thus Gregory says in a homily, Hom. In Evang. 34, that true godliness is not disdainful but compassionate, and again it is written, Matt. 9:36, that Jesus, seeing the multitudes, had compassion on them, because they were distressed, and lying like sheep that have no shepherd. Reply Obj. 2. Since pity is sympathy for another's distress, it is directed, properly speaking, towards another, and not to oneself, except figuratively, like justice, according as a man is considered to have various parts. Ethic. v. 11. Thus it is written, Eccles. 30:24, have pity on thy own soul, pleasing God, cf 106 Quetzales, a. 3, ad 1. Accordingly, just as, properly speaking, a man does not pity himself, but suffers in himself, as when we suffer cruel treatment in ourselves, so too, in the case of those who are so closely united to us, as to be part of ourselves. Such as our children or our parents, we do not pity their distress, but suffer as for our own sores. In which sense the philosopher says that harshness drives pity away. Reply Obj. 3. Just as pleasure results from hope and memory of good things, so does sorrow arise from the prospect or the recollection of evil things. Though not so keenly as when they are present to the senses. Hence the signs of evil move us to pity, in so far as they represent as present, the evil that excites our pity. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 30 Quetzales, art. 2. Whether the reason for taking pity is a defect in the person who pities. Objection 1. It would seem that the reason for taking pity is not a defect in the person who takes pity. For it is proper to God to be merciful, wherefore it is written, Psalms 144 verse 9, His tender mercies are over all His works. But there is no defect in God. Therefore a defect cannot be the reason for taking pity. Obj. 2. Further, if a defect is the reason for taking pity, those in whom there is most defect, must needs take most pity. But this is false, for the philosopher says, Ret. 2:8, that those who are in a desperate state are pitiless. Therefore it seems that the reason for taking pity is not a defect in the person who pities. Obj. 3. Further, to be treated with contempt is to be defective. But the philosopher says, Ret. 2:8, that those who are disposed to contumely are pitiless. Therefore the reason for taking pity is not a defect in the person who pities. On the contrary, pity is a kind of sorrow. But a defect is the reason of sorrow, wherefore those who are in bad health give way to sorrow more easily, as we shall say further on, 35 Quetzales, 1, ad 2. Therefore the reason why one takes pity is a defect in oneself. I answer that, since pity is grief for another's distress, as stated above, a.1, from the very fact that a person takes pity on anyone, it follows that another's distress grieves him. And since sorrow or grief is about one's own ills, one grieves or sorrows for another's distress, in so far as one looks upon another's distress as one's own. Now this happens in two ways: first, through union of the affections, which is the effect of love. For, since he who loves another looks upon his friend as another self, he counts his friend's hurt as his own, so that he grieves for his friend's hurt as though he were hurt himself. Hence the philosopher, Ethic. 9:4, reckons grieving with one's friend as being one of the signs of friendship, and the apostle says, Romans 12 verse 15, rejoice with them that rejoice, weep with them that weep. Secondly, it happens through real union, for instance when another's evil comes near to us, so as to pass to us from him. Hence the philosopher says, Ret. 2:8, that men pity such as are akin to them, and the like, because it makes them realize that the same may happen to themselves. This also explains why the old and the wise who consider that they may fall upon evil times, as also feeble and timorous persons, are more inclined to pity, whereas those who deem themselves happy, and so far powerful as to think themselves in no danger of suffering any hurt, are not so inclined to pity. Accordingly a defect is always the reason for taking pity, either because one looks upon another's defect as one's own, through being united to him by love, or on account of the possibility of suffering in the same way. Reply Obj. 1. God takes pity on us through love alone, inasmuch as He loves us as belonging to Him. Reply Obj. 2. Those who are already in infinite distress, do not fear to suffer more, wherefore they are without pity. In like manner this applies to those also who are in great fear, for they are so intent on their own passion, that they pay no attention to the suffering of others. Reply Obj. 3. Those who are disposed to contumely, whether through having been contemned, or because they wish to contemn others, are incited to anger and daring, which are manly passions and arouse the human spirit to attempt difficult things. Hence they make a man think that he is going to suffer something in the future, so that while they are disposed in that way they are pitiless, according to Proverbs 27 verse 4, anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth. For the same reason the proud are without pity, because they despise others, and think them wicked, so that they account them as suffering deservedly whatever they suffer. Hence Gregory says, in Evang 34, that false godliness, i.e. of the proud, is not compassionate but disdainful. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 30 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether mercy is a virtue? Objection 1, it would seem that mercy is not a virtue. For the chief part of virtue is choice as the philosopher states, Ethic. 2:5. Now choice is the desire of what has been already counselled, Ethic. 3:2. Therefore whatever hinders counsel cannot be called a virtue. But mercy hinders counsel, according to the saying of Sallust, Catiline, all those that take counsel about matters of doubt, should be free from anger and mercy, because the mind does not easily see aright, when these things stand in the way. Therefore mercy is not a virtue. Obj. 2. Further, nothing contrary to virtue is praiseworthy. But nemesis is contrary to mercy, as the philosopher states, Ret. 2:9, and yet it is a praiseworthy passion, Ret. 2:9. Therefore mercy is not a virtue. Obj. 3. Further, joy and peace are not special virtues, because they result from charity, as stated above, 28 Quetzales, 4, 29 Quetzales, 4. Now mercy, also, results from charity. For it is out of charity that we weep with them that weep, as we rejoice with them that rejoice. Therefore mercy is not a special virtue. Obj. 4. Further, since mercy belongs to the appetitive power, it is not an intellectual virtue, and, since it has not God for its object, neither is it a theological virtue. Moreover it is not a moral virtue, because neither is it about operations, for this belongs to justice, nor is it about passions, since it is not reduced to one of the 12 means mentioned by the philosopher, Ethic. 2:7. Therefore mercy is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Civ. Day 9:5, Cicero in praising Caesar expresses himself much better and in a fashion at once more humane and more in accordance with religious feeling, when he says, Of all thy virtues none is more marvelous or more graceful than thy mercy. Therefore mercy is a virtue. I answer that, mercy signifies grief for another's distress. Now this grief may denote, in one way, a movement of the sensitive appetite, in which case mercy is not a virtue but a passion. Whereas, in another way, it may denote a movement of the intellective appetite, inasmuch as one person's evil is displeasing to another. This movement may be ruled in accordance with reason, and in accordance with this movement regulated by reason, the movement of the lower appetite may be regulated. Hence Augustine says, De Civ. Day 9, 5, that this movement of the mind, viz. mercy, obeys the reason, when mercy is vouchsafed in such a way that justice is safeguarded, whether we give to the needy or forgive the repentant. And since it is essential to human virtue that the movements of the soul should be regulated by reason, as was shown above, 1-2, 59 Quetzales, AA, 4, 5, it follows that mercy is a virtue. Reply Obj. 1. The words of Sallust are to be understood as applying to the mercy which is a passion unregulated by reason, for thus it impedes the counseling of reason, by making it wander from justice. Reply Obj. 2. The philosopher is speaking there of pity and nemesis, considered, both of them, as passions. They are contrary to one another on the part of their respective estimation of another's evils, for which pity grieves, in so far as it esteems someone to suffer undeservedly, whereas nemesis rejoices. In so far as it esteems someone to suffer deservedly, and grieves, if things go well with the undeserving, both of these are praiseworthy and come from the same disposition of character, Ret. 2, 9. Properly speaking, however, it is envy which is opposed to pity, as we shall state further on, 36 Quetzales, 3. Reply Obj. 3. Joy and peace add nothing to the aspect of good which is the object of charity, wherefore they do not require any other virtue besides charity. But mercy regards a certain special aspect, namely the misery of the person pitied. Reply Obj. 4. Mercy, considered as a virtue, is a moral virtue having relation to the passions, and it is reduced to the mean called nemesis, because they both proceed from the same character, Ret. 2, 9. Now the philosopher proposes these means not as virtues, but as passions, because, even as passions, they are praiseworthy. Yet nothing prevents them from proceeding from some elective habit, in which case they assume the character of a virtue. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 30 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether mercy is the greatest of the virtues? Objection 1, it would seem that mercy is the greatest of the virtues. For the worship of God seems a most virtuous act. But mercy is preferred before the worship of God, according to Ozy 6:6 and Matt 12:7, I have desired mercy and not sacrifice. Therefore mercy is the greatest virtue. Obj. 2, further, on the words of 1 Tim. 4:8, godliness is profitable to all things, a gloss says, the sum total of a Christian's rule of life consists in mercy and godliness. Now the Christian rule of life embraces every virtue. Therefore the sum total of all virtues is contained in mercy. Obj. 3, further, virtue is that which makes its subject good, according to the philosopher. Therefore the more a virtue makes a man like God, the better is that virtue, since man is the better for being more like God. Now this is chiefly the result of mercy, since of God is it said, P.S. 144:9, that his tender mercies are over all his works, and, Luke 6:36, our Lord said, Be ye merciful, as your Father also is merciful. Therefore mercy is the greatest of virtues. On the contrary, the Apostle after saying, Colonel 3:12, put ye on as the elect of God the bowels of mercy, etc., adds, Colossians 3:14, above all things have charity. Therefore mercy is not the greatest of virtues. I answer that, a virtue may take precedence of others in two ways, first, in itself, secondly, in comparison with its subject. In itself, mercy takes precedence of other virtues, for it belongs to mercy to be bountiful to others, and, what is more, to succor others in their wants, which pertains chiefly to one who stands above. Hence mercy is accounted as being proper to God, and therein his omnipotence is declared to be chiefly manifested, collect, 10th Sunday after Pentecost. On the other hand, with regard to its subject, mercy is not the greatest virtue, unless that subject be greater than all others. Surpassed by none and excelling all, since for him that has anyone above him it is better to be united to that which is above than to supply the defect of that which is beneath. The quality of mercy is not strained, / 'tis mightiest in the mightiest, it becomes / the throned monarch better than his crown. Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene I. Hence, as regards man, who has God above him, charity which unites him to God, is greater than mercy, whereby he supplies the defects of his neighbor. But of all the virtues which relate to our neighbor, mercy is the greatest. Even as its act surpasses all others, since it belongs to one who is higher and better to supply the defect of another, in so far as the latter is deficient. Reply Obj. 1. We worship God by external sacrifices and gifts, not for his own profit, but for that of ourselves and our neighbor. For he needs not our sacrifices, but wishes them to be offered to him, in order to arouse our devotion and to profit our neighbor. Hence mercy, whereby we supply others' defects, is a sacrifice more acceptable to him, as conducing more directly to our neighbor's well-being, according to Heb. 13:16, do not forget to do good and to impart, for by such sacrifices God's favor is obtained. Reply Obj. 2. The sum total of the Christian religion consists in mercy, as regards external works, but the inward love of charity, whereby we are united to God, preponderates over both love and mercy for our neighbor. Reply Obj. 3. Charity likens us to God by uniting us to him in the bond of love, wherefore it surpasses mercy, which likens us to God as regards similarity of works. Question 31. Of beneficence, in 4 articles. We must now consider the outward acts or effects of charity, 1. Beneficence, 2. Almsdeeds, which are a part of beneficence, 3. Fraternal correction, which is a kind of alms. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether beneficence is an act of charity. 2. Whether we ought to be beneficent to all. 3. Whether we ought to be more beneficent to those who are more closely united to us. 4. Whether beneficence is a special virtue. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 31 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether beneficence is an act of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that beneficence is not an act of charity. For charity is chiefly directed to God. Now we cannot benefit God, according to Job 35 verse 7, what shalt thou give him? Or what shall he receive of thy hand? Therefore beneficence is not an act of charity. Obj. 2. Further, beneficence consists chiefly in making gifts. But this belongs to liberality. Therefore beneficence is an act of liberality and not of charity. Obj. 3. Further, what a man gives, he gives either as being due, or as not due. But a benefit conferred as being due belongs to justice, while a benefit conferred as not due, is gratuitous, and in this respect is an act of mercy. Therefore every benefit conferred is either an act of justice, or an act of mercy. Therefore it is not an act of charity. On the contrary, charity is a kind of friendship, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 1. Now the philosopher reckons among the acts of friendship, Ethic. 9, 1, doing good, i.e. being beneficent, to one's friends. Therefore it is an act of charity to do good to others. I answer that, beneficence simply means doing good to someone. This good may be considered in 2 ways, first under the general aspect of good, and this belongs to beneficence in general, and is an act of friendship, and, consequently, of charity, because the act of love includes goodwill whereby a man wishes his friend well, as stated above, q. 23, a. 1, 27 quetzales, a. 2. Now the will carries into effect if possible, the things it wills, so that, consequently, the result of an act of love is that a man is beneficent to his friend. Therefore beneficence in its general acceptation is an act of friendship or charity. But if the good which one man does another, be considered under some special aspect of good, then beneficence will assume a special character and will belong to some special virtue. Reply Obj. 1. According to Dionysius, Div Nom. 4. Love moves those, whom it unites, to a mutual relationship, it turns the inferior to the superior to be perfected thereby, it moves the superior to watch over the inferior, and in this respect beneficence is an effect of love. Hence it is not for us to benefit God, but to honor him by obeying him, while it is for him, out of his love, to bestow good things on us. Reply Obj. 2. Two things must be observed in the bestowal of gifts. One is the thing given outwardly, while the other is the inward passion that a man has in the delight of riches. It belongs to liberality to moderate this inward passion so as to avoid excessive desire and love for riches. For this makes a man more ready to part with his wealth. Hence, if a man makes some great gift, while yet desiring to keep it for himself, his is not a liberal giving. On the other hand, as regards the outward gift, the act of beneficence belongs in general to friendship or charity. Hence it does not detract from a man's friendship, if, through love, he give his friend something he would like to keep for himself. Rather does this prove the perfection of his friendship. Reply Obj. 3. Just as friendship or charity sees, in the benefit bestowed, the general aspect of good, so does justice see therein the aspect of debt, while pity considers the relieving of distress or defect. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, q. 31, art. 2. Whether we ought to do good to all. Objection 1, it would seem that we are not bound to do good to all. For Augustine says, the Doctrine. Christ. I, 28, that we are unable to do good to everyone. Now virtue does not incline one to the impossible. Therefore it is not necessary to do good to all. Obj. 2, further, it is written, Eccles. 12:5, give to the good, and receive not a sinner. But many men are sinners. Therefore we need not do good to all. Obj. 3, further, charity dealeth not perversely, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 4. Now to do good to some is to deal perversely, for instance if one were to do good to an enemy of the commonweal, or if one were to do good to an excommunicated person, since, by doing so, he would be holding communion with him. Therefore, since beneficence is an act of charity, we ought not to do good to all. On the contrary, the Apostle says, Galatians 6 verse 10, whilst we have time, let us work good to all men. I answer that, as stated above, a. 1, add 1, beneficence is an effect of love in so far as love moves the superior to watch over the inferior. Now degrees among men are not unchangeable as among angels, because men are subject to many failings, so that he who is superior in one respect, is or may be inferior in another. Therefore, since the love of charity extends to all, beneficence also should extend to all, but according as time and place require, because all acts of virtue must be modified with a view to their due circumstances. Reply Obj. 1. Absolutely speaking it is impossible to do good to every single one, yet it is true of each individual that one may be bound to do good to him in some particular case. Hence charity binds us, though not actually doing good to someone, to be prepared in mind to do good to anyone if we have time to spare. There is however a good that we can do to all, if not to each individual, at least to all in general, as when we pray for all, for unbelievers as well as for the faithful. Reply Obj. 2. In a sinner there are two things, his guilt and his nature. Accordingly we are bound to succor the sinner as to the maintenance of his nature, but not so as to abet his sin, for this would be to do evil rather than good. Reply Obj. 3. The excommunicated and the enemies of the common will are deprived of all beneficence, in so far as this prevents them from doing evil deeds. Yet if their nature be in urgent need of succor lest it fail, we are bound to help them, for instance, if they be in danger of death through hunger or thirst, or suffer some like distress, unless this be according to the order of justice. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 31 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether we ought to do good to those rather who are more closely united to us. Objection 1. It would seem that we are not bound to do good to those rather who are more closely united to us. For it is written, Luke 14 verse 12, When thou makest a dinner or a supper, call not thy friends, nor thy brethren, nor thy kinsmen. Now these are the most closely united to us. Therefore we are not bound to do good to those rather who are more closely united to us, but preferably to strangers and to those who are in want. Hence the text goes on, but, when thou makest a feast, call the poor, the maimed, etc. Obj. 2. Further, to help another in the battle is an act of very great goodness. But a soldier on the battlefield is bound to help a fellow soldier who is a stranger rather than a kinsman who is a foe. Therefore in doing acts of kindness we are not bound to give the preference to those who are most closely united to us. Obj. 3. Further, we should pay what is due before conferring gratuitous favors. But it is a man's duty to be good to those who have been good to him. Therefore we ought to do good to our benefactors rather than to those who are closely united to us. Obj. 4. Further, a man ought to love his parents more than his children, as stated above, 26 Quetzales, a. 9. Yet a man ought to be more beneficent to his children, since neither ought the children to lay up for the parents, according to 2 Corinthians 12 verse 14. Therefore we are not bound to be more beneficent to those who are more closely united to us. On the contrary, Augustine says, the Doctrine Christ I. 28, Since one cannot do good to all, we ought to consider those chiefly who by reason of place, time or any other circumstance, by a kind of chance are more closely united to us. I answer that, grace and virtue imitate the order of nature, which is established by divine wisdom. Now the order of nature is such that every natural agent pours forth its activity first and most of all on the things which are nearest to it, thus fire heats most what is next to it. In like manner God pours forth the gifts of his goodness first and most plentifully on the substances which are nearest to him, as Dionysius declares, Seal. Here. 7. But the bestowal of benefits is an act of charity towards others. Therefore we ought to be most beneficent towards those who are most closely connected with us. Now one man's connection with another may be measured in reference to the various matters in which men are engaged together. Thus the intercourse of kinsmen is in natural matters, that of fellow citizens is in civic matters, that of the faithful is in spiritual matters. And so forth, and various benefits should be conferred in various ways according to these various connections, because we ought in preference to bestow on each one such benefits as pertain to the matter in which, speaking simply, he is most closely connected with us. And yet this may vary according to the various requirements of time, place, or matter in hand, because in certain cases one ought, for instance, to succor a stranger, in extreme necessity, rather than one's own father, if he is not in such urgent need. Reply Obj. 1. Our Lord did not absolutely forbid us to invite our friends and kinsmen to eat with us, but to invite them so that they may invite us in return, since that would be an act not of charity but of cupidity. The case may occur, however, that one ought rather to invite strangers, on account of their greater want. For it must be understood that, other things being equal, one ought to succor those rather who are most closely connected with us. And if of two, one be more closely connected, and the other in greater want, it is not possible to decide, by any general rule, which of them we ought to help rather than the other. Since there are various degrees of want as well as of connection, and the matter requires the judgment of a prudent man. Reply Obj. 2. The common good of many is more godlike than the good of an individual. Wherefore it is a virtuous action for a man to endanger even his own life, either for the spiritual or for the temporal common good of his country. Since therefore men engage together in warlike acts in order to safeguard the common weal, the soldier who with this in view succors his comrade, succors him not as a private individual, but with a view to the welfare of his country as a whole, wherefore it is not a matter for wonder if a stranger be preferred to one who is a blood relation. Reply Obj. 3. A thing may be due in two ways. There is one which should be reckoned, not among the goods of the debtor, but rather as belonging to the person to whom it is due. For instance, a man may have another's goods, whether in money or in kind, either because he has stolen them, or because he has received them on loan or in deposit or in some other way. In this case a man ought to pay what he owes, rather than benefit his connections out of it, unless perchance the case be so urgent that it would be lawful for him to take another's property in order to relieve the one who is in need. Yet, again, this would not apply if the creditor were in equal distress, in which case, however, the claims on either side would have to be weighed with regard to such other conditions as a prudent man would take into consideration, because, on account of the different particular cases, as the philosopher states, Ethic. 9:2, it is impossible to lay down a general rule. The other kind of due is one which is reckoned among the goods of the debtor and not of the creditor. For instance, a thing may be due, not because justice requires it, but on account of a certain moral equity, as in the case of benefits received gratis. Now no benefactor confers a benefit equal to that which a man receives from his parents, wherefore in paying back benefits received, we should give the first place to our parents before all others, unless, on the other side, there be such weightier motives, as need or some other circumstance, for instance the common good of the church or state. In other cases we must take to account the connection and the benefit received, and here again no general rule can laid down. Reply Obj. 4. Parents are like superiors, and so a parent's love tends to conferring benefits, while the children's love tends to honor their parents. Nevertheless in a case of extreme urgency it would be lawful to abandon one's children rather than one's parents, to abandon whom it is by no means lawful, on account of the obligation we lie under towards them for the benefits we have received from them, as the philosopher states, Ethic. 3:14. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 31 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether beneficence is a special virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that beneficence is a special virtue. For precepts are directed to virtue, since lawgivers purpose to make men virtuous, Ethic. I 9:13, 2:1. Now beneficence and love are prescribed as distinct from one another, for it is written, Matt. For 44, love your enemies, do good to them that hate you. Therefore beneficence is a virtue distinct from charity. Obj. 2. Further, vices are opposed to virtues. Now there are opposed to beneficence certain vices whereby a hurt is inflicted on our neighbor, for instance, rapine, theft and so forth. Therefore beneficence is a special virtue. Obj. 3. Further, charity is not divided into several species, whereas there would seem to be several kinds of beneficence, according to the various kinds of benefits. Therefore beneficence is a distinct virtue from charity. On the contrary, the internal and the external act do not require different virtues. Now beneficence and goodwill differ only as external and internal act, since beneficence is the execution of goodwill. Therefore as goodwill is not a distinct virtue from charity, so neither is beneficence. I answer that, virtues differ according to the different aspects of their objects. Now the formal aspect of the object of charity and of beneficence is the same, since both virtues regard the common aspect of good, as explained above, 1. Wherefore beneficence is not a distinct virtue from charity, but denotes an act of charity. Reply Obj. 1. Precepts are given, not about habits but about acts of virtue, wherefore distinction of precept denotes distinction, not of habits, but of acts. Reply Obj. 2. Even as all benefits conferred on our neighbor, if we consider them under the common aspect of good, are to be traced to love, so all hurts considered under the common aspect of evil, are to be traced to hatred. But if we consider these same things under certain special aspects of good or of evil, they are to be traced to certain special virtues or vices, and in this way also there are various kinds of benefits. Hence the reply to the third objection is evident. Question 32. Of almsdeeds, in 10 articles. We must now consider almsdeeds, under which head there are 10 points of inquiry. 1. Whether almsgiving is an act of charity. 2. Of the different kinds of alms. 3. Which alms are of greater account, spiritual or corporal. 4. Whether corporal alms have a spiritual effect. 5. Whether the giving of alms is a matter of precept. 6. Whether corporal alms should be given out of the things we need. 7. Whether corporal alms should be given out of ill-gotten goods. 8. Who can give alms? 9. To whom should we give alms? 10. How should alms be given? Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 32 quetzales, art. 1. Whether almsgiving is an act of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that almsgiving is not an act of charity. For without charity one cannot do acts of charity. Now it is possible to give alms without having charity, according to 1 Cor. 13:3, If I should distribute all my goods to feed the poor and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Therefore almsgiving is not an act of charity. Obj. 2. Further, almsdeeds are reckoned among works of satisfaction, according to Dan. 4:24, Redeem thou thy sins with alms. Now satisfaction is an act of justice. Therefore almsgiving is an act of justice and not of charity. Obj. 3. Further, the offering of sacrifices to God is an act of religion. But almsgiving is offering a sacrifice to God, according to Hebrews 13 verse 16, Do not forget to do good and to impart, for by such sacrifices God's favor is obtained. Therefore almsgiving is not an act of charity, but of religion. Obj. 4. Further, the philosopher says, Ethic. 4:1, that to give for a good purpose is an act of liberality. Now this is especially true of almsgiving. Therefore almsgiving is not an act of charity. On the contrary, it is written 2 John 3 verse 17, He that hath the substance of this world, and shall see his brother in need, and shall put up his bowels from him, how doth the charity of God abide in him? I answer that, external acts belong to that virtue which regards the motive for doing those acts. Now the motive for giving alms is to relieve one who is in need. Wherefore some have defined alms as being a deed whereby something is given to the needy, out of compassion and for God's sake, which motive belongs to mercy, as stated above, 30 quetzales, AA, 1, 2. Hence it is clear that almsgiving is, properly speaking, an act of mercy. This appears in its very name, for in Greek, eleemosynê, it is derived from having mercy, elein, even as the Latin miseratio is. And since mercy is an effect of charity, as shown above, 30 quetzales, a. 2, a. 3, obj. 3, it follows that almsgiving is an act of charity through the medium of mercy. Reply Obj. 1. An act of virtue may be taken in two ways, first materially, thus an act of justice is to do what is just. And such an act of virtue can be without the virtue, since many, without having the habit of justice, do what is just, led by the natural light of reason, or through fear, or in the hope of gain. Secondly, we speak of a thing being an act of justice formally, and thus an act of justice is to do what is just, in the same way as a just man, i.e. with readiness and delight, and such an act of virtue cannot be without the virtue. Accordingly, almsgiving can be materially without charity, but to give alms formally, i.e. for God's sake, with delight and readiness, and altogether as one ought, is not possible without charity. Reply Obj. 2. Nothing hinders the proper elicited act of one virtue being commanded by another virtue as commanding it and directing it to this other virtue's end. It is in this way that almsgiving is reckoned among works of satisfaction in so far as pity for the one in distress is directed to the satisfaction for his sin. And in so far as it is directed to placate God, it has the character of a sacrifice, and thus it is commanded by religion. Wherefore the reply to the third objection is evident. Reply Obj. 4. Almsgiving belongs to liberality, in so far as liberality removes an obstacle to that act, which might arise from excessive love of riches, the result of which is that one clings to them more than one ought. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether the different kinds of almsdeeds are suitably enumerated. Objection 1. It would seem that the different kinds of almsdeeds are unsuitably enumerated. For we reckon 7 corporal almsdeeds, namely, to feed the hungry, to give drink to the thirsty, to clothe the naked, to harbor the harborless, to visit the sick, to ransom the captive, to bury the dead. All of which are expressed in the following verse: to visit, to quench, to feed, to ransom, clothe, harbor or bury. Again we reckon 7 spiritual alms, namely, to instruct the ignorant, to counsel the doubtful, to comfort the sorrowful, to reprove the sinner, to forgive injuries, to bear with those who trouble and annoy us, and to pray for all. Which are all contained in the following verse: to counsel, reprove, console, to pardon, forbear, and to pray, yet so that counsel includes both advice and instruction. And it seems that these various almsdeeds are unsuitably enumerated. For the purpose of almsdeeds is to succor our neighbor. But a dead man profits nothing by being buried, else our Lord would not have spoken truly when he said, Matt. 10:28, Be not afraid of them who kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do. The quotation is from Luke 12 verse 4. This explains why our Lord, in enumerating the works of mercy, made no mention of the burial of the dead, Matt. 25:35, 36. Therefore it seems that these almsdeeds are unsuitably enumerated. Obj. 2. Further, as stated above, 1. The purpose of giving alms is to relieve our neighbor's need. Now there are many needs of human life other than those mentioned above. For instance, a blind man needs a leader, a lame man needs someone to lean on, a poor man needs riches. Therefore these almsdeeds are unsuitably enumerated. Obj. 3. Further, almsgiving is a work of mercy. But the reproof of the wrongdoer savors, apparently, of severity rather than of mercy. Therefore it ought not to be reckoned among the spiritual almsdeeds. Obj. 4. Further, almsgiving is intended for the supply of a defect. But no man is without the defect of ignorance in some matter or other. Therefore, apparently, each one ought to instruct anyone who is ignorant of what he knows himself. On the contrary, Gregory says, Nam in Evang, 9, Let him that hath understanding beware lest he withhold his knowledge, let him that hath abundance of wealth, watch lest he slacken his merciful bounty. Let him who is a servant to art be most solicitous to share his skill and profit with his neighbor. Let him who has an opportunity of speaking with the wealthy, fear lest he be condemned for retaining his talent, if when he has the chance he plead not with him the cause of the poor. Therefore the aforesaid almsdeeds are suitably enumerated in respect of those things whereof men have abundance or insufficiency. I answer that, the aforesaid distinction of almsdeeds is suitably taken from the various needs of our neighbor, some of which affect the soul, and are relieved by spiritual almsdeeds, while others affect the body, and are relieved by corporal almsdeeds. For corporal need occurs either during this life or afterwards. If it occurs during this life, it is either a common need in respect of things needed by all, or it is a special need occurring through some accident supervening. In the first case, the need is either internal or external. Internal need is twofold, one which is relieved by solid food, viz. Hunger, in respect of which we have to feed the hungry, while the other is relieved by liquid food, viz. Thirst, and in respect of this we have to give drink to the thirsty. The common need with regard to external help is twofold. One in respect of clothing, and as to this we have to clothe the naked, while the other is in respect of a dwelling place, and as to this we have to harbor the harborless. Again, if the need be special, it is either the result of an internal cause, like sickness, and then we have to visit the sick, or it results from an external cause, and then we have to ransom the captive. After this life we give burial to the dead. In like manner spiritual needs are relieved by spiritual acts in two ways, first by asking for help from God, and in this respect we have prayer, whereby one man prays for others, secondly, by giving human assistance, and this in three ways. First, in order to relieve a deficiency on the part of the intellect, and if this deficiency be in the speculative intellect, the remedy is applied by instructing, and if in the practical intellect, the remedy is applied by counseling. Secondly, there may be a deficiency on the part of the appetitive power, especially by way of sorrow, which is remedied by comforting. Thirdly, the deficiency may be due to an inordinate act, and this may be the subject of a threefold consideration. First, in respect of the sinner, inasmuch as the sin proceeds from his inordinate will, and thus the remedy takes the form of reproof. Secondly, in respect of the person sinned against. And if the sin be committed against ourselves, we apply the remedy by pardoning the injury, while, if it be committed against God or our neighbor, it is not in our power to pardon, as Jerome observes, Supermath. 18:15. Thirdly, in respect of the result of the inordinate act, on account of which the sinner is an annoyance to those who live with him, even beside his intention. In which case the remedy is applied by bearing with him, especially with regard to those who sin out of weakness, according to Rom. 15:1, we that are stronger, ought to bear the infirmities of the weak, and not only as regards their being infirm and consequently troublesome on account of their unruly actions, but also by bearing any other burdens of theirs with them. According to Gal. 6:2, bear ye one another's burdens. Reply Obj. 1. Burial does not profit a dead man as though his body could be capable of perception after death. In this sense our Lord said that those who kill the body have no more that they can do. And for this reason he did not mention the burial of the dead with the other works of mercy, but those only which are more clearly necessary. Nevertheless it does concern the deceased what is done with his body, both that he may live in the memory of man whose respect he forfeits if he remain without burial, and as regards a man's fondness for his own body while he was yet living. A fondness which kindly persons should imitate after his death. It is thus that some are praised for burying the dead, as Tobias, and those who buried our Lord, as Augustine says, de cura pro mort. 3. Reply Obj. 2. All other needs are reduced to these, for blindness and lameness are kinds of sickness, so that to lead the blind, and to support the lame, come to the same as visiting the sick. In like manner to assist a man against any distress that is due to an extrinsic cause comes to the same as the ransom of captives. And the wealth with which we relieve the poor is sought merely for the purpose of relieving the aforesaid needs, hence there was no reason for special mention of this particular need. Reply Obj. 3. The reproof of the sinner, as to the exercise of the act of reproving, seems to imply the severity of justice, but, as to the intention of the reprover, who wishes to free a man from the evil of sin, it is an act of mercy and loving kindness. According to Prov. 27:6, better are the wounds of a friend, than the deceitful kisses of an enemy. Reply Obj. 4. Nescience is not always a defect, but only when it is about what one ought to know, and it is a part of almsgiving to supply this defect by instruction. In doing this, however, we should observe the due circumstances of persons, place, and time, even as in other virtuous acts. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether corporal alms are of more account than spiritual alms? Objection 1. It would seem that corporal alms are of more account than spiritual alms. For it is more praiseworthy to give an alms to one who is in greater want, since an almsdeed is to be praised because it relieves one who is in need. Now the body which is relieved by corporal alms, is by nature more needy than the spirit which is relieved by spiritual alms. Therefore corporal alms are of more account. Obj. 2. Further, an alms is less praiseworthy and meritorious if the kindness is compensated, wherefore our Lord says, Luke 14:12, When thou makest a dinner or a supper, call not thy neighbors who are rich, lest perhaps they also invite thee again. Now there is always compensation in spiritual almsdeeds, since he who prays for another, profits thereby, according to P.S. 34:13, My prayer shall be turned into my bosom, and he who teaches another, makes progress in knowledge, which cannot be said of corporal almsdeeds. Therefore corporal almsdeeds are of more account than spiritual almsdeeds. Obj. 3. Further, an alms is to be commended if the needy one is comforted by it, wherefore it is written, Job 31:20, If his sides have not blessed me, and the apostle says to Philemon, verse 7, The bowels of the saints have been refreshed by thee. Brother. Now a corporal alms is sometimes more welcome to a needy man than a spiritual alms. Therefore bodily almsdeeds are of more account than spiritual almsdeeds. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Serm. Dom. In Monte I, 20, on the words, Give to him that asketh of thee, Matt. 5:42, You should give so as to injure neither yourself nor another, and when you refuse what another asks you must not lose sight of the claims of justice, and send him away empty. At times indeed you will give what is better than what is asked for, if you reprove him that asks unjustly. Now reproof is a spiritual alms. Therefore spiritual almsdeeds are preferable to corporal almsdeeds. I answer that, there are two ways of comparing these almsdeeds. First, simply, and in this respect, spiritual almsdeeds hold the first place, for three reasons. First, because the offering is more excellent, since it is a spiritual gift, which surpasses a corporal gift, according to Proverbs 4 verse 2, I will give you a good gift, forsake not my law. Secondly, on account of the object succored, because the spirit is more excellent than the body, wherefore, even as a man in looking after himself, ought to look to his soul more than to his body, so ought he in looking after his neighbor, whom he ought to love as himself. Thirdly, as regards the acts themselves by which our neighbor is succored, because spiritual acts are more excellent than corporal acts, which are, in a fashion, servile. Secondly, we may compare them with regard to some particular case, when some corporal alms excels some spiritual alms. For instance, a man in hunger is to be fed rather than instructed, and as the philosopher observes, Topic. 3:2, For a needy man money is better than philosophy, although the latter is better simply. Reply Obj. 1. It is better to give to one who is in greater want, other things being equal, but if he who is less needy is better, and is in want of better things, it is better to give to him, and it is thus in the case in point. Reply Obj. 2. Compensation does not detract from merit and praise if it be not intended, even as human glory, if not intended, does not detract from virtue. Thus Sallust says of Cato, Catiline, that, the less he sought fame, the more he became famous, and thus it is with spiritual almsdeeds. Nevertheless the intention of gaining spiritual goods does not detract from merit, as the intention of gaining corporal goods. Reply Obj. 3. The merit of an almsgiver depends on that in which the will of the recipient rests reasonably, and not on that in which it rests when it is inordinate. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether corporal almsdeeds have a spiritual effect. Objection 1. It would seem that corporal almsdeeds have not a spiritual effect. For no effect exceeds its cause. But spiritual goods exceed corporal goods. Therefore corporal almsdeeds have no spiritual effect. Obj. 2. Further, the sin of simony consists in giving the corporal for the spiritual, and it is to be utterly avoided. Therefore one ought not to give alms in order to receive a spiritual effect. Obj. 3. Further, to multiply the cause is to multiply the effect. If therefore corporal almsdeeds cause a spiritual effect, the greater the alms, the greater the spiritual profit, which is contrary to what we read, Luke 21 verse 3, of the widow who cast 2 brass mites into the treasury. And in our Lord's own words, cast in more than all. Therefore bodily almsdeeds have no spiritual effect. On the contrary, it is written, Eccles. 17:18, the alms of a man shall preserve the grace of a man as the apple of the eye. I answer that, corporal almsdeeds may be considered in 3 ways. First, with regard to their substance, and in this way they have merely a corporal effect, inasmuch as they supply our neighbor's corporal needs. Secondly, they may be considered with regard to their cause, in so far as a man gives a corporal alms out of love for God and his neighbor, and in this respect they bring forth a spiritual fruit, according to Eccles. 29:13, 14, lose thy money for thy brother, place thy treasure in the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold. Thirdly, with regard to the effect, and in this way again, they have a spiritual fruit, inasmuch as our neighbor, who is succored by a corporal alms, is moved to pray for his benefactor, wherefore the above text goes on, Eccles. 29:15, shut up alms in the heart of the poor, and it shall obtain help for thee from all evil. Reply Obj. 1. This argument considers corporal almsdeeds as to their substance. Reply Obj. 2. He who gives an alms does not intend to buy a spiritual thing with a corporal thing, for he knows that spiritual things infinitely surpass corporal things, but he intends to merit a spiritual fruit through the love of charity. Reply Obj. 3. The widow who gave less in quantity, gave more in proportion, and thus we gather that the fervor of her charity, whence corporal almsdeeds derive their spiritual efficacy, was greater. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether almsgiving is a matter of precept. Objection 1, it would seem that almsgiving is not a matter of precept. For the counsels are distinct from the precepts. Now almsgiving is a matter of counsel, according to Dan. For 24, let my counsel be acceptable to the king, vulgar, to thee, and, redeem thou thy sins with alms. Therefore almsgiving is not a matter of precept. Obj. 2. Further, it is lawful for everyone to use and to keep what is his own. Yet by keeping it he will not give alms. Therefore it is lawful not to give alms, and consequently almsgiving is not a matter of precept. Obj. 3. Further, whatever is a matter of precept binds the transgressor at some time or other under pain of mortal sin, because positive precepts are binding for some fixed time. Therefore, if almsgiving were a matter of precept, it would be possible to point to some fixed time when a man would commit a mortal sin unless he gave an alms. But it does not appear how this can be so, because it can always be deemed probable that the person in need can be relieved in some other way. And that what we would spend in almsgiving might be needful to ourselves either now or in some future time. Therefore it seems that almsgiving is not a matter of precept. Obj. 4. Further, every commandment is reducible to the precepts of the Decalogue. But these precepts contain no reference to almsgiving. Therefore almsgiving is not a matter of precept. On the contrary, no man is punished eternally for omitting to do what is not a matter of precept. But some are punished eternally for omitting to give alms, as is clear from Matt. 25:41-43. Therefore almsgiving is a matter of precept. I answer that, as love of our neighbor is a matter of precept, whatever is a necessary condition to the love of our neighbor is a matter of precept also. Now the love of our neighbor requires that not only should we be our neighbor's well-wishers, but also his well-doers, according to 1 John 3 verse 18, let us not love in word, nor in tongue, but in deed, and in truth. And in order to be a person's well-wisher and well-doer, we ought to succor his needs, this is done by almsgiving. Therefore almsgiving is a matter of precept. Since, however, precepts are about acts of virtue, it follows that all almsgiving must be a matter of precept, in so far as it is necessary to virtue, namely, in so far as it is demanded by right reason. Now right reason demands that we should take into consideration something on the part of the giver, and something on the part of the recipient. On the part of the giver, it must be noted that he should give of his surplus, according to Luke 11 verse 41, that which remaineth, give alms. This surplus is to be taken in reference not only to himself, so as to denote what is unnecessary to the individual, but also in reference to those of whom he has charge, in which case we have the expression necessary to the person, the official necessities of a person in position, taking the word person as expressive of dignity. Because each one must first of all look after himself and then after those over whom he has charge, and afterwards with what remains relieve the needs of others. Thus nature first, by its nutritive power, takes what it requires for the upkeep of one's own body, and afterwards yields the residue for the formation of another by the power of generation. On the part of the recipient it is requisite that he should be in need, else there would be no reason for giving him alms, yet since it is not possible for one individual to relieve the needs of all, we are not bound to relieve all who are in need, but only those who could not be succored if we not did succor them. For in such cases the words of Ambrose apply, feed him that dies of hunger, if thou hast not fed him, thou hast slain him, cf. Canon Pass, Dist 86, whence the words, as quoted, are taken. Accordingly we are bound to give alms of our surplus, as also to give alms to one whose need is extreme, otherwise almsgiving, like any other greater good, is a matter of counsel. Reply Obj. 1. Daniel spoke to a king who was not subject to God's law, wherefore such things as were prescribed by the law which he did not profess, had to be counselled to him. Or he may have been speaking in reference to a case in which almsgiving was not a matter of precept. Reply Obj. 2. The temporal goods which God grants us, are ours as to the ownership, but as to the use of them, they belong not to us alone but also to such others as we are able to succor out of what we have over and above our needs. Hence Basil says, Hom. Super Luke 12:18, if you acknowledge them, viz. Your temporal goods, as coming from God, is he unjust because he apportions them unequally? Why are you rich while another is poor, unless it be that you may have the merit of a good stewardship, and he the reward of patience? It is the hungry man's bread that you withhold, the naked man's cloak that you have stored away, the shoe of the barefoot that you have left to rot, the money of the needy that you have buried underground, and so you injure as many as you might help. Ambrose expresses himself in the same way. Reply Obj. 3. There is a time when we sin mortally if we omit to give alms. On the part of the recipient when we see that his need is evident and urgent, and that he is not likely to be succored otherwise, on the part of the giver, when he has superfluous goods, which he does not need for the time being, as far as he can judge with probability. Nor need he consider every case that may possibly occur in the future, for this would be to think about the morrow, which our Lord forbade us to do, Matt. 6:34, but he should judge what is superfluous and what necessary, according as things probably and generally occur. Reply Obj. For, all succor given to our neighbor is reduced to the precept about honoring our parents. For thus does the Apostle interpret it, 1 Tim. 4:8, where he says, dutifulness, due, godliness, is profitable to all things, having promise of the life that now is, and of that which is to come, and he says this because the precept about honoring our parents contains the promise. That thou mayest be long-lived upon the land, Ex. 20:12, and dutifulness comprises all kinds of almsgiving. Pietas, whence our English word, piety. Cf. also INF 101 quetzales, a, 2, underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 32 quetzales, art. 6. Whether one ought to give alms out of what one needs. Objection 1. It would seem that one ought not to give alms out of what one needs. For the order of charity should be observed not only as regards the effect of our benefactions but also as regards our interior affections. Now it is a sin to contravene the order of charity, because this order is a matter of precept. Since, then, the order of charity requires that a man should love himself more than his neighbor, it seems that he would sin if he deprived himself of what he needed, in order to succor his neighbor. Obj. 2. Further, whoever gives away what he needs himself, squanders his own substance, and that is to be a prodigal, according to the Philosopher, Ethic. 4:1. But no sinful deed should be done. Therefore we should not give alms out of what we need. Obj. 3. Further, the Apostle says, 1 Timothy 5:8, if any man have not care of his own, and especially of those of his house, he hath denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel. Now if a man gives of what he needs for himself or for his charge, he seems to detract from the care he should have for himself or his charge. Therefore it seems that whoever gives alms from what he needs, sins gravely. On the contrary, our Lord said, Matt. 19:21, if thou wilt be perfect, go, sell what thou hast, and give to the poor. Now he that gives all he has to the poor, gives not only what he needs not, but also what he needs. Therefore a man may give alms out of what he needs. I answer that, a thing is necessary in two ways. First, because without it something is impossible, and it is altogether wrong to give alms out of what is necessary to us in this sense. For instance, if a man found himself in the presence of a case of urgency, and had merely sufficient to support himself and his children, or others under his charge, he would be throwing away his life and that of others if he were to give away in alms what was then necessary to him. Yet I say this without prejudice to such a case as might happen, supposing that by depriving himself of necessaries a man might help a great personage and a support of the church or state. Since it would be a praiseworthy act to endanger one's life and the lives of those who are under our charge for the delivery of such a person, since the common good is to be preferred to one's own. Secondly, a thing is said to be necessary, if a man cannot without it live in keeping with his social station, as regards either himself or those of whom he has charge. That necessary, considered thus, is not an invariable quantity, for one might add much more to a man's property, and yet not go beyond what he needs in this way, or one might take much from him. And he would still have sufficient for the decencies of life in keeping with his own position. Accordingly it is good to give alms of this kind of necessary, and it is a matter not of precept but of counsel. Yet it would be inordinate to deprive oneself of one's own, in order to give to others to such an extent that the residue would be insufficient for one to live in keeping with one's station and the ordinary occurrences of life, for no man ought to live unbecomingly. There are, however, 3 exceptions to the above rule. The first is when a man changes his state of life, for instance, by entering religion, for then he gives away all his possessions for Christ's sake, and does the deed of perfection by transferring himself to another state. Secondly, when that which he deprives himself of, though it be required for the decencies of life, can nevertheless easily be recovered, so that he does not suffer extreme inconvenience. Thirdly, when he is in presence of extreme indigence in an individual, or great need on the part of the commonweal. For in such cases it would seem praiseworthy to forego the requirements of one's station, in order to provide for a greater need. The objections may be easily solved from what has been said. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether one may give alms out of ill-gotten goods. Objection 1, it would seem that one may give alms out of ill-gotten goods. For it is written, Luke 16 verse 9, Make unto you friends of the mammon of iniquity. Now mammon signifies riches. Therefore it is lawful to make unto oneself spiritual friends by giving alms out of ill-gotten riches. Obj. 2. Further, all filthy lucre seems to be ill-gotten. But the profits from whoredom are filthy lucre, wherefore it was forbidden, Dut. 23:18, to offer therefrom sacrifices or oblations to God, thou shalt not offer the hire of a strumpet in the house of thy God. In like manner gains from games of chance are ill-gotten, for, as the philosopher says, Ethic. 4:1, we take such like gains from our friends to whom we ought rather to give. And most of all are the profits from simony ill-gotten, since thereby the Holy Ghost is wronged. Nevertheless out of such gains it is lawful to give alms. Therefore one may give alms out of ill-gotten goods. Obj. 3. Further, greater evils should be avoided more than lesser evils. Now it is less sinful to keep back another's property than to commit murder, of which a man is guilty if he fails to succor one who is in extreme need, as appears from the words of Ambrose who says, cf. Canon Pas St. 86, whence the words, as quoted, are taken, Feed him that dies of hunger, if thou hast not fed him, thou hast slain him. Therefore, in certain cases, it is lawful to give alms of ill-gotten goods. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Verb. Dom. 35, 2, Give alms from your just labors. For you will not bribe Christ your judge, not to hear you with the poor whom you rob. Give not alms from interest and usury, I speak to the faithful to whom we dispense the body of Christ. I answer that, a thing may be ill-gotten in 3 ways. In the first place a thing is ill-gotten if it be due to the person from whom it is gotten, and may not be kept by the person who has obtained possession of it. As in the case of rapine, theft and usury, and of such things a man may not give alms since he is bound to restore them. Secondly, a thing is ill-gotten, when he that has it may not keep it, and yet he may not return it to the person from whom he received it, because he received it unjustly, while the latter gave it unjustly. This happens in simony, wherein both giver and receiver contravene the justice of the divine law, so that restitution is to be made not to the giver, but by giving alms. The same applies to all similar cases of illegal giving and receiving. Thirdly, a thing is ill-gotten, not because the taking was unlawful, but because it is the outcome of something unlawful, as in the case of a woman's profits from whoredom. This is filthy lucre properly so called, because the practice of whoredom is filthy and against the law of God, yet the woman does not act unjustly or unlawfully in taking the money. Consequently it is lawful to keep and to give in alms what is thus acquired by an unlawful action. Reply Obj. 1, as Augustine says, De Verb. Dom. 2, some have misunderstood this saying of our Lord, so as to take another's property and give thereof to the poor, thinking that they are fulfilling the commandment by so doing. This interpretation must be amended. Yet all riches are called riches of iniquity, as stated in De Quast. Ev. 2:34, because riches are not unjust save for those who are themselves unjust, and put all their trust in them. Or, according to Ambrose in his commentary on Luke 16 verse 9, Make unto yourselves friends, etc., he calls mammon unjust, because it draws our affections by the various allurements of wealth. Or, Because, among the many ancestors whose property you inherit, there is one who took the property of others unjustly, although you know nothing about it, as Basil says in a homily, Hom. Super Luke. A. 5. Or, all riches are styled riches, of iniquity, i.e., of inequality, because they are not distributed equally among all, one being in need, and another in affluence. Reply Obj. 2. We have already explained how alms may be given out of the profits of whoredom. Yet sacrifices and oblations were not made therefrom at the altar, both on account of the scandal, and through reverence for sacred things. It is also lawful to give alms out of the profits of simony, because they are not due to him who paid, indeed he deserves to lose them. But as to the profits from games of chance, there would seem to be something unlawful as being contrary to the divine law, when a man wins from one who cannot alienate his property, such as minors, lunatics, and so forth, or when a man, with the desire of making money out of another man, entices him to play, and wins from him by cheating. In these cases he is bound to restitution, and consequently cannot give away his gains in alms. Then again there would seem to be something unlawful as being against the positive civil law, which altogether forbids any such profits. Since, however, a civil law does not bind all, but only those who are subject to that law, and moreover may be abrogated through desuetude, it follows that all such as are bound by these laws are bound to make restitution of such gains. Unless perchance the contrary custom prevail, or unless a man win from one who enticed him to play, in which case he is not bound to restitution, because the loser does not deserve to be paid back, and yet he cannot lawfully keep what he has won. So long as that positive law is in force, wherefore in this case he ought to give it away in alms. Reply Obj. 3. All things are common property in a case of extreme necessity. Hence one who is in such dire straits may take another's goods in order to succor himself, if he can find no one who is willing to give him something. For the same reason a man may retain what belongs to another, and give alms thereof, or even take something if there be no other way of succoring the one who is in need. If however this be possible without danger, he must ask the owner's consent, and then succor the poor man who is in extreme necessity. Underscore 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 underscore. 8th article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether one who is under another's power can give alms. Objection 1. It would seem that one who is under another's power can give alms. For religious are under the power of their prelates to whom they have vowed obedience. Now if it were unlawful for them to give alms, they would lose by entering the state of religion, for as Ambrose, the quotation is from the works of Ambrosiaster. Cf. Index to Ecclesiastical Authorities quoted by St. Thomas, says on 1 Tim. For 8, dutifulness, due, godliness, is profitable to all things. The sum total of the Christian religion consists in doing one's duty by all, and the most creditable way of doing this is to give alms. Therefore those who are in another's power can give alms. Obj. 2. Further, a wife is under her husband's power, Genesis 3 verse 16. But a wife can give alms since she is her husband's partner. Hence it is related of the blessed Lucy that she gave alms without the knowledge of her betrothed, sponsors. The matrimonial institutions of the Romans were so entirely different from ours that sponsors is no longer accurately rendered either husband or betrothed. Therefore a person is not prevented from giving alms, by being under another's power. Obj. 3. Further, the subjection of children to their parents is founded on nature, wherefore the Apostle says, Ephesians 6 verse 1, Children, obey your parents in the Lord. But, apparently, children may give alms out of their parents' property. For it is their own, since they are the heirs, wherefore, since they can employ it for some bodily use, it seems that much more can they use it in giving alms so as to profit their souls. Therefore those who are under another's power can give alms. Obj. 4. Further, servants are under their master's power, according to Titus 2 verse 9, exhort servants to be obedient to their masters. Now they may lawfully do anything that will profit their masters, and this would be especially the case if they gave alms for them. Therefore those who are under another's power can give alms. On the contrary, alms should not be given out of another's property, and each one should give alms out of the just profit of his own labor, as Augustine says, De Verb. Dom. 35, 2. Now if those who are subject to anyone were to give alms, this would be out of another's property. Therefore those who are under another's power cannot give alms. I answer that, anyone who is under another's power must, as such, be ruled in accordance with the power of his superior, for the natural order demands that the inferior should be ruled according to its superior. Therefore in those matters in which the inferior is subject to his superior, his ministrations must be subject to the superior's permission. Accordingly he that is under another's power must not give alms of anything in respect of which he is subject to that other, except in so far as he has been commissioned by his superior. But if he has something in respect of which he is not under the power of his superior, he is no longer subject to another in its regard, being independent in respect of that particular thing, and he can give alms therefrom. Reply Obj. 1. If a monk be dispensed through being commissioned by his superior, he can give alms from the property of his monastery, in accordance with the terms of his commission. But if he has no such dispensation, since he has nothing of his own, he cannot give alms without his abbot's permission, either express or presumed for some probable reason, except in a case of extreme necessity, when it would be lawful for him to commit a theft in order to give an alms. Nor does it follow that he is worse off than before, because, as stated in De Ecclesiastis Dogm. 71, it is a good thing to give one's property to the poor little by little, but it is better still to give all at once in order to follow Christ, and being freed from care, to be needy with Christ. Reply Obj. 2. A wife, who has other property besides her dowry which is for the support of the burdens of marriage, whether that property be gained by her own industry or by any other lawful means, can give alms out of that property, without asking her husband's permission. Yet such alms should be moderate, lest through giving too much she impoverish her husband. Otherwise she ought not to give alms without the express or presumed consent of her husband, except in cases of necessity, as stated, in the case of a monk, in the preceding reply. For though the wife be her husband's equal in the marriage act, yet in matters of housekeeping, the head of the woman is the man, as the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 11 verse 3. As regards blessed Lucy, she had a betrothed, not a husband, wherefore she could give alms with her mother's consent. Reply Obj. 3. What belongs to the children belongs also to the father, wherefore the child cannot give alms, except in such small quantity that one may presume the father to be willing, unless, perchance, the father authorize his child to dispose of any particular property. The same applies to servants. Hence the reply to the fourth objection is clear. Underscore 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 underscore. Ninth article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, Art. 9. Whether one ought to give alms to those rather who are more closely united to us. Objection 1. It would seem that one ought not to give alms to those rather who are more closely united to us. For it is written, Eccles. 12:4, 6, Give to the merciful and uphold not the sinner. Do good to the humble and give not to the ungodly. Now it happens sometimes that those who are closely united to us are sinful and ungodly. Therefore we ought not to give alms to them in preference to others. Obj. 2. Further, alms should be given that we may receive an eternal reward in return, according to Matt. 6:18, and thy Father who seeth in secret, will repay thee. Now the eternal reward is gained chiefly by the alms which are given to the saints, according to Luke 16 verse 9, Make unto you friends of the mammon of iniquity, that when you shall fail, they may receive you into everlasting dwellings. Which passage Augustine expounds, De Verb. Dom. 35, 1, Who shall have everlasting dwellings unless the saints of God? And who are they that shall be received by them into their dwellings, if not those who succor them in their needs? Therefore alms should be given to the more holy persons rather than to those who are more closely united to us. Obj. 3. Further, man is more closely united to himself. But a man cannot give himself an alms. Therefore it seems that we are not bound to give alms to those who are most closely united to us. On the contrary, the Apostle says, 1 Tim. 5:8, If any man have not care of his own, and especially of those of his house, he hath denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel. I answer that, as Augustine says, De Doctr. Christ. 28, it falls to us by lot, as it were, to have to look to the welfare of those who are more closely united to us. Nevertheless in this matter we must employ discretion, according to the various degrees of connection, holiness and utility. For we ought to give alms to one who is much holier and in greater want, and to one who is more useful to the common will, rather than to one who is more closely united to us, especially if the latter be not very closely united, and has no special claim on our care then and there, and who is not in very urgent need. Reply Obj. 1. We ought not to help a sinner as such, that is by encouraging him to sin, but as man, that is by supporting his nature. Reply Obj. 2. Almsdeeds deserve on two counts to receive an eternal reward. First, because they are rooted in charity, and in this respect an almsdeed is meritorious in so far as it observes the order of charity, which requires that, other things being equal, we should, in preference, help those who are more closely connected with us. Wherefore Ambrose says, De Officiis 30, It is with commendable liberality that you forget not your kindred, if you know them to be in need, for it is better that you should yourself help your own family. Who would be ashamed to beg help from others? Secondly, almsdeeds deserve to be rewarded eternally, through the merit of the recipient, who prays for the giver, and it is in this sense that Augustine is speaking. Reply Obj. 3. Since almsdeeds are works of mercy, just as a man does not, properly speaking, pity himself, but only by a kind of comparison, as stated above, 30 Quetzales, a. 1, 2, so too, properly speaking, no man gives himself an alms, unless he act in another's person. Thus when a man is appointed to distribute alms, he can take something for himself, if he be in want, on the same ground as when he gives to others. Underscore 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 underscore. 10th article, 2-2, 32 Quetzales, art. 10. Whether alms should be given in abundance. Objection 1, it would seem that alms should not be given in abundance. For we ought to give alms to those chiefly who are most closely connected with us. But we ought not to give to them in such a way that they are likely to become richer thereby, as Ambrose says, De Officiis 30. Therefore neither should we give abundantly to others. Obj. 2. Further, Ambrose says, De Officiis 30, we should not lavish our wealth on others all at once, we should dole it out by degrees. But to give abundantly is to give lavishly. Therefore alms should not be given in abundance. Obj. 3. Further, the Apostle says, 2 Corinthians 8 verse 13, not that others should be eased, i.e. should live on you without working themselves, and you burthened, i.e. impoverished. But this would be the result if alms were given in abundance. Therefore we ought not to give alms abundantly. On the contrary, it is written, Tob. 4 hours 93 minutes, if thou have much, give abundantly. I answer that, alms may be considered abundant in relation either to the giver, or to the recipient, in relation to the giver, when that which a man gives is great as compared with his means. To give thus is praiseworthy, wherefore our Lord, Luke 21 verses 3 and 4, commended the widow because, of her want, she cast in all the living that she had. Nevertheless those conditions must be observed which were laid down when we spoke of giving alms out of one's necessary goods, a. 9. On the part of the recipient, an alms may be abundant in two ways. First, by relieving his needs sufficiently, and in this sense it is praiseworthy to give alms. Secondly, by relieving his need more than sufficiently. This is not praiseworthy, and it would be better to give to several that are in need, wherefore the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 3, if I should distribute to feed the poor, on which words a gloss comments, thus we are warned to be careful in giving alms, and to give, not to one only, but to many, that we may profit many. Reply Obj. 1. This argument considers abundance of alms as exceeding the needs of the recipient. Reply Obj. 2. The passage quoted considers abundance of alms on the part of the giver. But the sense is that God does not wish a man to lavish all his wealth at once, except when he changes his state of life, wherefore he goes on to say, except we imitate Eliseus who slew his oxen and fed the poor with what he had, so that no household cares might keep him back. 3 Kings 19 verse 21. Reply Obj. 3. In the passage quoted the words, not that others should be eased or refreshed, refer to that abundance of alms which surpasses the need of the recipient, to whom one should give alms not that he may have an easy life, but that he may have relief. Nevertheless we must bring discretion to bear on the matter, on account of the various conditions of men, some of whom are more daintily nurtured, and need finer food and clothing. Hence Ambrose says, De Officiis I, 30, when you give an alms to a man, you should take into consideration his age and his weakness, and sometimes the shame which proclaims his good birth. And again that perhaps he has fallen from riches to indigence through no fault of his own. With regard to the words that follow, and you burdened, they refer to abundance on the part of the giver. Yet, as a gloss says on the same passage, he says this, not because it would be better to give in abundance, but because he fears for the weak, and he admonishes them so to give that they lack not for themselves. Question 33. Of fraternal correction, in 8 articles. We must now consider fraternal correction, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether fraternal correction is an act of charity. 2. Whether it is a matter of precept. 3. Whether this precept binds all, or only superiors. 4. Whether this precept binds the subject to correct his superior. 5. Whether a sinner may correct anyone. 6. Whether one ought to correct a person who becomes worse through being corrected. 7. Whether secret correction should precede denouncement. 8. Whether witnesses should be called before denouncement. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether fraternal correction is an act of charity. Objection 1. It would seem that fraternal correction is not an act of charity. For a gloss on Matt. 18:15, if thy brother shall offend against thee, says that, a man should reprove his brother out of zeal for justice. But justice is a distinct virtue from charity. Therefore fraternal correction is an act, not of charity, but of justice. Obj. 2. Further, fraternal correction is given by secret admonition. Now admonition is a kind of counsel, which is an act of prudence, for a prudent man is one who is of good counsel. Ethic. 6:5. Therefore fraternal correction is an act, not of charity, but of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, contrary acts do not belong to the same virtue. Now it is an act of charity to bear with a sinner, according to Gal. 6:2, bear ye one another's burdens, and so you shall fulfill the law of Christ, which is the law of charity. Therefore it seems that the correction of a sinning brother, which is contrary to bearing with him, is not an act of charity. On the contrary, to correct the wrongdoer is a spiritual almsdeed. But almsdeeds are works of charity, as stated above, 32 Quetzales, a. 1. Therefore fraternal correction is an act of charity. I answer that, the correction of the wrongdoer is a remedy which should be employed against a man's sin. Now a man's sin may be considered in two ways, first as being harmful to the sinner, secondly as conducing to the harm of others, by hurting or scandalizing them, or by being detrimental to the common good. The justice of which is disturbed by that man's sin. Consequently the correction of a wrongdoer is twofold, one which applies a remedy to the sin considered as an evil of the sinner himself. This is fraternal correction properly so called, which is directed to the amendment of the sinner. Now to do away with anyone's evil is the same as to procure his good, and to procure a person's good is an act of charity, whereby we wish and do our friend well. Consequently fraternal correction also is an act of charity, because thereby we drive out our brother's evil, viz. sin, the removal of which pertains to charity rather than the removal of an external loss, or of a bodily injury, in so much as the contrary good of virtue is more akin to charity than the good of the body or of external things. Therefore fraternal correction is an act of charity rather than the healing of a bodily infirmity, or the relieving of an external bodily need. There is another correction which applies a remedy to the sin of the wrongdoer, considered as hurtful to others, and especially to the common good. This correction is an act of justice, whose concern it is to safeguard the rectitude of justice between one man and another. Reply Obj. 1. This gloss speaks of the second correction which is an act of justice. Or if it speaks of the first correction, then it takes justice as denoting a general virtue, as we shall state further on, 58 Quetzales, 5, in which sense again all sin is iniquity, 1 John 3 verse 4, through being contrary to justice. Reply Obj. 2, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 6, 12, prudence regulates whatever is directed to the end, about which things counsel and choice are concerned. Nevertheless when, guided by prudence, we perform some action aright which is directed to the end of some virtue, such as temperance or fortitude, that action belongs chiefly to the virtue to whose end it is directed. Since, then, the admonition which is given in fraternal correction is directed to the removal of a brother's sin, which removal pertains to charity, it is evident that this admonition is chiefly an act of charity, which virtue commands it. So to speak, but secondarily an act of prudence, which executes and directs the action. Reply Obj. 3. Fraternal correction is not opposed to forbearance with the weak, on the contrary it results from it. For a man bears with a sinner, in so far as he is not disturbed against him, and retains his goodwill towards him, the result being that he strives to make him do better. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether fraternal correction is a matter of precept. Objection 1, it would seem that fraternal correction is not a matter of precept. For nothing impossible is a matter of precept, according to the saying of Jerome, Pelagius, Expos. Swb. Ad Damas, accursed be he who says that God has commanded anything impossible. Now it is written, Ecclesiastes 7 verse 14, consider the works of God, that no man can correct whom he hath despised. Therefore fraternal correction is not a matter of precept. Obj. 2. Further, all the precepts of the divine law are reduced to the precepts of the Decalogue. But fraternal correction does not come under any precept of the Decalogue. Therefore it is not a matter of precept. Obj. 3. Further, the omission of a divine precept is a mortal sin, which has no place in a holy man. Yet holy and spiritual men are found to omit fraternal correction, since Augustine says, De Civ. Dei, 9, not only those of low degree, but also those of high position, refrain from reproving others, moved by a guilty cupidity, not by the claims of charity. Therefore fraternal correction is not a matter of precept. Obj. 4. Further, whatever is a matter of precept is something due. If, therefore, fraternal correction is a matter of precept, it is due to our brethren that we correct them when they sin. Now when a man owes anyone a material due, such as the payment of a sum of money, he must not be content that his creditor come to him, but he should seek him out, that he may pay him his due. Hence we should have to go seeking for those who need correction, in order that we might correct them. Which appears to be inconvenient, both on account of the great number of sinners, for whose correction one man could not suffice, and because religious would have to leave the cloister in order to reprove men, which would be unbecoming. Therefore fraternal correction is not a matter of precept. On the contrary, Augustine says, de verb. Dom. 16, for, you become worse than the sinner if you fail to correct him. But this would not be so unless, by this neglect, one omitted to observe some precept. Therefore fraternal correction is a matter of precept. I answer that, fraternal correction is a matter of precept. We must observe, however, that while the negative precepts of the law forbid sinful acts, the positive precepts inculcate acts of virtue. Now sinful acts are evil in themselves, and cannot become good, no matter how, or when, or where, they are done, because of their very nature they are connected with an evil end, as stated in Ethic. 2:6, wherefore negative precepts bind always and for all times. On the other hand, acts of virtue must not be done anyhow, but by observing the due circumstances, which are requisite in order that an act be virtuous. Namely, that it be done where, when, and how it ought to be done. And since the disposition of whatever is directed to the end depends on the formal aspect of the end, the chief of these circumstances of a virtuous act is this aspect of the end, which in this case is the good of virtue. If therefore such a circumstance be omitted from a virtuous act, as entirely takes away the good of virtue, such an act is contrary to a precept. If, however, the circumstance omitted from a virtuous act be such as not to destroy the virtue altogether, though it does not perfectly attain the good of virtue, it is not against a precept. Hence the philosopher, Ethic. 2:9, says that if we depart but little from the mean, it is not contrary to the virtue, whereas if we depart much from the mean virtue is destroyed in its act. Now fraternal correction is directed to a brother's amendment, so that it is a matter of precept, in so far as it is necessary for that end, but not so as we have to correct our erring brother at all places and times. Reply Obj. 1. In all good deeds man's action is not efficacious without the divine assistance, and yet man must do what is in his power. Hence Augustine says, De Correp. Id Gratia 15, since we ignore who is predestined and who is not, charity should so guide our feelings, that we wish all to be saved. Consequently we ought to do our brethren the kindness of correcting them, with the hope of God's help. Reply Obj. 2, as stated above, 32 Quetzales, 5, add 4, all the precepts about rendering service to our neighbor are reduced to the precept about the honor due to parents. Reply Obj. 3, fraternal correction may be omitted in 3 ways. First, meritoriously, when out of charity one omits to correct someone. For Augustine says, De Civ. Dei, 9, if a man refrains from chiding and reproving wrongdoers, because he awaits a suitable time for so doing, or because he fears lest, if he does so, they may become worse, or hinder, oppress, or turn away from the faith. Others who are weak and need to be instructed in a life of goodness and virtue, this does not seem to result from covetousness, but to be counseled by charity. Secondly, fraternal correction may be omitted in such a way that one commits a mortal sin, namely, when, as he says in the same passage, one fears what people may think, or lest one may suffer grievous pain or death. Provided, however, that the mind is so dominated by such things, that it gives them the preference to fraternal charity. This would seem to be the case when a man reckons that he might probably withdraw some wrongdoer from sin, and yet omits to do so, through fear or covetousness. Thirdly, such an omission is a venial sin, when through fear or covetousness, a man is loath to correct his brother's faults, and yet not to such a degree, that if he saw clearly that he could withdraw him from sin, he would still forbear from so doing, through fear or covetousness, because in his own mind he prefers fraternal charity to these things. It is in this way that holy men sometimes omit to correct wrongdoers. Reply Obj. 4. We are bound to pay that which is due to some fixed and certain person, whether it be a material or a spiritual good, without waiting for him to come to us, but by taking proper steps to find him. Wherefore just as he that owes money to a creditor should seek him, when the time comes, so as to pay him what he owes, so he that has spiritual charge of some person is bound to seek him out, in order to reprove him for a sin. On the other hand, we are not bound to seek someone on whom to bestow such favors as are due, not to any certain person, but to all our neighbors in general, whether those favors be material or spiritual goods. But it suffices that we bestow them when the opportunity occurs. Because, as Augustine says, the doctor Christ I. 28, we must look upon this as a matter of chance. For this reason he says, the verb dom 16, 1, that our Lord warns us not to be listless in regard of one another's sins, not indeed by being on the lookout for something to denounce, but by correcting what we see, else we should become spies on the lives of others. Which is against the saying of Prov. 2400 hours 19, lie not in wait, nor seek after wickedness in the house of the just, nor spoil his rest. It is evident from this that there is no need for religious to leave their cloister in order to rebuke evildoers. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether fraternal correction belongs only to prelates? Objection 1, it would seem that fraternal correction belongs to prelates alone. For Jerome, Origen, Hom. 7 in Joan. Says, let priests endeavor to fulfill this saying of the gospel, if thy brother sin against thee, etc. Now prelates having charge of others were usually designated under the name of priests. Therefore it seems that fraternal correction belongs to prelates alone. Obj. 2, further, fraternal correction is a spiritual alms. Now corporal almsgiving belongs to those who are placed above others in temporal matters, i.e. to the rich. Therefore fraternal correction belongs to those who are placed above others in spiritual matters, i.e. to prelates. Obj. 3, further, when one man reproves another he moves him by his rebuke to something better. Now in the physical order the inferior is moved by the superior. Therefore in the order of virtue also, which follows the order of nature, it belongs to prelates alone to correct inferiors. On the contrary, it is written, St. 24, Qu 3, Can. Tam sacerdotes, both priests and all the rest of the faithful should be most solicitous for those who perish, so that their reproof may either correct their sinful ways, or, if they be incorrigible, cut them off from the church. I answer that, as stated above, 1. Correction is twofold. 1 is an act of charity, which seeks in a special way the recovery of an erring brother by means of a simple warning. Such like correction belongs to anyone who has charity, be he subject or prelate. But there is another correction which is an act of justice purposing the common good, which is procured not only by warning one's brother, but also, sometimes, by punishing him, that others may, through fear, desist from sin. Such a correction belongs only to prelates, whose business it is not only to admonish, but also to correct by means of punishments. Reply Obj. 1. Even as regards that fraternal correction which is common to all, prelates have a grave responsibility, as Augustine says, De Civ. Dei, 9. For just as a man ought to bestow temporal favors on those especially of whom he has temporal care, so too ought he to confer spiritual favors, such as correction, teaching and the like, on those who are entrusted to his spiritual care. Therefore Jerome does not mean that the precept of fraternal correction concerns priests only, but that it concerns them chiefly. Reply Obj. 2. Just as he who has the means wherewith to give corporal assistance is rich in this respect, so he whose reason is gifted with a sane judgment, so as to be able to correct another's wrongdoing, is, in this respect, to be looked on as a superior. Reply Obj. 3. Even in the physical order certain things act mutually on one another, through being in some respect higher than one another, in so far as each is somewhat in act, and somewhat in potentiality with regard to another. In like manner one man can correct another in so far as he has a sane judgment in a matter wherein the other sins, though he is not his superior simply. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether a man is bound to correct his prelate? Objection 1. It would seem that no man is bound to correct his prelate. For it is written, Exodus 19 verse 12, the beast that shall touch the mount shall be stoned, vulg. Everyone that shall touch the mount, dying he shall die, and, 2 Kings 6 verse 7, it is related that the Lord struck Uzzah for touching the ark. Now the mount and the ark signify our prelates. Therefore prelates should not be corrected by their subjects. Obj. 2. Further, a gloss on Galatians 2 verse 11, I withstood him to the face, adds, as an equal. Therefore, since a subject is not equal to his prelate, he ought not to correct him. Obj. 3. Further, Gregory says, Moral. 23, 8, that one ought not to presume to reprove the conduct of holy men, unless one thinks better of oneself. But one ought not to think better of oneself than of one's prelate. Therefore one ought not to correct one's prelate. On the contrary, Augustine says in his rule, show mercy not only to yourselves, but also to him who, being in the higher position among you, is therefore in greater danger. But fraternal correction is a work of mercy. Therefore even prelates ought to be corrected. I answer that a subject is not competent to administer to his prelate the correction which is an act of justice through the coercive nature of punishment, but the fraternal correction which is an act of charity is within the competency of everyone in respect of any person towards whom he is bound by charity, provided there be something in that person which requires correction. Now an act which proceeds from a habit or power extends to whatever is contained under the object of that power or habit, thus vision extends to all things comprised in the object of sight. Since, however, a virtuous act needs to be moderated by due circumstances, it follows that when a subject corrects his prelate, he ought to do so in a becoming manner, not with impudence and harshness, but with gentleness and respect. Hence the Apostle says, 1 Timothy 5 verse 1, an ancient man rebuke not, but entreat him as a father. Wherefore Dionysius finds fault with the monk Demophilus, EP 8, for rebuking a priest with insolence, by striking and turning him out of the church. Reply Obj. 1. It would seem that a subject touches his prelate inordinately when he upbraids him with insolence, as also when he speaks ill of him, and this is signified by God's condemnation of those who touched the mount and the ark. Reply Obj. 2. To withstand anyone in public exceeds the mode of fraternal correction, and so Paul would not have withstood Peter then, unless he were in some way his equal as regards the defense of the faith. But one who is not an equal can reprove privately and respectfully. Hence the Apostle in writing to the Colossians, 4:17, tells them to admonish their prelate, say to Archippus, fulfill thy ministry, vulg. Take heed to the ministry which thou hast received in the Lord, that thou fulfill it. Cf 2 Timothy 4 verse 5. It must be observed, however, that if the faith were endangered, a subject ought to rebuke his prelate even publicly. Hence Paul, who was Peter's subject, rebuked him in public, on account of the imminent danger of scandal concerning faith, and, as the gloss of Augustine says on Gal. 2:11, Peter gave an example to superiors, that if at any time they should happen to stray from the straight path, they should not disdain to be reproved by their subjects. Reply Obj. 3. To presume oneself to be simply better than one's prelate, would seem to savor of presumptuous pride, but there is no presumption in thinking oneself better in some respect, because, in this life, no man is without some fault. We must also remember that when a man reproves his prelate charitably, it does not follow that he thinks himself any better, but merely that he offers his help to one who, being in the higher position among you, is therefore in greater danger. As Augustine observes in his rule quoted above. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether a sinner ought to reprove a wrongdoer. Objection 1. It would seem that a sinner ought to reprove a wrongdoer. For no man is excused from obeying a precept by having committed a sin. But fraternal correction is a matter of precept, as stated above, a. 2. Therefore it seems that a man ought not to forbear from such like correction for the reason that he has committed a sin. Obj. 2. Further, spiritual almsdeeds are of more account than corporal almsdeeds. Now one who is in sin ought not to abstain from administering corporal alms. Much less therefore ought he, on account of a previous sin, to refrain from correcting wrongdoers. Obj. 3. Further, it is written, 1 John 1 verse 8, if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. Therefore if, on account of a sin, a man is hindered from reproving his brother, there will be none to reprove the wrongdoer. But the latter proposition is unreasonable, therefore the former is also. On the contrary, Isidore says, De Summo Bono 3:32, he that is subject to vice should not correct the vices of others. Again it is written, Rom. 2:1, wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself. For thou dost the same things which thou judgest. I answer that, as stated above, a. 3, add 2, to correct a wrongdoer belongs to a man, in so far as his reason is gifted with right judgment. Now sin, as stated above, 1-2, 85 Quetzales, a. 1, 2, does not destroy the good of nature so as to deprive the sinner's reason of all right judgment, and in this respect he may be competent to find fault with others for committing sin. Nevertheless a previous sin proves somewhat of a hindrance to this correction, for 3 reasons. First, because this previous sin renders a man unworthy to rebuke another. And especially is he unworthy to correct another for a lesser sin, if he himself has committed a greater. Hence Jerome says on the words, Why sayest thou the mote, etc., Matt. 7:3, he is speaking of those who, while they are themselves guilty of mortal sin, have no patience with the lesser sins of their brethren. Secondly, such like correction becomes unseemly, on account of the scandal which ensues therefrom, if the corrector's sin be well known, because it would seem that he corrects, not out of charity, but more for the sake of ostentation. Hence the words of Matt. 7:4, How sayest thou to thy brother, etc., are expounded by Chrysostom, Hom. 17 in the Opus Imperfectum falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, thus, that is, with what object? Out of charity, think you, that you may save your neighbor? No, because you would look after your own salvation first. What you want is, not to save others, but to hide your evil deeds with good teaching, and to seek to be praised by men for your knowledge. Thirdly, on account of the rebuker's pride. When, for instance, a man thinks lightly of his own sins, and, in his own heart, sets himself above his neighbor, judging the latter's sins with harsh severity, as though he himself were a just man. Hence Augustine says, Discern. Dom. In Monte 2:19, to reprove the faults of others is the duty of good and kindly men. When a wicked man rebukes anyone, his rebuke is the latter's acquittal. And so, as Augustine says, discern. Dom. In Monte 2:19, when we have to find fault with anyone, we should think whether we were never guilty of his sin, and then we must remember that we are men, and might have been guilty of it. Or that we once had it on our conscience, but have it no longer, and then we should bethink ourselves that we are all weak, in order that our reproof may be the outcome, not of hatred, but of pity. But if we find that we are guilty of the same sin, we must not rebuke him, but groan with him, and invite him to repent with us. It follows from this that, if a sinner reprove a wrongdoer with humility, he does not sin, nor does he bring a further condemnation on himself, although thereby he proves himself deserving of condemnation. either in his brother's or in his own conscience, on account of his previous sin. Hence the replies to the objections are clear. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether one ought to forbear from correcting someone, through fear, lest he become worse. Objection 1. It would seem that one ought not to forbear from correcting someone through fear lest he become worse. For sin is weakness of the soul, according to Psalm 6 verse 3, Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am weak. Now he that has charge of a sick person, must not cease to take care of him, even if he be fractious or contemptuous, because then the danger is greater, as in the case of madmen. Much more, therefore should one correct a sinner, no matter how badly he takes it. Obj. 2. Further, according to Jerome, vital truths are not to be foregone on account of scandal. Now God's commandments are vital truths. Since, therefore, fraternal correction is a matter of precept, as stated above, 2, it seems that it should not be foregone for fear of scandalizing the person to be corrected. Obj. 3. Further, according to the Apostle, Rom. 3:8, we should not do evil that good may come of it. Therefore, in like manner, good should not be omitted lest evil befall. Now fraternal correction is a good thing. Therefore it should not be omitted for fear lest the person corrected become worse. On the contrary, it is written, Prov. 9:8, Rebuke not a scorner lest he hate thee, where a gloss remarks, You must not fear lest the scorner insult you when you rebuke him, rather should you bear in mind that by making him hate you, you may make him worse. Therefore one ought to forego fraternal correction, when we fear lest we may make a man worse. I answer that, as stated above, 3, the correction of the wrongdoer is twofold. 1, which belongs to prelates, and is directed to the common good, has coercive force. Such correction should not be omitted lest the person corrected be disturbed, both because if he is unwilling to amend his ways of his own accord, he should be made to cease sinning by being punished, and because, if he be incorrigible, the common good is safeguarded in this way, since the order of justice is observed, and others are deterred by one being made an example of. Hence a judge does not desist from pronouncing sentence of condemnation against a sinner, for fear of disturbing him or his friends. The other fraternal correction is directed to the amendment of the wrongdoer, whom it does not coerce, but merely admonishes. Consequently, when it is deemed probable that the sinner will not take the warning, and will become worse, such fraternal correction should be foregone, because the means should be regulated according to the requirements of the end. Reply Obj. 1. The doctor uses force towards a madman, who is unwilling to submit to his treatment, and this may be compared with the correction administered by prelates, which has coercive power, but not with simple fraternal correction. Reply Obj. 2. Fraternal correction is a matter of precept, in so far as it is an act of virtue, and it will be a virtuous act in so far as it is proportionate to the end. Consequently, whenever it is a hindrance to the end, for instance when a man becomes worse through it, it is longer a vital truth, nor is it a matter of precept. Reply Obj. 3. Whatever is directed to an end, becomes good through being directed to the end. Hence whenever fraternal correction hinders the end, namely the amendment of our brother, it is no longer good, so that when such a correction is omitted, good is not omitted lest evil should befall. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 33 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether the precept of fraternal correction demands that a private admonition should precede denunciation. Objection 1. It would seem that the precept of fraternal correction does not demand that a private admonition should precede denunciation. For, in works of charity, we should above all follow the example of God, according to F. 5:1, 2. Be ye followers of God, as most dear children, and walk in love. Now God sometimes punishes a man for a sin, without previously warning him in secret. Therefore it seems that there is no need for a private admonition to precede denunciation. Obj. 2. Further, according to Augustine, De Mendatio 15, we learn from the deeds of holy men how we ought to understand the commandments of Holy Writ. Now among the deeds of holy men we find that a hidden sin is publicly denounced, without any previous admonition in private. Thus we read, Gen. 37:2, that Joseph accused his brethren to his father of a most wicked crime, and, Acts 5 verses 4 and 9, that Peter publicly denounced Ananias and Sapphira who had secretly, by fraud, kept back the price of the land. Without beforehand admonishing them in private, nor do we read that our Lord admonished Judas in secret before denouncing him. Therefore the precept does not require that secret admonition should precede public denunciation. Obj. 3. Further, it is a graver matter to accuse than to denounce. Now one may go to the length of accusing a person publicly, without previously admonishing him in secret, for it is decided in the Decretal, Cap. Qualiter, 14, de accusationibus, that nothing else need precede accusation except inscription. The accuser was bound by Roman law to endorse, esse inscribere, the writ of accusation. The effect of this endorsement or inscription was that the accuser bound himself, if he failed to prove the accusation, to suffer the same punishment as the accused would have to suffer if proved guilty. Therefore it seems that the precept does not require that a secret admonition should precede public denunciation. Obj. 4. Further, it does not seem probable that the customs observed by religious in general are contrary to the precepts of Christ. Now it is customary among religious orders to proclaim this or that one for a fault, without any previous secret admonition. Therefore it seems that this admonition is not required by the precept. Obj. 5. Further, religious are bound to obey their prelates. Now a prelate sometimes commands either all in general, or someone in particular, to tell him if they know of anything that requires correction. Therefore it would seem that they are bound to tell them this, even before any secret admonition. Therefore the precept does not require secret admonition before public denunciation. On the contrary, Augustine says, De Verb. Dom. 16:4, on the words, rebuke him between thee and him alone, Matt. 18:15, aiming at his amendment, while avoiding his disgrace, since perhaps from shame he might begin to defend his sin. And him whom you thought to make a better man, you make worse. Now we are bound by the precept of charity to beware lest our brother become worse. Therefore the order of fraternal correction comes under the precept. I answer that, with regard to the public denunciation of sins it is necessary to make a distinction, because sins may be either public or secret. In the case of public sins, a remedy is required not only for the sinner, that he may become better, but also for others, who know of his sin, lest they be scandalized. Wherefore such like sins should be denounced in public, according to the saying of the Apostle, 1 Tim. 5:20, them that sin reprove before all, that the rest also may have fear, which is to be understood as referring to public sins, as Augustine states, De Verb. Dom. 16:7. On the other hand, in the case of secret sins, the words of our Lord seem to apply, Matt. 18:15, if thy brother shall offend against thee, etc. For if he offend thee publicly in the presence of others, he no longer sins against thee alone, but also against others whom he disturbs. Since, however, a man's neighbor may take offense even at his secret sins, it seems that we must make yet a further distinction. For certain secret sins are hurtful to our neighbor either in his body or in his soul, as, for instance, when a man plots secretly to betray his country to its enemies, or when a heretic secretly turns other men away from the faith. And since he that sins thus in secret, sins not only against you in particular, but also against others, it is necessary to take steps to denounce him at once, in order to prevent him doing such harm. Unless by chance you were firmly persuaded that this evil result would be prevented by admonishing him secretly. On the other hand there are other sins which injure none but the sinner, and the person sinned against, either because he alone is hurt by the sinner, or at least because he alone knows about his sin. And then our one purpose should be to succor our sinning brother, and just as the physician of the body restores the sick man to health, if possible, without cutting off a limb, but, if this be unavoidable, cuts off a limb which is least indispensable, in order to preserve the life of the whole body, so too he who desires his brother's amendment should, if possible, so amend him as regards his conscience, that he keep his good name. For a good name is useful, first of all to the sinner himself, not only in temporal matters wherein a man suffers many losses, if he lose his good name, but also in spiritual matters, because many are restrained from sinning through fear of dishonor, so that when a man finds his honor lost, he puts no curb on his sinning. Hence Jerome says on Matt. 18:15, if he sin against thee, thou shouldst rebuke him in private, lest he persist in his sin if he should once become shameless or unabashed. Secondly, we ought to safeguard our sinning brother's good name, both because the dishonor of one leads to the dishonor of others, according to the saying of Augustine, ep ad pleb. Hipponens. 78, when a few of those who bear a name for holiness are reported falsely or proved in truth to have done anything wrong, people will seek by busily repeating it to make it believed of all, and also because when one man's sin is made public others are incited to sin likewise. Since, however, one's conscience should be preferred to a good name, our Lord wished that we should publicly denounce our brother and so deliver his conscience from sin, even though he should forfeit his good name. Therefore it is evident that the precept requires a secret admonition to precede public denunciation. Reply Obj. 1. Whatever is hidden, is known to God, wherefore hidden sins are to the judgment of God, just what public sins are to the judgment of man. Nevertheless God does rebuke sinners sometimes by secretly admonishing them, so to speak, with an inward inspiration, either while they wake or while they sleep, according to Job 33 verses 15-17, by a dream in a vision by night. When deep sleep falleth upon men, then he openeth the ears of men, and teaching instructeth them in what they are to learn, that he may withdraw a man from the things he is doing. Reply Obj. 2. Our Lord as God knew the sin of Judas as though it were public, wherefore he could have made it known at once. Yet he did not, but warned Judas of his sin in words that were obscure. The sin of Ananias and Sapphira was denounced by Peter acting as God's executor, by whose revelation he knew of their sin. With regard to Joseph it is probable that he warned his brethren, though Scripture does not say so. Or we may say that the sin was public with regard to his brethren, wherefore it is stated in the plural that he accused his brethren. Reply Obj. 3. When there is danger to a great number of people, those words of our Lord do not apply, because then thy brother does not sin against thee alone. Reply Obj. 4. Proclamations made in the chapter of religious are about little faults which do not affect a man's good name, wherefore they are reminders of forgotten faults rather than accusations or denunciations. If, however, they should be of such a nature as to injure our brother's good name, it would be contrary to our Lord's precept, to denounce a brother's fault in this manner. Reply Obj. 5. A prelate is not to be obeyed contrary to a divine precept, according to Acts 5 verse 29, we ought to obey God rather than men. Therefore when a prelate commands anyone to tell him anything that he knows to need correction, the command rightly understood supports the safeguarding of the order of fraternal correction, whether the command be addressed to all in general, or to some particular individual. If, on the other hand, a prelate were to issue a command in express opposition to this order instituted by our Lord, both would sin, the one commanding, and the one obeying him, as disobeying our Lord's command. Consequently he ought not to be obeyed, because a prelate is not the judge of secret things, but God alone is, wherefore he has no power to command anything in respect of hidden matters, except in so far as they are made known through certain signs, as by ill repute or suspicion. In which cases a prelate can command just as a judge, whether secular or ecclesiastical, can bind a man under oath to tell the truth. Underscore 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 underscore. Eighth article, 2 33 Quetzales, art. 8. Whether before the public denunciation witnesses ought to be brought forward. Objection 1. It would seem that before the public denunciation witnesses ought not to be brought forward. For secret sins ought not to be made known to others, because by so doing, a man would betray his brother's sins instead of correcting them, as Augustine says, De Verb. Dom. 16, 7. Now by bringing forward witnesses one makes known a brother's sin to others. Therefore in the case of secret sins one ought not to bring witnesses forward before the public denunciation. Obj. 2. Further, man should love his neighbor as himself. Now no man brings in witnesses to prove his own secret sin. Neither therefore ought one to bring forward witnesses to prove the secret sin of our brother. Obj. 3. Further, witnesses are brought forward to prove something. But witnesses afford no proof in secret matters. Therefore it is useless to bring witnesses forward in such cases. Obj. 4. Further, Augustine says in his rule that, before bringing it to the notice of witnesses, it should be put before the superior. Now to bring a matter before a superior or a prelate is to tell the church. Therefore witnesses should not be brought forward before the public denunciation. On the contrary, our Lord said, Matt. 18:16, take with thee one or two more, that in the mouth of two, etc. I answer that, the right way to go from one extreme to another is to pass through the middle space. Now our Lord wished the beginning of fraternal correction to be hidden, when one brother corrects another between this one and himself alone, while he wished the end to be public, when such a one would be denounced to the church. Consequently it is befitting that a citation of witnesses should be placed between the two extremes, so that at first the brother's sin be indicated to a few, who will be of use without being a hindrance. And thus his sin be amended without dishonoring him before the public. Reply Obj. 1. Some have understood the order of fraternal correction to demand that we should first of all rebuke our brother secretly, and that if he listens, it is well. But if he listen not, and his sin be altogether hidden, they say that we should go no further in the matter, whereas if it has already begun to reach the ears of several by various signs, we ought to prosecute the matter according to our Lord's command. But this is contrary to what Augustine says in his rule that, we are bound to reveal a brother's sin, if it will cause a worse corruption in the heart. Wherefore we must say otherwise that when the secret admonition has been given once or several times, as long as there is probable hope of his amendment, we must continue to admonish him in private. But as soon as we are able to judge with any probability that the secret admonition is of no avail, we must take further steps, however secret the sin may be, and call witnesses. Unless perhaps it were thought probable that this would not conduce to our brother's amendment, and that he would become worse, because on that account one ought to abstain altogether from correcting him, as stated above, a. 6. Reply Obj. 2. A man needs no witnesses that he may amend his own sin, yet they may be necessary that we may amend a brother's sin. Hence the comparison fails. Reply Obj. 3. There may be three reasons for citing witnesses. First, to show that the deed in question is a sin, as Jerome says. Secondly, to prove that the deed was done, if repeated, as Augustine says, loc sit. Thirdly, to prove that the man who rebuked his brother, has done what he could, as Chrysostom says, Hom. In Math. Lx. Reply Obj. For, Augustine means that the matter ought to be made known to the prelate before it is stated to the witnesses, in so far as the prelate is a private individual who is able to be of more use than others. But not that it is to be told him as to the church, i.e. as holding the position of judge. Question 34. Of hatred, in 6 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to charity. 1. Hatred, which is opposed to love. 2. Sloth and envy, which which are opposed to the joy of charity, 3. Discord and schism, which are contrary to peace. 4. Offense and scandal, which are contrary to beneficence and fraternal correction. Under the first head there are 6 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it is possible to hate God. 2. Whether hatred of God is the greatest of sins. 3. Whether hatred of one's neighbor is always a sin. 4. Whether it is the greatest of all sins against our neighbor. 5. Whether it is a capital sin. 6. From what capital sin does it arise? Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, Q. 34, Art. 1. Whether it is possible for anyone to hate God? Objection 1. It would seem that no man can hate God. For Dionysius says, Div Nom 4, that the first good and beautiful is an object of love and dilection to all. But God is goodness and beauty itself. Therefore he is hated by none. Obj. 2. Further, in the apocryphal books of 3 Esdras 4:36, 39 it is written that all things call upon truth, and all men do well like of her works. Now God is the very truth according to John 14 verse 6. Therefore all love God, and none can hate him. Obj. 3. Further, hatred is a kind of aversion. But according to Dionysius, Div Nom I, God draws all things to himself. Therefore none can hate him. On the contrary, it is written, Psalm 73 verse 23, the pride of them that hate thee ascendeth continually, and John 15 verse 24, but now they have both seen and hated both me and my Father. I answer that, as shown above, 1-2, 29 Quetzales, a. 1. Hatred is a movement of the appetitive power, which power is not set in motion save by something apprehended. Now God can be apprehended by man in 2 ways, first, in himself, as when he is seen in his essence. Secondly, in his effects, when, to wit, the invisible things, of God, are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, Romans 1 verse 20. Now God in his essence is goodness itself, which no man can hate, for it is natural to good to be loved. Hence it is impossible for one who sees God in his essence, to hate him. Moreover some of his effects are such that they can nowise be contrary to the human will, since to be, to live, to understand, which are effects of God, are desirable and lovable to all. Wherefore again God cannot be an object of hatred if we consider him as the author of such like effects. Some of God's effects, however, are contrary to an inordinate will, such as the infliction of punishment, and the prohibition of sin by the divine law. Such like effects are repugnant to a will debased by sin, and as regards the consideration of them, God may be an object of hatred to some, in so far as they look upon him as forbidding sin, and inflicting punishment. Reply Obj. 1. This argument is true of those who see God's essence, which is the very essence of goodness. Reply Obj. 2. This argument is true in so far as God is apprehended as the cause of such effects as are naturally beloved of all, among which are the works of truth who reveals herself to men. Reply Obj. 3. God draws all things to himself, in so far as he is the source of being, since all things, inasmuch as they are, tend to be like God, who is being itself. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 34 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether hatred of God is the greatest of sins? Objection 1. It would seem that hatred of God is not the greatest of sins. For the most grievous sin is the sin against the Holy Ghost, since it cannot be forgiven, according to Matt. 12:32. Now hatred of God is not reckoned among the various kinds of sin against the Holy Ghost, as may be seen from what has been said above, 14 Quetzales, 2. Therefore hatred of God is not the most grievous sin. Obj. 2. Further, sin consists in withdrawing oneself from God. Now an unbeliever who has not even knowledge of God seems to be further away from him than a believer, who though he hate God, nevertheless knows him. Therefore it seems that the sin of unbelief is graver than the sin of hatred against God. Obj. 3. Further, God is an object of hatred, only by reason of those of his effects that are contrary to the will, the chief of which is punishment. But hatred of punishment is not the most grievous sin. Therefore hatred of God is not the most grievous sin. On the contrary, the best is opposite to the worst, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8:10. But hatred of God is contrary to the love of God, wherein man's best consists. Therefore hatred of God is man's worst sin. I answer that, the defect in sin consists in its aversion from God, as stated above, 10 Quetzales, a. 3. And this aversion would not have the character of guilt, were it not voluntary. Hence the nature of guilt consists in a voluntary aversion from God. Now this voluntary aversion from God is directly implied in the hatred of God, but in other sins, by participation and indirectly. For just as the will cleaves directly to what it loves, so does it directly shun what it hates. Hence when a man hates God, his will is directly averted from God, whereas in other sins, fornication for instance, a man turns away from God, not directly, but indirectly, in so far, namely, as he desires an inordinate pleasure, to which aversion from God is connected. Now that which is so by itself, always takes precedence of that which is so by another. Wherefore hatred of God is more grievous than other sins. Reply Obj. 1. According to Gregory, Moral. 25:11, it is one thing not to do good things, and another to hate the giver of good things, even as it is one thing to sin indeliberately, and another to sin deliberately. This implies that to hate God, the giver of all good things, is to sin deliberately, and this is a sin against the Holy Ghost. Hence it is evident that hatred of God is chiefly a sin against the Holy Ghost, in so far as the sin against the Holy Ghost denotes a special kind of sin, and yet it is not reckoned among the kinds of sin against the Holy Ghost, because it is universally found in every kind of that sin. Reply Obj. 2. Even unbelief is not sinful unless it be voluntary, wherefore the more voluntary it is, the more it is sinful. Now it becomes voluntary by the fact that a man hates the truth that is proposed to him. Wherefore it is evident that unbelief derives its sinfulness from hatred of God, whose truth is the object of faith, and hence just as a cause is greater than its effect, so hatred of God is a greater sin than unbelief. Reply Obj. 3. Not everyone who hates his punishment, hates God the author of punishments. For many hate the punishments inflicted on them, and yet they bear them patiently out of reverence for the divine justice. Wherefore Augustine says, Confess. X. That God commands us to bear with penal evils, not to love them. On the other hand, to break out into hatred of God when he inflicts those punishments, is to hate God's very justice, and that is a most grievous sin. Hence Gregory says, Moral. 25:11 Even as sometimes it is more grievous to love sin than to do it, so is it more wicked to hate justice than not to have done it. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 34 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether hatred of one's neighbor is always a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that hatred of one's neighbor is not always a sin. For no sin is commanded or counseled by God, according to Prov. 8:8, All my words are just, there is nothing wicked nor perverse in them. Now, it is written, Luke 14:26, If any man come to me, and hate not his father and mother, he cannot be my disciple. Therefore hatred of one's neighbor is not always a sin. Obj. 2. Further, nothing wherein we imitate God can be a sin. But it is in imitation of God that we hate certain people, for it is written, Romans 1 verse 30, detractors, hateful to God. Therefore it is possible to hate certain people without committing a sin. Obj. 3. Further, nothing that is natural is a sin, for sin is a wandering away from what is according to nature, according to Damascene, defied Orth 2, 4:30, 4:20. Now it is natural to a thing to hate whatever is contrary to it, and to aim at its undoing. Therefore it seems that it is not a sin to hate one's enemy. On the contrary, it is written, 1 John 2 verse 9, He that hateth his brother, is in darkness. Now spiritual darkness is sin. Therefore there cannot be hatred of one's neighbor without sin. I answer that, hatred is opposed to love, as stated above, 1-2, 29 Quetzales, a. 2. So that hatred of a thing is evil according as the love of that thing is good. Now love is due to our neighbor in respect of what he holds from God, i.e. in respect of nature and grace, but not in respect of what he has of himself and from the devil, i.e. in respect of sin and lack of justice. Consequently it is lawful to hate the sin in one's brother, and whatever pertains to the defect of divine justice, but we cannot hate our brother's nature and grace without sin. Now it is part of our love for our brother that we hate the fault and the lack of good in him, since desire for another's good is equivalent to hatred of his evil. Consequently the hatred of one's brother, if we consider it simply, is always sinful. Reply Obj. 1. By the commandment of God, Exodus 20 verse 12, we must honor our parents, as united to us in nature and kinship. But we must hate them in so far as they prove an obstacle to our attaining the perfection of divine justice. Reply Obj. 2. God hates the sin which is in the detractor, not his nature, so that we can hate detractors without committing a sin. Reply Obj. 3. Men are not opposed to us in respect of the goods which they have received from God, wherefore, in this respect, we should love them. But they are opposed to us, in so far as they show hostility towards us, and this is sinful in them. In this respect we should hate them, for we should hate in them the fact that they are hostile to us. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 34 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether hatred of our neighbor is the most grievous sin against our neighbor? Objection 1. It would seem that hatred of our neighbor is the most grievous sin against our neighbor. For it is written, 1 John 3 verse 15, Whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer. Now murder is the most grievous of sins against our neighbor. Therefore hatred is also. Obj. 2. Further, worst is opposed to best. Now the best thing we give our neighbor is love, since all other things are referable to love. Therefore hatred is the worst. On the contrary, a thing is said to be evil, because it hurts, as Augustine observes, Enchiridion 12. Now there are sins by which a man hurts his neighbor more than by hatred, e.g. theft, murder, and adultery. Therefore hatred is not the most grievous sin. Moreover, Chrysostom, Hom. X in the Opus Imperfectum, falsely ascribed to St. John Chrysostom, commenting on Matt. 5:19, He that shall break one of these least commandments, says, the commandments of Moses, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, count for little in their reward, but they count for much if they be disobeyed. On the other hand the commandments of Christ such as, thou shalt not be angry, thou shalt not desire, are reckoned great in their reward, but little in the transgression. Now hatred is an internal movement like anger and desire. Therefore hatred of one's brother is a less grievous sin than murder. I answer that, sins committed against our neighbor are evil on two counts. First by reason of the disorder in the person who sins, secondly by reason of the hurt inflicted on the person sinned against. On the first count, hatred is a more grievous sin than external actions that hurt our neighbor, because hatred is a disorder of man's will, which is the chief part of man, and wherein is the root of sin. So that if a man's outward actions were to be inordinate, without any disorder in his will, they would not be sinful, for instance, if he were to kill a man through ignorance or out of zeal for justice, and if there be anything sinful in a man's outward sins against his neighbor, it is all to be traced to his inward hatred. On the other hand, as regards the hurt inflicted on his neighbor, a man's outward sins are worse than his inward hatred. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 34 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether hatred is a capital sin. Objection 1. It would seem that hatred is a capital sin. For hatred is directly opposed to charity. Now charity is the foremost among the virtues, and the mother of all others. Therefore hatred is the chief of the capital sins, and the origin of all others. Obj. 2. Further, sins arise in us on account of the inclinations of our passions, according to Romans 7 verse 5, the passions of sins did work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death. Now all other passions of the soul seem to arise from love and hatred, as was shown above, 1-2, 25 Quetzales, AA, 1, 2. Therefore hatred should be reckoned one of the capital sins. Obj. 3. Further, vice is a moral evil. Now hatred regards evil more than any other passion does. Therefore it seems that hatred should be reckoned a capital sin. On the contrary, Gregory, Moral. 31, does not reckon hatred among the 7 capital sins. I answer that, as stated above, 1-2, 84 Quetzales, AA, 3, 4, a capital vice is one from which other vices arise most frequently. Now vice is contrary to man's nature, inasmuch as he is a rational animal, and when a thing acts contrary to its nature, that which is natural to it is corrupted little by little. Consequently it must first of all fail in that which is less in accordance with its nature, and last of all in that which is most in accordance with its nature, since what is first in construction is last in destruction. Now that which, first and foremost, is most natural to man, is the love of what is good, and especially love of the divine good, and of his neighbor's good. Wherefore hatred, which is opposed to this love, is not the first but the last thing in the downfall of virtue resulting from vice, and therefore it is not a capital vice. Reply Obj. 1, as stated in Phys. 7, text. 18, the virtue of a thing consists in its being well disposed in accordance with its nature. Hence what is first and foremost in the virtues must be first and foremost in the natural order. Hence charity is reckoned the foremost of the virtues, and for the same reason hatred cannot be first among the vices, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2, hatred of the evil that is contrary to one's natural good, is the first of the soul's passions, even as love of one's natural good is. But hatred of one's connatural good cannot be first, but is something last, because such like hatred is a proof of an already corrupted nature, even as love of an extraneous good. Reply Obj. 3, evil is twofold. One is a true evil, for the reason that it is incompatible with one's natural good, and the hatred of such an evil may have priority over the other passions. There is, however, another which is not a true, but an apparent evil, which, namely, is a true and connatural good, and yet is reckoned evil on account of the corruption of nature, and the hatred of such an evil must needs come last. This hatred is vicious, but the former is not. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 34 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether hatred arises from envy. Objection 1, it seems that hatred does not arise from envy. For envy is sorrow for another's good. Now hatred does not arise from sorrow, for, on the contrary, we grieve for the presence of the evil we hate. Therefore hatred does not arise from envy. Obj. 2. Further, hatred is opposed to love. Now love of our neighbor is referred to our love of God, as stated above, 25 quetzales, 1, 26 quetzales, 2. Therefore hatred of our neighbor is referred to our hatred of God. But hatred of God does not arise from envy, for we do not envy those who are very far removed from us, but rather those who seem to be near us, as the philosopher states, Rhet. 2. Therefore hatred does not arise from envy. Obj. 3. Further, to one effect there is one cause. Now hatred is caused by anger, for Augustine says in his rule that anger grows into hatred. Therefore hatred does not arise from envy. On the contrary, Gregory says, Moral. 31, 45, that out of envy cometh hatred. I answer that, as stated above, 85, hatred of his neighbor is a man's last step in the path of sin, because it is opposed to the love which he naturally has for his neighbor. Now if a man declines from that which is natural, it is because he intends to avoid that which is naturally an object to be shunned. Now every animal naturally avoids sorrow, just as it desires pleasure, as the philosopher states, Ethic. 7, X. Accordingly just as love arises from pleasure, so does hatred arise from sorrow. For just as we are moved to love whatever gives us pleasure, inasmuch as for that very reason it assumes the aspect of good, so we are moved to hate whatever displeases us, in so far as for this very reason it assumes the aspect of evil. Wherefore, since envy is sorrow for our neighbor's good, it follows that our neighbor's good becomes hateful to us, so that, out of envy cometh hatred. Reply Obj. 1. Since the appetitive power, like the apprehensive power, reflects on its own acts, it follows that there is a kind of circular movement in the actions of the appetitive power. And so according to the first forward course of the appetitive movement, love gives rise to desire, whence follows pleasure when one has obtained what one desired. And since the very fact of taking pleasure in the good one loves is a kind of good, it follows that pleasure causes love. And in the same way sorrow causes hatred. Reply Obj. 2. Love and hatred are essentially different, for the object of love is good, which flows from God to creatures, wherefore love is due to God in the first place, and to our neighbor afterwards. On the other hand, hatred is of evil, which has no place in God himself, but only in his effects, for which reason it has been stated above, a. 1. That God is not an object of hatred, except in so far as he is considered in relation to his effects, and consequently hatred is directed to our neighbor before being directed to God. Therefore, since envy of our neighbor is the mother of hatred of our neighbor, it becomes, in consequence, the cause of hatred towards God. Reply Obj. 3. Nothing prevents a thing arising from various causes in various respects, and accordingly hatred may arise both from anger and from envy. However it arises more directly from envy, which looks upon the very good of our neighbor as displeasing and therefore hateful, whereas hatred arises from anger by way of increase. For at first, through anger, we desire our neighbor's evil according to a certain measure, that is in so far as that evil has the aspect of vengeance, but afterwards, through the continuance of anger, man goes so far as absolutely to desire his neighbor's evil, which desire is part of hatred. Wherefore it is evident that hatred is caused by envy formally as regards the aspect of the object, but dispositively by anger. Question 35. Of sloth, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to the joy of charity. This joy is either about the divine good, and then its contrary is sloth, or about our neighbor's good, and then its contrary is envy. Wherefore we must consider, 1. Sloth and 2. Envy. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether sloth is a sin. 2. Whether it is a special vice. 3. Whether it is a mortal sin. 4. Whether it is a capital sin. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2 35 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether sloth is a sin. Objection 1, it would seem that sloth is not a sin. For we are neither praised nor blamed for our passions, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 2, 5. Now sloth is a passion, since it is a kind of sorrow, according to Damascene, De Fide Orth 2, 14, and as we stated above, 1-2, 35 Quetzales, a. 8. Therefore sloth is not a sin. Obj. 2. Further, no bodily failing that occurs at fixed times is a sin. But sloth is like this, for Cassian says, de instit. Monast. X, de institution Cenobiorum, the monk is troubled with sloth chiefly about the 6th hour, it is like an intermittent fever, and inflicts the soul of the one it lays low with burning fires at regular and fixed intervals. Therefore sloth is not a sin. Obj. 3. Further, that which proceeds from a good root is, seemingly, no sin. Now sloth proceeds from a good root, for Cassian says, de instit. Monast. X, that sloth arises from the fact that we sigh at being deprived of spiritual fruit, and think that other monasteries and those which are a long way off are much better than the one we dwell in, all of which seems to point to humility. Therefore sloth is not a sin. Obj. 4. Further, all sin is to be avoided, according to Eccles. 21:2. Flee from sins as from the face of a serpent. Now Cassian says, de instit. Monast. X experience shows that the onslaught of sloth is not to be evaded by flight but to be conquered by resistance. Therefore sloth is not a sin. On the contrary, whatever is forbidden in Holy Writ is a sin. Now such is sloth, aestia, for it is written, Eccles. 6:26, bow down thy shoulder, and bear her, namely spiritual wisdom, and be not grieved, Asideris, with her bands. Therefore sloth is a sin. I answer that, sloth, according to Damascene, De Fide Orth 2, 14, is an oppressive sorrow, which, to wit, so weighs upon man's mind, that he wants to do nothing, thus acid things are also cold. Hence sloth implies a certain weariness of work, as appears from a gloss on Psalms 106 verse 18, their soul abhorred all manner of meat, and from the definition of some who say that sloth is a sluggishness of the mind which neglects to begin good. Now this sorrow is always evil, sometimes in itself, sometimes in its effect. For sorrow is evil in itself when it is about that which is apparently evil but good in reality, even as, on the other hand, pleasure is evil if it is about that which seems to be good but is, in truth, evil. Since, then, spiritual good is a good in very truth, sorrow about spiritual good is evil in itself. And yet that sorrow also which is about a real evil, is evil in its effect, if it so oppresses man as to draw him away entirely from good deeds. Hence the Apostle, 2 Corinthians 2 verse 7, did not wish those who repented to be swallowed up with overmuch sorrow. Accordingly, since sloth, as we understand it here, denotes sorrow for spiritual good, it is evil on two counts, both in itself and in point of its effect. Consequently it is a sin, for by sin we mean an evil movement of the appetite, as appears from what has been said above, 10 Quetzales, 2, 1-2, 74 Quetzales, 4. Reply Obj. 1. Passions are not sinful in themselves. But they are blameworthy in so far as they are applied to something evil, just as they deserve praise in so far as they are applied to something good. Wherefore sorrow, in itself, calls neither for praise nor for blame, whereas moderate sorrow for evil calls for praise, while sorrow for good, and again immoderate sorrow for evil, call for blame. It is in this sense that sloth is said to be a sin. Reply Obj. 2. The passions of the sensitive appetite may either be venial sins in themselves, or incline the soul to mortal sin. And since the sensitive appetite has a bodily organ, it follows that on account of some bodily transmutation a man becomes apt to commit some particular sin. Hence it may happen that certain sins may become more insistent, through certain bodily transmutations occurring at certain fixed times. Now all bodily effects, of themselves, dispose one to sorrow. And thus it is that those who fast are harassed by sloth towards midday, when they begin to feel the want of food, and to be parched by the sun's heat. Reply Obj. 3. It is a sign of humility if a man does not think too much of himself, through observing his own faults. But if a man contemns the good things he has received from God, this, far from being a proof of humility, shows him to be ungrateful, and from such like contempt results sloth, because we sorrow for things that we reckon evil and worthless. Accordingly we ought to think much of the goods of others, in such a way as not to disparage those we have received ourselves, because if we did they would give us sorrow. Reply Obj. 4. Sin is ever to be shunned, but the assaults of sin should be overcome, sometimes by flight, sometimes by resistance. By flight when a continued thought increases the incentive to sin, as in lust, for which reason it is written, 1 Cor. 6:18, fly fornication. By resistance, when perseverance in a thought diminishes the incentive to sin, which incentive arises from some trivial consideration. This is the case with sloth, because the more we think about spiritual goods, the more pleasing they become to us, and forthwith sloth dies away. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 35 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether sloth is a special vice? Objection 1, it would seem that sloth is not a special vice. For that which is common to all vices does not constitute a special kind of vice. But every vice makes a man sorrowful about the opposite spiritual good, for the lustful man is sorrowful about the good of continence, and the glutton about the good of abstinence. Since then sloth is sorrow for spiritual good, as stated above, a. 1, it seems that sloth is not a special sin. Obj. 2, further, sloth, through being a kind of sorrow, is opposed to joy. Now joy is not accounted one special virtue. Therefore sloth should not be reckoned a special vice. Obj. 3, further, since spiritual good is a general kind of object, which virtue seeks, and vice shuns, it does not constitute a special virtue or vice, unless it be determined by some addition. Now nothing, seemingly, except toil, can determine it to sloth, if this be a special vice. Because the reason why a man shuns spiritual goods, is that they are toilsome, wherefore sloth is a kind of weariness, while dislike of toil, and love of bodily repose seem to be due to the same cause, viz. idleness. Hence sloth would be nothing but laziness, which seems untrue, for idleness is opposed to carefulness, whereas sloth is opposed to joy. Therefore sloth is not a special vice. On the contrary, Gregory, Moral. 31:45, distinguishes sloth from the other vices. Therefore it is a special vice. I answer that, since sloth is sorrow for spiritual good, if we take spiritual good in a general way, sloth will not be a special vice, because, as stated above, 1-2, 71 Quetzales, 1, every vice shuns the spiritual good of its opposite virtue. Again it cannot be said that sloth is a special vice, in so far as it shuns spiritual good, as toilsome, or troublesome to the body, or as a hindrance to the body's pleasure, for this again would not sever sloth from carnal vices, whereby a man seeks bodily comfort and pleasure. Wherefore we must say that a certain order exists among spiritual goods, since all the spiritual goods that are in the acts of each virtue are directed to one spiritual good, which is the divine good, about which there is a special virtue, viz. charity. Hence it is proper to each virtue to rejoice in its own spiritual good, which consists in its own act, while it belongs specially to charity to have that spiritual joy whereby one rejoices in the divine good. In like manner the sorrow whereby one is displeased at the spiritual good which is in each act of virtue, belongs, not to any special vice, but to every vice, but sorrow in the divine good about which charity rejoices, belongs to a special vice, which is called sloth. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2 to 35 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether sloth is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that sloth is not a mortal sin. For every mortal sin is contrary to a precept of the divine law. But sloth seems contrary to no precept, as one may see by going through the precepts of the Decalogue. Therefore sloth is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, in the same genus, a sin of deed is no less grievous than a sin of thought. Now it is not a mortal sin to refrain in deed from some spiritual good which leads to God, else it would be a mortal sin not to observe the counsels. Therefore it is not a mortal sin to refrain in thought from such like spiritual works. Therefore sloth is not a mortal sin. Obj. 3. Further, no mortal sin is to be found in a perfect man. But sloth is to be found in a perfect man, for Cassian says, de instit. K-Nob. X. L. That sloth is well known to the solitary, and is a most vexatious and persistent foe to the hermit. Therefore sloth is not always a mortal sin. On the contrary, it is written, 2 Corinthians 7 verse 20, the sorrow of the world worketh death. But such is sloth, for it is not sorrow, according to God, which is contrasted with sorrow of the world. Therefore it is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above, 1 to 88 Quetzales, AA, 1, 2, mortal sin is so called because it destroys the spiritual life which is the effect of charity, whereby God dwells in us. Wherefore any sin which by its very nature is contrary to charity is a mortal sin by reason of its genus. And such is sloth, because the proper effect of charity is joy in God, as stated above, 28 Quetzales, A. 1. While sloth is sorrow about spiritual good in as much as it is a divine good. Therefore sloth is a mortal sin in respect of its genus. But it must be observed with regard to all sins that are mortal in respect of their genus, that they are not mortal, save when they attain to their perfection. Because the consummation of sin is in the consent of reason, for we are speaking now of human sins consisting in human acts, the principle of which is the reason. Wherefore if the sin be a mere beginning of sin in the sensuality alone, without attaining to the consent of reason, it is a venial sin on account of the imperfection of the act. Thus in the genus of adultery, the concupiscence that goes no further than the sensuality is a venial sin, whereas if it reach to the consent of reason, it is a mortal sin. So too, the movement of sloth is sometimes in the sensuality alone, by reason of the opposition of the flesh to the spirit, and then it is a venial sin. Whereas sometimes it reaches to the reason, which consents in the dislike, horror and detestation of the divine good, on account of the flesh utterly prevailing over the spirit. In this case it is evident that sloth is a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 1. Sloth is opposed to the precept about hallowing the Sabbath day. For this precept, in so far as it is a moral precept, implicitly commands the mind to rest in God, and sorrow of the mind about the divine good is contrary thereto. Reply Obj. 2. Sloth is not an aversion of the mind from any spiritual good, but from the divine good, to which the mind is obliged to adhere. Wherefore if a man is sorry because someone forces him to do acts of virtue that he is not bound to do, this is not a sin of sloth, but when he is sorry to have to do something for God's sake. Reply Obj. 3. Imperfect movements of sloth are to be found in holy men, but they do not reach to the consent of reason. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2 to 2, 35 quetzales, art. 4. Whether sloth should be accounted a capital vice. Objection 1, it would seem that sloth ought not to be accounted a capital vice. For a capital vice is one that moves a man to sinful acts, as stated above, 34 quetzales, 5. Now sloth does not move one to action, but on the contrary withdraws one from it. Therefore it should not be accounted a capital sin. Obj. 2. Further, a capital sin is one to which daughters are assigned. Now Gregory, Moral. 31, 45, assigns 6 daughters to sloth, viz. Malice, spite, faint-heartedness, despair, sluggishness in regard to the commandments, wandering of the mind after unlawful things. Now these do not seem in reality to arise from sloth. For spite is seemingly the same as hatred, which arises from envy, as stated above, 34 quetzales, 6. Malice is a genus which contains all vices, and, in like manner, a wandering of the mind after unlawful things is to be found in every vice. Sluggishness about the commandments seems to be the same as sloth, while faint-heartedness and despair may arise from any sin. Therefore sloth is not rightly accounted a capital sin. Obj. 3. Further, Isidore distinguishes the vice of sloth from the vice of sorrow, saying, De Summo Bono 2, 37, that in so far as a man shirks his duty because it is distasteful and burdensome, it is sorrow. And in so far as he is inclined to undue repose, it is sloth, and of sorrow he says that it gives rise to spite, faint-heartedness, bitterness, despair, whereas he states that from sloth 7 things arise, viz. Idleness, drowsiness, uneasiness of the mind, restlessness of the body, instability, loquacity, curiosity. Therefore it seems that either Gregory or Isidore has wrongly assigned sloth as a capital sin together with its daughters. On the contrary, the same Gregory, Moral. 31, 45, states that sloth is a capital sin, and has the daughters aforesaid. I answer that, as stated above, 1 to 2, 84 quetzales, aa. 3, 4, a capital vice is one which easily gives rise to others as being their final cause. Now just as we do many things on account of pleasure, both in order to obtain it, and through being moved to do something under the impulse of pleasure, so again we do many things on account of sorrow either that we may avoid it, or through being exasperated into doing something under pressure thereof. Wherefore, since sloth is a kind of sorrow, as stated above, 2, 1 to 2, 85 quetzales, a. 8, it is fittingly reckoned a capital sin. Reply Obj. 1. Sloth by weighing on the mind, hinders us from doing things that cause sorrow, nevertheless it induces the mind to do certain things, either because they are in harmony with sorrow, such as weeping, or because they are a means of avoiding sorrow. Reply Obj. 2. Gregory fittingly assigns the daughters of sloth. For since, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8, 5, 6, no man can be a long time in company with what is painful and unpleasant, it follows that something arises from sorrow in 2 ways, first, that man shuns whatever causes sorrow. Secondly, that he passes to other things that give him pleasure, thus those who find no joy in spiritual pleasures, have recourse to pleasures of the body, according to the philosopher, Ethic. X. 6. Now in the avoidance of sorrow the order observed is that man at first flies from unpleasant objects, and secondly he even struggles against such things as cause sorrow. Now spiritual goods which are the object of the sorrow of sloth, are both end and means. Avoidance of the end is the result of despair, while avoidance of those goods which are the means to the end, in matters of difficulty which come under the counsels, is the effect of faint-heartedness, and in matters of common righteousness, is the effect of sluggishness about the commandments. The struggle against spiritual goods that cause sorrow is sometimes with men who lead others to spiritual goods, and this is called spite. And sometimes it extends to the spiritual goods themselves, when a man goes so far as to detest them, and this is properly called malice. In so far as a man has recourse to eternal objects of pleasure, the daughter of sloth is called wandering after unlawful things. From this it is clear how to reply to the objections against each of the daughters, for malice does not denote here that which is generic to all vices, but must be understood as explained. Nor is spite taken as synonymous with hatred, but for a kind of indignation, as stated above, and the same applies to the others. Reply Obj. 3. This distinction between sorrow and sloth is also given by Cassian, de Instit. K-Nob. X. 1. But Gregory more fittingly, Moral. 31:45, calls sloth a kind of sorrow, because, as stated above, a. 2. Sorrow is not a distinct vice, in so far as a man shirks a distasteful and burdensome work, or sorrows on account of any other cause whatever, but only in so far as he is sorry on account of the divine good. Which sorrow belongs essentially to sloth. Since sloth seeks undue rest in so far as it spurns the divine good. Moreover, the things which Isidore reckons to arise from sloth and sorrow, are reduced to those mentioned by Gregory, for bitterness, which Isidore states to be the result of sorrow, is an effect of spite. Idleness and drowsiness are reduced to sluggishness about the precepts, for some are idle and omit them altogether, while others are drowsy and fulfill them with negligence. All the other 5 which he reckons as effects of sloth, belong to the wandering of the mind after unlawful things. This tendency to wander, if it reside in the mind itself that is desirous of rushing after various things without rhyme or reason, is called uneasiness of the mind, but if it pertains to the imaginative power, it is called curiosity. If it affect the speech it is called loquacity. And in so far as it affects a body that changes place, it is called restlessness of the body, when, to wit, a man shows the unsteadiness of his mind, by the inordinate movements of members of his body. While if it causes the body to move from one place to another, it is called instability, or instability may denote changeableness of purpose. Question 36. Of envy, 4 articles. We must now consider envy, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. What is envy? 2. Whether it is a sin. 3. Whether it is a mortal sin. 4. Whether it is a capital sin, and which are its daughters. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 36 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether envy is a kind of sorrow? Objection 1, it would seem that envy is not a kind of sorrow. For the object of envy is a good, for Gregory says, Moral. v. 46, of the envious man that self-inflicted pain wounds the pining spirit, which is racked by the prosperity of another. Therefore envy is not a kind of sorrow. Obj. 2. Further, likeness is a cause, not of sorrow but rather of pleasure. But likeness is a cause of envy, for the philosopher says, Ret. 2:10 Men are envious of such as are like them in genus, in knowledge, in stature, in habit, or in reputation. Therefore envy is not a kind of sorrow. Obj. 3. Further, sorrow is caused by a defect, wherefore those who are in great defect are inclined to sorrow, as stated above, 1-2, 47 Quetzales, 3, when we were treating of the passions. Now those who lack little, and who love honors, and who are considered wise, are envious, according to the philosopher, Ret. 2:10. Therefore envy is not a kind of sorrow. Obj. 4. Further, sorrow is opposed to pleasure. Now opposite effects have not one and the same cause. Therefore, since the recollection of goods once possessed is a cause of pleasure, as stated above, 1-2, 32 Quetzales, 3, it will not be a cause of sorrow. But it is a cause of envy. For the philosopher says, Ret. 2:10, that we envy those who have or have had things that befitted ourselves, or which we possessed at some time. Therefore sloth is not a kind of sorrow. On the contrary, Damascene, defied Orth. 2:14, calls envy a species of sorrow, and says that envy is sorrow for another's good. I answer that, the object of a man's sorrow is his own evil. Now it may happen that another's good is apprehended as one's own evil, and in this way sorrow can be about another's good. But this happens in two ways. First, when a man is sorry about another's good, in so far as it threatens to be an occasion of harm to himself, as when a man grieves for his enemy's prosperity. For fear lest he may do him some harm, such like sorrow is not envy, but rather an effect of fear, as the philosopher states, Ret. 2:9. Secondly, another's good may be reckoned as being one's own evil, in so far as it conduces to the lessening of one's own good name or excellence. It is in this way that envy grieves for another's good, and consequently men are envious of those goods in which a good name consists, and about which men like to be honored and esteemed, as the philosopher remarks, Ret. 2:10. Reply Obj. 1. Nothing hinders what is good for one from being reckoned as evil for another, and in this way it is possible for sorrow to be about good, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2. Since envy is about another's good name in so far as it diminishes the good name a man desires to have, it follows that a man is envious of those only whom he wishes to rival or surpass in reputation. But this does not apply to people who are far removed from one another, for no man, unless he be out of his mind, endeavors to rival or surpass in reputation those who are far above him. Thus a commoner does not envy the king, nor does the king envy a commoner whom he is far above. Wherefore a man envies not those who are far removed from him, whether in place, time, or station, but those who are near him, and whom he strives to rival or surpass. For it is against our will that these should be in better repute than we are, and that gives rise to sorrow. On the other hand, likeness causes pleasure in so far as it is in agreement with the will. Reply Obj. 3. A man does not strive for mastery in matters where he is very deficient. So that he does not envy one who surpasses him in such matters, unless he surpass him by little, for then it seems to him that this is not beyond him, and so he makes an effort. Wherefore, if his effort fails through the other's reputation surpassing his, he grieves. Hence it is that those who love to be honored are more envious. And in like manner the faint-hearted are envious, because all things are great to them, and whatever good may befall another, they reckon that they themselves have been bested in something great. Hence it is written, Job 5 verse 2, Envy slayeth the little one, and Gregory says, Moral. v. 46, that we can envy those only whom we think better in some respect than ourselves. Reply Obj. 4. Recollection of past goods in so far as we have had them, causes pleasure, in so far as we have lost them, causes sorrow, and in so far as others have them, causes envy, because that, above all, seems to belittle our reputation. Hence the philosopher says, Ret. 2, that the old envy the young, and those who have spent much in order to get something, envy those who have got it by spending little, because they grieve that they have lost their goods, and that others have acquired goods. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 36 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether envy is a sin? Objection 1, it would seem that envy is not a sin. For Jerome says to Leda about the education of her daughter, E.P. Kvi, let her have companions, so that she may learn together with them, envy them, and be nettled when they are praised. But no one should be advised to commit a sin. Therefore envy is not a sin. Objection 2, further, envy is sorrow for another's good, as Damascene says, defied Orth 2:14. But this is sometimes praiseworthy, for it is written, Proverbs 29 verse 2, when the wicked shall bear rule, the people shall mourn. Therefore envy is not always a sin. Obj. 3, further, envy denotes a kind of zeal. But there is a good zeal, according to Psalms 68 verse 10, the zeal of thy house hath eaten me up. Therefore envy is not always a sin. Obj. 4. Further, punishment is condivided with fault. But envy is a kind of punishment, for Gregory says, moral. V. 46, when the foul sore of envy corrupts the vanquished heart, the very exterior itself shows how forcibly the mind is urged by madness. For paleness seizes the complexion, the eyes are weighed down, the spirit is inflamed, while the limbs are chilled, there is frenzy in the heart, there is gnashing with the teeth. Therefore envy is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written, Gal. 5:26, let us not be made desirous of vainglory, provoking one another, envying one another. I answer that, as stated above, 1. Envy is sorrow for another's good. Now this sorrow may come about in 4 ways. First, when a man grieves for another's good, through fear that it may cause harm either to himself, or to some other goods. This sorrow is not envy, as stated above, 1, and may be void of sin. Hence Gregory says, moral. 22:11, it very often happens that without charity being lost, both the destruction of an enemy rejoices us, and again his glory, without any sin of envy, saddens us, since, when he falls, we believe that some are deservedly set up. And when he prospers, we dread lest many suffer unjustly. Secondly, we may grieve over another's good, not because he has it, but because the good which he has, we have not, and this, properly speaking, is zeal, as the philosopher says, Ret. 2:9. And if this zeal be about virtuous goods, it is praiseworthy, according to 1 Corinthians 14 verse 1, be zealous for spiritual gifts, while, if it be about temporal goods, it may be either sinful or sinless. Thirdly, one may grieve over another's good, because he who happens to have that good is unworthy of it. Such sorrow as this cannot be occasioned by virtuous goods, which make a man righteous, but, as the philosopher states, is about riches, and those things which can accrue to the worthy and the unworthy. And he calls this sorrow nemesis, the nearest equivalent is indignation. The use of the word nemesis to signify revenge does not represent the original Greek, saying that it belongs to good morals. But he says this because he considered temporal goods in themselves, in so far as they may seem great to those who look not to eternal goods, whereas, according to the teaching of faith, temporal goods that accrue to those who are unworthy are so disposed according to God's just ordinance, either for the correction of those men, or for their condemnation, and such goods are as nothing in comparison with the goods to come, which are prepared for good men. Wherefore sorrow of this kind is forbidden in Holy Writ, according to Psalms 36 verse 1, be not emulous of evil doers, nor envy them that work iniquity, and elsewhere, P.S. 72:2, 3, my steps had well nigh slipped, for I was envious of the wicked, when I saw the prosperity of sinners, Douay, because I had a zeal on occasion of the wicked, seeing the prosperity of sinners. Fourthly, we grieve over a man's good, in so far as his good surpasses ours, this is envy properly speaking, and is always sinful, as also the philosopher states, Ret. 2:10, because to do so is to grieve over what should make us rejoice, viz. over our neighbor's good. Reply Obj. 1. Envy there denotes the zeal with which we ought to strive to progress with those who are better than we are. Reply Obj. 2. This argument considers sorrow for another's good in the first sense given above. Reply Obj. 3. Envy differs from zeal, as stated above. Hence a certain zeal may be good, whereas envy is always evil. Reply Obj. 4. Nothing hinders a sin from being penal accidentally, as stated above, 1-2, 87 Quetzales, a. 2, when we were treating of sins. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 36 Quetzales, art. 3. Whether envy is a mortal sin? Objection 1, it would seem that envy is not a mortal sin. For since envy is a kind of sorrow, it is a passion of the sensitive appetite. Now there is no mortal sin in the sensuality, but only in the reason, as Augustine declares, De Trin. 12, cf 1-2, 74 Quetzales, a. 4. Therefore envy is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, there cannot be mortal sin in infants. But envy can be in them, for Augustine says, confess. I myself have seen and known even a baby envious, it could not speak, yet it turned pale and looked bitterly on its foster brother. Therefore envy is not a mortal sin. Obj. 3. Further, every mortal sin is contrary to some virtue. But envy is contrary, not to a virtue but to nemesis, which is a passion, according to the philosopher, Rhet. 2, 9. Therefore envy is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, it is written, Job 5 verse 2, envy slayeth the little one. Now nothing slays spiritually, except mortal sin. Therefore envy is a mortal sin. I answer that, envy is a mortal sin, in respect of its genus. For the genus of a sin is taken from its object. And envy according to the aspect of its object is contrary to charity, whence the soul derives its spiritual life, according to 1 John 3 verse 14, we know that we have passed from death to life, because we love the brethren. Now the object both of charity and of envy is our neighbor's good, but by contrary movements, since charity rejoices in our neighbor's good, while envy grieves over it, as stated above. 1. Therefore it is evident that envy is a mortal sin in respect of its genus. Nevertheless, as stated above, 35 Quetzales, a. 4, 1-2, 72 Quetzales, a. 5, add 1, in every kind of mortal sin we find certain imperfect movements in the sensuality, which are venial sins, such are the first movement of concupiscence, in the genus of adultery, and the first movement of anger, in the genus of murder. And so in the genus of envy we find sometimes even in perfect men certain first movements, which are venial sins. Reply Obj. 1. The movement of envy in so far as it is a passion of the sensuality, is an imperfect thing in the genus of human acts, the principle of which is the reason, so that envy of that kind is not a mortal sin. The same applies to the envy of little children who have not the use of reason, wherefore the reply to the second objection is manifest. Reply Obj. 3. According to the philosopher, Rhet. 2, 9, envy is contrary both to nemesis and to pity, but for different reasons. For it is directly contrary to pity, their principal objects being contrary to one another, since the envious man grieves over his neighbor's good, whereas the pitiful man grieves over his neighbor's evil, so that the envious have no pity. As he states in the same passage, nor is the pitiful man envious. On the other hand, envy is contrary to nemesis on the part of the man whose good grieves the envious man, for nemesis is sorrow for the good of the undeserving according to Ps. 72:3, I was envious of the wicked, when I saw the prosperity of sinners, because I had a zeal on occasion of the wicked, seeing the prosperity of sinners, whereas the envious grieves over the good of those who are deserving of it. Hence it is clear that the former contrariety is more direct than the latter. Now pity is a virtue, and an effect proper to charity, so that envy is contrary to pity and charity. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 36 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether envy is a capital vice? Objection 1, it would seem that envy is not a capital vice. For the capital vices are distinct from their daughters. Now envy is the daughter of vainglory, for the philosopher says, Rhet. 2:10, that those who love honor and glory are more envious. Therefore envy is not a capital vice. Obj. 2. Further, the capital vices seem to be less grave than the other vices which arise from them. For Gregory says, Moral. 31:45, the leading vices seem to worm their way into the deceived mind under some kind of pretext, but those which follow them provoke the soul to all kinds of outrage, and confuse the mind with their wild outcry. Now envy is seemingly a most grave sin, for Gregory says, Moral. v. 46, though in every evil thing that is done, the venom of our old enemy is infused into the heart of man, yet in this wickedness the serpent stirs his whole bowels and discharges the bane of spite fitted to enter deep into the mind. Therefore envy is not a capital sin. Obj. 3. Further, it seems that its daughters are unfittingly assigned by Gregory, Moral. 31, 45, who says that from envy arise hatred, tale-bearing, detraction, joy at our neighbor's misfortunes, and grief for his prosperity. For joy at our neighbor's misfortunes and grief for his prosperity seem to be the same as envy, as appears from what has been said above. 3. Therefore these should not be assigned as daughters of envy. On the contrary stands the authority of Gregory, Moral. 31, 45, who states that envy is a capital sin and assigns the aforesaid daughters thereto. I answer that, just as sloth is grief for a divine spiritual good, so envy is grief for our neighbor's good. Now it has been stated above, 35 Quetzales, a. 4, that sloth is a capital vice for the reason that it incites man to do certain things, with the purpose either of avoiding sorrow or of satisfying its demands. Wherefore envy is accounted a capital vice for the same reason. Reply Obj. 1, as Gregory says, Moral. 31, 45, the capital vices are so closely akin to one another that one springs from the other. For the first offspring of pride is vainglory, which by corrupting the mind it occupies begets envy, since while it craves for the power of an empty name, it repines for fear lest another should acquire that power. Consequently the notion of a capital vice does not exclude its originating from another vice, but it demands that it should have some principal reason for being itself the origin of several kinds of sin. However, it is perhaps because envy manifestly arises from vainglory, that it is not reckoned a capital sin either by Isidore, de Summo Bono, or by Cassian, de Instit. Canob. v. 1. Reply Obj. 2. It does not follow from the passage quoted that envy is the greatest of sins, but that when the devil tempts us to envy, he is enticing us to that which has its chief place in his heart, for as quoted further on in the same passage. By the envy of the devil, death came into the world, Wis. 2:24. There is, however, a kind of envy which is accounted among the most grievous sins, viz. Envy of another's spiritual good, which envy is a sorrow for the increase of God's grace, and not merely for our neighbor's good. Hence it is accounted a sin against the Holy Ghost, because thereby a man envies, as it were, the Holy Ghost himself, who is glorified in his works. Reply Obj. 3. The number of envy's daughters may be understood for the reason that in the struggle aroused by envy there is something by way of beginning, something by way of middle, and something by way of term. The beginning is that a man strives to lower another's reputation, and this either secretly, and then we have tale-bearing, or openly, and then we have detraction. The middle consists in the fact that when a man aims at defaming another, he is either able to do so, and then we have joy at another's misfortune, or he is unable, and then we have grief at another's prosperity. The term is hatred itself, because just as good which delights causes love, so does sorrow cause hatred, as stated above, 34 Quetzales, 6. Grief at another's prosperity is in one way the very same as envy, when, to wit, a man grieves over another's prosperity, in so far as it gives the latter a good name, but in another way it is a daughter of envy. In so far as the envious man sees his neighbor prosper notwithstanding his efforts to prevent it. On the other hand, joy at another's misfortune is not directly the same as envy, but is a result thereof, because grief over our neighbor's good, which is envy, gives rise to joy in his evil. Question 37. Of discord, which is contrary to peace, in 2 articles. We must now consider the sins contrary to peace, and first we shall consider discord which is in the heart, secondly contention, which is on the lips, thirdly those things which consist in deeds, viz. Schism, quarreling, war, and sedition. Under the first head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether discord is a sin. 2. Whether it is a daughter of vainglory. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 37 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether discord is a sin. Objection 1, it would seem that discord is not a sin. For to disaccord with man is to sever oneself from another's will. But this does not seem to be a sin, because God's will alone, and not our neighbor's, is the rule of our own will. Therefore discord is not a sin. Obj. 2. Further, whoever induces another to sin, sins also himself. But it appears not to be a sin to incite others to discord, for it is written, Acts 23 verse 6, that Paul, knowing that the one part were Sadducees, and the other Pharisees, cried out in the council, Men brethren, I am a Pharisee, the son of Pharisees. Concerning the hope and resurrection of the dead I am called in question. And when he had so said, there arose a dissension between the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Therefore discord is not a sin. Obj. 3. Further, sin, especially mortal sin, is not to be found in a holy man. But discord is to be found even among holy men, for it is written, Acts 15 verse 39, there arose a dissension between Paul and Barnabas, so that they departed one from another. Therefore discord is not a sin, and least of all a mortal sin. On the contrary, dissensions, that is, discords, are reckoned among the works of the flesh, Galatians 5 verse 20, of which it is said afterwards, Galatians 5 verse 21, that, they who do such things shall not obtain the kingdom of God. Now nothing, save mortal sin, excludes man from the kingdom of God. Therefore discord is a mortal sin. I answer that, discord is opposed to concord. Now, as stated above, 29 Quetzales, A.A. 1, 3, concord results from charity, inasmuch as charity directs many hearts together to one thing, which is chiefly the divine good, secondarily, the good of our neighbor. Wherefore discord is a sin, in so far as it is opposed to this concord. But it must be observed that this concord is destroyed by discord in 2 ways, first, directly, secondly, accidentally. Now, human acts and movements are said to be direct and they are according to one's intention. Wherefore a man directly disaccords with his neighbor, when he knowingly and intentionally dissents from the divine good and his neighbor's good, to which he ought to consent. This is a mortal sin in respect of its genus, because it is contrary to charity, although the first movements of such discord are venial sins by reason of their being imperfect acts. The accidental in human acts is that which occurs beside the intention. Hence when several intend a good pertaining to God's honor, or our neighbor's profit, while one deems a certain thing good, and another thinks contrariwise. The discord is in this case accidentally contrary to the divine good or that of our neighbor. Such like discord is neither sinful nor against charity, unless it be accompanied by an error about things necessary to salvation, or by undue obstinacy, since it has also been stated above, 29 Quetzales, A.A. 1, 3, add 2, that the concord which is an effect of charity, is union of wills not of opinions. It follows from this that discord is sometimes the sin of one party only, for instance, when one wills a good which the other knowingly resists. While sometimes it implies sin in both parties, as when each dissents from the other's good, and loves his own. Reply Obj. 1. One man's will considered in itself is not the rule of another man's will. But in so far as our neighbor's will adheres to God's will, it becomes in consequence, a rule regulated according to its proper measure. Wherefore it is a sin to disaccord with such a will, because by that very fact one disaccords with the divine rule. Reply Obj. 2. Just as a man's will that adheres to God is a right rule, to disaccord with which is a sin, so too a man's will that is opposed to God is a perverse rule, to disaccord with which is good. Hence to cause a discord, whereby a good concord resulting from charity is destroyed, is a grave sin, wherefore it is written, Prov. 6:16, 6 things there are, which the Lord hateth, and the seventh his soul detesteth, which seventh is stated, Proverbs 6 verse 19, to be, him that soweth discord among brethren. On the other hand, to arouse a discord whereby an evil concord, i.e., concord in an evil will, is destroyed, is praiseworthy. In this way Paul was to be commended for sowing discord among those who concord together in evil, because our Lord also said of himself, Matt. 10:34, I came not to send peace, but the sword. Reply Obj. 3. The discord between Paul and Barnabas was accidental and not direct, because each intended some good, yet the one thought one thing good, while the other thought something else. Which was owing to human deficiency, for that controversy was not about things necessary to salvation. Moreover, all this was ordained by divine providence, on account of the good which would ensue. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 37 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether discord is a daughter of vainglory? Objection 1, it would seem that discord is not a daughter of vainglory. For anger is a vice distinct from vainglory. Now discord is apparently the daughter of anger, according to Proverbs 15 verse 18, a passionate man stirreth up strifes. Therefore it is not a daughter of vainglory. Obj. 2. Further, Augustine expounding the words of John 7 verse 39, as yet the Spirit was not given, says, Tract. 32, Malice severs, charity unites. Now discord is merely a separation of wills. Therefore discord arises from malice, i.e. envy, rather than from vainglory. Obj. 3. Further, whatever gives rise to many evils, would seem to be a capital vice. Now such is discord, because Jerome in commenting on Matt. 12:25, every kingdom divided against itself shall be made desolate, says, just as concord makes small things thrive, so discord brings the greatest things to ruin. Therefore discord should itself be reckoned a capital vice, rather than a daughter of vainglory. On the contrary stands the authority of Gregory, Moral. 31:45. I answer that, discord denotes a certain disunion of wills, in so far, to wit, as one man's will holds fast to one thing, while the other man's will holds fast to something else. Now if a man's will holds fast to its own ground, this is due to the act that he prefers what is his own to that which belongs to others, and if he do this inordinately, it is due to pride and vainglory. Therefore discord, whereby a man holds to his own way of thinking, and departs from that of others, is reckoned to be a daughter of vainglory. Reply Obj. 1. Strife is not the same as discord, for strife consists in external deeds, wherefore it is becoming that it should arise from anger, which incites the mind to hurt one's neighbor. Whereas discord consists in a divergence in the movements of wills, which arises from pride or vainglory, for the reason given above. Reply Obj. 2. In discord we may consider that which is the term wherefrom, i.e. another's will from which we recede, and in this respect it arises from envy, and again we may consider that which is the term whither, i.e. something of our own to which we cling, and in this respect it is caused by vainglory. And since in every moment the term whither is more important than the term wherefrom, because the end is of more account than the beginning, discord is accounted a daughter of vainglory rather than of envy. Though it may arise from both for different reasons, as stated. Reply Obj. 3. The reason why concord makes small things thrive, while discord brings the greatest to ruin, is because, the more united a force is, the stronger it is, while the more disunited it is the weaker it becomes, de causis 17. Hence it is evident that this is part of the proper effect of discord, which is a disunion of wills, and in no way indicates that other vices arise from discord, as though it were a capital vice. Question 38. Of contention, in 2 articles. We must now consider contention, in respect of which there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether contention is a mortal sin. 2. Whether it is a daughter of vainglory. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 38 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether contention is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that contention is not a mortal sin. For there is no mortal sin in spiritual men, and yet contention is to be found in them, according to Luke 22 verse 24, and there was also a strife amongst the disciples of Jesus, which of them should be the greatest. Therefore contention is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, no well-disposed man should be pleased that his neighbor commit a mortal sin. But the Apostle says, Phil. 1:17, some out of contention preach Christ, and afterwards he says, Phil. 1:18, in this also I rejoice, yea, and will rejoice. Therefore contention is not a mortal sin. Obj. 3. Further, it happens that people contend either in the courts or in disputations, without any spiteful purpose, and with a good intention, as, for example, those who contend by disputing with heretics. Hence a gloss on 1 Kings 14 verse 1, it came to pass one day, etc. says, Catholics do not raise contentions with heretics, unless they are first challenged to dispute. Therefore contention is not a mortal sin. Obj. 4. Further, Job seems to have contended with God, according to Job 39 verse 32, shall he that contendeth with God be so easily silenced? And yet Job was not guilty of mortal sin, since the Lord said of him, Job 42 verse 7, You have not spoken the thing that is right before me, as my servant Job hath. Therefore contention is not always a mortal sin. On the contrary, it is against the precept of the Apostle who says, 2 Timothy 2 verse 14, Contend not in words. Moreover, Galatians 5 verse 20, contention is included among the works of the flesh, and as stated there, Gal. 5:21, they who do such things shall not obtain the kingdom of God. Now whatever excludes a man from the kingdom of God and is against a precept, is a mortal sin. Therefore contention is a mortal sin. I answer that, to contend is to tend against someone. Wherefore just as discord denotes a contrariety of wills, so contention signifies contrariety of speech. For this reason when a man contrasts various contrary things in a speech, this is called contentio, which Tully calls one of the rhetorical colors, direct adheren. For, where he says that, it consists in developing a speech from contrary things, for instance, adulation has a pleasant beginning, and a most bitter end. Now contrariety of speech may be looked at in 2 ways, first with regard to the intention of the contentious party, secondly, with regard to the manner of contending. As to the intention, we must consider whether he contends against the truth, and then he is to be blamed, or against falsehood, and then he should be praised. As to the manner, we must consider whether his manner of contending is in keeping with the persons and the matter in dispute, for then it would be praiseworthy, hence Tully says, direct adheren. 3. That contention is a sharp speech suitable for proof and refutation, or whether it exceeds the demands of the persons and matter in dispute, in which case it is blameworthy. Accordingly, if we take contention as denoting a disclaimer of the truth and an inordinate manner, it is a mortal sin. Thus Ambrose, cf. Gloss. Ord in Rom. I. 29, defines contention. Contention is a disclaimer of the truth with clamorous confidence. If, however, contention denote a disavowal of what is false, with the proper measure of acrimony, it is praiseworthy, whereas, if it denote a disavowal of falsehood, together with an inordinate manner, it can be a venial sin. Unless the contention be conducted so inordinately, as to give scandal to others. Hence the Apostle after saying, 2 Timothy 2 verse 14, contend not in words, adds, for it is to no profit, but to the subverting of the hearers. Reply Obj. 1. The disciples of Christ contended together, not with the intention of disclaiming the truth, since each one stood up for what he thought was true. Yet there was inordinateness in their contention, because they contended about a matter which they ought not to have contended about, viz. the primacy of honor, for they were not spiritual men as yet, as a gloss says on the same passage. And for this reason our Lord checked them. Reply Obj. 2. Those who preached Christ, out of contention, were to be blamed, because, although they did not gainsay the truth of faith, but preached it, yet they did gainsay the truth. By the fact that they thought they would raise affliction to the apostle who was preaching the truth of faith. Hence the apostle rejoiced not in their contention, but in the fruit that would result therefrom, namely that Christ would be made known, since evil is sometimes the occasion of good results. Reply Obj. 3. Contention is complete and is a mortal sin when, in contending before a judge, a man gainsays the truth of justice, or in a disputation, intends to impugn the true doctrine. In this sense Catholics do not contend against heretics, but the reverse. But when, whether in court or in a disputation, it is incomplete, i.e. in respect of the acrimony of speech, it is not always a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 4. Contention here denotes an ordinary dispute. For Job had said, 13:3, I will speak to the Almighty, and I desire to reason with God, yet he intended not to impugn the truth, but to defend it, and in seeking the truth thus, he had no wish to be inordinate in mind or in speech. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 38 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether contention is a daughter of vainglory? Objection 1. It would seem that contention is not a daughter of vainglory. For contention is akin to zeal, wherefore it is written, 1 Corinthians 3 verse 3, whereas there is among you zeal, duae, envying, and contention, are you not carnal, and walk according to men? Now zeal pertains to envy. Therefore contention arises rather from envy. Obj. 2. Further, contention is accompanied by raising of the voice. But the voice is raised on account of anger, as Gregory declares. Moral. 31:14. Therefore contention too arises from anger. Obj. 3. Further, among other things knowledge seems to be the matter of pride and vainglory, according to 1 Corinthians 8 verse 1, knowledge puffeth up. Now contention is often due to lack of knowledge, and by knowledge we do not impugn the truth, we know it. Therefore contention is not a daughter of vainglory. On the contrary stands the authority of Gregory, Moral. 31:14. I answer that, as stated above, 37 Quetzales, a. 2. Discord is a daughter of vainglory, because each of the disaccording parties clings to his own opinion, rather than acquiesce with the other. Now it is proper to pride and vainglory to seek one's own glory. And just as people are discordant when they hold to their own opinion in their hearts, so are they contentious when each defends his own opinion by words. Consequently contention is reckoned a daughter of vainglory for the same reason as discord. Reply Obj. 1. Contention, like discord, is akin to envy in so far as a man severs himself from the one with whom he is discordant, or with whom he contends, but in so far as a contentious man holds to something, it is akin to pride and vainglory, because, to wit, he clings to his own opinion, as stated above, Q. 37, a. 2, add 1. Reply Obj. 2. The contention of which we are speaking puts on a loud voice, for the purpose of impugning the truth, so that it is not the chief part of contention. Hence it does not follow that contention arises from the same source as the raising of the voice. Reply Obj. 3. Pride and vainglory are occasioned chiefly by goods, even those that are contrary to them, for instance, when a man is proud of his humility, for when a thing arises in this way, it does so not directly but accidentally. In which way nothing hinders one contrary from arising out of another. Hence there is no reason why the per se and direct effects of pride or vainglory should not result from the contraries of those things which are the occasion of pride. Question 39. Of schism, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices contrary to peace, which belong to deeds, such are schism, strife, sedition, and war. In the first place, then, about schism, there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether schism is a special sin. 2. Whether it is graver than unbelief. 3. Of the power exercised by schismatics. 4. Of the punishment inflicted on them. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 39 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether schism is a special sin. Objection 1. It would seem that schism is not a special sin. For schism, as Pope Pelagius I says, epist ad victor. Edi pancrat. Denotes a division. But every sin causes a division, according to Isa 59, your sins have divided between you and your God. Therefore schism is not a special sin. Obj. 2. Further, a man is apparently a schismatic if he disobeys the Church. But every sin makes a man disobey the commandments of the Church, because sin, according to Ambrose, de Parad. 8. Is disobedience against the heavenly commandments. Therefore every sin is a schism. Obj. 3. Further, heresy also divides a man from the unity of faith. If, therefore, the word schism denotes a division, it would seem not to differ, as a special sin, from the sin of unbelief. On the contrary, Augustine, Contra Faust. XX, 3. Contra Crescon. 2, 4, distinguishes between schism and heresy, for he says that a schismatic is one who holds the same faith, and practices the same worship, as others, and takes pleasure in the mere disunion of the community. Whereas a heretic is one who holds another faith from that of the Catholic Church. Therefore schism is not a generic sin. I answer that, as Isidore says, Edom 8, 3, schism takes its name from being a scission of minds, and scission is opposed to unity. Wherefore the sin of schism is one that is directly and essentially opposed to unity. For in the moral, as in the physical order, the species is not constituted by that which is accidental. Now, in the moral order, the essential is that which is intended, and that which results beside the intention, is, as it were, accidental. Hence the sin of schism is, properly speaking, a special sin. For the reason that the schismatic intends to sever himself from that unity which is the effect of charity, because charity unites not only one person to another with the bond of spiritual love, but also the whole Church in unity of spirit. Accordingly schismatics properly so called are those who, willfully and intentionally separate themselves from the unity of the Church. For this is the chief unity, and the particular unity of several individuals among themselves is subordinate to the unity of the Church, even as the mutual adaptation of each member of a natural body is subordinate to the unity of the whole body. Now the unity of the Church consists in 2 things, namely, in the mutual connection or communion of the members of the Church, and again in the subordination of all the members of the Church to the one head, according to Colonel 2:18-19, puffed up by the sense of his flesh, and not holding the head, from which the whole body, by joints and bands, being supplied with nourishment and compacted, groweth unto the increase of God. Now this head is Christ himself, whose viceregent in the Church is the sovereign pontiff. Wherefore schismatics are those who refuse to submit to the sovereign pontiff, and to hold communion with those members of the Church who acknowledge his supremacy. Reply Obj. 1. The division between man and God that results from sin is not intended by the sinner, it happens beside his intention as a result of his turning inordinately to a mutable good, and so it is not schism properly so called. Reply Obj. 2. The essence of schism consists in rebelliously disobeying the commandments, and I say, rebelliously, since a schismatic both obstinately scorns the commandments of the Church and refuses to submit to her judgment. But every sinner does not do this, wherefore not every sin is a schism. Reply Obj. 3. Heresy and schism are distinguished in respect of those things to which each is opposed essentially and directly. For heresy is essentially opposed to faith, while schism is essentially opposed to the unity of ecclesiastical charity. Wherefore just as faith and charity are different virtues, although whoever lacks faith lacks charity, so too schism and heresy are different vices, although whoever is a heretic is also a schismatic, but not conversely. This is what Jerome says in his commentary on the Epistle to the Galatians, in EP ad title 3:10, I consider the difference between schism and heresy to be that heresy holds false doctrine while schism severs a man from the church. Nevertheless, just as the loss of charity is the road to the loss of faith, according to 1 Timothy 1 verse 6, from which things, i.e. charity and the like, some going astray, are turned aside into vain babbling, so too, schism is the road to heresy. Wherefore Jerome adds, in EP ad tit. 3:10, that, at the outset it is possible, in a certain respect, to find a difference between schism and heresy, yet there is no schism that does not devise some heresy for itself. That it may appear to have had a reason for separating from the church. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 39 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether schism is a graver sin than unbelief? Objection 1, it would seem that schism is a graver sin than unbelief. For the graver sin meets with a graver punishment, according to Deuteronomy 25 verse 2, according to the measure of the sin shall the measure also of the stripes be. Now we find the sin of schism punished more severely than even the sin of unbelief or idolatry, for we read, Exodus 32 verse 28, that some were slain by the swords of their fellow men on account of idolatry, whereas of the sin of schism we read, Number 16:30, if the Lord do a new thing, and the earth opening her mouth swallow them down, and all things that belong to them, and they go down alive into hell, you shall know that they have blasphemed the Lord God. Moreover, the 10 tribes who were guilty of schism in revolting from the rule of David were most severely punished, 4 Kings 17. Therefore the sin of schism is graver than the sin of unbelief. Obj. 2. Further, the good of the multitude is greater and more godlike than the good of the individual, as the philosopher states, Ethic. I. 2. Now schism is opposed to the good of the multitude, namely, ecclesiastical unity, whereas unbelief is contrary to the particular good of one man, namely the faith of an individual. Therefore it seems that schism is a graver sin than unbelief. Obj. 3. Further, a greater good is opposed to a greater evil, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 8:10. Now schism is opposed to charity, which is a greater virtue than faith, to which unbelief is opposed, as shown above, 10 Quetzales, 2, 23 Quetzales, 6. Therefore schism is a graver sin than unbelief. On the contrary, that which results from an addition to something else surpasses that thing either in good or in evil. Now heresy results from something being added to schism, for it adds corrupt doctrine, as Jerome declares in the passage quoted above, 1, ad 3. Therefore schism is a less grievous sin than unbelief. I answer that, the gravity of a sin can be considered in 2 ways, first, according to the species of that sin, secondly, according to its circumstances. And since particular circumstances are infinite in number, so too they can be varied in an infinite number of ways, wherefore if one were to ask in general which of 2 sins is the graver, the question must be understood to refer to the gravity derived from the sin's genus. Now the genus or species of a sin is taken from its object, as shown above, 1-2, 72 Quetzales, 1, 1-2, 73 Quetzales, 3. Wherefore the sin which is opposed to the greater good is, in respect of its genus, more grievous. For instance, a sin committed against God is graver than a sin committed against one's neighbor. Now it is evident that unbelief is a sin committed against God himself, according as he is himself the first truth, on which faith is founded. Whereas schism is opposed to ecclesiastical unity, which is a participated good, and a lesser good than God himself. Wherefore it is manifest that the sin of unbelief is generically more grievous than the sin of schism, although it may happen that a particular schismatic sins more grievously than a particular unbeliever, either because his contempt is greater, or because his sin is a source of greater danger, or for some similar reason. Reply Obj. 1. It had already been declared to that people by the law which they had received that there was one God, and that no other God was to be worshipped by them, and the same had been confirmed among them by many kinds of signs. Consequently there was no need for those who sinned against this faith by falling into idolatry, to be punished in an unwonted manner, it was enough that they should be punished in the usual way. On the other hand, it was not so well known among them that Moses was always to be their ruler, and so it behooved those who rebelled against his authority to be punished in a miraculous and unwonted manner. We may also reply by saying that the sin of schism was sometimes more severely punished in that people, because they were inclined to seditions and schisms. For it is written, 1 Esdra 4:15, this city since days gone by has rebelled against its kings, and seditions and wars were raised therein, vulgar, this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful to the kings and provinces, and wars were raised therein of old. Now sometimes a more severe punishment is inflicted for an habitual sin, as stated above, 1-2, 105 quetzales, a. 2, add 9, because punishments are medicines intended to keep man away from sin, so that where there is greater proneness to sin, a more severe punishment ought to be inflicted. As regards the 10 tribes, they were punished not only for the sin of schism, but also for that of idolatry as stated in the passage quoted. Reply Obj. 2. Just as the good of the multitude is greater than the good of a unit in that multitude, so is it less than the extrinsic good to which that multitude is directed. Even as the good of a rank in the army is less than the good of the commander-in-chief. In like manner the good of ecclesiastical unity, to which schism is opposed, is less than the good of divine truth, to which unbelief is opposed. Reply Obj. 3. Charity has two objects. One is its principal object and is the divine goodness, the other is its secondary object and is our neighbor's good. Now schism and other sins against our neighbor, are opposed to charity in respect of its secondary good, which is less than the object of faith, for this is God himself, and so these sins are less grievous than unbelief. On the other hand, hatred of God, which is opposed to charity in respect of its principal object, is not less grievous than unbelief. Nevertheless of all sins committed by man against his neighbor, the sin of schism would seem to be the greatest, because it is opposed to the spiritual good of the multitude. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 39 quetzales, art. 3. Whether schismatics have any power? Objection 1, it would seem that schismatics have some power. For Augustine says, Contra donat. 1. Just as those who come back to the church after being baptized, are not baptized again, so those who return after being ordained, are not ordained again. Now order is a kind of power. Therefore schismatics have some power since they retain their orders. Obj. 2. Further, Augustine says, De unico Baptist, de Bap contra donat. 6, 5. One who is separated can confer a sacrament even as he can have it. But the power of conferring a sacrament is a very great power. Therefore schismatics who are separated from the church, have a spiritual power. Obj. 3. Further, Pope Urban II, Council of Piacenza, cap. X, cf. Conordinations, 9, Chew. 1, says, we command that persons consecrated by bishops who were themselves consecrated according to the Catholic rite, but have separated themselves by schism from the Roman Church, should be received mercifully and that their orders should be acknowledged, when they return to the unity of the Church, provided they be of commendable life and knowledge. But this would not be so, unless spiritual power were retained by schismatics. Therefore schismatics have spiritual power. On the contrary, Cyprian says in a letter, E.P. Lee, quoted 7, Q.U. 1, can. Novationis, he who observes neither unity of spirit or the concord of peace, and severs himself from the bonds of the Church, and from the fellowship of her priests, cannot have episcopal power or honor. I answer that, spiritual power is twofold, the one sacramental, the other a power of jurisdiction. The sacramental power is one that is conferred by some kind of consecration. Now all the consecrations of the Church are immovable so long as the consecrated thing remains, as appears even in inanimate things, since an altar, once consecrated, is not consecrated again unless it has been broken up. Consequently such a power as this remains, as to its essence, in the man who has received it by consecration, as long as he lives, even if he fall into schism or heresy, and this is proved from the fact that if he come back to the Church, he is not consecrated anew. Since, however, the lower power ought not to exercise its act, except in so far as it is moved by the higher power, as may be seen also in the physical order, it follows that such persons lose the use of their power, so that it is not lawful for them to use it. Yet if they use it, this power has its effect in sacramental acts, because therein man acts only as God's instrument, so that sacramental effects are not precluded on account of any fault whatever in the person who confers the sacrament. On the other hand, the power of jurisdiction is that which is conferred by a mere human appointment. Such a power as this does not adhere to the recipient immovably, so that it does not remain in heretics and schismatics. And consequently they neither absolve nor excommunicate, nor grant indulgence, nor do anything of the kind, and if they do, it is invalid. Accordingly when it is said that such like persons have no spiritual power, it is to be understood as referring either to the second power, or if it be referred to the first power, not as referring to the essence of the power, but to its lawful use. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 39 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether it is right that schismatics should be punished with excommunication. Objection 1. It would seem that schismatics are not rightly punished with excommunication. For excommunication deprives a man chiefly of a share in the sacraments. But Augustine says, Contra Donat 6:5, that baptism can be received from a schismatic. Therefore it seems that excommunication is not a fitting punishment for schismatics. Obj. 2. Further, it is the duty of Christ's faithful to lead back those who have gone astray, wherefore it is written against certain persons, Ezek. 34:4, that which was driven away you have not brought again, neither have you sought that which was lost. Now schismatics are more easily brought back by such as may hold communion with them. Therefore it seems that they ought not to be excommunicated. Obj. 3. Further, a double punishment is not inflicted for one and the same sin, according to Nahum 1 verse 9, God will not judge the same twice, Septuagint version. Now some receive a temporal punishment for the sin of schism, according to 23, Q.U. 5, Gratianus, Decretum, p. 2, Causat Exii, Q.U. 5, can. 44, Quali nos, RPI, 943, where it is stated, both divine and earthly laws have laid down that those who are severed from the unity of the Church and disturb her peace, must be punished by the secular power. Therefore they ought not to be punished with excommunication. On the contrary, it is written, Number 16:26, depart from the tents of these wicked men, those, to wit, who had caused the schism, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be involved in their sins. I answer that, according to Wis. 11:11, by what things a man sinneth, by the same also he should be punished, vulgar, he is tormented. Now a schismatic, as shown above, a 1. Commits a twofold sin, first by separating himself from communion with the members of the Church, and in this respect the fitting punishment for schismatics is that they be excommunicated. Secondly, they refuse submission to the head of the church, wherefore, since they are unwilling to be controlled by the church's spiritual power, it is just that they should be compelled by the secular power. Reply Obj. 1. It is not lawful to receive baptism from a schismatic, save in a case of necessity, since it is better for a man to quit this life, marked with the sign of Christ, no matter from whom he may receive it, whether from a Jew or a pagan, than deprived of that mark, which is bestowed in baptism. Reply Obj. 2. Excommunication does not forbid the intercourse whereby a person by salutary admonitions leads back to the unity of the church those who are separated from her. Indeed, this very separation brings them back somewhat, because through confusion at their separation, they are sometimes led to do penance. Reply Obj. 3. The punishments of the present life are medicinal, and therefore when one punishment does not suffice to compel a man, another is added, just as physicians employ several bod-il-y medicines when one has no effect. In like manner the Church, when excommunication does not sufficiently restrain certain men, employs the compulsion of the secular arm. If, however, one punishment suffices, another should not be employed. Question 40. Of war, in 4 articles. We must now consider war, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether some kind of war is lawful. 2. Whether it is lawful for clerics to fight. 3. Whether it is lawful for belligerents to lay ambushes. 4. Whether it is lawful to fight on holy days. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 40 quetzales, art. 1. Whether it is always sinful to wage war. Objection 1, it would seem that it is always sinful to wage war. Because punishment is not inflicted except for sin. Now those who wage war are threatened by our Lord with punishment, according to Matt. 26:52, all that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Therefore all wars are unlawful. Obj. 2. Further, whatever is contrary to a divine precept is a sin. But war is contrary to a divine precept, for it is written, Matt. 5:39, but I say to you not to resist evil, and, Romans 12 verse 19, not revenging yourselves, my dearly beloved, but give place unto wrath. Therefore war is always sinful. Obj. 3. Further, nothing, except sin, is contrary to an act of virtue. But war is contrary to peace. Therefore war is always a sin. Obj. 4. Further, the exercise of a lawful thing is itself lawful, as is evident in scientific exercises. But warlike exercises which take place in tournaments are forbidden by the Church, since those who are slain in these trials are deprived of ecclesiastical burial. Therefore it seems that war is a sin in itself. On the contrary, Augustine says in a sermon on the son of the centurion, ep ad Marcel. If the Christian religion forbade war altogether, those who sought salutary advice in the gospel would rather have been counseled to cast aside their arms, and to give up soldiering altogether. On the contrary, they were told, do violence to no man and be content with your pay, Luke 3 verse 14. If he commanded them to be content with their pay, he did not forbid soldiering. I answer that, in order for a war to be just, 3 things are necessary. First, the authority of the sovereign by whose command the war is to be waged. For it is not the business of a private individual to declare war, because he can seek for redress of his rights from the tribunal of his superior. Moreover, it is not the business of a private individual to summon together the people, which has to be done in wartime. And as the care of the common weal is committed to those who are in authority, it is their business to watch over the common weal of the city, kingdom or province subject to them. And just as it is lawful for them to have recourse to the sword in defending that common will against internal disturbances, when they punish evildoers, according to the words of the Apostle, Rom. 13:4, he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is God's minister, an avenger to execute wrath upon him that doth evil, so too, it is their business to have recourse to the sword of war in defending the common will against external enemies. Hence it is said to those who are in authority, Psalms 81 verse 4, rescue the poor, and deliver the needy out of the hand of the sinner, and for this reason Augustine says, Contra Faust. 22:75, the natural order conducive to peace among mortals demands that the power to declare and counsel war should be in the hands of those who hold the supreme authority. Secondly, a just cause is required, namely that those who are attacked, should be attacked because they deserve it on account of some fault. Wherefore Augustine says, QQ, in hept, QUX, super jos. A just war is wont to be described as one that avenges wrongs, when a nation or state has to be punished, for refusing to make amends for the wrongs inflicted by its subjects, or to restore what it has seized unjustly. Thirdly, it is necessary that the belligerents should have a rightful intention, so that they intend the advancement of good, or the avoidance of evil. Hence Augustine says, de verb. Dom, the words quoted are to be found not in St. Augustine's works, but Canapud. Caus. 23, Chew. 1. True religion looks upon as peaceful those wars that are waged not for motives of aggrandizement, or cruelty, but with the object of securing peace, of punishing evildoers, and of uplifting the good. For it may happen that the war is declared by the legitimate authority, and for a just cause, and yet be rendered unlawful through a wicked intention. Hence Augustine says, Contra Faust. 22:74, the passion for inflicting harm, the cruel thirst for vengeance, an unpacific and relentless spirit, the fever of revolt, the lust of power, and such like things, all these are rightly condemned in war. Reply Obj. 1, as Augustine says, Contra Faust. 22:70, to take the sword is to arm oneself in order to take the life of anyone, without the command or permission of superior or lawful authority. On the other hand, to have recourse to the sword, as a private person, by the authority of the sovereign or judge, or, as a public person, through zeal for justice, and by the authority, so to speak, of God, is not to take the sword, but to use it as commissioned by another, wherefore it does not deserve punishment. And yet even those who make sinful use of the sword are not always slain with the sword, yet they always perish with their own sword, because, unless they repent, they are punished eternally for their sinful use of the sword. Reply Obj. 2. Such like precepts, as Augustine observes, de Serm. Dom, in Monte I, 19, should always be borne in readiness of mind, so that we be ready to obey them, and, if necessary, to refrain from resistance or self-defense. Nevertheless it is necessary sometimes for a man to act otherwise for the common good, or for the good of those with whom he is fighting. Hence Augustine says, Ep ad Marcellin. Xxviaith, those whom we have to punish with a kindly severity, it is necessary to handle in many ways against their will. For when we are stripping a man of the lawlessness of sin, it is good for him to be vanquished, since nothing is more hopeless than the happiness of sinners, whence arises a guilty impunity, and an evil will, like an internal enemy. Reply Obj. 3. Those who wage war justly aim at peace, and so they are not opposed to peace, except to the evil peace, which our Lord came not to send upon earth. Matt. 10:34. Hence Augustine says, Ep ad Bonif. Clexix, we do not seek peace in order to be at war, but we go to war that we may have peace. Be peaceful, therefore, in warring, so that you may vanquish those whom you war against, and bring them to the prosperity of peace. Reply Obj. 4. Manly exercises in warlike feats of arms are not all forbidden, but those which are inordinate and perilous, and end in slaying or plundering. In olden times warlike exercises presented no such danger, and hence they were called exercises of arms, or bloodless wars, as Jerome states in an epistle, reference incorrect, cf. Veget, de re millet. I. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 40 quetzales, art. 2. Whether it is lawful for clerics and bishops to fight. Objection 1, it would seem lawful for clerics and bishops to fight. For, as stated above, a. 1. Wars are lawful and just in so far as they protect the poor and the entire commonweal from suffering at the hands of the foe. Now this seems to be above all the duty of prelates, for Gregory says, Hom. In Ev. 14, the wolf comes upon the sheep, when any unjust and rapacious man oppresses those who are faithful and humble. But he who was thought to be the shepherd, and was not, leaveth the sheep, and fleeth, for he fears lest the wolf hurt him, and dares not stand up against his injustice. Therefore it is lawful for prelates and clerics to fight. Obj. 2. Further, Pope Leo IV writes, 23, Qu 8, can. Igiter, as untoward tidings had frequently come from the Saracen side, some said that the Saracens would come to the port of Rome secretly and covertly. For which reason we commanded our people to gather together, and ordered them to go down to the seashore. Therefore it is lawful for bishops to fight. Obj. 3. Further, apparently, it comes to the same whether a man does a thing himself, or consents to its being done by another, according to Rom. 132, they who do such things, are worthy of death, and not only they that do them, but they also that consent to them that do them. Now those, above all, seem to consent to a thing, who induce others to do it. But it is lawful for bishops and clerics to induce others to fight, for it is written, 23, Qu 8, can. Hortatu, that Charles went to war with the Lombards at the instance and entreaty of Adrian, Bishop of Rome. Therefore they also are allowed to fight. Obj. 4. Further, whatever is right and meritorious in itself, is lawful for prelates and clerics. Now it is sometimes right and meritorious to make war, for it is written, 23, Qu 8, can. Omni timor, that if a man die for the true faith, or to save his country, or in defense of Christians, God will give him a heavenly reward. Therefore it is lawful for bishops and clerics to fight. On the contrary, it was said to Peter as representing bishops and clerics, Matt. 16:52, put up again thy sword into the scabbard, vulgar, its place, scabbard, is the reading in John 18 verse 11. Therefore it is not lawful for them to fight. I answer that, several things are requisite for the good of a human society, and a number of things are done better and quicker by a number of persons than by one, as the philosopher observes, Polit. 1. While certain occupations are so inconsistent with one another, that they cannot be fittingly exercised at the same time, wherefore those who are deputed to important duties are forbidden to occupy themselves with things of small importance. Thus according to human laws, soldiers who are deputed to warlike pursuits are forbidden to engage in commerce, Cod. 12:35, de re millet. Now warlike pursuits are altogether incompatible with the duties of a bishop and a cleric, for two reasons. The first reason is a general one, because, to wit, warlike pursuits are full of unrest, so that they hinder the mind very much from the contemplation of divine things, the praise of God, and prayers for the people, which belong to the duties of a cleric. Wherefore just as commercial enterprises are forbidden to clerics, because they unsettle the mind too much, so too are warlike pursuits, according to 2 Timothy 2 verse 4, no man being a soldier to God, entangleth himself with secular business. The second reason is a special one, because, to wit, all the clerical orders are directed to the ministry of the altar, on which the passion of Christ is represented sacramentally, according to 1 Cor. 11:26, as often as you shall eat this bread, and drink the chalice, you shall show the death of the Lord, until he come. Wherefore it is unbecoming for them to slay or shed blood, and it is more fitting that they should be ready to shed their own blood for Christ, so as to imitate indeed what they portray in their ministry. For this reason it has been decreed that those who shed blood, even without sin, become irregular. Now no man who has a certain duty to perform, can lawfully do that which renders him unfit for that duty. Wherefore it is altogether unlawful for clerics to fight, because war is directed to the shedding of blood. Reply Obj. 1. Prelates ought to withstand not only the wolf who brings spiritual death upon the flock, but also the pillager and the oppressor who work bodily harm. Not, however, by having recourse themselves to material arms, but by means of spiritual weapons, according to the saying of the Apostle, 2 Corinthians 10 verse 4, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God. Such are salutary warnings, devout prayers, and, for those who are obstinate, the sentence of excommunication. Reply Obj. 2. Prelates and clerics may, by the authority of their superiors, take part in wars, not indeed by taking up arms themselves, but by affording spiritual help to those who fight justly, by exhorting and absolving them, and by other like spiritual helps. Thus in the Old Testament, Joshua 6 verse 4, the priests were commanded to sound the sacred trumpets in the battle. It was for this purpose that bishops or clerics were first allowed to go to the front, and it is an abuse of this permission, if any of them take up arms themselves. Reply Obj. 3, as stated above, 23 Quetzales, a. 4, add 2, every power, art or virtue that regards the end, has to dispose that which is directed to the end. Now, among the faithful, carnal wars should be considered as having for their end the divine spiritual good to which clerics are deputed. Wherefore it is the duty of clerics to dispose and counsel other men to engage in just wars. For they are forbidden to take up arms, not as though it were a sin, but because such an occupation is unbecoming their personality. Reply Obj. 4. Although it is meritorious to wage a just war, nevertheless it is rendered unlawful for clerics, by reason of their being deputed to works more meritorious still. Thus the marriage act may be meritorious. And yet it becomes reprehensible in those who have vowed virginity, because they are bound to a yet greater good. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, Q, 40, Art. 3. Whether it is lawful to lay ambushes in war. Objection 1, it would seem that it is unlawful to lay ambushes in war. For it is written, Deuteronomy 16 verse 20, Thou shalt follow justly after that which is just. But ambushes, since they are a kind of deception, seem to pertain to injustice. Therefore it is unlawful to lay ambushes even in a just war. Obj. 2. Further, ambushes and deception seem to be opposed to faithfulness even as lies are. But since we are bound to keep faith with all men, it is wrong to lie to anyone, as Augustine states, Contramend. 15. Therefore, as one is bound to keep faith with one's enemy, as Augustine states, ep ad bonif. Clexix, it seems that it is unlawful to lay ambushes for one's enemies. Obj. 3. Further, it is written, Matt. 7:12, Whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do you also to them, and we ought to observe this in all our dealings with our neighbor. Now our enemy is our neighbor. Therefore, since no man wishes ambushes or deceptions to be prepared for himself, it seems that no one ought to carry on war by laying ambushes. On the contrary, Augustine says, QQ, in hept. Chu. Ex super jos, provided the war be just, it is no concern of justice whether it be carried on openly or by ambushes, and he proves this by the authority of the Lord, who commanded Joshua to lay ambushes for the city of Hai, Joshua 8 verse 2. I answer that, the object of laying ambushes is in order to deceive the enemy. Now a man may be deceived by another's word or deed in two ways. First, through being told something false, or through the breaking of a promise, and this is always unlawful. No one ought to deceive the enemy in this way, for there are certain rights of war and covenants, which ought to be observed even among enemies, as Ambrose states, De Officiis I. Secondly, a man may be deceived by what we say or do, because we do not declare our purpose or meaning to him. Now we are not always bound to do this, since even in the sacred doctrine many things have to be concealed, especially from unbelievers, lest they deride it, according to Matt. 7:6, give not that which is holy, to dogs. Wherefore much more ought the plan of campaign to be hidden from the enemy. For this reason among other things that a soldier has to learn is the art of concealing his purpose lest it come to the enemy's knowledge, as stated in the book on Strategy, Stratagemetum I, 1, by Frontinus. Such like concealment is what is meant by an ambush which may be lawfully employed in a just war. Nor can these ambushes be properly called deceptions, nor are they contrary to justice or to a well-ordered will. For a man would have an inordinate will if he were unwilling that others should hide anything from him. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2 40 quetzales, art. 4. Whether it is lawful to fight on holy days. Objection 1, it would seem unlawful to fight on holy days. For holy days are instituted that we may give our time to the things of God. Hence they are included in the keeping of the Sabbath prescribed Exodus 20 verse 8, for Sabbath is interpreted rest. But wars are full of unrest. Therefore by no means is it lawful to fight on holy days. Obj. 2. Further, certain persons are reproached, Isaiah 58 verse 3, because on fast days they exacted what was owing to them, were guilty of strife, and of smiting with the fist. Much more, therefore, is it unlawful to fight on holy days. Obj. 3. Further, no ill deed should be done to avoid temporal harm. But fighting on a holy day seems in itself to be an ill deed. Therefore no one should fight on a holy day even through the need of avoiding temporal harm. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Mac. 2:41 the Jews rightly determined, saying, Whosoever shall come up against us to fight on the Sabbath day, we will fight against him. I answer that, the observance of holy days is no hindrance to those things which are ordained to man's safety, even that of his body. Hence our Lord argued with the Jews, saying, John 7 verse 23, Are you angry at me because I have healed the whole man on the Sabbath day? Hence physicians may lawfully attend to their patients on holy days. Now there is much more reason for safeguarding the commonweal, whereby many are saved from being slain, and innumerable evils both temporal and spiritual prevented, than the bodily safety of an individual. Therefore, for the purpose of safeguarding the commonweal of the faithful, it is lawful to carry on a war on holy days, provided there be need for doing so, because it would be to tempt God, if notwithstanding such a need one were to choose to refrain from fighting. However, as soon as the need ceases, it is no longer lawful to fight on a holy day, for the reasons given, wherefore this suffices for the replies to the objections. Question 41. Of strife, in 2 articles. Strife here denotes fighting between individuals. We must now consider strife, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether strife is a sin. 2. Whether it is a daughter of anger. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2 41 quetzales, art. 1. Whether strife is always a sin. Objection 1, it would seem that strife is not always a sin. For strife seems a kind of contention, hence Isidore says, Edym. X, that the word rixosis, quarrelsome, is derived from the snarling, rictu, of a dog, because the quarrelsome man is ever ready to contradict, he delights in brawling, and provokes contention. Now contention is not always a sin. Neither, therefore, is strife. Obj. 2. Further, it is related, Genesis 26 verse 21, that the servants of Isaac digged another well, and for that they quarreled likewise. Now it is not credible that the household of Isaac quarreled publicly, without being reproved by him, supposing it were a sin. Therefore strife is not a sin. Obj. 3. Further, strife seems to be a war between individuals. But war is not always sinful. Therefore strife is not always a sin. On the contrary, strifes, the Douay version has quarrels, are reckoned among the works of the flesh, Gal. 5:20, and, they who do such things shall not obtain the kingdom of God. Therefore strifes are not only sinful, but they are even mortal sins. I answer that, while contention implies a contradiction of words, strife denotes a certain contradiction of deeds. Wherefore a gloss on Galatians 5 verse 20 says that, strifes are when persons strike one another through anger. Hence strife is a kind of private war, because it takes place between private persons, being declared not by public authority, but rather by an inordinate will. Therefore strife is always sinful. In fact it is a mortal sin in the man who attacks another unjustly, for it is not without mortal sin that one inflicts harm on another even if the deed be done by the hands. But in him who defends himself, it may be without sin, or it may sometimes involve a venial sin, or sometimes a mortal sin, and this depends on his intention and on his manner of defending himself. For if his sole intention be to withstand the injury done to him, and he defend himself with due moderation, it is no sin, and one cannot say properly that there is strife on his part. But if, on the other hand, his self-defense be inspired by vengeance and hatred, it is always a sin. It is a venial sin, if a slight movement of hatred or vengeance obtrude itself, or if he does not much exceed moderation in defending himself, but it is a mortal sin if he makes for his assailant with the fixed intention of killing him, or inflicting grievous harm on him. Reply Obj. 1. Strife is not just the same as contention, and there are three things in the passage quoted from Isidore, which express the inordinate nature of strife. First, the quarrelsome man is always ready to fight, and this is conveyed by the words, ever ready to contradict, that is to say, whether the other man says or does well or ill. Secondly, he delights in quarreling itself, and so the passage proceeds, and delights in brawling. Thirdly, he provokes others to quarrel, wherefore it goes on, and provokes contention. Reply Obj. 1. The sense of the text is not that the servants of Isaac quarrelled, but that the inhabitants of that country quarrelled with them, wherefore these sinned, and not the servants of Isaac, who bore the calumny, cf. Genesis 26 verse 20. Reply Obj. 3. In order for a war to be just it must be declared by authority of the governing power, as stated above, 40 Quetzales, 1, whereas strife proceeds from a private feeling of anger or hatred. For if the servants of a sovereign or judge, in virtue of their public authority, attack certain men and these defend themselves, it is not the former who are said to be guilty of strife, but those who resist the public authority. Hence it is not the assailants in this case who are guilty of strife and commit sin, but those who defend themselves inordinately. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 41 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether strife is a daughter of anger? Objection 1, it would seem that strife is not a daughter of anger. For it is written, James 4 verse 1, whence are wars and contentions? Are they not, from your concupiscences, which war in your members? But anger is not in the concupiscible faculty. Therefore strife is a daughter, not of anger, but of concupiscence. Obj. 2. Further, it is written, Proverbs 28 verse 25, he that boasteth and puffeth up himself, stirreth up quarrels. Now strife is apparently the same as quarrel. Therefore it seems that strife is a daughter of pride or vainglory which makes a man boast and puff himself up. Obj. 3. Further, it is written, Proverbs 18 verse 6, the lips of a fool intermeddle with strife. Now folly differs from anger, for it is opposed, not to meekness, but to wisdom or prudence. Therefore strife is not a daughter of anger. Obj. 4. Further, it is written, Proverbs 10 verse 12, hatred stirreth up strifes. But hatred arises from envy, according to Gregory, Moral. 31, 17. Therefore strife is not a daughter of anger, but of envy. Obj. 5. Further, it is written, Proverbs 17 verse 19, He that studieth discords, soweth, vulgar, loveth, quarrels. But discord is a daughter of vainglory, as stated above, 37 Quetzales, a. 2. Therefore strife is also. On the contrary, Gregory says, Moral. 31, 17, that anger gives rise to strife, and it is written, Proverbs 15 verse 18. 29:22, a passionate man stirreth up strifes. I answer that, as stated above, 1. Strife denotes an antagonism extending to deeds, when one man designs to harm another. Now there are two ways in which one man may intend to harm another. In one way it is as though he intended absolutely the other's hurt, which in this case is the outcome of hatred, for the intention of hatred is directed to the hurt of one's enemy either openly or secretly. In another way a man intends to hurt another who knows and withstands his intention. This is what we mean by strife, and belongs properly to anger, which is the desire of vengeance, for the angry man is not content to hurt secretly the object of his anger. He even wishes him to feel the hurt and know that what he suffers is in revenge for what he has done, as may be seen from what has been said above about the passion of anger, 1-2, q. 46, a. 6, add 2. Therefore, properly speaking, strife arises from anger. Reply Obj. 1, as stated above, 1-2, 25 Quetzales, aa. 1, 2, all the irascible passions arise from those of the concupiscible faculty, so that whatever is the immediate outcome of anger, arises also from concupiscence as from its first root. Reply Obj. 2, boasting and puffing up of self which are the result of anger or vainglory, are not the direct but the occasional cause of quarrels or strife, because, when a man resents another being preferred to him, his anger is aroused. And then his anger results in quarrel and strife. Reply Obj. 3, anger, as stated above, 1-2, 48 Quetzales, a. 3, hinders the judgment of the reason, so that it bears a likeness to folly. Hence they have a common effect, since it is due to a defect in the reason that a man designs to hurt another inordinately. Reply Obj. 4, although strife sometimes arises from hatred, it is not the proper effect thereof, because when one man hates another it is beside his intention to hurt him in a quarrelsome and open manner, since sometimes he seeks to hurt him secretly. When, however, he sees himself prevailing, he endeavors to harm him with strife and quarrel. But to hurt a man in a quarrel is the proper effect of anger, for the reason given above. Reply Obj. 5. Strifes give rise to hatred and discord in the hearts of those who are guilty of strife, and so he that studies, i.e., intends to sow discord among others, causes them to quarrel among themselves. Even so any sin may command the act of another sin, by directing it to its own end. This does not, however, prove that strife is the daughter of vainglory properly and directly. Question 42. Of sedition, in 2 articles. We must now consider sedition, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it is a special sin. 2. Whether it is a mortal sin. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, q. 42, art. 1. Whether sedition is a special sin distinct from other sins. Objection 1. It would seem that sedition is not a special sin distinct from other sins. For, according to Isidore, Edom. X, a seditious man is one who sows dissent among minds, and begets discord. Now, by provoking the commission of a sin, a man sins by no other kind of sin than that which he provoked. Therefore it seems that sedition is not a special sin distinct from discord. Obj. 2. Further, sedition denotes a kind of division. Now schism takes its name from scission, as stated above, 39 Quetzales, 1. Therefore, seemingly, the sin of sedition is not distinct from that of schism. Obj. 3. Further, every special sin that is distinct from other sins, is either a capital vice, or arises from some capital vice. Now sedition is reckoned neither among the capital vices, nor among those vices which arise from them, as appears from Moral. 31:45, where both kinds of vice are enumerated. Therefore sedition is not a special sin, distinct from other sins. On the contrary, seditions are mentioned as distinct from other sins, 2 Corinthians 12 verse 20. I answer that, sedition is a special sin, having something in common with war and strife, and differing somewhat from them. It has something in common with them, in so far as it implies a certain antagonism, and it differs from them in 2 points. First, because war and strife denote actual aggression on either side, whereas sedition may be said to denote either actual aggression, or the preparation for such aggression. Hence a gloss on 2 Cor. 12:20 says that seditions are tumults tending to fight, when, to wit, a number of people make preparations with the intention of fighting. Secondly, they differ in that war is, properly speaking, carried on against external foes, being as it were between one people and another, whereas strife is between one individual and another. Or between few people on one side and few on the other side, while sedition, in its proper sense, is between mutually dissentient parts of one people, as when one part of the state rises in tumult against another part. Wherefore, since sedition is opposed to a special kind of good, namely the unity and peace of a people, it is a special kind of sin. Reply Obj. 1. A seditious man is one who incites others to sedition, and since sedition denotes a kind of discord, it follows that a seditious man is one who creates discord, not of any kind, but between the parts of a multitude. And the sin of sedition is not only in him who sows discord, but also in those who dissent from one another inordinately. Reply Obj. 2. Sedition differs from schism in 2 respects. First, because schism is opposed to the spiritual unity of the multitude, viz. ecclesiastical unity, whereas sedition is contrary to the temporal or secular unity of the multitude, for instance of a city or kingdom. Secondly, schism does not imply any preparation for a material fight as sedition does, but only for a spiritual dissent. Reply Obj. 3. Sedition, like schism, is contained under discord, since each is a kind of discord, not between individuals, but between the parts of a multitude. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 42 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether sedition is always a mortal sin. Objection 1, it would seem that sedition is not always a mortal sin. For sedition denotes a tumult tending to fight, according to the gloss quoted above, A1. But fighting is not always a mortal sin, indeed it is sometimes just and lawful, as stated above, 40 Quetzales, 1. Much more, therefore, can sedition be without a mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, sedition is a kind of discord, as stated above, A1, add 3. Now discord can be without mortal sin, and sometimes without any sin at all. Therefore sedition can be also. Obj. 3. Further, it is praiseworthy to deliver a multitude from a tyrannical rule. Yet this cannot easily be done without some dissension in the multitude, if one part of the multitude seeks to retain the tyrant, while the rest strive to dethrone him. Therefore there can be sedition without mortal sin. On the contrary, the Apostle forbids seditions together with other things that are mortal sins, 2 Corinthians 12 verse 20. I answer that, as stated above, 1, add 2, sedition is contrary to the unity of the multitude, viz. the people of a city or kingdom. Now Augustine says, De Civ. Day 2, 21, that wise men understand the word people to designate not any crowd of persons, but the assembly of those who are united together in fellowship recognized by law and for the common good. Wherefore it is evident that the unity to which sedition is opposed is the unity of law and common good, whence it follows manifestly that sedition is opposed to justice and the common good. Therefore by reason of its genus it is a mortal sin, and its gravity will be all the greater according as the common good which it assails surpasses the private good which is assailed by strife. Accordingly the sin of sedition is first and chiefly in its authors, who sin most grievously, and secondly it is in those who are led by them to disturb the common good. Those, however, who defend the common good, and withstand the seditious party, are not themselves seditious, even as neither is a man to be called quarrelsome because he defends himself, as stated above, 41 Quetzales, 1. Reply Obj. 1. It is lawful to fight, provided it be for the common good, as stated above, 40 Quetzales, 1. But sedition runs counter to the common good of the multitude, so that it is always a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 2. Discord from what is not evidently good, may be without sin, but discord from what is evidently good, cannot be without sin, and sedition is discord of this kind, for it is contrary to the unity of the multitude, which is a manifest good. Reply Obj. 3. A tyrannical government is not just, because it is directed, not to the common good, but to the private good of the ruler, as the philosopher states, Polit. 3, 5, Ethic. 8, 10. Consequently there is no sedition in disturbing a government of this kind, unless indeed the tyrant's rule be disturbed so inordinately, that his subjects suffer greater harm from the consequent disturbance than from the tyrant's government. Indeed it is the tyrant rather that is guilty of sedition, since he encourages discord and sedition among his subjects, that he may lord over them more securely. For this is tyranny, being conducive to the private good of the ruler, and to the injury of the multitude. Question 43. Of scandal, in 8 articles. It remains for us to consider the vices which are opposed to beneficence, among which some come under the head of injustice, those, to wit, whereby one harms one's neighbor unjustly. But scandal seems to be specially opposed to charity. Accordingly we must here consider scandal, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. What is scandal? 2. Whether scandal is a sin. 3. Whether it is a special sin. 4. Whether it is a mortal sin. 5. Whether the perfect can be scandalized. 6. Whether they can give scandal. 7. Whether spiritual goods are to be foregone on account of scandal. 8. Whether temporal things are to be foregone on account of scandal. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether scandal is fittingly defined as being something less rightly said or done that occasions spiritual downfall. Objection 1. It would seem that scandal is unfittingly defined as something less rightly said or done that occasions spiritual downfall. For scandal is a sin as we shall state further on. 2. Now, according to Augustine, Contra Faust. 22:27, a sin is a word, deed, or desire contrary to the law of God. Therefore the definition given above is insufficient, since it omits thought or desire. Obj. 2. Further, since among virtuous or right acts one is more virtuous or more right than another, that one alone which has perfect rectitude would not seem to be a less right one. If, therefore, scandal is something less rightly said or done, it follows that every virtuous act except the best of all, is a scandal. Obj. 3. Further, an occasion is an accidental cause. But nothing accidental should enter a definition, because it does not specify the thing defined. Therefore it is unfitting, in defining scandal, to say that it is an occasion. Obj. 4. Further, whatever a man does may be the occasion of another's spiritual downfall, because accidental causes are indeterminate. Consequently, if scandal is something that occasions another's spiritual downfall, any deed or word can be a scandal, and this seems unreasonable. Obj. 5. Further, a man occasions his neighbor's spiritual downfall when he offends or weakens him. Now scandal is condivided with offense and weakness, for the Apostle says, Romans 14 verse 21, It is good not to eat flesh, and not to drink wine, nor anything whereby thy brother is offended or scandalized, or weakened. Therefore the aforesaid definition of scandal is unfitting. On the contrary, Jerome in expounding Matt. 15:12, Dost thou know that the Pharisees, when they heard this word, etc. says, when we read, whosoever shall scandalize, the sense is, whosoever shall, by deed or word, occasion another's spiritual downfall. I answer that, as Jerome observes, the Greek scandalon may be rendered offense, downfall, or a stumbling against something. For when a body, while moving along a path, meets with an obstacle, it may happen to stumble against it, and be disposed to fall down, such an obstacle is a scandalon. In like manner, while going along the spiritual way, a man may be disposed to a spiritual downfall by another's word or deed, in so far, to wit, as one man by his injunction, inducement or example, moves another to sin. And this is scandal properly so called. Now nothing by its very nature disposes a man to spiritual downfall, except that which has some lack of rectitude, since what is perfectly right, secures man against a fall, instead of conducing to his downfall. Scandal is, therefore, fittingly defined as something less rightly done or said, that occasions another's spiritual downfall. Reply Obj. 1. The thought or desire of evil lies hidden in the heart, wherefore it does not suggest itself to another man as an obstacle conducing to his spiritual downfall, hence it cannot come under the head of scandal. Reply Obj. 2. A thing is said to be less right, not because something else surpasses it in rectitude, but because it has some lack of rectitude, either through being evil in itself, such as sin, or through having an appearance of evil. Thus, for instance, if a man were to sit at meat in the idol's temple, 1 Cor. 8:10, though this is not sinful in itself, provided it be done with no evil intention, yet, since it has a certain appearance of evil, and a semblance of worshipping the idol, it might occasion another man's spiritual downfall. Hence the Apostle says, 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 22, From all appearance of evil refrain yourselves. Scandal is therefore fittingly described as something done less rightly, so as to comprise both whatever is sinful in itself, and all that has an appearance of evil. Reply Obj. 3. As stated above, 1-2, 75 quetzales, AA, 2, 3, 1-2, 80 quetzales, A. 1. Nothing can be a sufficient cause of a man's spiritual downfall, which is sin, save his own will. Wherefore another man's words or deeds can only be an imperfect cause, conducing somewhat to that downfall. For this reason scandal is said to afford not a cause, but an occasion, which is an imperfect, and not always an accidental cause. Nor is there any reason why certain definitions should not make mention of things that are accidental, since what is accidental to one, may be proper to something else. Thus the accidental cause is mentioned in the definition of chance, Phys. 2:5. Reply Obj. 4. Another's words or deed may be the cause of another's sin in two ways, directly and accidentally. Directly, when a man either intends, by his evil word or deed, to lead another man into sin, or, if he does not so intend, when his deed is of such a nature as to lead another into sin, for instance. When a man publicly commits a sin or does something that has an appearance of sin. In this case he that does such an act does, properly speaking, afford an occasion of another's spiritual downfall, wherefore his act is called active scandal. One man's word or deed is the accidental cause of another's sin, when he neither intends to lead him into sin, nor does what is of a nature to lead him into sin, and yet this other one, through being ill-disposed, is led into sin, for instance, into envy of another's good, and then he who does this righteous act, does not, so far as he is concerned, afford an occasion of the other's downfall, but it is this other one who takes the occasion according to Rom. 7:8, sin taking occasion by the commandment wrought in me all manner of concupiscence. Wherefore this is passive, without active scandal, since he that acts rightly does not, for his own part, afford the occasion of the other's downfall. Sometimes therefore it happens that there is active scandal in the one together with passive scandal in the other, as when one commits a sin being induced thereto by another. Sometimes there is active without passive scandal, for instance when one, by word or deed, provokes another to sin, and the latter does not consent, and sometimes there is passive without active scandal, as we have already said. Reply Obj. 5. Weakness denotes proneness to scandal, while offense signifies resentment against the person who commits a sin, which resentment may be sometimes without spiritual downfall, and scandal is the stumbling that results in downfall. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether scandal is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that scandal is not a sin. For sins do not occur from necessity, since all sin is voluntary, as stated above, 1-2, 74 Quetzales, AA. 1, 2. Now it is written, Matt. 18:7, it must needs be that scandals come. Therefore scandal is not a sin. Obj. 2. Further, no sin arises from a sense of dutifulness, because a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, Matt. 7:18. But scandal may come from a sense of dutifulness, for our Lord said to Peter, Matt. 16:23, Thou art a scandal unto me, in reference to which words Jerome says that the apostle's error was due to his sense of dutifulness, and such is never inspired by the devil. Therefore scandal is not always a sin. Obj. 3. Further, scandal denotes a stumbling. But he that stumbles does not always fall. Therefore scandal, which is a spiritual fall, can be without sin. On the contrary, scandal is something less rightly said or done. Now anything that lacks rectitude is a sin. Therefore scandal is always with sin. I answer that, as already said, a. 1, ad 4, scandal is of two kinds, passive scandal in the person scandalized, and active scandal in the person who gives scandal, and so occasions a spiritual downfall. Accordingly passive scandal is always a sin in the person scandalized. For he is not scandalized except in so far as he succumbs to a spiritual downfall, and that is a sin. Yet there can be passive scandal, without sin on the part of the person whose action has occasioned the scandal, as for instance, when a person is scandalized at another's good deed. In like manner active scandal is always a sin in the person who gives scandal, since either what he does is a sin, or if it only have the appearance of sin. It should always be left undone out of that love for our neighbor which binds each one to be solicitous for his neighbor's spiritual welfare. So that if he persist in doing it he acts against charity. Yet there can be active scandal without sin on the part of the person scandalized, as stated above, a. 1, ad 4. Reply Obj. 1. These words, it must needs be that scandals come, are to be understood to convey, not the absolute, but the conditional necessity of scandal. In which sense it is necessary that whatever God foresees or foretells must happen, provided it be taken conjointly with such foreknowledge, as explained in the first part, 14 Quetzales, 13, ad 3, 23 Quetzales, 6, ad 2. Or we may say that the necessity of scandals occurring is a necessity of end, because they are useful in order that, they, who are reproved may be made manifest, 1 Corinthians 11 verse 19. Or scandals must needs occur, seeing the condition of man who fails to shield himself from sin. Thus a physician on seeing a man partaking of unsuitable food might say that such a man must needs injure his health, which is to be understood on the condition that he does not change his diet. In like manner it must needs be that scandals come, so long as men fail to change their evil mode of living. Reply Obj. 2. In that passage scandal denotes any kind of hindrance, for Peter wished to hinder our Lord's passion out of a sense of dutifulness towards Christ. Reply Obj. 3. no man stumbles spiritually, without being kept back somewhat from advancing in God's way, and that is at least a venial sin. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether scandal is a special sin. Objection 1, it would seem that scandal is not a special sin. For scandal is something said or done less rightly. But this applies to every kind of sin. Therefore every sin is a scandal, and consequently, scandal is not a special sin. Obj. 2. Further, every special kind of sin, or every special kind of injustice, may be found separately from other kinds, as stated in Ethic. v. 3, 5. But scandal is not to be found separately from other sins. Therefore it is not a special kind of sin. Obj. 3. Further, every special sin is constituted by something which specifies the moral act. But the notion of scandal consists in its being something done in the presence of others, and the fact of a sin being committed openly, though it is an aggravating circumstance, does not seem to constitute the species of a sin. Therefore scandal is not a special sin. On the contrary, a special virtue has a special sin opposed to it. But scandal is opposed to a special virtue, viz. charity. For it is written, Rom. 14:15, if, because of thy meat, thy brother be grieved, thou walkest not now according to charity. Therefore scandal is a special sin. I answer that, as stated above, 2. Scandal is twofold, active and passive. Passive scandal cannot be a special sin, because through another's word or deed a man may fall into any kind of sin, and the fact that a man takes occasion to sin from another's word or deed, does not constitute a special kind of sin. Because it does not imply a special deformity in opposition to a special virtue. On the other hand, active scandal may be understood in two ways, directly and accidentally. The scandal is accidental when it is beside the agent's intention, as when a man does not intend, by his inordinate deed or word, to occasion another's spiritual downfall, but merely to satisfy his own will. In such a case even active scandal is not a special sin, because a species is not constituted by that which is accidental. Active scandal is direct and a man intends, by his inordinate word or deed, to draw another into sin, and then it becomes a special kind of sin on account of the intention of a special kind of end. Because moral actions take their species from their end, as stated above, 1-2, q. 1 a. 3, 18 Quetzales, aa. 4, 6. Hence, just as theft and murder are special kinds of sin, on account of their denoting the intention of doing a special injury to one's neighbor, so too, scandal is a special kind of sin, because thereby a man intends a special harm to his neighbor. And it is directly opposed to fraternal correction, whereby a man intends the removal of a special kind of harm. Reply Obj. 1. Any sin may be the matter of active scandal, but it may derive the formal aspect of a special sin from the end intended, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2. Active scandal can be found separate from other sins, as when a man scandalizes his neighbor by a deed which is not a sin in itself, but has an appearance of evil. Reply Obj. 3. Scandal does not derive the species of a special sin from the circumstance in question, but from the intention of the end, as stated above. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether scandal is a mortal sin. Objection 1, it would seem that scandal is a mortal sin. For every sin that is contrary to charity is a mortal sin, as stated above, 24 Quetzales, a. 12, 35 Quetzales, 3. But scandal is contrary to charity, as stated above, aa. 2, 3. Therefore scandal is a mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, no sin, save mortal sin, deserves the punishment of eternal damnation. But scandal deserves the punishment of eternal damnation, according to Matt. 18:6, He that shall scandalize one of these little ones, that believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone should be hanged about his neck, and that he should be drowned in the depth of the sea. For, as Jerome says on this passage, it is much better to receive a brief punishment for a fault, than to await everlasting torments. Therefore scandal is a mortal sin. Obj. 3. Further, every sin committed against God is a mortal sin, because mortal sin alone turns man away from God. Now scandal is a sin against God, for the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 8:12, when you wound the weak conscience of the brethren, vulg. When you sin thus against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, you sin against Christ. Therefore scandal is always a mortal sin. On the contrary, it may be a venial sin to lead a person into venial sin, and yet this would be to give scandal. Therefore scandal may be a venial sin. I answer that, as stated above, a. 1. Scandal denotes a stumbling whereby a person is disposed to a spiritual downfall. Consequently passive scandal may sometimes be a venial sin, when it consists in a stumbling and nothing more. For instance, when a person is disturbed by a movement of venial sin occasioned by another's inordinate word or deed, while sometimes it is a mortal sin, when the stumbling results in a downfall, for instance. When a person goes so far as to commit a mortal sin through another's inordinate word or deed. Active scandal, if it be accidental, may sometimes be a venial sin, for instance, when, through a slight indiscretion, a person either commits a venial sin, or does something that is not a sin in itself, but has some appearance of evil. On the other hand, it is sometimes a mortal sin, either because a person commits a mortal sin, or because he has such contempt for his neighbor's spiritual welfare that he declines, for the sake of procuring it, to forego doing what he wishes to do. But in the case of active direct scandal, as when a person intends to lead another into sin, if he intends to lead him into mortal sin, his own sin will be mortal. And in like manner if he intends by committing a mortal sin himself, to lead another into venial sin, whereas if he intends, by committing a venial sin, to lead another into venial sin, there will be a venial sin of scandal. And this suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether passive scandal may happen even to the perfect. Objection 1. It would seem that passive scandal may happen even to the perfect. For Christ was supremely perfect, and yet he said to Peter, Matt. 16:23, Thou art a scandal to me. Much more therefore can other perfect men suffer scandal. Obj. 2. Further, scandal denotes an obstacle which is put in a person's spiritual way. Now even perfect men can be hindered in their progress along the spiritual way, according to 1 Thessalonians 2 verse 18, We would have come to you, I Paul indeed, once and again. But Satan hath hindered us. Therefore even perfect men can suffer scandal. Obj. 3. Further, even perfect men are liable to venial sins, according to 1 John 1 verse 8, If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. Now passive scandal is not always a mortal sin, but is sometimes venial, as stated above, a. 4. Therefore passive scandal may be found in perfect men. On the contrary, Jerome, in commenting on Matt. 18:6, He that shall scandalize one of these little ones, says, Observe that it is the little one that is scandalized, for the elders do not take scandal. I answer that, passive scandal implies that the mind of the person who takes scandal is unsettled in its adherence to good. Now no man can be unsettled, who adheres firmly to something immovable. The elders, i.e. the perfect, adhere to God alone, whose goodness is unchangeable, for though they adhere to their superiors, they do so only in so far as these adhere to Christ, according to 1 Corinthians 4 verse 16, Be ye followers of me, as I also am of Christ. Wherefore, however much others may appear to them to conduct themselves ill in word or deed, they themselves do not stray from their righteousness, according to Ps. 124:1, They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Shaun, he shall not be moved for ever that dwelleth in Jerusalem. Therefore scandal is not found in those who adhere to God perfectly by love, according to Ps. 118:165, Much peace have they that love thy law, and to them there is no stumbling block, scandalum. Reply Obj. 1, as stated above, A2, add 2, in this passage, scandal is used in a broad sense, to denote any kind of hindrance. Hence our Lord said to Peter, Thou art a scandal to me, because he was endeavoring to weaken our Lord's purpose of undergoing his passion. Reply Obj. 2, perfect men may be hindered in the performance of external actions. But they are not hindered by the words or deeds of others, from tending to God in the internal acts of the will, according to Romans 8 verses 38 and 39, Neither death, nor life, shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Reply Obj. 3, perfect men sometimes fall into venial sins through the weakness of the flesh. But they are not scandalized, taking scandal in its true sense, by the words or deeds of others, although there can be an approach to scandal in them, according to Ps. 72:2, My feet were almost moved. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether active scandal can be found in the perfect? Objection 1, it would seem that active scandal can be found in the perfect. For passion is the effect of action. Now some are scandalized passively by the words or deeds of the perfect, according to Matt. 15:12, Dost thou know that the Pharisees, when they heard this word, were scandalized? Therefore active scandal can be found in the perfect. Obj. 2, further, Peter, after receiving the Holy Ghost, was in the state of the perfect. Yet afterwards he scandalized the Gentiles, for it is written, Gal. 2:14, When I saw that they walked not uprightly unto the truth of the gospel, I said to Cephas, i.e. Peter, before them all, If thou being a Jew, livest after the manner of the Gentiles, and not as the Jews do, how dost thou compel the Gentiles to live as do the Jews? Therefore active scandal can be in the perfect. Obj. 3, further, active scandal is sometimes a venial sin. But venial sins may be in perfect men. Therefore active scandal may be in perfect men. On the contrary, active scandal is more opposed to perfection, than passive scandal. But passive scandal cannot be in the perfect. Much less, therefore, can active scandal be in them. I answer that, active scandal, properly so called, occurs when a man says or does a thing which in itself is of a nature to occasion another's spiritual downfall, and that is only when what he says or does is inordinate. Now it belongs to the perfect to direct all their actions according to the rule of reason, as stated in 1 Corinthians 14 verse 40, Let all things be done decently and according to order. And they are careful to do this in those matters chiefly wherein not only would they do wrong, but would also be to others an occasion of wrongdoing. And if indeed they fail in this moderation in such words or deeds as come to the knowledge of others, this has its origin in human weakness wherein they fall short of perfection. Yet they do not fall short so far as to stray far from the order of reason, but only a little and in some slight matter, and this is not so grave that anyone can reasonably take therefrom an occasion for committing sin. Reply Obj. 1. Passive scandal is always due to some active scandal, yet this active scandal is not always in another, but in the very person who is scandalized, because, to wit, he scandalizes himself. Reply Obj. 2. In the opinion of Augustine, E.P. 28, XL, 82, and of Paul also, Peter sinned and was to be blamed, in withdrawing from the Gentiles in order to avoid the scandal of the Jews, because he did this somewhat imprudently. So that the Gentiles who had been converted to the faith were scandalized. Nevertheless, Peter's action was not so grave a sin as to give others sufficient ground for scandal. Hence they were guilty of passive scandal, while there was no active scandal in Peter. Reply Obj. 3. The venial sins of the perfect consist chiefly in sudden movements, which being hidden cannot give scandal. If, however, they commit any venial sins even in their external words or deeds, these are so slight as to be insufficient in themselves to give scandal. Underscore 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 underscore. 7th article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether spiritual goods should be foregone on account of scandal. Objection 1. It would seem that spiritual goods ought to be foregone on account of scandal. For Augustine, Contra ep. Parmen. 3:2, teaches that punishment for sin should cease when the peril of schism is feared. But punishment of sins is a spiritual good, since it is an act of justice. Therefore a spiritual good is to be foregone on account of scandal. Obj. 2. Further, the sacred doctrine is a most spiritual thing. Yet one ought to desist therefrom on account of scandal, according to Matt. 7:6, give not that which is holy to dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine lest, turning upon you, they tear you. Therefore a spiritual good should be foregone on account of scandal. Obj. 3. Further, since fraternal correction is an act of charity, it is a spiritual good. Yet sometimes it is omitted out of charity, in order to avoid giving scandal to others, as Augustine observes, De Civ. Dei, 9. Therefore a spiritual good should be foregone on account of scandal. Obj. 4. Further, Jerome, Huda s. share. In Math. 18, in Luke. 17:2, says that in order to avoid scandal we should forego whatever it is possible to omit without prejudice to the threefold truth, i.e., the truth of life, of justice, and of doctrine. Now the observance of the counsels, and the bestowal of alms may often be omitted without prejudice to the aforesaid threefold truth, else whoever omitted them would always be guilty of sin, and yet such things are the greatest of spiritual works. Therefore spiritual works should be omitted on account of scandal. Obj. 5. Further, the avoidance of any sin is a spiritual good, since any sin brings spiritual harm to the sinner. Now it seems that one ought sometimes to commit a venial sin in order to avoid scandalizing one's neighbor, for instance, when by sinning venially, one would prevent someone else from committing a mortal sin, because one is bound to hinder the damnation of one's neighbor as much as one can without prejudice to one's own salvation, which is not precluded by a venial sin. Therefore one ought to forego a spiritual good in order to avoid scandal. On the contrary, Gregory says, Hom. Super Ezek. 7, if people are scandalized at the truth, it is better to allow the birth of scandal, than to abandon the truth. Now spiritual goods belong, above all others, to the truth. Therefore spiritual goods are not to be foregone on account of scandal. I answer that, whereas scandal is twofold, active and passive, the present question does not apply to active scandal, for since active scandal is something said or done less rightly, nothing ought to be done that implies active scandal. The question does, however, apply to passive scandal, and accordingly we have to see what ought to be foregone in order to avoid scandal. Now a distinction must be made in spiritual goods. For some of them are necessary for salvation, and cannot be foregone without mortal sin, and it is evident that no man ought to commit a mortal sin, in order to prevent another from sinning, because according to the order of charity, a man ought to love his own spiritual welfare more than another's. Therefore one ought not to forego that which is necessary for salvation, in order to avoid giving scandal. Again a distinction seems necessary among spiritual things which are not necessary for salvation, because the scandal which arises from such things sometimes proceeds from malice. For instance, when a man wishes to hinder those spiritual goods by stirring up scandal. This is the scandal of the Pharisees, who were scandalized at our Lord's teaching, and our Lord teaches, Matt 15:14, that we ought to treat such like scandal with contempt. Sometimes scandal proceeds from weakness or ignorance, and such is the scandal of little ones. In order to avoid this kind of scandal, spiritual goods ought to be either concealed, or sometimes even deferred, if this can be done without incurring immediate danger, until the matter being explained the scandal cease. If, however, the scandal continue after the matter has been explained, it would seem to be due to malice, and then it would no longer be right to forego that spiritual good in order to avoid such like scandal. Reply Obj. 1. In the infliction of punishment, it is not the punishment itself that is the end in view, but its medicinal properties in checking sin, wherefore punishment partakes of the nature of justice, in so far as it checks sin. But if it is evident that the infliction of punishment will result in more numerous and more grievous sins being committed, the infliction of punishment will no longer be a part of justice. It is in this sense that Augustine is speaking, when, to wit, the excommunication of a few threatens to bring about the danger of a schism, for in that case it would be contrary to the truth of justice to pronounce excommunication. Reply Obj. 2. With regard to a man's doctrine, 2 points must be considered, namely, the truth which is taught, and the act of teaching. The first of these is necessary for salvation, to wit, that he whose duty it is to teach should not teach what is contrary to the truth. And that he should teach the truth according to the requirements of times and persons, wherefore on no account ought he to suppress the truth and teach error in order to avoid any scandal that might ensue. But the act itself of teaching is one of the spiritual almsdeeds, as stated above, 32 Quetzales, 2, and so the same is to be said of it as of the other works of mercy, of which we shall speak further on, ad 4. Reply Obj. 3, as stated above, 33 Quetzales, a. 1. Fraternal correction aims at the correction of a brother, wherefore it is to be reckoned among spiritual goods in so far as this end can be obtained, which is not the case if the brother be scandalized through being corrected. And so, if the correction be omitted in order to avoid scandal, no spiritual good is foregone. Reply Obj. 4. The truth of life, of doctrine, and of justice comprises not only whatever is necessary for salvation, but also whatever is a means of obtaining salvation more perfectly, according to 1 Corinthians 12 verse 31, be zealous for the better gifts. Wherefore neither the counsels nor even the works of mercy are to be altogether omitted in order to avoid scandal, but sometimes they should be concealed or deferred, on account of the scandal of the little ones, as stated above. Sometimes, however, the observance of the counsels and the fulfillment of the works of mercy are necessary for salvation. This may be seen in the case of those who have vowed to keep the counsels, and of those whose duty it is to relieve the wants of others, either in temporal matters, as by feeding the hungry, or in spiritual matters, as by instructing the ignorant. Whether such duties arise from their being enjoined as in the case of prelates, or from the need on the part of the person in want. And then the same applies to these things as to others that are necessary for salvation. Reply Obj. 5. Some have said that one ought to commit a venial sin in order to avoid scandal. But this implies a contradiction, since if it ought to be done, it is no longer evil or sinful, for a sin cannot be a matter of choice. It may happen however that, on account of some circumstance, something is not a venial sin, though it would be were it not for that circumstance. Thus an idle word is a venial sin, when it is uttered uselessly. Yet if it be uttered for a reasonable cause, it is neither idle nor sinful. And though venial sin does not deprive a man of grace which is his means of salvation, yet, in so far as it disposes him to mortal sin, it tends to the loss of salvation. Underscore 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 underscore. Eighth article, 2-2, 43 Quetzales, art. 8. Whether temporal goods should be foregone on account of scandal. Objection 1. It would seem that temporal goods should be foregone on account of scandal. For we ought to love our neighbor's spiritual welfare which is hindered by scandal, more than any temporal goods whatever. But we forego what we love less for the sake of what we love more. Therefore we should forego temporal goods in order to avoid scandalizing our neighbor. Obj. 2. Further, according to Jerome's rule, CFA 7, Obj. 4, whatever can be foregone without prejudice to the threefold truth, should be omitted in order to avoid scandal. Now temporal goods can be foregone without prejudice to the threefold truth. Therefore they should be foregone in order to avoid scandal. Obj. 3. Further, no temporal good is more necessary than food. But we ought to forego taking food on account of scandal, according to Rom. 14:15, destroy not him with thy meat for whom Christ died. Much more therefore should all other temporal goods be foregone on account of scandal. Obj. 4. Further, the most fitting way of safeguarding and recovering temporal goods is the court of justice. But it is unlawful to have recourse to justice, especially if scandal ensues, for it is written, Matt. 5:40, if a man will contend with thee in judgment, and take away thy coat, let go thy cloak also unto him, and 1 Corinthians 6:7, already indeed there is plainly a fault among you, that you have lawsuits one with another. Why do you not rather take wrong? Why do you not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Therefore it seems that we ought to forego temporal goods on account of scandal. Obj. 5. Further, we ought, seemingly, to forego least of all those temporal goods which are connected with spiritual goods, and yet we ought to forego them on account of scandal. For the apostle while sowing spiritual things did not accept a temporal stipend lest he should give any hindrance to the gospel of Christ, as we read 1 Corinthians 9:12. For a like reason the church does not demand tithes in certain countries, in order to avoid scandal. Much more, therefore, ought we to forego other temporal goods in order to avoid scandal. On the contrary, blessed Thomas of Canterbury demanded the restitution of church property, notwithstanding that the king took scandal from his doing so. I answer that, a distinction must be made in temporal goods, for either they are ours, or they are consigned to us to take care of them for someone else. Thus the goods of the church are consigned to prelates, and the goods of the community are entrusted to all such persons as have authority over the commonweal. In this latter case the care of such things, as of things held in deposit, devolves of necessity on those persons to whom they are entrusted, wherefore, even as other things that are necessary for salvation, they are not to be foregone on account of scandal. On the other hand, as regards those temporalities of which we have the dominion, sometimes, on account of scandal, we are bound to forego them, and sometimes we are not so bound, whether we forego them by giving them up, if we have them in our possession, or by omitting to claim them, if they are in the possession of others. For if the scandal arise therefrom through the ignorance or weakness of others, in which case, as stated above, a. 7, it is scandal of the little ones, we must either forego such temporalities altogether, or the scandal must be abetted by some other means, namely, by some kind of admonition. Hence Augustine says, discern. Dom. In Monte I, 20, thou shouldst give so as to injure neither thyself nor another, as much as thou canst lend, and if thou refusest what is asked, thou must yet be just to him, indeed thou wilt give him something better than he asks. If thou reprove him that asks unjustly. Sometimes, however, scandal arises from malice. This is scandal of the Pharisees, and we ought not to forego temporal goods for the sake of those who stir up scandals of this kind, for this would both be harmful to the common good, since it would give wicked men an opportunity of plunder, and would be injurious to the plunderers themselves, who would remain in sin as long as they were in possession of another's property. Hence Gregory says, Moral. 31:13, sometimes we ought to suffer those who rob us of our temporalities, while sometimes we should resist them, as far as equity allows, in the hope not only that we may safeguard our property, but also lest those who take what is not theirs may lose themselves. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply Obj. 2. If it were permissible for wicked men to rob other people of their property, this would tend to the detriment of the truth of life and justice. Therefore we are not always bound to forego our temporal goods in order to avoid scandal. Reply Obj. 3. The Apostle had no intention of counseling total abstinence from food on account of scandal, because our welfare requires that we should take food, but he intended to counsel abstinence from a particular kind of food, in order to avoid scandal. According to 1 Cor. 8:13, I will never eat flesh, lest I should scandalize my brother. Reply Obj. 4, according to Augustine, de Serm. Dom. In Monte I, 19, this precept of our Lord is to be understood of the preparedness of the mind, namely, that man should be prepared, if it be expedient, to suffer being harmed or defrauded, rather than go to law. But sometimes it is not expedient, as stated above, add 2. The same applies to the saying of the Apostle. Reply Obj. 5. The scandal which the Apostle avoided, arose from an error of the Gentiles who were not used to this payment. Hence it behooved him to forego it for the time being, so that they might be taught first of all that such a payment was a duty. For a like reason the Church refrains from demanding tithes in those countries where it is not customary to pay them. Question 44. Of the precepts of charity, in 8 articles. We must now consider the precepts of charity, under which there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether precepts should be given about charity. 2. Whether there should be 1 or 2. 3. Whether 2 suffice. 4. Whether it is fittingly prescribed that we should love God, with thy whole heart. 5. Whether it is fittingly added, with thy whole mind, etc. 6. Whether it is possible to fulfill this precept in this life. 7. Of the precept, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. 8. Whether the order of charity is included in the precept. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 44 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether any precept should be given about charity. Objection 1. It would seem that no precept should be given about charity. For charity imposes the mode on all acts of virtue, since it is the form of the virtues as stated above, 23 Quetzales, 8, while the precepts are about the virtues themselves. Now, according to the common saying, the mode is not included in the precept. Therefore no precepts should be given about charity. Obj. 2. Further, charity, which is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, Rom. 5:5, makes us free, since, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty, 2 Corinthians 3 verse 17. Now the obligation that arises from a precept is opposed to liberty, since it imposes a necessity. Therefore no precept should be given about charity. Obj. 3. Further, charity is the foremost among all the virtues, to which the precepts are directed, as shown above, 1-2, 90 Quetzales, 2, 100 Quetzales, a. 9. If, therefore, any precepts were given about charity, they should have a place among the chief precepts which are those of the Decalogue. But they have no place there. Therefore no precepts should be given about charity. On the contrary, whatever God requires of us is included in a precept. Now God requires that man should love him, according to Deuteronomy 10 verse 12. Therefore it behooved precepts to be given about the love of charity, which is the love of God. I answer that, as stated above, 16 Quetzales, 1, 1-2, 99 Quetzales, 1, a precept implies the notion of something due. Hence a thing is a matter of precept, in so far as it is something due. Now a thing is due in 2 ways, for its own sake, and for the sake of something else. In every affair, it is the end that is due for its own sake, because it has the character of a good for its own sake, while that which is directed to the end is due for the sake of something else. Thus for a physician, it is due for its own sake that he should heal, while it is due for the sake of something else that he should give a medicine in order to heal. Now the end of the spiritual life is that man be united to God, and this union is effected by charity, while all things pertaining to the spiritual life are ordained to this union, as to their end. Hence the Apostle says, 1 Tim. 1:5, the end of the commandment is charity from a pure heart, and a good conscience, and an unfeigned faith. For all the virtues, about whose acts the precepts are given, are directed either to the freeing of the heart from the whirl of the passions, such are the virtues that regulate the passions, or at least to the possession of a good conscience, such are the virtues that regulate operations, or to the having of a right faith, such are those which pertain to the worship of God, and these three things are required of man that he may love God. For an impure heart is withdrawn from loving God, on account of the passion that inclines it to earthly things. An evil conscience gives man a horror for God's justice, through fear of his punishments. And an untrue faith draws man's affections to an untrue representation of God, and separates him from the truth of God. Now in every genus that which is for its own sake takes precedence of that which is for the sake of another, wherefore the greatest precept is that of charity, as stated in Matt. 22:39. Reply Obj. 1, as stated above, 1-2, 100 quetzales, a. 10. When we were treating of the commandments, the mode of love does not come under those precepts which are about the other acts of virtue. For instance, this precept, honor thy father and thy mother, does not prescribe that this should be done out of charity. The act of love does, however, fall under special precepts. Reply Obj. 2. The obligation of a precept is not opposed to liberty, except in one whose mind is averted from that which is prescribed, as may be seen in those who keep the precepts through fear alone. But the precept of love cannot be fulfilled save of one's own will, wherefore it is not opposed to charity. Reply Obj. 3. All the precepts of the Decalogue are directed to the love of God and of our neighbor, and therefore the precepts of charity had not to be enumerated among the precepts of the Decalogue, since they are included in all of them. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 44 quetzales, art. 2. Whether there should have been given two precepts of charity. Objection 1, it would seem that there should not have been given two precepts of charity. For the precepts of the law are directed to virtue, as stated above, a. 1, obj. 3, now charity is one virtue, as shown above, 33 quetzales, a. 5. Therefore only one precept of charity should have been given. Obj. 2, further, as Augustine says, the Doctrine Christ I. 22:27, charity loves none but God in our neighbor. Now we are sufficiently directed to love God by the precept, thou shalt love the Lord thy God. Therefore there was no need to add the precept about loving our neighbor. Obj. 3, further, different sins are opposed to different precepts. But it is not a sin to put aside the love of our neighbor, provided we put not aside the love of God. Indeed, it is written, Luke 15:26, if any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, he cannot be my disciple. Therefore the precept of the love of God is not distinct from the precept of the love of our neighbor. Obj. 4, further, the Apostle says, Romans 13:8, he that loveth his neighbor hath fulfilled the law. But a law is not fulfilled unless all its precepts be observed. Therefore all the precepts are included in the love of our neighbor, and consequently the one precept of the love of our neighbor suffices. Therefore there should not be two precepts of charity. On the contrary, it is written, 1 John 4:21, this commandment we have from God, that he who loveth God, love also his brother. I answer that, as stated above, 1-2, 91 quetzales, a. 3, 94 quetzales, a. 2. When we were treating of the commandments, the precepts are to the law what propositions are to speculative sciences, for in these latter, the conclusions are virtually contained in the first principles. Hence whoever knows the principles as to their entire virtual extent has no need to have the conclusions put separately before him. Since, however, some who know the principles are unable to consider all that is virtually contained therein, it is necessary, for their sake, that scientific conclusions should be traced to their principles. Now in practical matters wherein the precepts of the law direct us, the end has the character of principle, as stated above, 23 quetzales, 7, add 2, 26 quetzales, 1, add 1, and the love of God is the end to which the love of our neighbor is directed. Therefore it behooved us to receive precepts not only of the love of God but also of the love of our neighbor, on account of those who are less intelligent, who do not easily understand that one of these precepts is included in the other. Reply Obj. 1. Although charity is one virtue, yet it has two acts, one of which is directed to the other as to its end. Now precepts are given about acts of virtue, and so there had to be several precepts of charity. Reply Obj. 2. God is loved in our neighbor, as the end is loved in that which is directed to the end, and yet there was need for an explicit precept about both, for the reason given above. Reply Obj. 3. The means derive their goodness from their relation to the end, and accordingly aversion from the means derives its malice from the same source and from no other. Reply Obj. 4. Love of our neighbor includes love of God, as the end is included in the means, and vice versa, and yet it behooved each precept to be given explicitly, for the reason given above. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2 to 2, 44 quetzales, art. 3. Whether two precepts of charity suffice? Objection 1. It would seem that two precepts of charity do not suffice. For precepts are given about acts of virtue. Now acts are distinguished by their objects. Since, then, man is bound to love four things out of charity, namely, God, himself, his neighbor and his own body, as shown above, 25 quetzales, 12, 26 quetzales, it seems that there ought to be four precepts of charity, so that two are not sufficient. Obj. 2. Further, love is not the only act of charity, but also joy, peace and beneficence. But precepts should be given about the acts of the virtues. Therefore two precepts of charity do not suffice. Obj. 3. Further, virtue consists not only in doing good but also in avoiding evil. Now we are led by the positive precepts to do good, and by the negative precepts to avoid evil. Therefore there ought to have been not only positive, but also negative precepts about charity, and so two precepts of charity are not sufficient. On the contrary, our Lord said, Matt. 22:40, on these two commandments dependeth the whole law and the prophets. I answer that, charity, as stated above, 23 quetzales, 1, is a kind of friendship. Now friendship is between one person and another, wherefore Gregory says, in Ev. 17, charity is not possible between less than two, and it has been explained how one may love oneself out of charity, 25 quetzales, 4. Now since good is the object of dilection and love, and since good is either an end or a means, it is fitting that there should be two precepts of charity, one whereby we are induced to love God as our end, and another whereby we are led to love our neighbor for God's sake, as for the sake of our end. Reply Obj. 1. As Augustine says, De Doctre Christ. 23, though four things are to be loved out of charity, there was no need of a precept as regards the second and fourth, i.e. love of oneself and of one's own body. For however much a man may stray from the truth, the love of himself and of his own body always remains in him. And yet the mode of this love had to be prescribed to man, namely, that he should love himself and his own body in an ordinate manner, and this is done by his loving God and his neighbor. Reply Obj. 2, as stated above, 28 quetzales, 4, 29 quetzales, 3, The other acts of charity result from the act of love as effects from their cause. Hence the precepts of love virtually include the precepts about the other acts. And yet we find that, for the sake of the laggards, special precepts were given about each act, about joy, for 4, rejoice in the Lord always, about peace, Hebrews 12 verse 14, follow peace with all men, about beneficence, Gal. 6:10, whilst we have time, let us work good to all men, and Holy Writ contains precepts about each of the parts of beneficence, as may be seen by anyone who considers the matter carefully. Reply Obj. 3. To do good is more than to avoid evil, and therefore the positive precepts virtually include the negative precepts. Nevertheless we find explicit precepts against the vices contrary to charity, for, against hatred it is written, Lev. 12:17, Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart, against sloth, Eccles. 6:26, Be not grieved with her bands, against envy, Galatians 5 verse 26, Let us not be made desirous of vainglory, provoking one another, envying one another. Against discord, 1 Corinthians 1 verse 10, That you all speak the same thing, and that there be no schisms among you, and against scandal, Romans 14 verse 13, That you put not a stumbling block or a scandal in your brother's way. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 44 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether it is fittingly commanded that man should love God with his whole heart. Objection 1. It would seem that it is unfittingly commanded that man should love God with his whole heart. For the mode of a virtuous act is not a matter of precept, as shown above, a. 1, add 1, 1-2, 100 Quetzales, a. 9. Now the words, with thy whole heart, signify the mode of the love of God. Therefore it is unfittingly commanded that man should love God with his whole heart. Obj. 2. Further, a thing is whole and perfect when it lacks nothing, Phys. 3:6. If therefore it is a matter of precept that God be loved with the whole heart, whoever does something not pertaining to the love of God, acts counter to the precept, and consequently sins mortally. Now a venial sin does not pertain to the love of God. Therefore a venial sin is a mortal sin, which is absurd. Obj. 3. Further, to love God with one's whole heart belongs to perfection, since according to the philosopher, Phys. 3, text. 64, to be whole is to be perfect. But that which belongs to perfection is not a matter of precept, but a matter of counsel. Therefore we ought not to be commanded to love God with our whole heart. On the contrary, it is written, Dut. 6:5, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart. I answer that, since precepts are given about acts of virtue, an act is a matter of precept according as it is an act of virtue. Now it is requisite for an act of virtue that not only should it fall on its own matter, but also that it should be endued with its due circumstances, whereby it is adapted to that matter. But God is to be loved as the last end, to which all things are to be referred. Therefore some kind of totality was to be indicated in connection with the precept of the love of God. Reply Obj. 1. The commandment that prescribes an act of virtue does not prescribe the mode which that virtue derives from another and higher virtue, but it does prescribe the mode which belongs to its own proper virtue. And this mode is signified in the words, with thy whole heart. Reply Obj. 2. To love God with one's whole heart has a twofold signification. First, actually, so that a man's whole heart be always actually directed to God, this is the perfection of heaven. Secondly, in the sense that a man's whole heart be habitually directed to God, so that it consent to nothing contrary to the love of God, and this is the perfection of the way. Venial sin is not contrary to this latter perfection, because it does not destroy the habit of charity, since it does not tend to a contrary object, but merely hinders the use of charity. Reply Obj. 3. That perfection of charity to which the counsels are directed, is between the two perfections mentioned in the preceding reply, and it consists in man renouncing, as much as possible, temporal things, even such as are lawful, because they occupy the mind and hinder the actual movement of the heart towards God. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 44 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether to the words, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart," it was fitting to add, "and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole strength"? Objection 1, it would seem that it was unfitting to the words, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God, with thy whole heart," to add, "and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole strength," Deuteronomy 6 verse 5. For heart does not mean here a part of the body, since to love God is not a bodily action, and therefore heart is to be taken here in a spiritual sense. Now the heart understood spiritually is either the soul itself or part of the soul. Therefore it is superfluous to mention both heart and soul. Obj. 2. Further, a man's strength whether spiritual or corporal depends on the heart. Therefore after the words, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart," it was unnecessary to add, "with all thy strength." Obj. 3. Further, in Matt. 22:37 we read, "with all thy mind," which words do not occur here. Therefore it seems that this precept is unfittingly worded in Deuteronomy 6. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, this precept is differently worded in various places, for, as we said in the first objection, in Dut. 6 3 points are mentioned, "with thy whole heart," and "with thy whole soul," and "with thy whole strength." In Matt. 22 we find two of these mentioned, viz. "with thy whole heart," and "with thy whole soul," while "with thy whole strength" is omitted, but "with thy whole mind" is added. Yet in Mark 12 we find all four, viz. "with thy whole heart," and "with thy whole soul," and "with thy whole mind," and "with thy whole force," which is the same as strength. Moreover, these four are indicated in Luke 10, where in place of strength or force we read, "with all thy might." St. Thomas is explaining the Latin text which reads, "Ex tota fortitudine tua," Deuteronomy, "ex tota virtue tua," Mk. and "ex omnibus viribus tuae," Luke, although the Greek in all three cases has ex holes tes ischios, which the Douay renders, "with thy whole strength." Accordingly these four have to be explained, since the fact that one of them is omitted here or there is due to one implying another. We must therefore observe that love is an act of the will which is here denoted by the heart, because just as the bodily heart is the principle of all the movements of the body, so too the will, especially as regards the intention of the last end which is the object of charity, is the principle of all the movements of the soul. Now there are three principles of action that are moved by the will, namely, the intellect which is signified by the mind, the lower appetitive power, signified by the soul, and the exterior executive power signified by strength, force, or might. Accordingly we are commanded to direct our whole intention to God, and this is signified by the words, "with thy whole heart." To submit our intellect to God, and this is expressed in the words, "with thy whole mind," to regulate our appetite according to God, in the words, "with thy whole soul." And to obey God in our external actions, and this is to love God with our whole strength, force, or might. Chrysostom, the quotation is from an anonymous author's unfinished work, Opus Imperf. Hom. 42, in Math. Which is included in Chrysostom's works, on the other hand, takes heart and soul in the contrary sense, and Augustine, De Doctre Christ. I. 22, refers heart to the thought, soul to the manner of life, and mind to the intellect. Again some explain, "with thy whole heart," as denoting the intellect, "with thy whole soul," as signifying the will, "with thy mind," as pointing to the memory. And again, according to Gregory of Nyssa, De Hom. Opith. 8, heart signifies the vegetative soul, soul, the sensitive, and mind, the intellective soul, because our nourishment, sensation, and understanding ought all to be referred by us to God. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 44 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether it is possible in this life to fulfill this precept of the love of God. Objection 1. It would seem that in this life it is possible to fulfill this precept of the love of God. For according to Jerome, Pelagius, exposit. Cath fid, accursed is he who says that God has commanded anything impossible. But God gave this commandment, as is clear from Deuteronomy 6 verse 5. Therefore it is possible to fulfill this precept in this life. Obj. 2. Further, whoever does not fulfill a precept sins mortally, since according to Ambrose, de Parad. 8. Sin is nothing else than a transgression of the divine law, and disobedience of the heavenly commandments. If therefore this precept cannot be fulfilled by wayfarers, it follows that in this life no man can be without mortal sin, and this is against the saying of the Apostle, 1 Cor. 1:8, who also will confirm you unto the end without crime, and 1 Timothy 3 verse 10, let them minister, having no crime. Obj. 3. Further, precepts are given in order to direct man in the way of salvation, according to P.S. 18:9, the commandment of the Lord is lightsome, enlightening the eyes. Now it is useless to direct anyone to what is impossible. Therefore it is not impossible to fulfill this precept in this life. On the contrary, Augustine says, De perfect. Justit. 8. In the fullness of heavenly charity this precept will be fulfilled, thou shalt love the Lord thy God, etc. For as long as any carnal concupiscence remains, that can be restrained by continence, man cannot love God with all his heart. I answer that, a precept can be fulfilled in two ways, perfectly, and imperfectly. A precept is fulfilled perfectly, when the end intended by the author of the precept is reached. Yet it is fulfilled, imperfectly however, when although the end intended by its author is not reached, nevertheless the order to that end is not departed from. Thus if the commander of an army order his soldiers to fight, his command will be perfectly obeyed by those who fight and conquer the foe, which is the commander's intention. Yet it is fulfilled, albeit imperfectly, by those who fight without gaining the victory, provided they do nothing contrary to military discipline. Now God intends by this precept that man should be entirely united to him, and this will be realized in heaven, when God will be all in all, according to 1 Corinthians 15 verse 28. Hence this precept will be observed fully and perfectly in heaven. Yet it is fulfilled, though imperfectly, on the way. Nevertheless on the way one man will fulfill it more perfectly than another, and so much the more, as he approaches by some kind of likeness to the perfection of heaven. Reply Obj. 1. This argument proves that the precept can be fulfilled after a fashion on the way, but not perfectly. Reply Obj. 2. Even as the soldier who fights legitimately without conquering is not blamed nor deserves to be punished for this, so too he that does not fulfill this precept on the way, but does nothing against the love of God, does not sin mortally. Reply Obj. 3. As Augustine says, De perfect. Justit. 8. Why should not this perfection be prescribed to man, although no man attains it in this life? For one cannot run straight unless one knows whither to run. And how would one know this if no precept pointed it out? Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 44 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether the precept of love of our neighbor is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It would seem that the precept of the love of our neighbor is unfittingly expressed. For the love of charity extends to all men, even to our enemies, as may be seen in Matt 5:44. But the word neighbor denotes a kind of nighness which does not seem to exist towards all men. Therefore it seems that this precept is unfittingly expressed. Obj. 2. Further, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 9:8, the origin of our friendly relations with others lies in our relation to ourselves, whence it seems to follow that love of self is the origin of one's love for one's neighbor. Now the principle is greater than that which results from it. Therefore man ought not to love his neighbor as himself. Obj. 3. Further, man loves himself, but not his neighbor, naturally. Therefore it is unfitting that he should be commanded to love his neighbor as himself. On the contrary, it is written, Matt 22:39, the second commandment is like to this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I answer that, this precept is fittingly expressed, for it indicates both the reason for loving and the mode of love. The reason for loving is indicated in the word neighbor, because the reason why we ought to love others out of charity is because they are nigh to us, both as to the natural image of God, and as to the capacity for glory. Nor does it matter whether we say, neighbor, or brother, according to 1 John 4 verse 21, or friend, according to Leviticus 19 verse 18, because all these words express the same affinity. The mode of love is indicated in the words, as thyself. This does not mean that a man must love his neighbor equally as himself, but in like manner as himself, and this in three ways. First, as regards the end, namely, that he should love his neighbor for God's sake, even as he loves himself for God's sake, so that his love for his neighbor is a holy love. Secondly, as regards the rule of love, namely, that a man should not give way to his neighbor in evil, but only in good things, even as he ought to gratify his will in good things alone, so that his love for his neighbor may be a righteous love. Thirdly, as regards the reason for loving, namely, that a man should love his neighbor, not for his own profit, or pleasure, but in the sense of wishing his neighbor well even as he wishes himself well. So that his love for his neighbor may be a true love, since when a man loves his neighbor for his own profit or pleasure, he does not love his neighbor truly, but loves himself. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Underscore 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 underscore. Eighth article, 2-2, 44 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether the order of charity is included in the precept. Objection 1, it would seem that the order of charity is not included in the precept. For whoever transgresses a precept does a wrong. But if man loves someone as much as he ought, and loves any other man more, he wrongs no man. Therefore he does not transgress the precept. Therefore the order of charity is not included in the precept. Obj. 2. Further, whatever is a matter of precept is sufficiently delivered to us in Holy Writ. Now the order of charity which was given above, 26 Quetzales, is nowhere indicated in Holy Writ. Therefore it is not included in the precept. Obj. 3. Further, order implies some kind of distinction. But the love of our neighbor is prescribed without any distinction, in the words, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Therefore the order of charity is not included in the precept. On the contrary, whatever God works in us by his grace, he teaches us first of all by his law, according to Jeremiah 31 verse 33, I will give my law in their heart, vulgar, in their bowels, and I will write it in their heart. Now God causes in us the order of charity, according to Cant 2:4, he set in order charity in me. Therefore the order of charity comes under the precept of the law. I answer that, as stated above, a. For, add 1, the mode which is essential to an act of virtue comes under the precept which prescribes that virtuous act. Now the order of charity is essential to the virtue, since it is based on the proportion of love to the thing beloved, as shown above, 25 Quetzales, a. 12, 26 Quetzales, a. 1, 2. It is therefore evident that the order of charity must come under the precept. Reply Obj. 1. A man gratifies more the person he loves more, so that if he loved less one whom he ought to love more, he would wish to gratify more one whom he ought to gratify less, and so he would do an injustice to the one he ought to love more. Reply Obj. 2. The order of those four things we have to love out of charity is expressed in Holy Writ. For when we are commanded to love God with our whole heart, we are given to understand that we must love him above all things. When we are commanded to love our neighbor as ourselves, the love of self is set before love of our neighbor. In like manner where we are commanded, 1 John 3 verse 16, to lay down our souls, i.e. the life of our bodies, for the brethren, we are given to understand that a man ought to love his neighbor more than his own body, and again when we are commanded, Galatians 6 verse 10, to work good. Especially to those who are of the household of the faith, and when a man is blamed, 1 Tim. 5:8, if he have not care of his own, and especially of those of his house, it means that we ought to love most those of our neighbors who are more virtuous or more closely united to us. Reply Obj. 3. It follows from the very words, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor," that those who are nearer to us are to be loved more. Question 45. Of the gift of wisdom, in 6 articles. We must now consider the gift of wisdom which corresponds to charity, and firstly, wisdom itself, secondly, the opposite vice. Under the first head there are 6 points of inquiry. 1. Whether wisdom should be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. 2. What is its subject? 3. Whether wisdom is only speculative or also practical. 4. Whether the wisdom that is a gift is compatible with mortal sin. 5. Whether it is in all those who have sanctifying grace. 6. Which beatitude corresponds to it. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether wisdom should be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Objection 1. It would seem that wisdom ought not to be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. For the gifts are more perfect than the virtues, as stated above, 1-2, q. 68, a. 8. Now virtue is directed to the good alone, wherefore Augustine says, de lib. Arb. 2:19, that no man makes bad use of the virtues. Much more therefore are the gifts of the Holy Ghost directed to the good alone. But wisdom is directed to evil also, for it is written, James 3 verse 15, that a certain wisdom is earthly, sensual, devilish. Therefore wisdom should not be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Obj. 2. Further, according to Augustine, De Trin. 12:14, wisdom is the knowledge of divine things. Now that knowledge of divine things which man can acquire by his natural endowments, belongs to the wisdom which is an intellectual virtue, while the supernatural knowledge of divine things belongs to faith which is a theological virtue. As explained above, q. 4, a. 5, 1-2, 62 Quetzales, a. 3. Therefore wisdom should be called a virtue rather than a gift. Obj. 3. Further, it is written, Job 28 verse 28, Behold the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil, that is understanding. And in this passage according to the rendering of the Septuagint which Augustine follows, De Trin. 12:14, 1, we read, Behold piety, that is wisdom. Now both fear and piety are gifts of the Holy Ghost. Therefore wisdom should not be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost, as though it were distinct from the others. On the contrary, it is written, Isaiah 11 verse 2, The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him. The Spirit of wisdom and of understanding. I answer that, according to the philosopher, Metaph, I, 2, it belongs to wisdom to consider the highest cause. By means of that cause we are able to form a most certain judgment about other causes, and according thereto all things should be set in order. Now the highest cause may be understood in 2 ways, either simply or in some particular genus. Accordingly he that knows the highest cause in any particular genus, and by its means is able to judge and set in order all the things that belong to that genus, is said to be wise in that genus, for instance in medicine or architecture. According to 1 Cor. 3:10, as a wise architect, I have laid a foundation. On the other hand, he who knows the cause that is simply the highest, which is God, is said to be wise simply, because he is able to judge and set in order all things according to divine rules. Now man obtains this judgment through the Holy Ghost, according to 1 Corinthians 2 verse 15, the spiritual man judgeth all things, because as stated in the same chapter, 1 Corinthians 2 verse 10, the Spirit searcheth all things, yea the deep things of God. Wherefore it is evident that wisdom is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Reply Obj. 1. A thing is said to be good in two senses, first in the sense that it is truly good and simply perfect, secondly, by a kind of likeness, being perfect in wickedness. Thus we speak of a good or a perfect thief, as the philosopher observes, Metaph. v. Text. 21. And just as with regard to those things which are truly good, we find a highest cause, namely the sovereign good which is the last end, by knowing which, man is said to be truly wise. So too in evil things something is to be found to which all others are to be referred as to a last end, by knowing which, man is said to be wise unto evil doing, according to J. For 22, they are wise to do evils, but to do good they have no knowledge. Now whoever turns away from his due end, must needs fix on some undue end, since every agent acts for an end. Wherefore, if he fixes his end in external earthly things, his wisdom is called earthly, if in the goods of the body, it is called sensual wisdom, if in some excellence, it is called devilish wisdom, because it imitates the devil's pride. Of which it is written, Job 41 verse 25, he is king over all the children of pride. Reply Obj. 2. The wisdom which is called a gift of the Holy Ghost, differs from that which is an acquired intellectual virtue, for the latter is attained by human effort, whereas the latter is descending from above, James 3 verse 15. In like manner it differs from faith, since faith assents to the divine truth in itself, whereas it belongs to the gift of wisdom to judge according to the divine truth. Hence the gift of wisdom presupposes faith, because a man judges well what he knows. Ethic. I. 3. Reply Obj. 3. Just as piety which pertains to the worship of God is a manifestation of faith, in so far as we make profession of faith by worshipping God, so too, piety manifests wisdom. For this reason piety is stated to be wisdom, and so is fear, for the same reason, because if a man fear and worship God, this shows that he has a right judgment about divine things. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether wisdom is in the intellect as its subject? Objection 1. It would seem that wisdom is not in the intellect as its subject. For Augustine says, EPCXX, that wisdom is the charity of God. Now charity is in the will as its subject, and not in the intellect, as stated above, 24 Quetzales, a. 1. Therefore wisdom is not in the intellect as its subject. Obj. 2. Further, it is written, Eccles. 6:23, the wisdom of doctrine is according to her name, for wisdom, sapientia, may be described as sweet-tasting science, sapida scientia, and this would seem to regard the appetite, to which it belongs to taste spiritual pleasure or sweetness. Therefore wisdom is in the appetite rather than in the intellect. Obj. 3. Further, the intellective power is sufficiently perfected by the gift of understanding. Now it is superfluous to require two things where one suffices for the purpose. Therefore wisdom is not in the intellect. On the contrary, Gregory says, Moral. 2:49, that wisdom is contrary to folly. But folly is in the intellect. Therefore wisdom is also. I answer that, as stated above, a. 1. Wisdom denotes a certain rectitude of judgment according to the eternal law. Now rectitude of judgment is twofold: first, on account of perfect use of reason; secondly, on account of a certain connaturality with the matter about which one has to judge. Thus, about matters of chastity, a man after inquiring with his reason forms a right judgment, if he has learnt the science of morals, while he who has the habit of chastity judges of such matters by a kind of connaturality. Accordingly it belongs to the wisdom that is an intellectual virtue to pronounce right judgment about divine things after reason has made its inquiry. But it belongs to wisdom as a gift of the Holy Ghost to judge aright about them on account of connaturality with them. Thus Dionysius says, Div. Non 2, that Hierotheus is perfect in divine things, for he not only learns, but is patient of, divine things. Now this sympathy or connaturality for divine things is the result of charity, which unites us to God, according to 1 Cor. 6:17, he who is joined to the Lord, is one spirit. Consequently wisdom, which is a gift, has its cause in the will, which cause is charity, but it has its essence in the intellect, whose act is to judge aright, as stated above, 1-2, 14 Quetzales, 1. Reply Obj. 1. Augustine is speaking of wisdom as to its cause, whence also wisdom, sapientia, takes its name, in so far as it denotes a certain sweetness, saporum. Hence the reply to the second objection is evident, that is, if this be the true meaning of the text quoted. For, apparently this is not the case, because such an exposition of the text would only fit the Latin word for wisdom, whereas it does not apply to the Greek and perhaps not in other languages. Hence it would seem that in the text quoted wisdom stands for the renown of doctrine, for which it is praised by all. Reply Obj. 3. The intellect exercises a twofold act, perception and judgment. The gift of understanding regards the former. The gift of wisdom regards the latter according to the divine ideas, the gift of knowledge, according to human ideas. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether wisdom is merely speculative, or practical also. Objection 1. It would seem that wisdom is not practical but merely speculative. For the gift of wisdom is more excellent than the wisdom which is an intellectual virtue. But wisdom, as an intellectual virtue, is merely speculative. Much more therefore is wisdom, as a gift, speculative and not practical. Obj. 2. Further, the practical intellect is about matters of operation which are contingent. But wisdom is about divine things which are eternal and necessary. Therefore wisdom cannot be practical. Obj. 3. Further, Gregory says, Moral. 6:37, that, in contemplation we seek the beginning which is God, but in action we labor under a mighty bundle of wants. Now wisdom regards the vision of divine things, in which there is no toiling under a load, since according to Wisconsin 8:16, her conversation hath no bitterness, nor her company any tediousness. Therefore wisdom is merely contemplative, and not practical or active. On the contrary, it is written, Colossians 4:5, walk with wisdom towards them that are without. Now this pertains to action. Therefore wisdom is not merely speculative, but also practical. I answer that, as Augustine says, De Trin. 12:14, the higher part of the reason is the province of wisdom, while the lower part is the domain of knowledge. Now the higher reason according to the same authority, De Trin. 12:7, is intent on the consideration and consultation of the heavenly, i.e. divine, types, cfi, 79 Quetzales, a. 9, 1-2, 74 Quetzales, 7. It considers them, in so far as it contemplates divine things in themselves, and it consults them, in so far as it judges of human acts by divine things, and directs human acts according to divine rules. Accordingly wisdom as a gift, is not merely speculative but also practical. Reply Obj. 1. The higher a virtue is, the greater the number of things to which it extends, as stated in De Causis, Prop. X. 17. Wherefore from the very fact that wisdom as a gift is more excellent than wisdom as an intellectual virtue, since it attains to God more intimately by a kind of union of the soul with Him. It is able to direct us not only in contemplation but also in action. Reply Obj. 2. Divine things are indeed necessary and eternal in themselves, yet they are the rules of the contingent things which are the subject matter of human actions. Reply Obj. 3. A thing is considered in itself before being compared with something else. Wherefore to wisdom belongs first of all contemplation, which is the vision of the beginning, and afterwards the direction of human acts according to the divine rules. Nor from the direction of wisdom does there result any bitterness or toil in human acts, on the contrary the result of wisdom is to make the bitter sweet, and labor a rest. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 4. Whether wisdom can be without grace, and with mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that wisdom can be without grace and with mortal sin. For saints glory chiefly in such things as are incompatible with mortal sin, according to 2 Cor. 1:12, our glory is this, the testimony of our conscience. Now one ought not to glory in one's wisdom, according to Jeremiah 9 verse 23, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom. Therefore wisdom can be without grace and with mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, wisdom denotes knowledge of divine things, as stated above, a. 1. Now one in mortal sin may have knowledge of the divine truth, according to Romans 1 verse 18, those men that detain the truth of God in injustice. Therefore wisdom is compatible with mortal sin. Obj. 3. Further, Augustine says, De Trin. 15:18, while speaking of charity, nothing surpasses this gift of God, it is this alone that divides the children of the eternal kingdom from the children of eternal perdition. But wisdom is distinct from charity. Therefore it does not divide the children of the kingdom from the children of perdition. Therefore it is compatible with mortal sin. On the contrary, it is written, Wis. 1:4, wisdom will not enter into a malicious soul, nor dwell in a body subject to sins. I answer that, the wisdom which is a gift of the Holy Ghost, as stated above, a. 1, enables us to judge aright of divine things, or of other things according to divine rules, by reason of a certain connaturalness or union with divine things, which is the effect of charity, as stated above, 2:23 Quetzales, 5. Hence the wisdom of which we are speaking presupposes charity. Now charity is incompatible with mortal sin, as shown above, 24 Quetzales, a. 12. Therefore it follows that the wisdom of which we are speaking cannot be together with mortal sin. Reply Obj. 1. These words are to be understood as referring to worldly wisdom, or to wisdom in divine things acquired through human reasons. In such wisdom the saints do not glory, according to Prov. 30:2, the wisdom of men is not with me, but they do glory in divine wisdom according to 1 Corinthians 1 verse 30, who, of God is made unto us wisdom. Reply Obj. 2. This argument considers, not the wisdom of which we speak but that which is acquired by the study and research of reason, and is compatible with mortal sin. Reply Obj. 3. Although wisdom is distinct from charity, it presupposes it, and for that very reason divides the children of perdition from the children of the kingdom. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 5. Whether wisdom is in all who have grace. Objection 1, it would seem that wisdom is not in all who have grace. For it is more to have wisdom than to hear wisdom. Now it is only for the perfect to hear wisdom, according to 1 Cor. 2:6, we speak wisdom among the perfect. Since then not all who have grace are perfect, it seems that much less all who have grace have wisdom. Obj. 2. Further, the wise man sets things in order, as the philosopher states, metaph. 2 And it is written, James 3 verse 17, that the wise man judges without dissimulation, vulgar, the wisdom that is from above is, without judging, without dissimulation. Now it is not for all that have grace, to judge or put others in order, but only for those in authority. Therefore wisdom is not in all that have grace. Obj. 3. Further, wisdom is a remedy against folly, as Gregory says, Moral. 2:49. Now many that have grace are naturally foolish, for instance madmen who are baptized or those who without being guilty of mortal sin have become insane. Therefore wisdom is not in all that have grace. On the contrary, whoever is without mortal sin, is beloved of God, since he has charity, whereby he loves God, and God loves them that love him. Proverbs 8 verse 17. Now it is written, Wisconsin 7:28, that God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. Therefore wisdom is in all those who have charity and are without mortal sin. I answer that, the wisdom of which we are speaking, as stated above, a. 4, denotes a certain rectitude of judgment in the contemplation and consultation of divine things, and as to both of these men obtain various degrees of wisdom through union with divine things. For the measure of right judgment attained by some, whether in the contemplation of divine things or in directing human affairs according to divine rules, is no more than suffices for their salvation. This measure is wanting to none who is without mortal sin through having sanctifying grace, since if nature does not fail in necessaries, much less does grace fail, wherefore it is written, 1 John 2 verse 27, His unction teacheth you of all things. Some, however, receive a higher degree of the gift of wisdom. Both as to the contemplation of divine things, by both knowing more exalted mysteries and being able to impart this knowledge to others, and as to the direction of human affairs according to divine rules, by being able to direct not only themselves but also others according to those rules. This degree of wisdom is not common to all that have sanctifying grace, but belongs rather to the gratuitous graces, which the Holy Ghost dispenses as he will, according to 1 Corinthians 12 verse 8, to one indeed by the Spirit is given the word of wisdom, etc. Reply Obj. 1. The Apostle speaks there of wisdom, as extending to the hidden mysteries of divine things, as indeed he says himself, 2 Corinthians 1 verse 7, we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, a wisdom which is hidden. Reply Obj. 2. Although it belongs to those alone who are in authority to direct and judge other men, yet every man is competent to direct and judge his own actions, as Dionysius declares, ep ad Demophil. Reply Obj. 3. Baptized idiots, like little children, have the habit of wisdom, which is a gift of the Holy Ghost, but they have not the act, on account of the bodily impediment which hinders the use of reason in them. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether the seventh beatitude corresponds to the gift of wisdom? Objection 1. It seems that the seventh beatitude does not correspond to the gift of wisdom. For the seventh beatitude is, Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Now both these things belong to charity, since of peace it is written, P.S. 118:165, Much peace have they that love thy law, and, as the Apostle says, Rom. 5:5, the charity of God is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost who is given to us, and who is, the Spirit of adoption of sons, whereby we cry, Abba, Father, Romans 8 verse 15. Therefore the seventh beatitude ought to be ascribed to charity rather than to wisdom. Obj. 2. Further, a thing is declared by its proximate effect rather than by its remote effect. Now the proximate effect of wisdom seems to be charity, according to Wisconsin 7:27, through nations she conveyeth herself into holy souls. She mocketh the friends of God and prophets, whereas peace and the adoption of sons seem to be remote effects, since they result from charity, as stated above, 29 Quetzales, 3. Therefore the beatitude corresponding to wisdom should be determined in respect of the love of charity rather than in respect of peace. Obj. 3. Further, it is written, James 3 verse 17, the wisdom, that is from above, first indeed is chaste, then peaceable, modest, easy to be persuaded, consenting to the good, full of mercy and good fruits, judging without dissimulation, vulg. Without judging, without dissimulation. Therefore the beatitude corresponding to wisdom should not refer to peace rather than to the other effects of heavenly wisdom. On the contrary, Augustine says, de Serm. Dom. In Monte I, 4, that wisdom is becoming to peacemakers, in whom there is no movement of rebellion, but only obedience to reason. I answer that, the seventh beatitude is fittingly ascribed to the gift of wisdom, both as to the merit and as to the reward. The merit is denoted in the words, blessed are the peacemakers. Now a peacemaker is one who makes peace, either in himself, or in others, and in both cases this is the result of setting in due order those things in which peace is established, for peace is the tranquility of order. According to Augustine, De Civ. Day 19, 13. Now it belongs to wisdom to set things in order, as the philosopher declares, Metaph. I, 2, wherefore peaceableness is fittingly ascribed to wisdom. The reward is expressed in the words, they shall be called the children of God. Now men are called the children of God in so far as they participate in the likeness of the only begotten and natural Son of God, according to Romans 8 verse 29, whom he foreknew. To be made conformable to the image of his Son, who is wisdom begotten. Hence by participating in the gift of wisdom, man attains to the sonship of God. Reply Obj. 1. It belongs to charity to be at peace, but it belongs to wisdom to make peace by setting things in order. Likewise the Holy Ghost is called the Spirit of adoption, in so far as we receive from him the likeness of the natural Son, who is the begotten wisdom. Reply Obj. 2. These words refer to the uncreated wisdom, which in the first place unites itself to us by the gift of charity, and consequently reveals to us the mysteries the knowledge of which is infused wisdom. Hence, the infused wisdom which is a gift, is not the cause but the effect of charity. Reply Obj. 3. As stated above, 3. It belongs to wisdom, as a gift, not only to contemplate divine things, but also to regulate human acts. Now the first thing to be effected in this direction of human acts is the removal of evils opposed to wisdom, wherefore fear is said to be the beginning of wisdom, because it makes us shun evil, while the last thing is like an end, whereby all things are reduced to their right order. And it is this that constitutes peace. Hence James said with reason that, the wisdom that is from above, and this is the gift of the Holy Ghost, first indeed is chaste, because it avoids the corruption of sin, and, then peaceable, wherein lies the ultimate effect of wisdom. For which reason peace is numbered among the Beatitudes. As to the things that follow, they declare in becoming order the means whereby wisdom leads to peace. For when a man, by chastity, avoids the corruption of sin, the first thing he has to do is, as far as he can, to be moderate in all things, and in this respect wisdom is said to be modest. Secondly, in those matters in which he is not sufficient by himself, he should be guided by the advice of others, and as to this we are told further that wisdom is easy to be persuaded. These two are conditions required that man may be at peace with himself. But in order that man may be at peace with others it is furthermore required, first that he should not be opposed to their good. This is what is meant by consenting to the good. Secondly, that he should bring to his neighbor's deficiencies, sympathy in his heart, and succor in his actions, and this is denoted by the words, full of mercy and good fruits. Thirdly, he should strive in all charity to correct the sins of others, and this is indicated by the words, judging without dissimulation, vulgar, the wisdom that is from above, is without judging, without dissimulation, lest he should purpose to sate his hatred under cover of correction. Question 46. Of folly which is opposed to wisdom, in 3 articles. We must now consider folly which is opposed to wisdom, and under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether folly is contrary to wisdom. 2. Whether folly is a sin. 3. To which capital sin is it reducible? Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 46 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether folly is contrary to wisdom. Objection 1. It would seem that folly is not contrary to wisdom. For seemingly unwisdom is directly opposed to wisdom. But folly does not seem to be the same as unwisdom, for the latter is apparently about divine things alone, whereas folly is about both divine and human things. Therefore folly is not contrary to wisdom. Obj. 2. Further, one contrary is not the way to arrive at the other. But folly is the way to arrive at wisdom, for it is written, 1 Cor. 3:18, If any man among you seem to be wise in this world, let him become a fool, that he may be wise. Therefore folly is not opposed to wisdom. Obj. 3. Further, one contrary is not the cause of the other. But wisdom is the cause of folly. For it is written, Jeremiah 10 verse 14, Every man is become a fool for knowledge, and wisdom is a kind of knowledge. Moreover, it is written, Isaiah 47 verse 10, Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, this hath deceived thee. Now it belongs to folly to be deceived. Therefore folly is not contrary to wisdom. Obj. 4. Further, Isidore says, Edom X, under the letter S, that a fool is one whom shame does not incite to sorrow, and who is unconcerned when he is injured. But this pertains to spiritual wisdom, according to Gregory, Moral. X. 49. Therefore folly is not opposed to wisdom. On the contrary, Gregory says, Moral. 2:26, that the gift of wisdom is given as a remedy against folly. I answer that, stultitia, folly, seems to take its name from stupor, wherefore Isidore says, Loc sit, a fool is one who through dullness, stuporem, remains unmoved. And folly differs from fatuity, according to the same authority, Edom. X, in that folly implies apathy in the heart and dullness in the senses, while fatuity denotes entire privation of the spiritual sense. Therefore folly is fittingly opposed to wisdom. For sapiens, wise, as Isidore says, Edom. X, is so named from sapor, savor, because just as the taste is quick to distinguish between savors of meats, so is a wise man in discerning things and causes. Wherefore it is manifest that folly is opposed to wisdom as its contrary, while fatuity is opposed to it as a pure negation, since the fatuous man lacks the sense of judgment, while the fool has the sense, though dulled. Whereas the wise man has the sense acute and penetrating. Reply Obj. 1. According to Isidore, Edom X, unwisdom is contrary to wisdom because it lacks the savor of discretion and sense, so that unwisdom is seemingly the same as folly. Yet a man would appear to be a fool chiefly through some deficiency in the verdict of that judgment, which is according to the highest cause, for if a man fails in judgment about some trivial matter, he is not for that reason called a fool. Reply Obj. 2. Just as there is an evil wisdom, as stated above, 45 Quetzales, a. 1, add 1, called worldly wisdom, because it takes for the highest cause and last end some worldly good, so too there is a good folly opposed to this evil wisdom, whereby man despises worldly things, and it is of this folly that the Apostle speaks. Reply Obj. 3. It is the wisdom of the world that deceives and makes us foolish in God's sight, as is evident from the Apostle's words, 1 Corinthians 3 verse 19. Reply Obj. For, to be unconcerned when one is injured is sometimes due to the fact that one has no taste for worldly things, but only for heavenly things. Hence this belongs not to worldly but to divine wisdom, as Gregory declares, Moral. X. 49. Sometimes however it is the result of a man's being simply stupid about everything, as may be seen in idiots, who do not discern what is injurious to them, and this belongs to folly simply. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 45 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether folly is a sin. Objection 1, it would seem that folly is not a sin. For no sin arises in us from nature. But some are fools naturally. Therefore folly is not a sin. Obj. 2. Further, every sin is voluntary, according to Augustine, De Vera Religion, 14. But folly is not voluntary. Therefore it is not a sin. Obj. 3. Further, every sin is contrary to a divine precept. But folly is not contrary to any precept. Therefore folly is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written, Proverbs 1 verse 32, the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But no man is destroyed save for sin. Therefore folly is a sin. I answer that, folly, as stated above, a. 1. Denotes dullness of sense in judging, and chiefly as regards the highest cause, which is the last end and the sovereign good. Now a man may in this respect contract dullness in judgment in two ways. First, from a natural indisposition, as in the case of idiots, and such like folly is no sin. Secondly, by plunging his sense into earthly things, whereby his sense is rendered incapable of perceiving divine things, according to 1 Cor. 2:14, the sensual man perceiveth not these things that are of the Spirit of God, even as sweet things have no savour for a man whose taste is infected with an evil humour, and such like folly is a sin. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply Obj. 2. Though no man wishes to be a fool, yet he wishes those things of which folly is a consequence, viz. to withdraw his sense from spiritual things and to plunge it into earthly things. The same thing happens in regard to other sins, for the lustful man desires pleasure, without which there is no sin, although he does not desire sin simply, for he would wish to enjoy the pleasure without sin. Reply Obj. 3. Folly is opposed to the precepts about the contemplation of truth, of which we have spoken above, 16 Quetzales, when we were treating of knowledge and understanding. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 46 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether folly is a daughter of lust? Objection 1, it would seem that folly is not a daughter of lust. For Gregory, Moral. 31, 45, enumerates the daughters of lust, among which however he makes no mention of folly. Therefore folly does not proceed from lust. Obj. 2. Further, the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 3 verse 19, the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. Now, according to Gregory, Moral. X. 29, the wisdom of this world consists in covering the heart with crafty devices, and this savours of duplicity. Therefore folly is a daughter of duplicity rather than of lust. Obj. 3. Further, anger especially is the cause of fury and madness in some persons, and this pertains to folly. Therefore folly arises from anger rather than from lust. On the contrary, it is written, Proverbs 7 verse 22, immediately he followeth her, i.e. the harlot. Not knowing that he is drawn like a fool to bonds. I answer that, as already stated, 2, folly, in so far as it is a sin, is caused by the spiritual sense being dulled, so as to be incapable of judging spiritual things. Now man's sense is plunged into earthly things chiefly by lust, which is about the greatest of pleasures, and these absorb the mind more than any others. Therefore the folly which is a sin, arises chiefly from lust. Reply Obj. 1. It is part of folly that a man should have a distaste for God and his gifts. Hence Gregory mentions two daughters of lust, pertaining to folly, namely, hatred of God, and despair of the life to come. Thus he divides folly into two parts as it were. Reply Obj. 2. These words of the Apostle are to be understood, not causally but essentially, because, to wit, worldly wisdom itself is folly with God. Hence it does not follow that whatever belongs to worldly wisdom, is a cause of this folly. Reply Obj. 3. Anger by reason of its keenness, as stated above, 1-2, 48 Quetzales, A.A. 2, 3, 4, produces a great change in the nature of the body, wherefore it conduces very much to the folly which results from a bodily impediment. On the other hand, the folly which is caused by a spiritual impediment, viz. by the mind being plunged into earthly things, arises chiefly from lust, as stated above. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, QQ, 47-170. Question 47. Of prudence, considered in itself, in 16 articles. After treating of the theological virtues, we must in due sequence consider the cardinal virtues. In the first place we shall consider prudence in itself, secondly, its parts. Thirdly, the corresponding gift, fourthly, the contrary vices, fifthly, the precepts concerning prudence. Under the first head there are 16 points of inquiry. 1. Whether prudence is in the will or in the reason. 2. If in the reason, whether it is only in the practical, or also in the speculative reason. 3. Whether it takes cognizance of singulars. 4. Whether it is virtue. 5. Whether it is a special virtue. 6. Whether it appoints the end to the moral virtues. 7. Whether it fixes the mean in the moral virtues. 8. Whether its proper act is command. 9. Whether solicitude or watchfulness belongs to prudence. 10. Whether prudence extends to the governing of many. 11. Whether the prudence which regards private good is the same in species as that which regards the common good. 12. Whether prudence is in subjects or only in their rulers. 13. Whether prudence is in the wicked. 14. Whether prudence is in all good men. 15. Whether prudence is in us naturally. 16. Whether prudence is lost by forgetfulness. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether prudence is in the cognitive or in the appetitive faculty. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not in the cognitive but in the appetitive faculty. For Augustine says, De morib. Eccle. 15. Prudence is love choosing wisely between the things that help and those that hinder. Now love is not in the cognitive, but in the appetitive faculty. Therefore prudence is in the appetitive faculty. Obj. 2. Further, as appears from the foregoing definition, it belongs to prudence, to choose wisely. But choice is an act of the appetitive faculty, as stated above, 1-2, 13 Quetzales, A. 1. Therefore prudence is not in the cognitive but in the appetitive faculty. Obj. 3. Further, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 5, that, in art it is better to err voluntarily than involuntarily, whereas in the case of prudence, as of the virtues, it is worse. Now the moral virtues, of which he is treating there, are in the appetitive faculty, whereas art is in the reason. Therefore prudence is in the appetitive rather than in the rational faculty. On the contrary, Augustine says, QQ 83, Chew. 61. Prudence is the knowledge of what to seek and what to avoid. I answer that, as Isidore says, Edem x, a prudent man is one who sees as it were from afar, for his sight is keen, and he foresees the event of uncertainties. Now sight belongs not to the appetitive but to the cognitive faculty. Wherefore it is manifest that prudence belongs directly to the cognitive, and not to the sensitive faculty. Because by the latter we know nothing but what is within reach and offers itself to the senses, while to obtain knowledge of the future from knowledge of the present or past, which pertains to prudence, belongs properly to the reason. Because this is done by a process of comparison. It follows therefore that prudence, properly speaking, is in the reason. Reply Obj. 1. As stated above, 82 Quetzales. 4. The will moves all the faculties to their acts. Now the first act of the appetitive faculty is love, as stated above, 1-2, q. 25, aa. 1, 2. Accordingly prudence is said to be love, not indeed essentially, but in so far as love moves to the act of prudence. Wherefore Augustine goes on to say that prudence is love discerning aright that which helps from that which hinders us in tending to God. Now love is said to discern because it moves the reason to discern. Reply Obj. 2. The prudent man considers things afar off, in so far as they tend to be a help or a hindrance to that which has to be done at the present time. Hence it is clear that those things which prudence considers stand in relation to this other, as in relation to the end. Now of those things that are directed to the end there is counsel in the reason, and choice in the appetite, of which two, counsel belongs more properly to prudence, since the philosopher states, Ethic. 6, 5, 7, 9, that a prudent man takes good counsel. But as choice presupposes counsel, since it is the desire for what has been already counseled, Ethic. 3, 2, it follows that choice can also be ascribed to prudence indirectly, in so far, to wit, as prudence directs the choice by means of counsel. Reply Obj. 3. The worth of prudence consists not in thought merely, but in its application to action, which is the end of the practical reason. Wherefore if any defect occur in this, it is most contrary to prudence, since, the end being of most import in everything, it follows that a defect which touches the end is the worst of all. Hence the philosopher goes on to say, Ethic. 6, 5, that prudence is something more than a merely rational habit, such as art is, since, as stated above, 1-2, 57 Quetzales, 4, it includes application to action, which application is an act of the will. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, art. 2. Whether prudence belongs to the practical reason alone or also to the speculative reason. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence belongs not only to the practical, but also to the speculative reason. For it is written, Proverbs 10 verse 23, Wisdom is prudence to a man. Now wisdom consists chiefly in contemplation. Therefore prudence does also. Obj. 2. Further, Ambrose says, De Ophic. 24, prudence is concerned with the quest of truth, and fills us with the desire of fuller knowledge. Now this belongs to the speculative reason. Therefore prudence resides also in the speculative reason. Obj. 3. Further, the philosopher assigns art and prudence to the same part of the soul, Ethic. 6, 1. Now art may be not only practical but also speculative, as in the case of the liberal arts. Therefore prudence also is both practical and speculative. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 5, that prudence is right reason applied to action. Now this belongs to none but the practical reason. Therefore prudence is in the practical reason only. I answer that, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 6, 5, a prudent man is one who is capable of taking good counsel. Now counsel is about things that we have to do in relation to some end, and the reason that deals with things to be done for an end is the practical reason. Hence it is evident that prudence resides only in the practical reason. Reply Obj. 1, as stated above, 45 Quetzales, AA. 1, 3, wisdom considers the absolutely highest cause, so that the consideration of the highest cause in any particular genus belongs to wisdom in that genus. Now in the genus of human acts the highest cause is the common end of all human life, and it is this end that prudence intends. For the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 5, that just as he who reasons well for the realization of a particular end, such as victory, is said to be prudent, not absolutely, but in a particular genus, namely warfare, so he that reasons well with regard to right conduct as a whole is said to be prudent absolutely. Wherefore it is clear that prudence is wisdom about human affairs, but not wisdom absolutely, because it is not about the absolutely highest cause, for it is about human good, and this is not the best thing of all. And so it is stated significantly that prudence is wisdom for man, but not wisdom absolutely. Reply Obj. 2, Ambrose, and Tully also, de Invent. 2, 53, take the word prudence in a broad sense for any human knowledge, whether speculative or practical. And yet it may also be replied that the act itself of the speculative reason, in so far as it is voluntary, is a matter of choice and counsel as to its exercise, and consequently comes under the direction of prudence. On the other hand, as regards its specification in relation to its object which is the necessary true, it comes under neither counsel nor prudence. Reply Obj. 3. Every application of right reason in the work of production belongs to art, but to prudence belongs only the application of right reason in matters of counsel, which are those wherein there is no fixed way of obtaining the end. As stated in Ethic. 3, 3. Since then, the speculative reason makes things such as syllogisms, propositions and the like, wherein the process follows certain and fixed rules, consequently in respect of such things it is possible to have the essentials of art, but not of prudence. And so we find such a thing as a speculative art, but not a speculative prudence. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether prudence takes cognizance of singulars. Objection 1, it would seem that prudence does not take cognizance of singulars. For prudence is in the reason, as stated above, AA 1, 2. But reason deals with universals, according to Phys. I, 5. Therefore prudence does not take cognizance except of universals. Obj. 2, further, singulars are infinite in number. But the reason cannot comprehend an infinite number of things. Therefore prudence, which is right reason, is not about singulars. Obj. 3, further, particulars are known by the senses. But prudence is not in a sense, for many persons who have keen outward senses are devoid of prudence. Therefore prudence does not take cognizance of singulars. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 7, that prudence does not deal with universals only, but needs to take cognizance of singulars also. I answer that, as stated above, a. 1, add 3, to prudence belongs not only the consideration of the reason, but also the application to action, which is the end of the practical reason. But no man can conveniently apply one thing to another, unless he knows both the thing to be applied, and the thing to which it has to be applied. Now actions are in singular matters, and so it is necessary for the prudent man to know both the universal principles of reason, and the singulars about which actions are concerned. Reply Obj. 1. Reason first and chiefly is concerned with universals, and yet it is able to apply universal rules to particular cases, hence the conclusions of syllogisms are not only universal, but also particular. Because the intellect by a kind of reflection extends to matter, as stated in De Anima 3. Reply Obj. 2. It is because the infinite number of singulars cannot be comprehended by human reason, that our counsels are uncertain, Wisconsin 9:14. Nevertheless, experience reduces the infinity of singulars to a certain finite number which occur as a general rule, and the knowledge of these suffices for human prudence. Reply Obj. 3, as the philosopher says, Ethic. 6:8, prudence does not reside in the external senses whereby we know sensible objects, but in the interior sense, which is perfected by memory and experience so as to judge promptly of particular cases. This does not mean, however, that prudence is in the interior sense as in its princip, subject, for it is chiefly in the reason, yet by a kind of application it extends to this sense. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 47 quetzales, art. 4. Whether prudence is a virtue? Objection 1, it would seem that prudence is not a virtue. For Augustine says, De lib. Arb. I, 13, that prudence is the science of what to desire and what to avoid. Now science is condivided with virtue, as appears in the Predicaments, 6. Therefore prudence is not a virtue. Obj. 2, further, there is no virtue of a virtue, but there is a virtue of art, as the philosopher states, Ethic. 6:5 Wherefore art is not a virtue. Now there is prudence in art, for it is written, 2 Paralip. 2:14, concerning Hiram, that he knew, to grave all sort of graving, and to devise ingeniously, prudenter, all that there may be need of in the work. Therefore prudence is not a virtue. Obj. 3, further, no virtue can be immoderate. But prudence is immoderate, else it would be useless to say, Proverbs 23 verse 4, set bounds to thy prudence. Therefore prudence is not a virtue. On the contrary, Gregory states, Moral. 2:49, that prudence, temperance, fortitude and justice are 4 virtues. I answer that, as stated above, 1-2, 55 quetzales, a. 3, 56 quetzales, a. 1, when we were treating of virtues in general, virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise. Now good may be understood in a twofold sense, first, materially, for the thing that is good, secondly, formally, under the aspect of good. Good, under the aspect of good, is the object of the appetitive power. Hence if any habits rectify the consideration of reason, without regarding the rectitude of the appetite, they have less of the nature of a virtue since they direct man to good materially, that is to say, to the thing which is good. But without considering it under the aspect of good. On the other hand, those virtues which regard the rectitude of the appetite, have more of the nature of virtue, because they consider the good not only materially, but also formally, in other words. They consider that which is good under the aspect of good. Now it belongs to prudence, as stated above, a1, add 3, a3, to apply right reason to action, and this is not done without a right appetite. Hence prudence has the nature of virtue not only as the other intellectual virtues have it, but also as the moral virtues have it, among which virtues it is enumerated. Reply Obj. 1. Augustine there takes science in the broad sense for any kind of right reason. Reply Obj. 2. The philosopher says that there is a virtue of art, because art does not require rectitude of the appetite. Wherefore in order that a man may make right use of his art, he needs to have a virtue which will rectify his appetite. Prudence however has nothing to do with the matter of art, because art is both directed to a particular end, and has fixed means of obtaining that end. And yet, by a kind of comparison, a man may be said to act prudently in matters of art. Moreover in certain arts, on account of the uncertainty of the means for obtaining the end, there is need for counsel, as for instance in the arts of medicine and navigation, as stated in Ethic. 3:3. Reply Obj. 3. This saying of the wise man does not mean that prudence itself should be moderate, but that moderation must be imposed on other things according to prudence. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2 to 2, 47 quetzales, art. 5. Whether prudence is a special virtue? Objection 1, it would seem that prudence is not a special virtue. For no special virtue is included in the definition of virtue in general, since virtue is defined, ethic. 2. 6. An elective habit that follows a mean appointed by reason in relation to ourselves, even as a wise man decides. Now right reason is reason in accordance with prudence, as stated in Ethic. 6. 13. Therefore prudence is not a special virtue. Obj. 2. Further, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6. 13, that the effect of moral virtue is right action as regards the end, and that of prudence, right action as regards the means. Now in every virtue certain things have to be done as means to the end. Therefore prudence is in every virtue, and consequently is not a special virtue. Obj. 3. Further, a special virtue has a special object. But prudence has not a special object, for it is right reason applied to action, ethic. 6. 5. And all works of virtue are actions. Therefore prudence is not a special virtue. On the contrary, it is distinct from and numbered among the other virtues, for it is written, Wisconsin 8:7, she teacheth temperance and prudence, justice and fortitude. I answer that, since acts and habits take their species from their objects, as shown above, 1 to 2, 1 quetzal, 3, 18 quetzales, 2, 54 quetzales, a. 2. Any habit that has a corresponding special object, distinct from other objects, must needs be a special habit, and if it be a good habit, it must be a special virtue. Now an object is called special, not merely according to the consideration of its matter, but rather according to its formal aspect, as explained above, 1 to 2, 54 quetzales, 2, add 1. Because one and the same thing is the subject matter of the acts of different habits, and also of different powers, according to its different formal aspects. Now a yet greater difference of object is requisite for a difference of powers than for a difference of habits, since several habits are found in the same power, as stated above, 1 to 2, 54 quetzales, 1. Consequently any difference in the aspect of an object, that requires a difference of powers, will a fortiori require a difference of habits. Accordingly we must say that since prudence is in the reason, as stated above, a. 2, it is differentiated from the other intellectual virtues by a material difference of objects. Wisdom, knowledge and understanding are about necessary things, whereas art and prudence are about contingent things, art being concerned with things made, that is, with things produced in external matter, such as a house, a knife and so forth. And prudence, being concerned with things done, that is, with things that have their being in the doer himself, as stated above, 1 to 2, 57 quetzales, 4. On the other hand prudence is differentiated from the moral virtues according to a formal aspect distinctive of powers, i.e. the intellective power, wherein is prudence, and the appetitive power, wherein is moral virtue. Hence it is evident that prudence is a special virtue, distinct from all other virtues. Reply Obj. 1. This is not a definition of virtue in general, but of moral virtue, the definition of which fittingly includes an intellectual virtue, viz. Prudence, which has the same matter in common with moral virtue, because, just as the subject of moral virtue is something that partakes of reason, so moral virtue has the aspect of virtue, in so far as it partakes of intellectual virtue. Reply Obj. 2. This argument proves that prudence helps all the virtues, and works in all of them, but this does not suffice to prove that it is not a special virtue. For nothing prevents a certain genus from containing a species which is operative in every other species of that same genus, even as the sun has an influence over all bodies. Reply Obj. 3. Things done are indeed the matter of prudence, in so far as they are the object of reason, that is, considered as true, but they are the matter of the moral virtues, in so far as they are the object of the appetitive power, that is, considered as good. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2 47 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether prudence appoints the end to moral virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence appoints the end to moral virtues. Since prudence is in the reason, while moral virtue is in the appetite, it seems that prudence stands in relation to moral virtue, as reason to the appetite. Now reason appoints the end to the appetitive power. Therefore prudence appoints the end to the moral virtues. Obj. 2. Further, man surpasses irrational beings by his reason, but he has other things in common with them. Accordingly the other parts of man are in relation to his reason, what man is in relation to irrational creatures. Now man is the end of irrational creatures, according to Polit I. 3. Therefore all the other parts of man are directed to reason as to their end. But prudence is right reason applied to action, as stated above, a. 2. Therefore all actions are directed to prudence as their end. Therefore prudence appoints the end to all moral virtues. Obj. 3. Further, it belongs to the virtue, art, or power that is concerned about the end, to command the virtues or arts that are concerned about the means. Now prudence disposes of the other moral virtues, and commands them. Therefore it appoints their end to them. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6:12, that moral virtue ensures the rectitude of the intention of the end, while prudence ensures the rectitude of the means. Therefore it does not belong to prudence to appoint the end to moral virtues, but only to regulate the means. I answer that, the end of moral virtues is human good. Now the good of the human soul is to be in accord with reason, as Dionysius declares, Div. Nom. 4. Wherefore the ends of moral virtue must of necessity pre-exist in the reason. Now, just as, in the speculative reason, there are certain things naturally known, about which is understanding, and certain things of which we obtain knowledge through them, viz. conclusions, about which is science, so in the practical reason, certain things pre-exist, as naturally known principles, and such are the ends of the moral virtues, since the end is in practical matters what principles are in speculative matters. As stated above, Q. 23, a. 7, add 2, 1-2, 13 Quetzales. 3. While certain things are in the practical reason by way of conclusions, and such are the means which we gather from the ends themselves. About these is prudence, which applies universal principles to the particular conclusions of practical matters. Consequently it does not belong to prudence to appoint the end to moral virtues, but only to regulate the means. Reply Obj. 1. Natural reason known by the name of synderesis appoints the end to moral virtues, as stated above, 79 Quetzales, a. 12. But prudence does not do this for the reason given above. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3. The end concerns the moral virtues, not as though they appointed the end, but because they tend to the end which is appointed by natural reason. In this they are helped by prudence, which prepares the way for them, by disposing the means. Hence it follows that prudence is more excellent than the moral virtues, and moves them, yet synderesis moves prudence, just as the understanding of principles moves science. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2 47 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether it belongs to prudence to find the mean in moral virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that it does not belong to prudence to find the mean in moral virtues. For the achievement of the mean is the end of moral virtues. But prudence does not appoint the end to moral virtues, as shown above, a. 6. Therefore it does not find the mean in them. Obj. 2. Further, that which of itself has being, would seem to have no cause, but its very being is its cause, since a thing is said to have being by reason of its cause. Now, to follow the mean, belongs to moral virtue by reason of itself, as part of its definition, as shown above, a. 5, obj. 1, therefore prudence does not cause the mean in moral virtues. Obj. 3, further, prudence works after the manner of reason. But moral virtue tends to the mean after the manner of nature, because, as Tully states, de invent. Ret. 2, 53, virtue is a habit like a second nature in accord with reason. Therefore prudence does not appoint the mean to moral virtues. On the contrary, in the foregoing definition of moral virtue, a. 5, obj. 1, it is stated that it follows a mean appointed by reason even as a wise man decides. I answer that, the proper end of each moral virtue consists precisely in conformity with right reason. For temperance intends that man should not stray from reason for the sake of his concupiscences. Fortitude, that he should not stray from the right judgment of reason through fear or daring. Moreover, this end is appointed to man according to natural reason, since natural reason dictates to each one that he should act according to reason. But it belongs to the ruling of prudence to decide in what manner and by what means man shall obtain the mean of reason in his deeds. For though the attainment of the mean is the end of a moral virtue, yet this mean is found by the right disposition of these things that are directed to the end. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply obj. 2. Just as a natural agent makes form to be in matter, yet does not make that which is essential to the form to belong to it, so too, prudence appoints the mean in passions and operations. And yet does not make the searching of the mean to belong to virtue. Reply obj. 3. Moral virtue after the manner of nature intends to attain the mean. Since, however, the mean as such is not found in all matters after the same manner, it follows that the inclination of nature whichever works in the same manner, does not suffice for this purpose, and so the ruling of prudence is required. Underscore 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 underscore. 8th article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether command is the chief act of prudence. Objection 1, it would seem that command is not the chief act of prudence. For command regards the good to be ensued. Now Augustine, De Trin. 14:9, states that it is an act of prudence to avoid ambushes. Therefore command is not the chief act of prudence. Obj. 2, further, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6:5, that the prudent man takes good counsel. Now, to take counsel, and to command, seem to be different acts, as appears from what has been said above, 1-2, 57 Quetzales, 6. Therefore command is not the chief act of prudence. Obj. 3, further, it seems to belong to the will to command and to rule, since the will has the end for its object, and moves the other powers of the soul. Now prudence is not in the will, but in the reason. Therefore command is not an act of prudence. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6:10, that prudence commands. I answer that, prudence is right reason applied to action, as stated above, a. 2. Hence that which is the chief act of reason in regard to action must needs be the chief act of prudence. Now there are 3 such acts. The first is to take counsel, which belongs to discovery, for counsel is an act of inquiry, as stated above, 1-2, 14 Quetzales, 1. The second act is to judge of what one has discovered, and this is an act of the speculative reason. But the practical reason, which is directed to action, goes further, and its third act is to command, which act consists in applying to action the things counseled and judged. And since this act approaches nearer to the end of the practical reason, it follows that it is the chief act of the practical reason, and consequently of prudence. In confirmation of this we find that the perfection of art consists in judging and not in commanding, wherefore he who sins voluntarily against his craft is reputed a better craftsman than he who does so involuntarily. Because the former seems to do so from right judgment, and the latter from a defective judgment. On the other hand it is the reverse in prudence, as stated in Ethic. 6:5, for it is more imprudent to sin voluntarily, since this is to be lacking in the chief act of prudence, viz. command, than to sin involuntarily. Reply Obj. 1. The act of command extends both to the ensuing of good and to the avoidance of evil. Nevertheless Augustine ascribes the avoidance of ambushes to prudence, not as its chief act, but as an act of prudence that does not continue in heaven. Reply Obj. 2. Good counsel is required in order that the good things discovered may be applied to action, wherefore command belongs to prudence which takes good counsel. Reply Obj. 3. Simply to move belongs to the will, but command denotes motion together with a kind of ordering, wherefore it is an act of the reason, as stated above, 1-2, 17 Quetzales, 1. Underscore 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 underscore. Ninth article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 9. Whether solicitude belongs to prudence. Objection 1, it would seem that solicitude does not belong to prudence. For solicitude implies disquiet, wherefore Isidore says, Edem X, that the solicitous man is a restless man. Now motion belongs chiefly to the appetitive power, wherefore solicitude does also. But prudence is not in the appetitive power, but in the reason, as stated above. 1. Therefore solicitude does not belong to prudence. Obj. 2. Further, the certainty of truth seems opposed to solicitude, wherefore it is related, 1 Kings 9 verse 20, that Samuel said to Saul, As for the asses which were lost 3 days ago, be not solicitous, because they are found. Now the certainty of truth belongs to prudence, since it is an intellectual virtue. Therefore solicitude is in opposition to prudence rather than belonging to it. Obj. 3. Further, the philosopher says, Ethic. 4:3, the magnanimous man is slow and leisurely. Now slowness is contrary to solicitude. Since then prudence is not opposed to magnanimity, for good is not opposed to good, as stated in the Predicaments, 8, it would seem that solicitude does not belong to prudence. On the contrary, it is written, 1 Peter 4 verse 7, Be prudent. And watch in prayers. But watchfulness is the same as solicitude. Therefore solicitude belongs to prudence. I answer that, according to Isidore, Edem X, a man is said to be solicitous through being shrewd, solars, and alert, sedus, in so far as a man through a certain shrewdness of mind is on the alert to do whatever has to be done. Now this belongs to prudence, whose chief act is a command about what has been already counselled and judged in matters of action. Hence the philosopher says, Ethic. 6:9, that one should be quick in carrying out the counsel taken, but slow in taking counsel. Hence it is that solicitude belongs properly to prudence, and for this reason Augustine says, De morib. Eccle. 24, that prudence keeps most careful watch and ward, lest by degrees we be deceived unawares by evil counsel. Reply Obj. 1. Movement belongs to the appetitive power as to the principle of movement, in accordance however, with the direction and command of reason, wherein solicitude consists. Reply Obj. 2. According to the philosopher, Ethic. 3. Equal certainty should not be sought in all things, but in each matter according to its proper mode. And since the matter of prudence is the contingent singulars about which are human actions, the certainty of prudence cannot be so great as to be devoid of all solicitude. Reply Obj. 3. The magnanimous man is said to be slow and leisurely, not because he is solicitous about nothing, but because he is not over-solicitous about many things, and is trustful in matters where he ought to have trust. And is not over-solicitous about them, for overmuch fear and distrust are the cause of over-solicitude, since fear makes us take counsel, as stated above, 1-2, q. 44, 2. When we were treating of the passion of fear underscore 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 underscore. 10th article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 10. Whether solicitude belongs to prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence does not extend to the governing of many, but only to the government of oneself. For the philosopher says, Ethic. v. 1, that virtue directed to the common good is justice. But prudence differs from justice. Therefore prudence is not directed to the common good. Obj. 2. Further, he seems to be prudent, who seeks and does good for himself. Now those who seek the common good often neglect their own. Therefore they are not prudent. Obj. 3. Further, prudence is specifically distinct from temperance and fortitude. But temperance and fortitude seem to be related only to a man's own good. Therefore the same applies to prudence. On the contrary, our Lord said, Matt. 2400 hours 45, Who, thinkest thou, is a faithful and prudent, wise, servant whom his Lord hath appointed over his family? I answer that, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 6, 8, some have held that prudence does not extend to the common good, but only to the good of the individual, and this because they thought that man is not bound to seek other than his own good. But this opinion is opposed to charity, which seeketh not her own, 1 Corinthians 13 verse 5. Wherefore the Apostle says of himself, 1 Corinthians 10 verse 33, not seeking that which is profitable to myself, but to many, that they may be saved. Moreover it is contrary to right reason, which judges the common good to be better than the good of the individual. Accordingly, since it belongs to prudence rightly to counsel, judge, and command concerning the means of obtaining a due end, it is evident that prudence regards not only the private good of the individual, but also the common good of the multitude. Reply Obj. 1. The philosopher is speaking there of moral virtue. Now just as every moral virtue that is directed to the common good is called legal justice, so the prudence that is directed to the common good is called political prudence, for the latter stands in the same relation to legal justice as prudence simply so called to moral virtue. Reply Obj. 2. He that seeks the good of the many, seeks in consequence his own good, for two reasons. First, because the individual good is impossible without the common good of the family, state, or kingdom. Hence Valerius Maximus says, Fact. Eg. Dictionary Mimer. 4, 6, of the ancient Romans that, they would rather be poor in a rich empire than rich in a poor empire. Secondly, because, since man is a part of the home and state, he must needs consider what is good for him by being prudent about the good of the many. For the good disposition of parts depends on their relation to the whole. Thus Augustine says, Confess. 3, 8, that any part which does not harmonize with its whole, is offensive. Reply Obj. 3. Even temperance and fortitude can be directed to the common good, hence there are precepts of law concerning them as stated in Ethic. v. 1. More so, however, prudence and justice, since these belong to the rational faculty which directly regards the universal, just as the sensitive part regards singulars. Underscore 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 underscore. 11th article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 11. Whether prudence about one's own good is specifically the same as that which extends to the common good. Objection 1. it seems that prudence about one's own good is the same specifically as that which extends to the common good. For the philosopher says, Ethic. 6:8, that political prudence and prudence are the same habit, yet their essence is not the same. Obj. 2, further, the philosopher says, Polit. 3:2, that virtue is the same in a good man and in a good ruler. Now political prudence is chiefly in the ruler, in whom it is architectonic, as it were. Since then prudence is a virtue of a good man, it seems that prudence and political prudence are the same habit. Obj. 3, further, a habit is not diversified in species or essence by things which are subordinate to one another. But the particular good, which belongs to prudence simply so called, is subordinate to the common good, which belongs to political prudence. Therefore prudence and political prudence differ neither specifically nor essentially. On the contrary, political prudence, which is directed to the common good of the state, domestic economy, which is of such things as relate to the common good of the household or family, and monastic economy, which is concerned with things affecting the good of one person, are all distinct sciences. Therefore in like manner there are different kinds of prudence, corresponding to the above differences of matter. I answer that, as stated above, 5:54 quetzales, a. 2, add 1, the species of habits differ according to the difference of object considered in its formal aspect. Now the formal aspect of all things directed to the end, is taken from the end itself, as shown above, 1-2, Prologue, 102 quetzales, a. 1, wherefore the species of habits differ by their relation to different ends. Again the individual good, the good of the family, and the good of the city and kingdom are different ends. Wherefore there must needs be different species of prudence corresponding to these different ends, so that one is prudence, simply so called, which is directed to one's own good. Another, domestic prudence, which is directed to the common good of the home, and a third, political prudence, which is directed to the common good of the state or kingdom. Reply Obj. 1. The philosopher means, not that political prudence is substantially the same habit as any kind of prudence, but that it is the same as the prudence which is directed to the common good. This is called prudence, in respect of the common notion of prudence, i.e. as being right reason applied to action, while it is called political, as being directed to the common good. Reply Obj. 2, as the philosopher declares, Polit. 3:2, it belongs to a good man to be able to rule well and to obey well, wherefore the virtue of a good man includes also that of a good ruler. Yet the virtue of the ruler and of the subject differs specifically, even as the virtue of a man and of a woman, as stated by the same authority, Polit. 3:2. Reply Obj. 3, even different ends, one of which is subordinate to the other, diversify the species of a habit, thus for instance, habits directed to riding, soldiering, and civic life, differ specifically although their ends are subordinate to one another. In like manner, though the good of the individual is subordinate to the good of the many, that does not prevent this difference from making the habits differ specifically. But it follows that the habit which is directed to the last end is above the other habits and commands them. Underscore 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 underscore. 12th article, 2-2, 47 quetzales, art. 12. Whether prudence is in subjects or only in their rulers. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not in subjects but only in their rulers. For the philosopher says, Polit. 3:2, that prudence alone is the virtue proper to a ruler, while other virtues are common to subjects and rulers, and the prudence of the subject is not a virtue but a true opinion. Obj. 2, further, it is stated in Polit. 5 that a slave is not competent to take counsel. But prudence makes a man take good counsel, Ethic. 6:5. Therefore prudence is not befitting slaves or subjects. Obj. 3, further, prudence exercises command, as stated above, a. 8. But command is not in the competency of slaves or subjects but only of rulers. Therefore prudence is not in subjects but only in rulers. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 8, that there are two kinds of political prudence, one of which is legislative, and belongs to rulers, while the other retains the common name political, and is about individual actions. Now it belongs also to subjects to perform these individual actions. Therefore prudence is not only in rulers but also in subjects. I answer that, prudence is in the reason. Now ruling and governing belong properly to the reason. And therefore it is proper to a man to reason and be prudent in so far as he has a share in ruling and governing. But it is evident that the subject as subject, and the slave as slave, are not competent to rule and govern, but rather to be ruled and governed. Therefore prudence is not the virtue of a slave as slave, nor of a subject as subject. Since, however, every man, for as much as he is rational, has a share in ruling according to the judgment of reason, he is proportionately competent to have prudence. Wherefore it is manifest that prudence is in the ruler, after the manner of a mastercraft, Ethic. 6, 8, but in the subjects, after the manner of a handicraft. Reply Obj. 1. The saying of the philosopher is to be understood strictly, namely, that prudence is not the virtue of a subject as such. Reply Obj. 2. A slave is not capable of taking counsel, in so far as he is a slave, for thus he is the instrument of his master, but he does take counsel in so far as he is a rational animal. Reply Obj. 3. By prudence a man commands not only others, but also himself, in so far as the reason is said to command the lower powers. Underscore 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 underscore. 13th article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 13. Whether prudence can be in sinners? Objection 1. It would seem that there can be prudence in sinners. For our Lord said, Luke 16 verse 8, the children of this world are more prudent, wiser, in their generation than the children of light. Now the children of this world are sinners. Therefore there be prudence in sinners. Obj. 2. Further, faith is a more excellent virtue than prudence. But there can be faith in sinners. Therefore there can be prudence also. Obj. 3. Further, according to Ethic. 6, 7, we say that to be of good counsel is the work of prudent man especially. Now many sinners can take good counsel. Therefore sinners can have prudence. On the contrary, the philosopher declares, Ethic. 6, 12, that it is impossible for a man be prudent unless he be good. Now no sinner is a good man. Therefore no sinner is prudent. I answer that, prudence is threefold. There is a false prudence, which takes its name from its likeness to true prudence. For since a prudent man is one who disposes well of the things that have to be done for a good end, whoever disposes well of such things as are fitting for an evil end, has false prudence, in far as that which he takes for an end, is good. Not in truth but in appearance. Thus man is called a good robber, and in this way may speak of a prudent robber, by way of similarity, because he devises fitting ways of committing robbery. This is the prudence of which the Apostle says, Rom. 8:6, the prudence, wisdom, of the flesh is death, because, to wit, it places its ultimate end in the pleasures of the flesh. The second prudence is indeed true prudence, because it devises fitting ways of obtaining a good end. And yet it is imperfect, from a twofold source. First, because the good which it takes for an end, is not the common end of all human life, but of some particular affair. Thus when a man devises fitting ways of conducting business or of sailing a ship, he is called a prudent businessman, or a prudent sailor. Secondly, because he fails in the chief act of prudence, as when a man takes counsel aright, and forms a good judgment, even about things concerning life as a whole, but fails to make an effective command. The third prudence is both true and perfect, for it takes counsel, judges and commands aright in respect of the good end of man's whole life, and this alone is prudence simply so called, and cannot be in sinners. Whereas the first prudence is in sinners alone, while imperfect prudence is common to good and wicked men, especially that which is imperfect through being directed to a particular end. Since that which is imperfect on account of a failing in the chief act, is only in the wicked. Reply Obj. 1. This saying of our Lord is to be understood of the first prudence, wherefore it is not said that they are prudent absolutely, but that they are prudent in their generation. Reply Obj. 2. The nature of faith consists not in conformity with the appetite for certain right actions, but in knowledge alone. On the other hand, prudence implies a relation to a right appetite. First, because its principles are the ends in matters of action. And of such ends one forms a right estimate through the habits of moral virtue, which rectify the appetite, wherefore without the moral virtues there is no prudence, as shown above, 1-2, 58 Quetzales, 5. Secondly, because prudence commands right actions, which does not happen unless the appetite be right. Wherefore though faith on account of its object is more excellent than prudence, yet prudence, by its very nature, is more opposed to sin, which arises from a disorder of the appetite. Reply Obj. 3. Sinners can take good counsel for an evil end, or for some particular good, but they do not perfectly take good counsel for the end of their whole life, since they do not carry that counsel into effect. Hence they lack prudence which is directed to the good only, and yet in them, according to the philosopher, Ethic. 6:12, there is cleverness, deinotyke, i.e. natural diligence which may be directed to both good and evil. Or cunning, panergia, which is directed only to evil, and which we have stated above, to be false prudence or prudence of the flesh. Underscore 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 underscore. 14th article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 14. Whether prudence is in all who have grace. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not in all who have grace. Prudence requires diligence, that one may foresee aright what has to be done. But many who have grace have not this diligence. Therefore not all who have grace have prudence. Obj. 2. Further, a prudent man is one who takes good counsel, as stated above, a. 8, Obj. 2, a. 13, Obj. 3. Yet many have grace who do not take good counsel, and need to be guided by the counsel of others. Therefore not all who have grace, have prudence. Obj. 3. Further, the philosopher says, topic 3:2, that young people are not obviously prudent. Yet many young people have grace. Therefore prudence is not to be found in all who have grace. On the contrary, no man has grace unless he be virtuous. Now no man can be virtuous without prudence, for Gregory says, Moral. 2:46, that the other virtues cannot be virtues at all unless they effect prudently what they desire to accomplish. Therefore all who have grace have prudence. I answer that, the virtues must needs be connected together, so that whoever has one has all, as stated above, 1-2, 65 Quetzales, 1. Now whoever has grace has charity, so that he must needs have all the other virtues, and hence, since prudence is a virtue, as shown above, for he must, of necessity, have prudence also. Reply Obj. 1. Diligence is twofold. 1 is merely sufficient with regard to things necessary for salvation, and such diligence is given to all who have grace, whom his unction teacheth of all things, 1 John 2 verse 27. There is also another diligence which is more than sufficient, whereby a man is able to make provision both for himself and for others, not only in matters necessary for salvation, but also in all things relating to human life. And such diligence as this is not in all who have grace. Reply Obj. 2. those who require to be guided by the counsel of others, are able, if they have grace, to take counsel for themselves in this point at least, that they require the counsel of others and can discern good from evil counsel. Reply Obj. 3. Acquired prudence is caused by the exercise of acts, wherefore, its acquisition demands experience and time. Ethic. 2. 1. Hence it cannot be in the young, neither in habit nor in act. On the other hand, gratuitous prudence is caused by divine infusion. Wherefore, in children who have been baptized but have not come to the use of reason, there is prudence as to habit but not as to act, even as in idiots. Whereas in those who have come to the use of reason, it is also as to act, with regard to things necessary for salvation. This by practice merits increase, until it becomes perfect, even as the other virtues. Hence the Apostle says, Heb. 5:14, that strong meat is for the perfect, for them who by custom have their senses exercised to the discerning of good and evil. Underscore 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 underscore. 15th article, 2-2, 47 Quetzales, Art. 15. Whether prudence is in us by nature. Objection 1, it would seem that prudence is in us by nature. The philosopher says that things connected with prudence seem to be natural, namely, synesis, nome, synesis and nome, cf 1-2, 57 Quetzales, a. 6, and the like, but not those which are connected with speculative wisdom. Now things belonging to the same genus have the same kind of origin. Therefore prudence also is in us from nature. Obj. 2. Further, the changes of age are according to nature. Now prudence results from age, according to Job 12 verse 12, in the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days prudence. Therefore prudence is natural. Obj. 3. Further, prudence is more consistent with human nature than with that of dumb animals. Now there are instances of a certain natural prudence in dumb animals, according to the philosopher, the historical anim. 8:1. Therefore prudence is natural. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 2:1, that intellectual virtue is both originated and fostered by teaching, it therefore demands experience and time. Now prudence is an intellectual virtue, as stated above, 4. Therefore prudence is in us, not by nature, but by teaching and experience. I answer that, as shown above, a. 3. Prudence includes a knowledge both of universals, and of the singular matters of action to which prudence applies the universal principles. Accordingly, as regards the knowledge of universals, the same is to be said of prudence as of speculative science, because the primary universal principles of either are known naturally, as shown above, a. 6. Except that the common principles of prudence are more connatural to man, for as the philosopher remarks, Ethic. X. 7, the life which is according to the speculative reason is better than that which is according to man, whereas the secondary universal principles, whether of the speculative or of the practical reason, are not inherited from nature, but are acquired by discovery through experience, or through teaching. On the other hand, as regards the knowledge of particulars which are the matter of action, we must make a further distinction, because this matter of action is either an end or the means to an end. Now the right ends of human life are fixed. Wherefore there can be a natural inclination in respect of these ends, thus it has been stated above, 1-2, 51 Quetzales, 1, 63 Quetzales, 1, that some, from a natural inclination, have certain virtues whereby they are inclined to right ends. And consequently they also have naturally a right judgment about such like ends. But the means to the end, in human concerns, far from being fixed, are of manifold variety according to the variety of persons and affairs. Wherefore since the inclination of nature is ever to something fixed, the knowledge of those means cannot be in man naturally, although, by reason of his natural disposition, one man has a greater aptitude than another in discerning them. Just as it happens with regard to the conclusions of speculative sciences. Since then prudence is not about the ends, but about the means, as stated above, a. 6, 1-2, 57 quetzales, 5, it follows that prudence is not from nature. Reply Obj. 1. The philosopher is speaking there of things relating to prudence, in so far as they are directed to ends. Wherefore he had said before, Ethic. 6, 5, 11, that, they are the principles of the Eugenica, literally, for the sake of which, are the means, namely, the end, and so he does not mention Eubulia among them, because it takes counsel about the means. Reply Obj. 2. Prudence is rather in the old, not only because their natural disposition calms the movement of the sensitive passions, but also because of their long experience. Reply Obj. 3. Even in dumb animals there are fixed ways of obtaining an end, wherefore we observe that all the animals of a same species act in like manner. But this is impossible in man, on account of his reason, which takes cognizance of universals, and consequently extends to an infinity of singulars. Underscore 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 underscore. 16th article, 2-2, 47 quetzales, art. 16. Whether prudence can be lost through forgetfulness? Objection 1. It would seem that prudence can be lost through forgetfulness. For since science is about necessary things, it is more certain than prudence which is about contingent matters of action. But science is lost by forgetfulness. Much more therefore is prudence. Obj. 2. Further, as the philosopher says, Ethic. 2, 3, the same things, but by a contrary process, engender and corrupt virtue. Now the engendering of prudence requires experience which is made up of many memories, as he states at the beginning of his Metaphysics, I. 1. Therefore since forgetfulness is contrary to memory, it seems that prudence can be lost through forgetfulness. Obj. 3. Further, there is no prudence without knowledge of universals. But knowledge of universals can be lost through forgetfulness. Therefore prudence can also. On the contrary, the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 5, that forgetfulness is possible to art but not to prudence. I answer that, forgetfulness regards knowledge only, wherefore one can forget art and science, so as to lose them altogether, because they belong to the reason. But prudence consists not in knowledge alone, but also in an act of the appetite, because as stated above, A. 8, its principal act is one of command, whereby a man applies the knowledge he has, to the purpose of appetition and operation. Hence prudence is not taken away directly by forgetfulness, but rather is corrupted by the passions. For the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 5, that pleasure and sorrow pervert the estimate of prudence, wherefore it is written, Dan. 13:56, Beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath subverted thy heart, and, Exodus 23 verse 8, Neither shalt thou take bribes which blind even the prudent, do a, wise. Nevertheless forgetfulness may hinder prudence, in so far as the latter's command depends on knowledge which may be forgotten. Reply Obj. 1. Science is in the reason only, hence the comparison fails, as stated above, cf 1-2, 53 quetzales, a. 1. Reply Obj. 2. The experience required by prudence results not from memory alone, but also from the practice of commanding aright. Reply Obj. 3. Prudence consists chiefly, not in the knowledge of universals, but in applying them to action, as stated above. 3. Wherefore forgetting the knowledge of universals does not destroy the principal part of prudence, but hinders it somewhat, as stated above. Question 48. Of the parts of prudence, in one article. We must now consider the parts of prudence, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Which are the parts of prudence? 2. Of its integral parts. 3. Of its subjective parts. 4. Of its potential parts. Underscore 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 underscore. Article 2 48 Quetzales, art. Whether three parts of prudence are fittingly assigned? Objection 1. It would seem that the parts of prudence are assigned unfittingly. Tully, De Invent. Ret. 2, 53, assigns three parts of prudence, namely, memory, understanding, and foresight. Macrobius, in Psalm. Sip. I, following the opinion of Plotinus, ascribes to prudence 6 parts, namely, reasoning, understanding, circumspection, foresight, docility, and caution. Aristotle says, Ethic. 6, 9, 10, 11, that good counsel, synesis, and gnome belong to prudence. Again, under the head of prudence he mentions conjecture, shrewdness, sense, and understanding. And another Greek philosopher, Andronicus, cf. 80 Quetzales, Obj. 4, says that 10 things are connected with prudence, namely, good counsel, shrewdness, foresight, regnative, regnativa, military, political, and domestic prudence, dialectics, rhetoric, and physics. Therefore it seems that one or the other enumeration is either excessive or deficient. Obj. 2. Further, prudence is specifically distinct from science. But politics, economics, logic, rhetoric, physics are sciences. Therefore they are not parts of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, the parts do not exceed the whole. Now the intellective memory or intelligence, reason, sense and docility, belong not only to prudence but also to all the cognitive habits. Therefore they should not be set down as parts of prudence. Obj. 4. Further, just as counseling, judging and commanding are acts of the practical reason, so also is using, as stated above, 1-2, 16 Quetzales, 1. Therefore, just as eubulia, which refers to counsel, is connected with prudence, and synesis and gnome, which refer to judgment, so also ought something to have been assigned corresponding to use. Obj. 5. Further, solicitude pertains to prudence, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, a. 9. Therefore solicitude also should have been mentioned among the parts of prudence. I answer that, parts are of 3 kinds, namely, integral, as wall, roof, and foundations are parts of a house, subjective, as ox and lion are parts of animal, and potential, as the nutritive and sensitive powers are parts of the soul. Accordingly, parts can be assigned to a virtue in 3 ways. First, in likeness to integral parts, so that the things which need to concur for the perfect act of a virtue, are called the parts of that virtue. In this way, out of all the things mentioned above, 8 may be taken as parts of prudence, namely, the 6 assigned by Macrobius, with the addition of a 7th, viz. Memory mentioned by Tully, and Eustochia or shrewdness mentioned by Aristotle. For the sense of prudence is also called understanding, wherefore the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 11, of such things one needs to have the sense, and this is understanding. Of these 8, 5 belong to prudence as a cognitive virtue, namely, memory, reasoning, understanding, docility and shrewdness, while the 3 others belong thereto, as commanding and applying knowledge to action, namely, foresight, circumspection and caution. The reason of their difference is seen from the fact that 3 things may be observed in reference to knowledge. In the first place, knowledge itself, which, if it be of the past, is called memory, if of the present, whether contingent or necessary, is called understanding or intelligence. Secondly, the acquiring of knowledge, which is caused either by teaching, to which pertains docility, or by discovery, and to this belongs to Eustochia, i.e. a happy conjecture, of which shrewdness is a part, which is a quick conjecture of the middle term, as stated in Poster. I. 9. Thirdly, the use of knowledge, inasmuch as we proceed from things known to knowledge or judgment of other things, and this belongs to reasoning. And the reason, in order to command a right, requires to have three conditions. First, to order that which is befitting the end, and this belongs to foresight. Secondly, to attend to the circumstances of the matter in hand, and this belongs to circumspection. Thirdly, to avoid obstacles, and this belongs to caution. The subjective parts of a virtue are its various species. In this way the parts of prudence, if we take them properly, are the prudence whereby a man rules himself, and the prudence whereby a man governs a multitude, which differ specifically as stated above, 47 Quetzales, a. 11. Again, the prudence whereby a multitude is governed, is divided into various species according to the various kinds of multitude. There is the multitude which is united together for some particular purpose. Thus an army is gathered together to fight, and the prudence that governs this is called military. There is also the multitude that is united together for the whole of life. Such is the multitude of a home or family, and this is ruled by domestic prudence, and such again is the multitude of a city or kingdom, the ruling principle of which is regnative prudence in the ruler, and political prudence, simply so called. In the subjects. If, however, prudence be taken in a wide sense, as including also speculative knowledge, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, 2, add 2, then its parts include dialectics, rhetoric and physics, according to three methods of prudence in the sciences. The first of these is the attaining of science by demonstration, which belongs to physics, if physics be understood to comprise all demonstrative sciences. The second method is to arrive at an opinion through probable premises, and this belongs to dialectics. The third method is to employ conjectures in order to induce a certain suspicion, or to persuade somewhat, and this belongs to rhetoric. It may be said, however, that these three belong also to prudence properly so called, since it argues sometimes from necessary premises, sometimes from probabilities, and sometimes from conjectures. The potential parts of a virtue are the virtues connected with it, which are directed to certain secondary acts or matters, not having, as it were, the whole power of the principal virtue. In this way the parts of prudence are good counsel, which concerns counsel, synesis, which concerns judgment in matters of ordinary occurrence, and nom, which concerns judgment in matters of exception to the law, while prudence is about the chief act, viz. that of commanding. Reply obj. 1. The various enumerations differ either because different kinds of parts are assigned, or because that which is mentioned in one enumeration includes several mentioned in another enumeration. Thus Tully includes caution and circumspection under foresight, and reasoning, docility, and shrewdness under understanding. Reply obj. 2. Here domestic and civic prudence are not to be taken as sciences, but as kinds of prudence. As to the other three, the reply may be gathered from what has been said. Reply obj. 3. All these things are reckoned parts of prudence, not by taking them all together, but in so far as they are connected with things pertaining to prudence. Reply obj. 4. Right command and right use always go together, because the reason's command is followed by obedience on the part of the lower powers, which pertain to use. Reply obj. 5. Solicitude is included under foresight. Question 49. Of each quasi-integral part of prudence, in 8 articles. We must now consider each quasi-integral part of prudence, and under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Memory. 2. Understanding or intelligence. 3. Docility. 4. Shrewdness. 5. Reason. 6. Foresight. 7. Circumspection. 8. Caution. Underscore 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 underscore. First article, 2-2, 49 Quetzales, Art. 1. Whether memory is a part of prudence. Objection 1, it would seem that memory is not a part of prudence. For memory, as the philosopher proves, dememer. Et remin. I, is in the sensitive part of the soul, whereas prudence is in the rational part, ethic. 6, 5. Therefore memory is not a part of prudence. Obj. 2. Further, prudence is acquired and perfected by experience, whereas memory is in us from nature. Therefore memory is not a part of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, memory regards the past, whereas prudence regards future matters of action, about which counsel is concerned, as stated in Ethic. 6, 2, 7. Therefore memory is not a part of prudence. On the contrary, Tully, de Invent. Ret. 2, 53, places memory among the parts of prudence. I answer that, prudence regards contingent matters of action, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, a. 5. Now in such like matters a man can be directed, not by those things that are simply and necessarily true, but by those which occur in the majority of cases, because principles must be proportionate to their conclusions. And like must be concluded from like, ethic. 6, Anal. Post. I, 32. But we need experience to discover what is true in the majority of cases, wherefore the philosopher says, Ethic. 2, 1, that intellectual virtue is engendered and fostered by experience and time. Now experience is the result of many memories as stated in Metaph. 1, and therefore prudence requires the memory of many things. Hence memory is fittingly accounted a part of prudence. Reply Obj. 1, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, a.a. 3, 6, prudence applies universal knowledge to particulars which are objects of sense, hence many things belonging to the sensitive faculties are requisite for prudence, and memory is one of them. Reply Obj. 2, just as aptitude for prudence is in our nature, while its perfection comes through practice or grace, so too, as Tully says in his Rhetoric, ad hieren. De arte ret. 3, 16, 24, memory not only arises from nature, but is also aided by art and diligence. There are 4 things whereby a man perfects his memory. First, when a man wishes to remember a thing, he should take some suitable yet somewhat unwanted illustration of it, since the unwanted strikes us more, and so makes a greater and stronger impression on the mind. And this explains why we remember better what we saw when we were children. Now the reason for the necessity of finding these illustrations or images, is that simple and spiritual impressions easily slip from the mind, unless they be tied as it were to some corporeal image. Because human knowledge has a greater hold on sensible objects. For this reason memory is assigned to the sensitive part of the soul. Secondly, whatever a man wishes to retain in his memory he must carefully consider and set in order, so that he may pass easily from one memory to another. Hence the philosopher says, de memor. Et remin. 2. Sometimes a place brings memories back to us, the reason being that we pass quickly from the one to the other. Thirdly, we must be anxious and earnest about the things we wish to remember, because the more a thing is impressed on the mind, the less it is liable to slip out of it. Wherefore Tully says in his Rhetoric, ad hieren. De arte ret. 3. That anxiety preserves the figures of images entire. Fourthly, we should often reflect on the things we wish to remember. Hence the philosopher says, de memoria that reflection preserves memories, because as he remarks, de memoria too, custom is a second nature, wherefore when we reflect on a thing frequently, we quickly call it to mind. Through passing from one thing to another by a kind of natural order. Reply Obj. 3. It behooves us to argue, as it were, about the future from the past, wherefore memory of the past is necessary in order to take good counsel for the future. Underscore 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 underscore. Second article, 2-2, 49 Quetzales, Art. 2. Whether understanding is a part of prudence. Otherwise intuition, Aristotle's word is nous. Objection 1, it would seem that understanding is not a part of prudence. When two things are members of a division, one is not part of the other. But intellectual virtue is divided into understanding and prudence, according to Ethic. 6:3. Therefore understanding should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Obj. 2. Further, understanding is numbered among the gifts of the Holy Ghost, and corresponds to faith, as stated above, 8 Quetzales, AA 1:8. But prudence is a virtue other than faith, as is clear from what has been said above, for Quetzales, A 8, 1-2, 62 Quetzales, A 2. Therefore understanding does not pertain to prudence. Obj. 3. Further, prudence is about singular matters of action, Ethic. 6:7. Whereas understanding takes cognizance of universal and immaterial objects, de anima 3:4. Therefore understanding is not a part of prudence. On the contrary, Tully, de Invent. Ret. 2:53, accounts intelligence a part of prudence, and Macrobius, in Psalm. Sip. I. 8, mentions understanding, which comes to the same. I answer that, understanding denotes here, not the intellectual power, but the right estimate about some final principle, which is taken as self-evident. Thus we are said to understand the first principles of demonstrations. Now every deduction of reason proceeds from certain statements which are taken as primary, wherefore every process of reasoning must needs proceed from some understanding. Therefore since prudence is right reason applied to action, the whole process of prudence must needs have its source in understanding. Hence it is that understanding is reckoned a part of prudence. Reply Obj. 1. The reasoning of prudence terminates, as in a conclusion, in the particular matter of action, to which, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, AA 3:6, it applies the knowledge of some universal principle. Now a singular conclusion is argued from a universal and a singular proposition. Wherefore the reasoning of prudence must proceed from a twofold understanding. The one is cognizant of universals, and this belongs to the understanding which is an intellectual virtue, whereby we know naturally not only speculative principles, but also practical universal principles, such as, one should do evil to no man. As shown above, Q. 47, A 6. The other understanding, as stated in Ethic. 6:11, is cognizant of an extreme, i.e. of some primary singular and contingent practical matter, viz. the minor premise, which must needs be singular in the syllogism of prudence, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, AA 3:6. Now this primary singular is some singular end, as stated in the same place. Wherefore the understanding which is a part of prudence is a right estimate of some particular end. Reply Obj. 2. The understanding which is a gift of the Holy Ghost, is a quick insight into divine things, as shown above, 8 Quetzales, AA 1:2. It is in another sense that it is accounted a part of prudence, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3. The right estimate about a particular end is called both understanding, in so far as its object is a principle, and sense, in so far as its object is a particular. This is what the philosopher means when he says, Ethic. v. 11, of such things we need to have the sense, and this is understanding. But this is to be understood as referring, not to the particular sense whereby we know proper sensibles, but to the interior sense, whereby we judge of a particular. Underscore 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 underscore. Third article, 2-2, 49 Quetzales, Art. 3. Whether docility should be accounted a part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that docility should not be accounted a part of prudence. For that which is a necessary condition of every intellectual virtue, should not be appropriated to one of them. But docility is requisite for every intellectual virtue. Therefore it should not be accounted a part of prudence. Obj. 2. Further, that which pertains to a human virtue is in our power, since it is for things that are in our power that we are praised or blamed. Now it is not in our power to be docile, for this is befitting to some through their natural disposition. Therefore it is not a part of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, docility is in the disciple, whereas prudence, since it makes precepts, seems rather to belong to teachers, who are also called preceptors. Therefore docility is not a part of prudence. On the contrary, Macrobius, in Psalm Sip. I. 8, following the opinion of Plotinus, places docility among the parts of prudence. I answer that, as stated above, a. 2, ad 1, 47 quetzales, a. 3, prudence is concerned with particular matters of action, and since such matters are of infinite variety, no one man can consider them all sufficiently, nor can this be done quickly, for it requires length of time. Hence in matters of prudence man stands in very great need of being taught by others, especially by old folk who have acquired a sane understanding of the ends in practical matters. Wherefore the philosopher says, Ethic. 6, 11, it is right to pay no less attention to the undemonstrated assertions and opinions of such persons as are experienced, older than we are, and prudent, than to their demonstrations. For their experience gives them an insight into principles. Thus it is written, Proverbs 3 verse 5, lean not on thy own prudence, and, Eccles. 6:35, stand in the multitude of the ancients, i.e. the old men, that are wise, and join thyself from thy heart to their wisdom. Now it is a mark of docility to be ready to be taught, and consequently docility is fittingly reckoned a part of prudence. Reply Obj. 1. Although docility is useful for every intellectual virtue, yet it belongs to prudence chiefly, for the reason given above. Reply Obj. 2. Man has a natural aptitude for docility even as for other things connected with prudence. Yet his own efforts count for much towards the attainment of perfect docility, and he must carefully, frequently and reverently apply his mind to the teachings of the learned, neither neglecting them through laziness, nor despising them through pride. Reply Obj. 3. By prudence man makes precepts not only for others, but also for himself, as stated above, 47 quetzales, a. 12, ad 3. Hence as stated, Ethic. 6, 11, even in subjects, there is place for prudence, to which docility pertains. And yet even the learned should be docile in some respects, since no man is altogether self-sufficient in matters of prudence, as stated above. Underscore 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 underscore. Fourth article, 2-2, 49 quetzales, art. 4. Whether shrewdness is part of prudence? Objection 1, it would seem that shrewdness is not a part of prudence. For shrewdness consists in easily finding the middle term for demonstrations, as stated in Poster I. 34. Now the reasoning of prudence is not a demonstration since it deals with contingencies. Therefore shrewdness does not pertain to prudence. Obj. 2. Further, good counsel pertains to prudence according to Ethic. 6, 5, 7, 9. Now there is no place in good counsel for shrewdness, Ethic. 6, 9, Poster I. 34, which is a kind of eustochia, i.e., a happy conjecture, for the latter is unreasoning and rapid, whereas counsel needs to be slow, as stated in Ethic. 6, 9. Therefore shrewdness should not be accounted a part of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, shrewdness as stated above, 48 quetzales, is a happy conjecture. Now it belongs to rhetoricians to make use of conjectures. Therefore shrewdness belongs to rhetoric rather than to prudence. On the contrary, Isidore says, Edem ex, a solicitous man is one who is shrewd and alert, soler sedus. But solicitude belongs to prudence, as stated above, 47 quetzales, a. 9. Therefore shrewdness does also. I answer that, prudence consists in a right estimate about matters of action. Now a right estimate or opinion is acquired in two ways, both in practical and in speculative matters, first by discovering it oneself, secondly by learning it from others. Now just as docility consists in a man being well disposed to acquire a right opinion from another man, so shrewdness is an apt disposition to acquire a right estimate by oneself, yet so that shrewdness be taken for Eustochia, of which it is a part. For Eustochia is a happy conjecture about any matter, while shrewdness is an easy and rapid conjecture in finding the middle term, poster. I. 34. Nevertheless the philosopher, Andronicus, cf 48 Quetzales, Obj. 1, who calls shrewdness a part of prudence, takes it for Eustochia, in general, hence he says, shrewdness is a habit whereby congruities are discovered rapidly. Reply Obj. 1. Shrewdness is concerned with the discovery of the middle term not only in demonstrative, but also in practical syllogisms, as, for instance, when two men are seen to be friends they are reckoned to be enemies of a third one. As the philosopher says, poster. I. 34. In this way shrewdness belongs to prudence. Reply Obj. 2. The philosopher adduces the true reason, Ethic. 6, 9, to prove that eubulia, i.e. good counsel, is not Eustochia, which is commended for grasping quickly what should be done. Now a man may take good counsel, though he be long and slow in so doing, and yet this does not discount the utility of a happy conjecture in taking good counsel, indeed it is sometimes a necessity, when, for instance, something has to be done without warning. It is for this reason that shrewdness is fittingly reckoned a part of prudence. Reply Obj. 3. Rhetoric also reasons about practical matters, wherefore nothing hinders the same thing belonging both to rhetoric and prudence. Nevertheless, conjecture is taken here not only in the sense in which it is employed by rhetoricians, but also as applicable to all matters whatsoever wherein man is said to conjecture the truth. Underscore 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 underscore. Fifth article, 2-2, Q. 49, Art. 5. Whether reason should be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that reason should not be reckoned a part of prudence. For the subject of an accident is not a part thereof. But prudence is in the reason as its subject, Ethic. 6, 5. Therefore reason should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Obj. 2. Further, that which is common to many, should not be reckoned a part of any one of them. Or if it be so reckoned, it should be reckoned a part of that one to which it chiefly belongs. Now reason is necessary in all the intellectual virtues, and chiefly in wisdom and science, which employ a demonstrative reason. Therefore reason should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, reason as a power does not differ essentially from the intelligence, as stated above, 79 Quetzales, A. 8. If therefore intelligence be reckoned a part of prudence, it is superfluous to add reason. On the contrary, Macrobius, in Psalm. Sip. I, following the opinion of Plotinus, numbers reason among the parts of prudence. I answer that, the work of prudence is to take good counsel, as stated in Ethic. 6, 7. Now counsel is a research proceeding from certain things to others. But this is the work of reason. Wherefore it is requisite for prudence that man should be an apt reasoner. And since the things required for the perfection of prudence are called requisite or quasi-integral parts of prudence, it follows that reason should be numbered among these parts. Reply Obj. 1. Reason denotes here, not the power of reason, but its good use. Reply Obj. 2. The certitude of reason comes from the intellect. Yet the need of reason is from a defect in the intellect, since those things in which the intellective power is in full vigor, have no need for reason, for they comprehend the truth by their simple insight, as do God and the angels. On the other hand, particular matters of action, wherein prudence guides, are very far from the condition of things intelligible, and so much the farther, as they are less certain and fixed. Thus matters of art, though they are singular, are nevertheless more fixed and certain, wherefore in many of them there is no room for counsel on account of their certitude, as stated in Ethic. 3. Hence, although in certain other intellectual virtues reason is more certain than in prudence, yet prudence above all requires that man be an apt reasoner, so that he may rightly apply universals to particulars, which latter are various and uncertain. Reply Obj. 3. Although intelligence and reason are not different powers, yet they are named after different acts. For intelligence takes its name from being an intimate penetration of the truth, cf 2-2, 8 Quetzales, a. 1, while reason is so called from being inquisitive and discursive. Hence each is accounted a part of reason as explained above, 2, 47 Quetzales, a. 2, 3. Underscore 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 underscore. Sixth article, 2-2, 49 Quetzales, Art. 6. Whether foresight should be accounted a part of prudence. Providentia, which may be translated either providence or foresight. Objection 1, it would seem that foresight should not be accounted a part of prudence. For nothing is part of itself. Now foresight seems to be the same as prudence, because according to Isidore, Edm. X, a prudent man is one who sees from afar, poro videns, and this is also the derivation of providentia, foresight, according to Boethius, de Consolidate v. Therefore foresight is not a part of prudence. Obj. 2. Further, prudence is only practical, whereas foresight may be also speculative, because seeing, whence we have the word to foresee, has more to do with speculation than operation. Therefore foresight is not a part of prudence. Obj. 3. Further, the chief act of prudence is to command, while its secondary act is to judge and to take counsel. But none of these seems to be properly implied by foresight. Therefore foresight is not part of prudence. On the contrary stands the authority of Tully and Macrobius, who number foresight among the parts of prudence, as stated above, 48 Quetzales. I answer that, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, a. 1, add 2, aa. 6, 13, prudence is properly about the means to an end, and its proper work is to set them in due order to the end. And although certain things are necessary for an end, which are subject to divine providence, yet nothing is subject to human providence except the contingent matters of actions which can be done by man for an end. Now the past has become a kind of necessity, since what has been done cannot be undone. In like manner, the present as such, has a kind of necessity, since it is necessary that Socrates sit, so long as he sits. Consequently, future contingents, in so far as they can be directed by man to the end of human life, are the matter of prudence, and each of these things is implied in the word foresight, for it implies the notion of something distant, to which that which occurs in the present has to be directed. Therefore foresight is part of prudence. Reply Obj. 1. Whenever many things are requisite for a unity, one of them must needs be the principle to which all the others are subordinate. Hence in every whole one part must be formal and predominant, whence the whole has unity. Accordingly foresight is the principle of all the parts of prudence, since whatever else is required for prudence, is necessary precisely that some particular thing may be rightly directed to its end. Hence it is that the very name of prudence is taken from foresight, providentia, as from its principal part. Reply Obj. 2. Speculation is about universal and necessary things, which, in themselves, are not distant, since they are everywhere and always, though they are distant from us, in so far as we fail to know them. Hence foresight does not apply properly to speculative, but only to practical matters. Reply Obj. 3. Right order to an end which is included in the notion of foresight, contains rectitude of counsel, judgment and command, without which no right order to the end is possible. Underscore 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 underscore. Seventh article, 2-2, 49 Quetzales, Art. 7. Whether circumspection can be a part of prudence. Objection 1, it would seem that circumspection cannot be a part of prudence. For circumspection seems to signify looking at one's surroundings. But these are of infinite number, and cannot be considered by the reason wherein is prudence. Therefore circumspection should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Obj. 2. Further, circumstances seem to be the concern of moral virtues rather than of prudence. But circumspection seems to denote nothing but attention to circumstances. Therefore circumspection apparently belongs to the moral virtues rather than to prudence. Obj. 3. Further, whoever can see things afar off can much more see things that are near. Now foresight enables a man to look on distant things. Therefore there is no need to account circumspection a part of prudence in addition to foresight. On the contrary stands the authority of Macrobius, quoted above, 48 Quetzales. I answer that, as stated above, a. 6. It belongs to prudence chiefly to direct something aright to an end, and this is not done aright unless both the end be good, and the means good and suitable. Since, however, prudence, as stated above, 47 Quetzales, a. 3, is about singular matters of action, which contain many combinations of circumstances, it happens that a thing is good in itself and suitable to the end, and nevertheless becomes evil or unsuitable to the end, by reason of some combination of circumstances. Thus to show signs of love to someone seems, considered in itself, to be a fitting way to arouse love in his heart, yet if pride or suspicion of flattery arise in his heart, it will no longer be a means suitable to the end. Hence the need of circumspection in prudence, viz. of comparing the means with the circumstances. Reply Obj. 1. Though the number of possible circumstances be infinite, the number of actual circumstances is not. And the judgment of reason in matters of action is influenced by things which are few in number. Reply Obj. 2. Circumstances are the concern of prudence, because prudence has to fix them. On the other hand they are the concern of moral virtues, in so far as moral virtues are perfected by the fixing of circumstances. Reply Obj. 3. Just as it belongs to foresight to look on that which is by its nature suitable to an end, so it belongs to circumspection to consider whether it be suitable to the end in view of the circumstances. Now each of these presents a difficulty of its own, and therefore each is reckoned a distinct part of prudence. Underscore 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 underscore. Eighth article, 2-2, 49 Quetzales, Art. 8. Whether caution should be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 1, it would seem that caution should not be reckoned a part of prudence. For when no evil is possible, no caution is required. Now no man makes evil use of virtue, as Augustine declares, de lib. Arb. 2, 19. Therefore caution does not belong to prudence which directs the virtues. Obj. 2. Further, to foresee good and to avoid evil belong to the same faculty, just as the same art gives health and cures ill health. Now it belongs to foresight to foresee good, and consequently, also to avoid evil. Therefore caution should not be accounted a part of prudence, distinct from foresight. Obj. 3. Further, no prudent man strives for the impossible. But no man can take precautions against all possible evils. Therefore caution does not belong to prudence. On the contrary, the Apostle says, Ephesians 5 verse 15, see how you walk cautiously, circumspectly. I answer that, the things with which prudence is concerned, are contingent matters of action, wherein, even as false is found with true, so is evil mingled with good, on account of the great variety of these matters of action. Wherein good is often hindered by evil, and evil has the appearance of good. Wherefore prudence needs caution, so that we may have such a grasp of good as to avoid evil. Reply Obj. 1. Caution is required in moral acts, that we may be on our guard, not against acts of virtue, but against the hindrance of acts of virtue. Reply Obj. 2. It is the same in idea, to ensue good and to avoid the opposite evil, but the avoidance of outward hindrances is different in idea. Hence caution differs from foresight, although they both belong to the one virtue of prudence. Reply Obj. 3. Of the evils which man has to avoid, some are of frequent occurrence, the like can be grasped by reason, and against them caution is directed, either that they may be avoided altogether, or that they may do less harm. Others there are that occur rarely and by chance, and these, since they are infinite in number, cannot be grasped by reason, nor is man able to take precautions against them. Although by exercising prudence he is able to prepare against all the surprises of chance, so as to suffer less harm thereby.